Transcending into the world of Naruto as an orphan of the Uchiha clan, he audaciously declared his intentions to seize Fugaku's wife upon awakening to his fortune. He was also bestowed with an all-encompassing Forge Master system. Sister Mikoto, the only one I shall marry is you. With innocent, wide eyes, Naruto boldly proclaimed his feelings to Uchiha Mikoto. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. You little rascal. Do not speak nonsense. Having just been roused from slumber by a group of mischievous children, he unraveled the mysteries of the womb. He had traversed into the body of Uchiha Naruto, orphaned with both parents deceased. After calling out for some time, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind, binding the Forge Master system as a pale blue screen materialized, displaying mission. Locate a personal forging facility. Sister Mikoto, I require a forging room. He explained his intentions. Though surprised, Mikoto agreed to assist him, especially since he had previously been bullied by the same group of children. Next time you fight, call me along. Naruto contemplated, with so many obstacles in the ninja world, how can I thrive without a system? He mused, what of the Forge Master system? With it, I can forge a divine artifact and effortlessly defeat Naruto and Sasuke. His thoughts drifted to the little rascals who had attacked him, his gaze turning icy. I shall repay your punches in kind. Fugaku? To him, he was merely a younger sibling. Mikoto can only be mine, he asserted. Once I acquire the forging room, I can unlock the system's capabilities. The forging techniques of the clan? That sounds incredibly formidable. This audacious maneuver artfully intertwined the innocence of childhood with the ambition of adulthood, seizing his future sister-in-law, confronting unruly children, and aspiring to achieve godhood in the Naruto realm through the Forge Master system. The next step? To see how he could leverage Mikoto to secure the forging room. The first act would be to surprise the group of children. What an exhilarating plot. An 80-year-old Uchiha renting a dilapidated house from a cat lady. The system immediately granted him the crafting technique for the Scarlet Red Eyes artifact. Mikoto presented him with two options: share profits supported by the clan or collaborate with the cat lady. Without hesitation, Naruto chose the latter. Uchiha will snatch weapons, I am not foolish. The cat lady, observing his frail form, quoted a monthly rent of 50,000 ryo, which translated to a mere few hundred yen. Naruto retrieved his modest savings and even offered a pouch of catnip to the ninja cat, Shuji. You are quite sensible, she remarked. With the forging room secured, a system notification chimed. Mission accomplished, rewards dispatched. Point 1. Enhancement of forging techniques. 2. Crafting technique for the Scarlet Red Eyes artifact. 3. 1 portion of orichalcum. An influx of knowledge surged in Naruto's mind. The artifact requires materials from exceedingly dangerous species, adding orichalcum and secret arts. The system panel refreshed. The weapon enhancement glowed. Talent duplication. The stronger the wielder of my weapon, the more attributes I can absorb. Undead Legion. Those who perish beneath my weapon may enter the Hall of Death. Weapon sovereignty. It can render weapons ineffective or even turn against their wielder. He chuckled. This compels me to bestow weapons upon the strong. What the Ninja Academy students? Crafting vassals, I can still overpower the elite shinobi. The Cat Elder's arms business provided him with a perfect avenue for sales. This series of maneuvers mastered the art of evasion and strategy, not relying on the Uchiha clan, but instead clinging to the Cat Elder's coattails. He also acquired cross-border forging techniques. Next, it will be intriguing to see how he utilizes orichalcum to forge the first vassal, and to whom it shall be gifted. The plot thickens, growing increasingly captivating. An 80-year-old academy student fervently forging, winning the lottery 11 times, and yet uncovering such treasures. The ninja cat, indulging in catnip, was blissfully pampered by him. Naruto fixated on the crade shuriken in his hand. System prompt. Reward for 11 lottery draws. He hurried home under cover of night, bathed and lit incense. Brother, lend me your strength. By day, in the forge. Sparks flew. His sweat drenched his garments. His face dark as coal. Even the darkest of souls would claim kinship. From D grade to crade, his proficiency soared, profiting 100 taels per weapon. The chakra metal is within reach. On the late-night journey home, he heard peculiar gasps accompanied by meows. Approaching closer, he discovered the ninja cat, Yashiki, euphorically high on catnip. Naruto indulged in the delightful petting. Typically so proud, yet now so submissive. After meditative incense burning, he rubbed his hands together. With 11 draws, grant me something splendid. Sanju physique. Hataki sword techniques, at the very least, provide some materials from exceedingly dangerous species. The system panel flickered. This 80-year-old ninja academy student, accumulating lottery chances through forging. and having pampered a ninja cat master, bestowing weapons allows me to absorb attributes. This strategy is indeed commendable. Next, all eyes will be on what the lottery yields. The materials for the first vassal, relying solely on these 11 opportunities. The narrative becomes ever more enthralling. An 80-year-old unlucky in draws, yet managing to obtain Kagaya's undergarments, and inadvertently collecting materials for the Tenno Ikemanji, will the third-grade ninja academy witness the outbreak of a second war? With a single draw, the will landed on the white sector. Mineral water bottle X1. Naraku covered his face. Alas, my fate as an unlucky one remains unchanged. The 10 consecutive draws commenced. The results were unveiled: aluminum cans, cola, milk, and the blue panties of Kagaya, Otsutsuki. Nalu's lips twitched. This system must be a rogue. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Dangerous species. 1 flying mantis corpse. 10 portions of crimson gorilla iron. The materials for the Tenno Ikemanji are complete. I also have the materials for the Demon Slayer's Nicaron blade. Green food processing technology acquired. It can transform inedible items into consumables, enhancing strength and vitality. Nalu chuckled. The abundance of biological materials in the shinobi world is extraordinary. This technology is remarkable. Makoto roused him. You must attend the first class of the new semester. Nalu was taken aback. Am I already in the 3rd year of the Shinobi Academy? This year marks the 35th year of Konoha. A jolt went through him. Next year will herald the 2nd Shinobi World War. An 80-year-old elementary student, clutching Kagaya's panties in one hand and concealing a flying mantis corpse in his pocket, must still attend the Shinobi Academy. The 2nd war is approaching. I must quickly craft tools. Should I send them to Minato Namikaze or to the heroes of the 3rd war? This sequence of events amplified the helplessness of the unlucky and the urgency of the time traveler. It doesn't matter if the scraps are useless. What matters is that the essential materials are gathered. Next, it remains to be seen how he will utilize the crimson gorilla iron to forge a dazzling skin for the ninja blade and create the Tenno Ikemanji. The battlefield of the 2nd war shall be a stage. This storyline is exquisite. In the 3rd-year classroom of the Shinobi Academy, the future Hokage group makes a startling appearance. An 80-year-old Uchiha boldly declares, I am the man you cannot possess. I am Minato Namikaze, and I aspire to be Hokage in the future, as the blonde boy spoke. Nalu raised an eyebrow. Isn't that just an extension of the eternal rivalry? I am Kushina Uzumaki, and I intend to be the Hokage's woman. The red-haired girl exuded confidence. Nalu chuckled to himself. You certainly have become the Hokage's woman. When it was Uchiha's turn, he pointed at Nalu and shouted, I dislike Dairagan Nalu. I want to be under Fugaki's command. Nalu couldn't be bothered to respond. Instead, he stepped forward to introduce himself. I enjoy forging weapons and aspire to be the strongest blacksmith in the shinobi world. The girls in the audience screamed. He shrugged. I am the man you cannot possess. Outdoor lessons taught the body flicker technique. Nalu's thoughts had already drifted away. The 36th year of Konoha will see the outbreak of the 2nd war. The conflict in the Land of Rain will claim many lives. This is a prime opportunity to gather a legion of the deceased. He set his sights on Kakashi and Tsunade. He'll send Kakashi the Tenno Ikemanji and craft weapons for Tsunade, leveraging the Senju bloodline. I want them all. Not a single one shall be overlooked, engaging in the cultivation of feng shui. Embrace the future Hokage's leg first. Uchiha's temper was still flaring. While Naraku had already devised a plan, I have reserved the heads of the 2nd war. At the tender age of 8, he observed a gathering of future titans at the Ninja Academy, contemplating how to leverage weapons to associate with powerful figures in the ninja world. This strategy was foolproof. Next, it was a matter of how he would create his first brank weapon to present to White Fang. The storyline was becoming increasingly engaging. At 8 years old, Uchiha possessed a mere 0.2 chakra, unable to master the shadow clone technique, yet still dared to mock Kakashi. The clever fur of a ninja cat had been stroked away. The system panel emerged. Chakra, 0.2. Naraku was taken aback. Kakashi has 1. I'm losing face as a time traveler. Chakra control ability. Poor. No wonder he couldn't learn the shadow clone. For him, brank ninjutsu was akin to an insurmountable chasm. On his way to find the cat elder, he stumbled upon Shuji squatting by the roadside. My clever fur has been stroked away, meow. It was puffed up with indignation. It's all your fault for giving me 2 pure catnip. Naraku felt guilty. Who told you to disregard the 3 prohibitions of a ninja? Shuji retorted. Catnip is an alcohol, it doesn't count. Felines are perpetually impoverished. Naraku, uninterested in arguing, promptly instructed it to lead the way. I need to sell some shurikens to exchange for chakra metal. The cat elder regarded his crank shurikens, her eyes sparkling. This craftsmanship is commendable. Naraku schemed within. Practice chakra control by day, forge iron by night. In a week, I must master the shadow clone. He gazed at the evaluation on the panel. Above average in the Ninja Academy, just wait. When I create a brank weapon, it'll tap into the attributes of a strong. Even 0.2 chakra can turn the tide. While the ninja cat mourned its clever fur, Naraku had already set his sights on chakra metal. The second war is approaching, there's no time to dally. This maneuver, filled with the determination of a struggling underdog ready to rise. Next, we shall see how he exchanges shurikens for materials to forge his first brank weapon. The plot is becoming increasingly thrilling. At 8 years old, Uchiha opened a weapon shop, shuriken selling for 1,000 ryo and still being fought over. Winning a lottery that yielded Kagaya's chess piece directly broke defenses. The cat elder held a shuriken emblazoned with the Nai logo. Ordinary, 200 ryo, premium, 1,000 ryo. Naraku immediately raised the price. It must bear my name. I want all of Konoha to know it was forged by me. Chakra metal, weighing 500 grams, commands a staggering price of 1 million taels. Nai Luo was momentarily stunned. This amount could purchase a house, he remarked. Madam Cat extended a proposition. I shall lend you the sum you can sell the weapons to me at double the price. He immediately acquiesced. Profitable indeed. 1 week later, weapons bearing the character Nai surged in popularity. Madam Cat sought him out. Clients are interested in custom-made FMA shuriken and ninja blades. Nai Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let's open a shop. You manage it, and we shall split the earnings 80-20. The system panel refreshed. Blacksmith's prestige, 112. Another opportunity for a lottery. He bathed and burned incense. The lottery needle glided toward blue. A grin spread across Nai Luo's face. As the screen displayed. Blue. The chest of Kagaya, Tsutsuki, blast. What a calamity. He was momentarily broken. The misfortune of a non-lucky individual was inescapable, but upon glancing at his prestige, let's go for an 11 consecutive draw. This time, materials must appear. Madam Cat's adopted daughter, Exin, took charge of the shop. The Nai weapons became a sensation in Konoha. Ninjas clamored to purchase. 3 times sharper than ordinary ones. Nai Luo hid in the forge, chuckling to himself. My prestige is rising faster than a rocket. At the tender age of 8, he had become a small fortune through blacksmithing and dared to negotiate profit-sharing with Madam Cat. The strongest blacksmith in the ninja world? Let's see if you can produce brank weapons first. The narrative was exhilarating and relentless. With a 10-draw lottery, he ended up with sanitary pads and taro bubble tea. The 80-year-old blacksmith boldly priced them at 10 million taels for Senju rope tree. Nai Luo furiously smashed the 10-draw lottery. The result was blindingly absurd. 10 packs of Feifei sanitary pads. 10 bottles of taro bubble tea, alongside boneless chicken feet and pickled fish. Is this system transporting a supermarket? Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Green, 10 kilograms of fine iron. Blue, 1 corpse of a water dragon beast. 1 piece of orichalcum. Finally, some substantial goods, as soon as the shop opened. Senju rope tree arrived. Custom ninja blades for Lord Orochimaru. Nai Luo's eyes gleamed. The Senju bloodline. This must be handled with care. Cost price, 10 million taels. Rope tree was bewildered. This price could purchase 10 ordinary ninja blades. Nai Luo thumped his chest. See the finished product in 3 days. If you're dissatisfied, there will be no charge. He hurried to the forge. Create an enhanced version of the Tenno Ichi for Lord Orochimaru. This fellow loves poison. Adding a bleeding effect to the blade is a perfect match. Sparks flew as fine iron was struck. 10 kilograms of fine iron is sufficient to craft the blade. The corpse of the water dragon beast serves as the hilt. The orichalcum breathes life into the blade. Shangshu gazed at the blueprints, muttering to himself. Can this child truly forge a masterpiece? Exin, standing nearby, stifled a laugh. Lord Naraku's shuriken is so coveted that even the elite jonin scramble for it. While Naraku hammered away, he pondered. We must not sell our weapons indiscriminately. They must go to the right hands. White Fang is suited for a lethal strike. Orochimaru is best paired with poison. Only by crafting bespoke weapons for the formidable can we truly harness their latent talents. The staggering offer of 10 million ryo left Shangshu dumbfounded. Yet Naraku was well aware. The Senju clan lacks for nothing. If this deal goes through, our prestige will soar to unparalleled heights. 3 days later, the enhanced version of the Tenno Ikemonji was on the verge of completion. What expression would Orochimaru wear upon receiving it? Would Shungshu transfer the funds on the spot? This unfolding tale was more captivating than a sweet potato boba, an 80-year-old forging a grade divine sword. The blood would flow endlessly upon impact, leaving the Senju, Shungshu utterly astonished. 3 days and nights without rest. Naraku incorporated orichalcum, the carcass of the flying mantis, and crimson iron from the gorilla, with a resounding clang. Congratulations on forging a grade weapon. You have earned 100 lottery draws. The Tenno Ikemonji Special Edition was born. Double-edged, stretching 1.2 meters in length, unassuming in its dark hue, yet concealing a lethal secret. Upon impact, the blood flows endlessly, and even medical ninjutsu cannot staunch it. It can also store yang chakra, charging for a fatal blow. Naraku erupted in wild laughter. The Uchihas, 4 madmen, and now I join their ranks. Shungshu anxiously awaited in the shop, frowning upon seeing the sword. Why is this blade so dark? Naraku smirked. Let's test it at the training ground. With a single stroke against a boulder, the stone shattered with a resounding crack. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Shungshu's eyes widened in astonishment. This sharpness. Unbelievable, Naraku added with a grin. To be struck by, it means one must be stitched up or else bleed to death. Shungshu gasped. 10 million raya worth, every penny. The system notification chimed incessantly. 100 lottery draws acquired. Now I can draw until my hands are sore. He fixated on the Naraku logo emblazoned on the sword. From now on, this emblem shall signify quality assurance. What would Orochimaru think upon receiving this blade, as he swung it at foes, watching them bleed profusely? Would he not wear an even more sinister grin? Naraku stroked his chin. For the next step, let's craft one for White Fang as well. At just 8 years old, with a single sword, he began to reshape the ninja world. Senju Shungshu became the first to recognize its true value. Oh no, rather the first to discern its worth. This maneuver was nothing short of brilliant, elevating the prestige of the weapon named Nai to its zenith. Next, it remains to be seen whether 100 draws can yield even more formidable materials. The myth of forging in the ninja realm has only just begun. Orochimaru, struck by a blade forged by an 80-year-old, finds himself bleeding profusely, and on the spot, he begins to contemplate the shedding technique. Shinju takes Nai to the training ground, and upon raising his gaze, he collides with Orochimaru. Nai is momentarily stunned. Bringing gifts while calling the master? Is there no air of mystery? Orochimaru beams with a smile. My dear little smith, where is your sword? As the Ikemonji is drawn, its jet black blade infused with water chakra instantaneously transforms to a shade of blue. This sword can contain yang chakra. Once struck, the bleeding is unceasing, rendering medical ninjutsu ineffective. Shinju, eager to test it, swings at Orochimaru without hesitation. With a resounding clang, a gash is carved into Orochimaru's chest. Blood surges forth at once. He attempts to staunch the wound with chakra, yet the injury seems enchanted. The blood flows ever more profusely. Orochimaru's eyes gleam with intrigue. Quite interesting. Suddenly, Nai is taken aback. A system prompt appears. Chakra increased by 1 card. I've absorbed the attributes of Senju Shinju. He nearly bursts into laughter. This is a lucrative turn of events. Shinju panics. Teacher, I will fetch my sister. Orochimaru waves his hand. No need. He fixates on the wound, pondering. Perhaps I can develop the shedding technique, akin to a snake shedding its skin. His fingers poke at the wound with fascination. Engrossed in his research, Nai watches in astonishment. Is this the uncorrupted Orochimaru acting so deranged? Shinju, beside him, is beside himself with anxiety. If the bleeding doesn't cease soon, he may lose his life. Finally, Orochimaru ceases his probing. This sword, I shall purchase for 10 million Ryo. Nai's heart swells with delight. Not only have I made a profit, but I've also gained chakra. The next step is to craft one for Kakashi as well. At the tender age of 8. As he observes Orochimaru examining the bleeding wound, he suddenly realizes, indeed, the titans of the ninja world are far from normal. Yet this does not detract from the fact that, with a single blade, he has simultaneously garnered the attention of both Senju and Orochimaru. This narrative grows ever more captivating. Ultimately, the section of skin on Orochimaru's wound hardens and scabs over, yet does not shed. It is foreseeable that he should avoid high-intensity battles for a period, and eventually, it will heal. Nine never dreamed that the emergence of Tikamanji would inspire Orochimaru to contemplate the development of the shedding technique prematurely. Seeing Orochimaru no longer bleeding, Shinju breathes a sigh of relief. Narako approached and addressed Orochimaru and Shiju, inquiring, "What do you think of this blade? Is it worth 10 million Ryo? Oro Kimaruzen, you are indeed a remarkable talent. After testing this blade, I feel it surpasses many of the swords wielded by the 7 ninja swordsmen. The sum of 10 million Ryo hardly does justice to the true value of this weapon," Orochimaru expressed, showing great respect for exceptional individuals. In the crowd, someone shouted, causing all the pirates to immediately fall into chaos. A group of people watched as Luo Tian walked step by step toward them, and they all fled for their lives. Some jumped out of windows, others jumped into the sea, and not a single one dared to continue resisting. Faced with the situation, Luo Tian felt anxious. These pirates were all experience packages for his level up, and he couldn't just let them go. However, his fist couldn't contain the scattering pirates. After killing a few unlucky ones who looked tall and strong, Luo Tian could only helplessly watch the pirates who had jumped into the sea escape. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed Pirate Captain X3. You have gained a total of 60 experience points. This guy is too crazy. It seems he is not the partner I am looking for. Luffy grabbed his straw hat and glanced at the blood-soaked Luo Tian before deciding to leave. No longer considering inviting Luo Tian to join his crew. He didn't want such a ruthless killer on his ship. Hey, are you still planning to go to the Grand Line to find the one piece left by Roger and become the new Pirate King? Just as Luffy was about to leave, toBe, who had been hiding on the side, gathered his courage and shouted at Luffy, "Of course, I'm going to be the Pirate King." Luffy turned back to toBe with an incredibly determined smile. "Don't joke around. You can't achieve that. You will definitely die. Even in the East Sea, there is such a powerful Luo Tian. How can you compete with those terrifying pirates?" Seeing Luffy remain so resolute, toBe, unsure where his courage came from, shouted loudly. He truly didn't understand why some people could be so fearless of death. "Stop whining. I'm determined to be the Pirate King. Even if it means dying, this is my dream. I'm going to be the Pirate King." Looking at the passionate Luffy, toBe was momentarily stunned. Deep down, his long-held dream was to become a powerful Navy officer. However, his innate cowardice prevented him from doing so. After all, whether becoming a pirate or a Navy, it would ultimately mean risking one's life someday. That was too terrifying for him. As Luffy's figure gradually disappeared from view, toBe hesitated and shouted loudly, "Can someone like me also become a just Navy officer, Mr. Luffy? I don't know, but I believe you will succeed." After smiling at toBe, Luffy reached out his arm toward the distance. Right now, he was still alone, without even a small wooden boat. As for Luo Tian, he was completely excluded from his list of potential partners. On the other side, Luo Tian, who was confirming that he hadn't missed any experience packages, glanced back at the already departed Luffy and emotionally moved toBe, who was in tears and also stepped out of Alrida's vehicle. Rather than waste time here, he should think of ways to level up and unlock new abilities. Just when Luffy invited him to become a partner, the system had already unlocked a new feature. After careful consideration, Luo Tian found this feature extremely helpful for himself. After all, once he became powerful, he couldn't possibly kill every little enemy himself. Accepting a few henchmen would be beneficial. Of course, he couldn't just recruit anyone. He was an excellent young man with proper values raised under the red flag. It wouldn't be good behavior to accept teammates who kill innocents indiscriminately. If Luo Tian weren't covered in dark bloodstains, perhaps his words would be more convincing. After careful thought, Luo Tian decided to follow the route of Luffy from the original story. This way, he could not only recruit Zoro, who was a group attacker, but also anticipate various upcoming events. This would be very beneficial for Luo Tian's safety in all aspects. Having made up his mind, Luo Tian decided to head to the Navy base, just like Roronoa Zoro, who was currently bound and tied up. However, when Luo Tian reached the deck, he froze in place. He had forgotten to leave behind a few pirates who could operate the ship to take him to land. Now, facing the vast sea before him, Luo Tian felt at a loss. "Excuse me, Luo Tian, are you planning to go to a nearby island? If that's the case, I know which direction the Navy base is in." After hearing toBe's words, Luo Tian looked at the short, chubby guy with pink hair beside him. He swore he had never found this guy so likable before. "Is that Navy base still holding someone named Roronoa?" Luo Tian slowly asked, looking at the trembling toBe, who seemed a bit foolish. "Yes. How did you know, Luo Tian?" Under toBe's guidance, Luo Tian struggled to open the sails and retrieve the anchor chain, thinking about the vast ocean before him. Although Luo Tian couldn't sail, He had seen pigs run, having lived on a ship for nearly a year. Generally speaking, as long as he controlled the helm well and ensured the ship's direction didn't deviate, there wouldn't be major problems. Luo Tianyu, shut up. After receiving the exact information, Luo Tian began to seriously control the helm, while the hesitant toBe was silenced by Luo Tian's command. A night passed without conversation. As the EC remained calm today, the pirate ship they were on moved forward at an extremely slow speed, aided only by the waves. Meanwhile, Luffy, who started out, was piloting a small boat, unsure of which direction to go. Perhaps, under the world's intervention, he would encounter Luo Tian on the same island, but that didn't matter. With that small boat, he would definitely be a step slower. By the time that Straw Hat Kid arrived, Luo Tian might already be on his way to beat up Arlong. Time passed second by second. It wasn't until around noon that a small town appeared before them. As Luo Tian's pirate ship approached the shore, the Navy, responsible for scouting on the island, became flustered. After all, in the EC, Alrita's pirate crew was a formidable presence. Once they confirmed that Alrita's pirate ship was nearing their base, all the Navy personnel in the small town gathered at the coast, waiting for the impending battle. Even though they were terrified, not a single soldier retreated for the sake of justice and the civilians. Relatively speaking, these lower-ranking soldiers had a more pure understanding of justice. After all, they were just civilians who donned this military uniform to become just Navy officers. They could appreciate what true justice was far better than those high-ranking officers who ascended ranks as easily as drinking water. Hey, Alrita's pirates, don't come any closer. This is the Navy base under the command of Colonel Monka. If you insist on launching an attack, then for the sake of justice, I will definitely arrest you. The leading Navy officer became tense as he watched the pirate ship, which was recklessly charging towards the shore. They didn't understand what this Alrita was up to. Weren't they usually at peace? Why suddenly attack the Navy base? Fire! The leading Navy officer's forehead was soon beaded with sweat as the pirate ship drew near. Colonel Monka was not here, and if Alrita was determined to attack, they would definitely not be able to withstand it. At that point, they would surely be looted, and the name of justice would be trampled upon. After a barrage of gunfire, the Alrita pirate ship crashed onto the shore, and Rothan's figure appeared right in front of everyone. This is the Alrita you wanted. I heard this guy is worth 5 million berries, right? Remember to prepare my cash. In the shocked gaze of the leading Navy officer, Rothan single-handedly dragged a corpse with its eyes gouged out and threw it onto the beach. This highly recognizable corpse was undoubtedly one of the East Sea's notorious pirates, Alrita. However, the Navy officers couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea as they looked at the extremely gruesome corpse. So, you're a powerful pirate hunter. Rest assured, we will definitely not shortchange you on the bounty. Thank you again for your support of the cause of justice. After ordering his subordinates to inspect various items on the pirate ship, the leading Navy officer directly took Rothan to the Navy base's finance room to collect the bounty. I must say, these lower-ranking Navy personnel are efficient in their work. In less than 3 minutes, a Navy officer carrying a box walked straight up to Rothan. Powerful pirate hunter, sir. Here is your 5 million berries. Please check it carefully before accepting. If anything is missing, please let us know. If there is more, consider it an extra income gifted to you by the Navy. I have to say, Rothan was also shocked by the service attitude of these Navy officers. This is the attitude that an official should have. After casually taking the box containing 5 million berries from the Navy officer, Rothan directly stuffed it into his system backpack. A devil fruit user? No wonder he could defeat such a powerful pirate like Alrita. After witnessing Rothan's miraculous actions, the nearby Navy officers were once again stunned. As someone from a well-structured Navy base, they had indeed heard a bit about the existence of such great treasures of the sea. It is said that the Navy's top 3 admirals are the legendary devil fruit users, but those of them in remote areas simply had no opportunity to witness it. Excuse me, Navy officer, I have a small request that I need your help with. After patting the stunned Navy officer, Rothan directly stated his request. Of course, there's no problem. What would you like us to do for you? I heard you captured a pirate hunter who uses 3 swords as weapons. I advise you not to get involved in this matter. This was captured by Colonel Monka's son. For your safety, it's best not to provoke that already insane guy. Hearing Rothan start to inquire about Roronoa, the Navy officers immediately became tense. The entire branch of the Navy was aware that this colonel was not easy to deal with. However, they had no way to intervene. The distant headquarters had no idea what was happening here. So even if this colonel acted recklessly, the lower-ranking Navy officers could only silently endure. After all, this is the era of great pirates, and if their base lost Colonel Monka's protection, they would not be able to withstand the attacks from those pirates. You don't need to worry about that. Just take me over there. I just want to take a look. I promise not to cause any trouble. Rothan said with a smile, looking at the hesitant Navy officer. All right, but I'll give you a heads up. When we get there, if you encounter someone with an arrogant attitude, please don't stoop to their level. As Rothan walked, he didn't need to guess. This was definitely Colonel Monka's son, Bulumeb. Although Monka was much stronger than Aurita, Rothan's steel body was no longer what it used to be. He could withstand Aurita's attacks, even at level 1. Moreover, he had now reached level 9. A mere Axe Emperor was nothing to fear. I must say, the Navy branch in the East Sea is quite large. It took them a full 7 or 8 minutes to reach a spacious training ground. However, as Rothan surveyed the Navy's training area, he was suddenly stunned by a person wearing a straw hat on the city wall not far away. At this moment, Luffy, who was on a small boat, inexplicably arrived at this Navy base at the same time as Rothan. He was now watching the figure tied up on the ground, wearing a green headscarf. It seemed that unless one's strength had reached a level capable of completely changing the world, the impact on this world would not be very significant. To avoid having his favored subordinate snatched away by this born protagonist, Luo Tian hurriedly quickened his pace and directly walked up to the nearly unconscious figure. Take a look. This man is wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and has a layer of green ribbon wrapped around his belly, which harmoniously complements his green hair. At this moment, Roronoa Zoro, who had been bound and was clearly starving for many days, had completely lost his energetic appearance. However, the aura of killing intent and the ferocity of a beast still lingered around him. But to Luo Tian, all of this was merely the appearance of a guy filled with resentment after being starved for over 10 days. As a loyal follower of the One Piece anime, Luo Tian placed great importance on this three-sword style swordsman, especially his Santoryu Oji, Sanzen Sekai, which was simply a powerful tool for clearing small fry. As long as he could recruit this guy, Luo Tian would no longer need to personally deal with the small fry. After all, a leader should have the demeanor of a leader. Dealing with small fry could be left to subordinates, and he didn't need to get his hands dirty. Hey, pirate hunter, please don't touch that rope. Otherwise, if this beast is released, we might not be able to stop him. The ordinary Navy personnel, seeing Luo Tian standing in front of Zoro and seemingly preparing to untie him, suddenly became panicked. In their entire naval base, aside from Colonel Monka, there was probably no one who could match this guy. As for why this guy was tied here, it was entirely due to the schemes of Colonel Monka's son, Brumaber, which led to this situation. As the righteous Navy, they naturally knew that such behavior was inappropriate. However, as soldiers, they had to obey orders from their superiors. Ultimately, this situation was also secretly supported by Colonel Monka. Otherwise, a mere Brumaber would certainly not dare to take such excessive actions against a powerful pirate hunter. Little Navy, you better maintain your justice. You have no right to point fingers at me while I'm working. Luo Tian had no negative thoughts about these so-called righteous Navy personnel, but he certainly didn't have any good feelings for them either. After all, the founders of the Navy were the celestial dragons, the world's nobility. Although they have been striving to eliminate evil in the world, isn't the greatest darkness in this world their direct superior? As long as the celestial dragons were not eliminated, the Navy's controversies would remain a joke. Although there were some Navy members within this system genuinely working to eliminate harm to the people, their superiors had long been corrupt. Even the 3 admirals, the highest combat power of the Navy, were the same. One was the extremely extreme Akainu, one was the extremely lazy Kuzan, and the other was the ambiguously identified Fujitora. Hey, what do you guys want? This is my trophy. If you want to let him go, be prepared to face my bullets. Just as Luo Tian was about to move closer to untie Zoro, a loud voice interrupted him. Stop being an eyesore here. Hurry up and get lost. Zoro, seeing the guy with what seemed like 2 high-level players growing from his chin, shouted at Luo Tian with an extremely fierce tone. Clearly, he didn't want to involve others because of his own issues. But how could Luo Tian, as a Subo eel, be afraid of a mere second-generation master? Even if his father Monka were to appear in front of him, Luo Tian would not be the slightest bit afraid. Do you really think you will keep your agreement? Roronoa Zoro, if you are tied here for a month, he will not let those people go. You will lose your life because of it. Instead of dying a miserable death here, why not start now and follow me to stir up this sea? Luo Tian completely ignored Barumaber's threat and directly released the hesitating Roronoa Zoro. Hey, give me some time to think. Bang, 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 bang. Without waiting for Luo Tian to respond to Zoro, the sound of an empty magazine being fired rang out. Seeing that Luo Tian ignored him, Barumabur, filled with anger and embarrassment, continuously pulled the trigger. The pistol loaded with 7 bullets unleashed powerful rounds. For an ordinary person, being hit by such an industrial weapon would mean at least several bullet holes, if not death. But unfortunately for Barumabur, his aim was only at Zoro and Luo Tian. Luo Tian, who had long regarded Zoro as a subordinate, would certainly not let these bullets hit the nearly unconscious guy. With just a turn, Luo Tian caught all the bullets that were shot at him with his broad shoulders. With his body having reached level 9 steel, he would be completely unaffected by such ordinary attacks. 7 bullets were firmly caught by Luo Tian's flesh, not even leaving a mark. This unbelievable scene shocked everyone present. Even Luffy, who was watching from the wall, scratched his head in confusion. As a user of the gum fruit, he could also completely avoid harm from bullets. But it was clear that Luo Tian's abilities were of a higher level. While he was enduring the attack, Luo Tian was relying on his physical prowess to deflect harm. If it weren't for the fact that this person's personality was not suitable for being a companion, Luffy would have wanted to bring this bizarre person onto his ship. All right, now I have saved your life. From today on, bear my name and roam this sea. After leaving this sentence, Luo Tian walked directly toward Barumabur, who had just shot at him. He hadn't intended to kill him, but unfortunately, this guy insisted on presenting his head to increase Luo Tian's experience. Just right now, he had already reached level 9 and was about to unlock a new skill. Therefore, Luo Tian's thirst for experience points was not ordinary. Damn it, what kind of monster are you? Why can't even firearms kill you? Damn it, don't come any closer. And you Navy guys, don't you know to shoot and stop him? Seeing Luo Tian getting closer, Barumabur panicked. From Luo Tian's murderous gaze, filled with desire, he understood that this person would not care about his identity. This meant that if he did not hurry to escape now, he would definitely die. Unfortunately, before he could take a step, Luo Tian's figure directly appeared in front of him. Faced with this terrifying muscular man, Barumabur was so scared that he couldn't say a complete sentence. You. My father is Colonel Monka. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you will definitely die without a burial place. Is that so? What if your father is Li Gang? If he dares to come today, he will die too. Bang! Luo Tian exerted all his strength and slammed a palm down hard on the head of the short-limbed Barumab, accompanied by a cracking sound. This underdeveloped second-generation heir let out a painful scream and flew out, crashing to the ground, his body twitching like a curled-up shrimp. Navy, he is killing someone. Hurry up and stop him, or I'll report you to my father. However, the reality was that not a single Navy officer stepped forward to stop Luo Tian's actions. It wasn't that these Navy officers were afraid of dying, but because this guy's words and actions were just too annoying. Relying on a colonel father, he wreaked havoc in this small town, and now there happened to be someone who could take him down. So these Navy officers just stood by as onlookers. In their view, if Luo Tian could conveniently deal with this Colonel Monka, it would be a win-win situation. Although losing this colonel suppression would definitely lead to rampant piracy in the area, this colonel was clearly a bigger tumor compared to the pirates. In the next life, be a good person. Nanny, do you really want to kill me? In Barumab's shock, Luo Tian leapt up, using his immense physical strength to jump over 3 meters high, then stomped down hard on his chest. With a crack of bone, Luo Tian's foot created a large dent in Barumab's chest, revealing broken ribs and shattered red organs. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed a normal enemy X1. You have gained 1 experience point, currently lacking 70 experience points for the next level. After receiving the system's prompt, Luo Tian kicked the corpse aside into a corner. I didn't look back. Let's go. We need to find your sword, right? Looking at Zoro still stunned in place, Luo Tian said. As for the unknown whereabouts of Monka, he was already on Luo Tian's kill list. It wasn't that he had to be the good guy. It was just that he still needed a lot of experience to level up, and Monka happened to fit the criteria perfectly. So Luo Tian decided to take Zoro with him to find the sword while searching for this brutal Navy colonel. Damn, I don't think I ever agreed to be your subordinate. Stop making decisions without me. Zoro looked at Luo Tian, who was walking ahead, and couldn't contain his anger. As a well-known bounty hunter in the East Sea, his strength was needless to say. How could he follow someone whose background was unclear? At the very least, that person should be stronger than him. Don't you want to become the strongest swordsman in the world? As long as you follow me, that goal will eventually be achievable. The East Sea is too small. Right now, you are just a frog at the bottom of a well. Besides, I know you dream of the position of the world's #1 swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. After hearing Luo Tian's words, Zoro was stunned. He had no idea how this person knew his secret thoughts. However, he couldn't refuse the challenge of the world's #1 swordsman. It was his lifelong dream and the dream of a childhood friend. He had to stand on the throne of the strongest swordsman in the world with another person's aspirations in mind. All right, I hope what you said is true, or I will chop you into pieces. Don't worry, with your current strength, you can't even cut a hair of mine. Zoro. Facing Luo Tian's arrogant words, Zoro did not refute. After all, what he said seemed to make sense. If he couldn't even withstand a gunshot, his sword probably couldn't harm Luo Tian at all. Perhaps following such a powerful person would help him improve faster. Moreover, the position of Mihawk that Luo Tian mentioned was deeply attractive to him. Zoro looked complexly at Luo Tian, who had already reached the training grounds entrance. He never expected that one day he would become someone else's subordinate. There's no helping it. Then let us stir up this sea together. But I hope we're not identified as pirate villains. Hearing Zoro's words, Luo Tian laughed. Although this was the era of great pirates, being a pirate was not a wise move. Not to mention being chased and captured by the Navy all day long. Even a normal person wouldn't harm innocent civilians. After all, human nature is initially inclined towards goodness. How dare you little mice challenge my authority? Don't you know the reputation of Colonel Monka? Zoro had just caught up with Luo Tian when a deep voice directly alerted him. As a swordsman who had long walked on the edge of life and death, he understood how powerful the opponent he was about to face was. Even in his prime state, he estimated he would struggle against this opponent, especially given that he hadn't eaten for over 10 days and was on the verge of collapse. Hey, pay attention. That person over there is no simple character. I can't help you much in my current state. Zoro anxiously looked at Luo Tian, who was still striding forward, feeling helpless. What kind of big brother had he recognized? It seemed he was overly arrogant, completely disregarding his opponent. At this moment, Luo Tian squinted his eyes and stared at the guy across from him, whose physique was almost similar to his own. This guy's strength was definitely a bit stronger compared to Yalda. However, in front of Luo Tian's 9th level steel body, Monka would definitely not be able to stir up any waves. It would just require him to put in a bit more effort. With the two officially at odds, Luo Tian could see clearly the man in front of him, who had an axe embedded in his arm and a broken jaw, the result of someone else's attack. It had to be said that this muscular Monka had quite an imposing presence at first glance, and it was no wonder that he was dubbed the Axe Emperor by netizens. This was not only because he had made the strongest hockey user, Carp, bleed in the anime, but also likely due to his standard admiral height. Unfortunately, the earlier someone appeared, the weaker they were destined to be. After Monka's violent, triangular eyes scanned the scene, a surge of rage erupted within him. He had seen the mangled corpse behind Luo Tian and the others. That was his son, Balumber. Although his son was quite useless and spent all day causing trouble in the streets, he was still Monka's son. In just one day, this kid had been killed by an outsider on his own territory. How could he endure the surging anger within him? I will definitely take your head to accompany my son's death. Facing the furious Monka, Luo Tian felt even more excited. This guy was destined to become his experience pack for unlocking new skills. There's no helping it. Since that's the case, I'll send you down to meet your son, and you two can reunite in hell. Get ready to thank me, the great benefactor. As soon as the words fell, Luo Tian's body swelled up once again, his thick veins bulging, and his muscles stacked upon each other, as if he possessed infinite strength. Monka looked at Luo Tian, whose muscular state was even more terrifying than his own, and a feeling of shock arose within him. He himself had no exceptional qualities. He had barely managed to reach the rank of colonel in this branch, solely relying on his powerful muscles and tall stature. However, although this guy was not much shorter than him, the level of muscle training was far beyond what he could compare to. For a moment, Monka felt a desire to retreat. But now that the arrow was on the string, it had to be released. Even if the person in front of him had overwhelming muscle strength, he should still not be able to withstand his axe. Return my son's life. After a furious roar, Monka swung his axe straight towards Luo Tian's forehead. In the face of this, Luo Tian had no intention of deliberately defending. With his 9th level steel body, he didn't need to worry about such a level of blunt attack. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Monka's axe struck hard against Luo Tian's outstretched fist. Seeing Luo Tian unscathed, Monka was instantly filled with horror. How is this possible? No one has ever caught my axe head-on. How did you do it? Luo Tian's gaze was like lightning, filled with murderous intent. He felt a slight bit of blood on his fist, and without hesitation, he punched towards Monka's chest. Although Monka's full force strike only caused him a bit of skin damage, It was enough to make Luo Tian vigilant. If a mere Monka could inflict harm on him, it indicated that the top-tier powerhouses in this world might be able to break through his perfect defense. Unless he had already raised the level of his steel body to a new tier by then, otherwise, when facing Haki and even Conqueror's Haki, he might still end up getting hurt. Nothing is impossible. Become my experience pack. Luo Tian coldly gazed at the shocked naval colonel in front of him. Before Monka could react, Luo Tian's indestructible fist had already slammed into his chest. Splat! Damn it! Luo Tian, who fully suppressed Monka in height and strength, only needed one punch to completely knock him to the ground. Given the concave state on his chest, it was likely that Monka was not feeling well after that punch. At the very least, it must have broken several of his ribs. However, Luo Tian merely looked coldly at the man before him, who had lost most of his combat ability. Although he had not yet unlocked Superman's super strength, with the enhancement of his steel body, he would still see significant effects in terms of muscle power. Knocking down Monka with one punch was a perfect testament to that. Even though he had taken advantage of Monka's shock and inability to react, that did not affect anything. Being able to ambush was also a skill. Luo Tian excitedly walked towards the collapsed Monka, who was trying to get back up. He was just a few dozen experience points away from reaching level 10 and unlocking a new skill. Therefore, Monka had to die, even if it meant being issued a warrant by the Navy. Damn it, you guys want you shoot? Shoot him dead for me. Monka glared viciously at the nearby naval personnel who were still watching the show and ordered sharply. At this moment, he was in a miserable state, his face covered in blood, and with that terrifying indentation on his chest. However, the naval personnel, who usually obeyed him, did not respond at all this time. It was clear that they had endured Monka for a while, now that the evil man had met his match. Luo Tian's appearance was just right to eliminate the parasite within their ranks. This naval colonel was far too brutal, and they hoped that Luo Tian could kill Monka, allowing them to apply to the Marine headquarters in Marineford for a new colonel to develop their righteous forces. Monka, seeing the naval troops still unresponsive, was instantly filled with rage. Damn it, I will return, and when I do, I will teach you what it means to follow orders. Monka roared as he straightened his body. He then turned and ran without looking back. Oof. Trying to escape? Seeing the experience pack about to leave his sight, Luo Tian charged forward. In just a moment, he caught up with Monka. Damn it. Why do you keep pushing me? I've already decided to run away, and you still want to chase me relentlessly. Monka suddenly wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes icy cold, and he swung the axe in his hand wildly at the pursuing Luo Tian. Facing Monka's counterattack, Luo Tian did not dodge at all. After all, it would only cause a bit of skin damage. Conversely, he was not sure if Monka could take another punch from him. Clang! Splat! The sound roared, and metal clashed. A fist and an axe collided fiercely in midair, even more ferocious and domineering than the previous clash. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. Monka let out a pained groan. His already injured body was sent flying again, crashing heavily into the distance, and with a bang, he smashed the entire wall behind him into pieces. However, Luo Tian, who was competing against him, remained motionless, quietly standing in place as if nothing had happened. He pressed his fist, which had once again broken the skin, and burst out with a series of crackling sounds. Is this your strength? It's really pathetic. You can only break the skin on my hand, and with this, how can you have the face to seek revenge for your son? Cough, spare me, and I'll give you whatever you want. Even a matter of you killing my son can be overlooked. Just spare my life. Meng Ka crashed to the ground in the distance, spitting out blood, his face extremely pale. At this moment, his chest was no longer concave, but had been punched through by Luo Tian, creating a large hole. Inside, shattered bone fragments and some broken internal organs were clearly visible. With such severe injuries, if he didn't get treatment quickly, even with his physical constitution, he could die. Is that so? I don't think that's necessary. What I want is just your head, and you can't provide that. Meng Ka. Luo Tian quietly watched as Meng Ka, who still wanted to get up and resist, charged forward. With another punch, he smashed through the large hole in his chest, directly piercing through him. Ah! I will kill you. Seeing that Luo Tian had no intention of letting him go, Meng Ka's expression twisted in anger and despair. Ignoring his serious injuries, he scrambled to fight back. But even without his injuries, he couldn't inflict any harm on Luo Tian. In less than 3 seconds, Luo Tian delivered another heavy punch to his chest, then grabbed Meng Ka's iron jaw and slammed it repeatedly against the ground. After several minutes of relentless pounding, The brutal colonel who had ruled this small town for so long finally lost all signs of life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the brutal Navy Colonel X1. You have gained 1,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up. Current level, 10. You can manually unlock a new skill and choose to open the gift package obtained from leveling up X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching level 10. The superpower Iron Body automatically sinks to level 10. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Luo Tian immediately tossed Meng Ka's corpse aside into a garbage pile, no longer looking at it. Host, Luo Tian. Dominance, none. Fruit ability, none. Level, 10, 930-1000. Abilities, Heat Radiation Laser Eyes, not activated. Iron Body, level 10. Flying ability, not activated. Incredible Strength, not activated. Super Vision, not activated. Super Hearing, not activated. Super Endurance, not activated. Freezing Breath, not activated. Super Recovery, not activated. Super Intelligence, unlocked automatically when the host reaches level 100. After glancing at his panel, Tian fell into a dilemma again. With so many superpowers, he didn't know which one to choose. The Heat Radiation Laser Eyes were very cool, but Super Speed, Super Strength, and Flying Ability were all excellent ways to quickly improve his strength and self-defense capabilities. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Tian directly focused on unlocking Super Strength. Super Strength. Based on Superman's initial appearance in the movie, he lifted a car over his head, and as the story progressed, he could push mountains or ocean liners, and ultimately even move a star by himself. According to the system's explanation, as long as he continued to level up, once he reached level 100, he would be invincible. However, reaching that level might take a long time. After browsing for a few more minutes, Luo Tian firmly decided to unlock this super strength. After all, at this stage, he had enough defense, but his attack power was lacking. The Heat Radiation Laser Eyes are currently too physically demanding for him. He simply can't handle it. So he might have to wait until level 20 to unlock Super Endurance before he can consider this skill. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully activating Super Strength. The current level is automatically synchronized to level 10. With the activation of Super Strength, Luo Tian felt an inexplicable energy continuously flowing into his muscles. In an instant, his already well-coordinated and powerful muscle form became even more defined. Compared to his previous bulky muscle state, Luo Tian at this moment looked even more perfect. Coupled with the physical strength brought by his steel body, Luo Tian had now become a powerful machine that integrated offense and defense. This is the feeling of power. I'm so damn awesome. In just 2 days, Luo Tian transformed from small Karami on the bed of Yarlita into a true master of the EC. Luo Tian stared intently at his 2 skills that had reached level 10, deep in thought. Although he was now incredibly strong in terms of power and defense, he was still too lacking in endurance. If he were to engage in a fight, he might not last a few minutes before becoming exhausted. After all, humans in this world are quite abnormal when it comes to stamina. Not to mention the terrifying events in the original story, where Sakazuki and Kuzan fought for 10 days and nights on a small island. Just the instances of fighting for a day and a night are beyond what Luo Tian could compare to. At his current state, he would probably start feeling fatigued after just an hour of fighting. Therefore, after careful consideration, Luo Tian had to unlock his super endurance as soon as possible. This way, he could have a skill when facing the beauties of this world. Otherwise, it would be a huge embarrassment if he were to collapse. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully recruiting your first subordinate. The partner system is officially activated. From now on, every time your subordinate Roronoa Zoro kills an enemy, the host will automatically receive experience points. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Tian couldn't help but glance back at Zoro, who was completely convinced. It seemed he needed to showcase his strength to stabilize this unruly subordinate. Gentlemen pirate hunters, our 150th Navy branch sincerely thanks you for your efforts. Thank you for eliminating this brutal and merciless colonel who preyed on the common people. Watching Monka, who had dominated Shellstown for a long time, finally breathed his last. The nearby Navy members cautiously approached Luo Tian to express their gratitude. This also demonstrated how significant Monka's rule was over these grassroots Navy members. We, the 150th Navy branch, assure you that we will keep this secret. The bounty notice from headquarters will definitely not include your name. Looking at the group of lower-ranked Navy members who gathered around him and saluted, Luo Tian felt a sense of emotion. Only these grassroots Navy members truly understood what justice was. Before he could speak, the leading Navy member directly signaled to the communications sailor beside him. After receiving the signal, the sailor hurriedly ran off, and when he returned, he was holding 3 gleaming long swords. One of them was the faith sword, Wado Ikemanji, which Zoro wanted to take with Kuina to achieve the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Mr. Luo Tian, this is the weapon you just asked us to find. It is now returned to its rightful owner. Please take it. After Monko was killed by Luo Tian in just a few punches and kicks, the highest-ranking Navy member under him automatically became the decision-maker of this Navy branch. Under his command, the 3 weapons that Zoro had previously confiscated were returned to their owner. Although only Wado Ikemanji is a famous sword among the great grade 21 swords, it is also a weapon that has accompanied Zoro for a long time. As Zoro took the weapons from the Navy's hands, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He originally thought he would have to go through a lot of trouble to get his weapons back from these Navy members, but unexpectedly, this big brother he recognized just had to say a few words to retrieve them. Since the moment he saw Luo Tian beating up Menka, he completely overturned his worldview. He originally thought he was strong enough in this world, even capable of challenging the position of the world's #1 swordsman. Now it seems his strength is still lacking, not to mention Luo Tian. Even a naval colonel like Menka in the top lane is not someone he can easily handle. However, Luo Tian relied on his indestructible iron fist to smash it into pieces. It seems that his older brother is not someone to be underestimated. Not only does he have strength, but he also isn't a pirate villain in terms of character. This doesn't conflict with his beliefs at all. Anyway, Zoro believes he could never become a pirate drifting on the sea. The naval identity he rented was even more unsuitable for him. Now it's better. His big brother Luo Tian shares the same carefree identity as him, allowing him to live life in the way he truly desires. In other words, this aligns with Zoro's previous thoughts. He wants to do whatever he wants. I will definitely become the world's greatest swordsman. I want those who have died at my hands to tell Kuina that I will take her place as the greatest swordsman. The name Roronoa Zoro is destined to resonate in heaven. With renewed determination, Zoro looked at the blade in his hand, ready to reclaim his sword, Wado Ikemanji. Originally nearly invincible in the East Blue, today he has opened his eyes and realized he must follow Luo Tian into the outside world. Only by defeating the strongest swordsman in the world, the so-called Dracul Mihawk, can he take his place and become the greatest swordsman in the world. Let's go. It's time to set off. Our first step is to catch a small thief who can sail. Before he finished speaking, Luo Tian took the lead and walked ahead. However, the next second, Zoro demonstrated why others called him directionally challenged. Clearly, there was only one road leading to the port, and Luo Tian was guiding the way in front. Yet, Zoro made a clean and decisive turn and walked backward. Hey, Pirate Hunter Mr. Three-Sword Style, it seems you've taken the wrong path. Your big brother is ahead. Seriously, can you really get lost on a single road? Just as Zoro was dreaming of his bright future, a group of untimely laughter made him feel like he wanted to dig a hole and bury himself in it. Damn Navy, who told you to speak up? Do you think I don't know the way? Humph. Being mocked by a group of Navy, Zoro could only turn back, his face flushed, and hurried to catch up with Luo Tian. This is just too embarrassing. Luckily, his big brother Luo Tian didn't notice his blunder. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to face him. At this moment, Luo Tian did not notice the iconic scene of Zoro getting lost. But it didn't matter. He had seen it countless times in the anime in his previous life. He understood this inexplicable clumsiness very well. After all, everyone has some quirky little habits, and being directionally challenged is certainly not a problem. Just as Zoro was about to catch up with Luo Tian, 2 figures suddenly blocked his way. The newcomers were Li Jia and her daughter, the catalyst for the conflict between him and Monka's son, Barumabur. Of course, as a true man, Zoro would not hold any grudges against the mother and daughter for such matters. Even if it happened again, he would still firmly choose his own path. However, after this incident, Zoro would definitely not willingly be tied to a cross. Having witnessed Barumabur and Monka's malicious intentions, he would surely think of every possible way to kill those 2. Mr. Pirate Hunter, you can't just leave like this. We haven't properly thanked you yet. Please stay in Shell's Town for one more night, and let us host a farewell banquet for you. Seeing the sincere expressions of the mother and daughter, as well as all the civilians present, Zoro hesitated for a moment. After a struggle, he decided to chase after Luo Tian. He had to consult his older brother's opinion. Walking at the forefront, Luo Tian carefully pondered after hearing Zoro's inquiry and decided to stay in Shell's Town for a day. After all, since he was already there. He had yet to experience their banquet culture in this world, and it was a good opportunity to relax. As for that natural-born little thief, he could be caught anytime. After all, for someone like Luo Tian, who was familiar with the storyline, it was quite easy to handle such characters. That evening, to repay the help they received in dealing with Monka, Luo Tian gathered all the townspeople of Shells and held an unprecedentedly grand banquet. It must be said that for Luo Tian, who was experiencing such a lively atmosphere for the first time, it was quite novel. After a group of people finished their drinks at the banquet, they excitedly began to sing the song that symbolizes freedom, Binksake. Born with a lack of musical talent, Luo Tian did not participate, but quietly enjoyed the loud singing of the townspeople. Bring the wine of Binks to your side, like the sea breeze it will, riding the wind and breaking the waves. After listening to the song for a while, Luo Tian slowly felt an indescribable emotion. Just a few days ago, he was merely a little Karami, a deckhand kidnapped by Yalada to work on a pirate ship. Now, with the arrival of the system, his identity had taken a leap, and with this system that could grant powers to his fellow countrymen, Luo Tian finally felt a long-lost sense of security. At this stage, he no longer needed to live in constant caution for his own safety. As long as he didn't intentionally seek death in front of top-tier pirates like Whitebeard or Big Mom, there was basically no one who could kill him. What Luo Tian needs to consider most right now is whether to carve out his own path or to follow the storyline in the original work. However, this is something that doesn't require too much thought. After all, while following the original plot may be a bit boring, at least it guarantees safety. Luo Tian is not so familiar with the plot of Luffy's journey in the original work that he can recite it backward, but he's at least well acquainted with it. As for whether to recruit Luffy's crew from the original work, it ultimately depends on Luo Tian's own decision. After all, besides Zoro, a gifted swordsman, and Nami, who seems to be a potential powerhouse, there aren't many other noteworthy characters. As for Nico Robin, the child of the devil, she is just a girl who can read historical texts, and Luo Tian isn't particularly interested in such dusty history. The remaining cooks, the reindeer doctor, and a fishman are ultimately just dispensable. However, to thoroughly defeat Luffy, the destined child, it felt necessary to gather all of his original subordinates under his command. As for how this would ultimately lead to the climax of the story, it was of no importance to Luo Tian. After all, what he wanted was simply to become the strongest man in this world, able to control his own destiny without being threatened by anyone. This terrifying thought would not concern him with how many people would oppose him. Once Luo Tian awakened all superhuman abilities, what could the celestial dragons and the five elders do? They were all just pawns. Ultimately, if he had the ability, Luo Tian still hoped that one day he could overthrow the celestial dragon's regime and bring true justice to this world. After all, as a youth under the banner of the 21st century, he was very resistant to such dark events. As the old saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Now that he had a system, Luo Tian could do whatever he wanted as long as it did not go against his original intentions. By the way, Tongzi, do I still have an upgrade gift pack that I haven't opened? Just as Luo Tian was savoring the unique wine culture of this world, a flash of inspiration struck him. He remembered that when he leveled up to 10, there was indeed a message notifying him that he had received an upgrade gift pack. After killing the Axe Emperor Monka, he had been preoccupied with all sorts of trivial matters and hadn't paid much attention to this upgrade gift pack. Ding! According to system regulations, the host receives an opportunity to unlock a new ability and obtain an upgrade gift pack X1 for every 10 levels gained. Then let's open it. After all, it's useless to keep it. Saving treasure chests is too difficult. No one can resist this temptation. Ding! Congratulations. The host has successfully opened an upgrade gift pack X1. The rewards obtained from this pack are Basic Armament Hockey X1. The host can choose to use it themselves or give it to their subordinates. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Luo Tian, who was originally dazed, instantly perked up. In his impression, the power system of this pirate world was divided into 3 types of hockey, devil fruits, and various bizarre physical techniques. What has been obtained now is one of the 3 types of hockey, specifically armament hockey, which is also the most practical thing for fighting in the early stages. Compared to the observation hockey and conqueror's hockey, which are extremely difficult to awaken, armament hockey is considered an essential skill for beginners. It not only has the reputation of being durable and effective at a low cost, but it is also relatively easier to awaken compared to the other 2 types of hockey. According to the knowledge gained yesterday, the 3 types of hockey in this world are divided into 4 stages. For example, the simplest is the basic armament hockey, and above the basic level, there are intermediate, Advanced and top-level stages. Generally speaking, those who can reach the ceiling-level combat power in this world must at least be top-level haki users. In the ultimate battle, it is said that there exists an even higher level of divine power. However, throughout history, very few have been able to reach the peak level, let alone surpass it. Since the beginning of the Sea Circle calendar, only 2 individuals have been known to achieve Divine Conqueror's haki: the legendary pirate overlord Rox-D, Zebek, and Joel D. Roger, who initiated the Great Pirate Era. Among them, Rox not only reached the divine level of Conqueror's haki, but also mastered the armament haki to a divine level. As for Roger and Garp, who teamed up to defeat Rox, they are certainly not ordinary characters, at least in terms of Conqueror's haki. Roger is undoubtedly on par with Rox, and his observation haki should also be at a divine level. After jointly defeating Rox, the man known as the Navy hero and currently the strongest user of armament haki, Monkey D. Garp, has yet to be confirmed to have reached a god-level mastery of armament haki. However, at this stage, it is inevitable that Garp, this scruffy Navy officer, possesses Conqueror's haki. Otherwise, there's no way he could have fought to the death with Pirate King Roger so many times without a scratch. He even managed to push Roger's crew into desperate situations multiple times. However, it's still too early to discuss this, given the current strength of Luo Tian. He is far from being able to involve himself in battles of such high caliber. At the very least, he needs to develop step by step, ensuring his strength is solid enough to gradually influence the world. Glancing at the system backpack, where the upgrade gift pack X1 had transformed into basic armament haki X1, Luo Tian felt a bright future ahead. He was initially worried about not having the talent to cultivate the unique power system of haki in this world. But now he could receive an upgrade gift pack every 10 levels. Although the gift pack from the system might not guarantee the acquisition of haki, it at least gave Luo Tian something to look forward to. With the system in place, he couldn't cultivate directly. He could only silently take down more enemies to gain experience and level up to open gift packs to survive. However, despite obtaining this basic armament haki, Luo Tian did not intend to use it for the time being. After all, with his steel body at level 10, his need for basic haki was not very high. Instead of using it now, it would be better to save it and see if it could create greater value. Besides, his first little brother, Rorinoa, was still just a novice. It would be quite good for him to use this basic armament haki. Otherwise, if his strength progressed too quickly, he might encounter enemies that were too strong and could accidentally harm him. If that happened, it would truly be a case of losing everything instead of gaining. After a night of heavy drinking, time quickly passed, and the rising sun shone directly on a group of gradually sobering people. At this moment, Luo Tian and Zoro decided to set off for their next destination. In Luo Tian's impression, after taking down the axe-wielding monk, the next part of their journey would likely involve encountering the lucky-colored haki user, Buggy the Clown. Let me go. Let me go. You Navy are so despicable. Only knowing how to sneak attack. I just took a little bit of pirate treasure. Why are you capturing me? Just as Luo Tian was packing his things to board the Navy ship to Orangetown, a sobbing female voice caught his attention. Turning around, he saw, as expected, the woman with fair skin and a beautiful S-shaped figure, complemented by her naturally orange hair. Nami, known as the Little Thief in the original story. At this moment, she was being dragged forward by 2 Navy officers, her hands tied and struggling desperately while crying out. Luo Tian looked at the Little Thief, who was bound and struggling, and felt puzzled. According to the plot, he shouldn't have encountered her here at this time. Could it be that after he killed Arlong, this little thief had agreed to search for treasure on Arlong's ship and was caught by the Navy? He had only killed 2 characters from the original plot. This change was too sudden. Mr. Luo Tian, we caught this thief on Arlong's pirate ship. What do you plan to do with her? After all, that pirate ship is considered your private property now, the 2 Navy officers said as they escorted Nami to Luo Tian. Really? That's quite strange. Someone would dare to steal from me, Luo Tian. It seems I don't want to live anymore, so just chop her up and feed her to the fish. Luo Tian said with a teasing smile, looking at Nami, who was pale with fear and sweating profusely. Wah, no, please don't chop me up. I've done good deeds all my life and never did anything bad. I only took a little treasure from those wicked pirates. Please don't chop me. Hearing Luo Tian's words about chopping her up to feed the fish, Nami was momentarily stunned. Who would be so ruthless? She had only stolen a bit of treasure. It shouldn't warrant being chopped up like this, right? And why do these Navy officers seem to have no objections to this? Aren't they supposed to represent justice? After thinking it over and over, Nami could only tremblingly choose to look up at the source of that cruel voice. As soon as she looked up, A towering figure completely blocked her line of sight. At this stage, Luo Tian, with his transformed steel body, had reached nearly 3 meters in height. The standard height of a general, and combined with his bulging muscles, he gave off an indescribable sense of oppression. Nami, who was still thinking about how to escape from this group of people, suddenly felt disheartened at this moment. It was obvious there was no way to escape. This guy didn't seem easy to deal with. However, fear aside, seeing the imposing aura he had yesterday, Nami couldn't help but think of Arlong, who was currently bullying the villagers in her hometown. If she could ask this guy to defeat Arlong, it should save the villagers of Kokoyashi village, right? Big brother, should we chop this guy into pieces? Let me help. My 3 swords haven't seen blood in a long time. No, I was wrong. Please let me go. I can give you all my accumulated treasures. Seeing the green-haired guy next to her already drawing his sword and approaching her, Nami was instantly scared out of her wits. Nami, as she watched the guy with a knife in his mouth and reeking of alcohol getting closer, tears started to fall from her face. She hadn't even defeated Arlong to save the villagers of Kokoyashi village yet. If she died here, who would take revenge for her mother, Belmir? Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud at Nami, who was so scared she was about to wet herself. He didn't expect this Zoro to be quite humorous. Since you don't want to die, why don't you tell me what value you can bring to me? I can't just let you go like this. That would be too much of a loss. The last thing I want is to incur losses. Luo Tian slowly squatted down and looked at Nami, who was already crying to the point of being hoarse. He knew very well that this person in front of him was the perfect navigator. Not only did she possess the ability to foresee weather changes, but she also had some vague connection with the legendary King of Heaven. This would have an indelible impact on Luo Tian's future voyages. So this little thief had to be kept. As for Arlong and his gang still in Kokoyashi village, he could deal with them later. I can navigate. You only have 2 people now, right? I can be your navigator without a salary. Just please don't kill me. Feeling the mysterious aura and explosive muscle power from Luo Tian, Nami suddenly felt her heart racing. At her young age, and without much experience, she didn't understand why she felt this way. After all, this person was still thinking about chopping her up. A navigator, huh? Then it's settled. From now on, you are the second member under my command. My name is Luo Tian. Remember your one and only boss's name. After casually tearing the ropes, binding Nami, Luo Tian led his 2 subordinates toward the pirate ship that Yarlita had sent to him. At this moment, the pirate flag on this ship had already been taken down by the Navy and preserved as evidence. After removing all of Yarlita's bizarre pirate ship decorations, the ship in front of Luo Tian finally looked much more normal. Watching Nami start to busily handle navigation matters as soon as she boarded the ship, Luo Tian couldn't help but chuckle. This girl didn't seem to be willingly joining his crew just yet, but that was to be expected. After all, he had threatened her to join, so it was normal for her to have reservations. As for why Luo Tian was so confident that Nami still had doubts, it was entirely due to a bug in the system. If Nami had sincerely joined his team, the system would have already notified him that he had bound a new member. Although Nami now appeared to be diligently working, the system had no response at all, which could only mean one thing. This little thief had yet to see Luo Tian's strength with her own eyes and was still thinking about how to gather enough treasure this year to exchange for the villagers' freedom from Arlong. Big brother, where are we headed next? We can't just wander aimlessly. Just as Luo Tian was observing Nami, this little thief with ulterior motives suddenly turned around and locked eyes with him. You should be well aware of the notorious pirates in this area, right? Take me to find them, starting with the closest ones. I want to wipe them all out. Hearing Luo Tian's words, Nami's heart trembled slightly. She couldn't understand why this normally polite person would speak such terrifying words. These were pirates from the entire East Sea, not to mention the heavily armed creek. Even that so-called Thousand Berries clown buggy was not easy to deal with. It seems you don't trust my strength very much. You just need to lead the way. As for that pirate, Arlong you're worried about, I will deal with him too. Before he finished speaking, Luo Tian closed his eyes and began to rest, ignoring the panting Zoro exercising nearby and the bewildered Nami with her arms crossed. Nami, igrejas. Big brother is right. After opening her self-made sea chart and observing for a while, Nami decided to first pick a soft target to test Luo Tian before deciding whether to let him handle the Arlong gang. Perhaps Nami didn't even realize that she had unconsciously begun to treat Luo Tian as her big brother. After all, the inexplicable Superman-like aura from Luo Tian made him incredibly trustworthy. After a few days of dull sailing, Luo Tian and his crew finally arrived at a lush green island, docking the ship at a small port nearby. The 3 of them walked directly to the center of the island's small town. Orange Town, as the name suggests, was a small town dependent on exporting oranges. It was said that decades ago, a group of pirates had burned, killed, and looted this town, leaving it in ruins. Later, the people rebuilt the town and named it Orangetown. Until one day, a pirate with a big red nose, who had eaten the split fruit, arrived on this island. And the civilians in this town began to live an oppressed life worse than death. This pirate frequently conducted bombings in the town to develop powerful explosives, a terrifying method that had killed and injured countless civilians. However, due to the pirate's strong power and cruel methods, the villagers dared not speak out, merely hiding away in some corner. "Big brother, do I have to go? I can't fight. If I get chopped, you'll lose an excellent navigator." As Nami approached the house hanging the pirate flag, she suddenly felt a sense of fear rising within her. After all, who was Nami? Although dealing with these pirates had become a regular occurrence for her, but that was all about sneaking into someone else's treasure room to steal. How could she not feel weak at the knees when faced with such direct combat? Just the thought of confronting those ruthless pirates made Nami feel a bit of urgency. However, Luo Tian didn't want to coddle this girl. After all, there were many opponents to face after she joined his crew. She couldn't just hide at the back when a fight broke out, although her absence wouldn't severely impact their combat power. If a pirate sneaked up from behind and killed her, it would be a huge loss. After all, an excellent navigator like her was hard to come by. Don't want to go? Then there's nothing I can do. I was planning to hand over all the gold and silver treasures that Buggy collected to you, but it seems I'll have to take care of it myself now. As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, Nami, who was gradually stepping back, suddenly had a gleam of money in her eyes. "Big brother, please take me with you. I'm the best at fighting." Sure enough, the mention of gold and silver treasures instantly energized Nami. Even her large eyes seemed to turn into the shape of berries. "In that case, let's go. Let's see that red-nosed guy and check out his lucky colors. Maybe it can save his life." While chatting aimlessly, the group arrived at the temporary base where Buggy was stationed. Just as Nami nervously clutched Luo Tian's clothes, a sharp voice suddenly echoed in their ears. "Nanny, I heard that. You guys are saying my nose is big and red, right? That's just too much. Buggy the Clown, am the strongest man in the East Blue." Before Luo Tian could react, a small and exquisite black bomb suddenly flew towards the three. We're done for. We're really done for. This is a buggy bomb developed by the pirate Buggy. It could destroy a large area of buildings in one go. Just as Luo Tian was about to swat the buggy bomb away, Zoro leaped up and effortlessly slashed the fast-flying bomb to the side. Boom! A violent explosion occurred, and the buggy bomb that Zoro deflected flew to the side, blowing up several nearby buildings into pieces. The scene was filled with thick black smoke rising everywhere. From this performance, it was evident that Buggy still had some tricks up his sleeve. Just this one method was enough for him to do as he pleased in the East Blue. Other than Krieg's armor, it seemed no pirate could withstand his buggy bomb. Coupled with his ability from the chop fruit, this guy had virtually no opponents in the East Blue. On the high platform, Buggy, seeing that the bomb he produced scared his opponents into crying out, immediately showed an excited expression. As expected with buggy bombs, Buggy, am the strongest man in the East Blue. With Buggy's words, his subordinates immediately responded with loud cheers. "Captain Buggy is invincible. The future Yonko will definitely be our Captain Buggy, the Pirate King. That's right. Captain Buggy is invincible. Those challengers will surely be thrown into the sea to feed the fish." After reminding Nami to protect herself, Luo Tian quickly ran to face the group of pirates from the Buggy Pirates with Zoro. "Your outfit is really quite humorous. Have you considered catching up with Batman in Gotham City?" Luo Tian joked, looking at Buggy, who was dressed as a clown and heavily made up. "Nanny, who are you saying has a big red nose? Do you believe I will kill you?" Buggy, who was originally excited, suddenly misinterpreted the situation and imagined that others were discussing his red nose. In an instant, the chop fruit ability activated, and he turned into countless pieces, flying towards Luo Tian in a very comical manner. "Hey, who allowed you to get close to my brother?" One sword style, Ado. Before Buggy could react, a flash of blades swept past, and he was immediately sliced into a pile of pieces by Zoro. Zoro looked at his opponent, who had been chopped into pieces with a single strike, and was instantly bewildered. Is this guy, with a bounty of 15 million berries, really that weak? It shouldn't be. With such strength, he actually wants to fight against Captain Buggy? He should go back and train some more. Even if the current world's #1 swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, came over, he might not be able to hurt Captain Buggy. Before Buggy could finish speaking, the nearby little caramel pirates suddenly became excited. "Captain Buggy, he's going to be one of the future 4 emperors." "Nonsense. How can a mere 4 emperors describe our Captain Buggy? We will be the future crew of the Pirate King. Amidst the crew's enthusiastic flattery, Buggy couldn't help but laugh heartily with his hands on his hips. What he loved to hear the most were these kinds of truths. Each word made him feel so pleased. You should go take care of those little caramel pirates first. This guy has eaten the chop fruit, which is a nightmare for all swordsmen. You can't hurt him at all. Before Luo Tian's words could finish, a round of warm applause erupted. The pirates who had just been flattering Buggy quickly surrounded all the exits. Each of them was equipped with extremely sharp machetes, and their faces bore wildly manic smiles, making them look like truly ruthless pirates. After all, manga is just manga. In the real world, pirates are not just playing house. They are truly ruthless killers who wouldn't bat an eye at taking lives or devouring people without hesitation. Some even have the heart to slaughter entire villages or towns, or even wipe out all the civilians on an island for a bit of wealth. On the other side, upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Zoro crossed his arms and glanced around at the dense crowd of pirates without saying a word. However, the famous sword he had bitten into already indicated his determination. Ha! You made me laugh to death. You three think you could defeat the renowned Buggy? How naive can you be? Before Buggy's words fell, the figures of 2 people and 1 beast appeared directly in front of Luo Tian. It seemed there were several small Karami cadres from the Buggy Pirates. Leading the way was Machi, the vice-captain of the Buggy Pirates, who, like Buggy's bizarre dressing style, was also dressed in a strange outfit resembling a white bear costume. Moreover, the first mate earned an incredibly cool title of Beast Tamer for taming a large but somewhat clumsy lion. At this moment, Machi, who was planning to bring the lion to gang up on Luo Tian, couldn't help but laugh with excitement. His favorite thing was to let his lions comfortably use the bodies of defeated opponents. In his view, the bodies of such opponents were the best nourishment for beasts. One of the figures walking over like Zoro was Kabaji, the chief strategist of the Buggy Pirates. In comparison, his creative style was much more normal. Of course, being able to survive in this pirate crew required some skills, and his specialty was using various despicable sword techniques to defeat opponents while riding a unicycle. Ha! Did you see that? This is the strength of the Buggy Pirates. Even without me lifting a finger, you will be completely defeated by my subordinates here. Buggy flashed his signature smile and cheerfully spoke to the unfazed Luffy and Zoro, as if he didn't take them seriously at all. Leave that weird swordsman with the knife to me. I'll show him that a real swordsman doesn't need any flashy tricks. Zoro's gaze was fixed on Kabaji, who shared the same profession but was quite bizarre. In that case, let us be quick. We don't have time to waste here in the East Blue. Remember, don't leave any survivors, wrote Tian reminded Zoro again, worried that he might not be ruthless enough and would miss out on valuable experience. After all, you're in dire need of experience right now. Even though these little pirates are just small time, they can add up. Of course, during my years as a pirate hunter, I've already killed countless pirates. Killing these guys is as easy as killing chickens. Zoro bit down on his sword, Wado Ikamanji, and in an instant, he transformed into a white shadow, rushing towards Kabaji. In just a moment, the two were in a fierce clash, and the scene was filled with flashes of swords and blades. Any pirate trying to sneak up for a surprise attack would find their arms, legs, or even heads intentionally severed by Zoro. Charge! Ricky, this tall guy in front of you is your dessert after a meal today. Don't hold back. Tear his body apart. Following his master's command, the lion charged at Ro Tian without hesitation, its crimson eyes seemingly unaware of fear. The next moment, a crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. The massive Ricky Henti even opened its mouth before Ro Tian, with superhuman strength, knocked it down to the ground. A huge crack appeared on its head, and warm blood began to pour onto the ground. If it weren't for its beastly bones being somewhat tough, Ro Tian's blow would have crushed its skull to pieces. After all, the current Ro Tian was no longer the rookie with just a steel body. Having successfully unlocked superhuman strength, he was now capable of overpowering most enemies. However, relying solely on level 10's super strength was still insufficient when facing natural monsters like Whitebeard or Kaido. That monster Whitebeard could easily stop a ship with one hand in the original story. Although Ro Tian should be able to do something similar, it wouldn't be as effortless as Whitebeard, and he would at least need to use both hands to manage it. Ricky, are you pretending to be dead? Get up quickly, or you want to have dinner tonight. However, the lion, dazed from Ro Tian's punch, naturally couldn't hear Moki's command. Ricky, did you hear my order? Get up and tear that guy apart. At this moment, Moki still didn't realize the severity of the situation. His lifeline, the lion, had been knocked out by Ro Tian. And at this moment, Rotion's murderous gaze was fixed on Moki's head. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by. In Moki's eyes, a gigantic fist shadow was deeply imprinted within his pupils. The next moment, an indescribable force surged directly from his skull throughout his body. Under Rotion's merciless strike, Moki was sent flying, his clothes shredded, bones shattered, and even his entire neck was forced back by a punch from Rotion. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully killed a Buggy Pirates Cadre X1, earning 500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully leveled up. Current level, 11. Need 9 more levels to unlock the next super ability. Keep up the good work. Rotion excitedly grabbed the corpse in front of him and twisted its head off. Glancing at the densely packed, small Karami pirates nearby, these guys would ultimately become his experience for leveling up. As for whether killing too many would make him forget his humanity, there was no need to consider that at all. After all, these pirates were just evildoers. Strictly speaking, they didn't even count as human beings. Thus, Rotion felt no hesitation in killing these pirates, and his heart didn't waver in the slightest. Moki, damn it, you killed my cadre. That is absolutely unforgivable. I will make sure to execute you on the spot. Watching Rotion twist the head off his chosen cadre, and even kick it like a soccer ball to his feet, Buggy was consumed with rage. Although he usually didn't care much for his subordinates, they were still his crew. If he didn't make some statement at this moment, how could he maintain authority in the future? Bang, 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 bang. However, before Buggy could act, 5 dull thuds rang out. The pirates who had initially surrounded and shouted to watch the show were struck squarely on the face by Rotion's precise punches. In an instant, that immense power shattered their cheekbones, and the scene turned into a bloody mess, with blood and various organs splattering everywhere like watermelons being smashed. Covered in the blood of his enemies, Rotion looked exceptionally fierce and robust at that moment, casually shaking off the blood from his fists. This experience is a bit too little. Killing 5 pirates only earned him 5 experience points, which was hardly worth mentioning compared to the experience needed for leveling up now. Rotion now needed to kill at least 1,000 ordinary pirates to level up. Although this was the great era of pirates, with pirates swarming from all over the world, even that was enough for Rotion to kill. It seemed that to level up quickly, he would have to farm bosses. After glancing at the experience needed for his next level, Rotion's gaze turned towards Buggy, who was charging at him in a fragmented manner, still using the same old tricks. Buggy was attempting to confuse Rotion's eyes by splitting his body into countless small pieces and then launching a sneak attack from behind. However, Rotion, already familiar with the plot, easily saw through Buggy's actions. Although he knew Buggy was hiding one arm behind his back to launch a surprise attack, Rotion didn't move at all, as if he were completely unaware. Ha ha ha, come to die for me. I'll let you know who rules the East Blue. Seeing his separated arm getting closer to Rotion's back, Buggy couldn't help but let out a pig-like laugh in excitement. But in the end, the one left dumbfounded was him, as Buggy attacked from behind with 3 knives, clang. As soon as the sound of metal clashing appeared, Buggy felt an unparalleled resistance in his arm. It was as if he was not stabbing flesh, but rather a piece of incredibly hard steel. How could this be? Why couldn't my knife harm your body? Could it be hockey? No way. How could someone capable of using hockey be here in this remote corner? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Seeing that he couldn't inflict any damage on Rotion, Buggy felt a wave of inexplicable fear. He certainly didn't believe that this guy would let him go easily. After all, the rule on the sea is that once you make a move, you must gamble your life. Sure enough, in the next moment, Rotion didn't give Buggy a single chance to escape. Faced with an enemy who was already using deadly force, Rotion's expression was extremely cold as his 5 fingers, as hard as iron, fiercely grasped Buggy's ugly head. The reason he didn't grab anywhere else was simply because this guy had scattered his body into pieces, and Rotion could not deliver a fatal blow. However, due to the insufficient development of his fruit ability, he still couldn't escape Rotion's grasp. Buggy, whose head was tightly held, could only shake his head and struggle desperately. But how could he possibly break free from Rotion, who possessed superpowers at level 10? Unless you can call that red-haired Shanks out right now. Otherwise, prepare to die, Buggy. Rotion looked at the extremely ugly head in front of him with a very cruel tone. To be honest, if this guy were the user of the lucky color hockey and could actually call out Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, then it would be him who would die on the spot. Although he possessed the abilities of steel body and super strength, Dealing with this ceiling-level opponent was still very difficult for Luo Tian at this moment. In fact, he was completely no match for him. At the current stage, facing such a 4 Emperor's-level opponent, whether in physique, speed, or various other aspects, he was far behind and could not become a contender. If he rashly engaged in a fight, it would only lead to Luo Tian's own death, and he might not even be able to inflict a scratch on the other party. Shut up. Don't mention that damn Shanks to me. It's not my fault that I ate this blasted fragmented fruit. I hate that guy the most. Upon hearing Luo Tian mention Shanks' name, Buggy started to struggle violently, as if the name Shanks was a taboo. But then again, both were characters who came from the Pirate King Roger's ship, with one having become a famous 4 Emperor. Meanwhile, Captain Buggy was still just making a name for himself in the small East Sea. Over time, it was understandable for Buggy to feel imbalanced, but all of that would now become a thing of the past. It was impossible for Luo Tian to let go of this experience point that was already in his grasp. Is that so? Since you can't call Shanks, then today next year will be your death anniversary. As soon as the words fell, Luo Tian's 5 fingers, like a hydraulic press, began to exert more force. Buggy's head started to make cracking sounds under the immense pressure. It hurts so much. Please kill me. Don't torture me anymore. Faced with such intense pain, even the usually proud Buggy began to cry. The limbs that had scattered out were constantly punching and kicking Luo Tian as if this could relieve some of his pain. Watching Buggy struggle in his grip, yet never utter the word surrender, Luo Tian couldn't help but admire him for a moment. Then he maximized his strength, and with a bang, Buggy's ugly head exploded in Luo Tian's hand, splattering red and white all over the place. After casually shaking off the blood and other substances from his hand, the bodies affected by the fragmented fruit also fell from the sky. With Buggy's death, these bodies could no longer reassemble, remaining in a fragmented state. Captain Buggy is dead? How is this possible? ISNT, Captain Buggy invincible? This is bad, it's all over. If even the captain is dead, how can we fight? We might as well just surrender. The enemy is too strong. You're right. As long as we have the Green Mountains, we don't need to worry about firewood. If the captain is dead, we can just find another captain. As they witnessed Buggy being killed effortlessly by Luo Tian, all the pirates present widened their eyes in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. After all, everything happened too quickly. They had just cheered as they watched Captain Buggy charge at the enemy, only to see him crushed in less than 10 seconds. After eliminating the 2 thorns in the Buggy pirates, Luo Tian's gaze turned directly to Zoro, who was still struggling hard. At this moment, the swordsman using the 3-sword style had cut numerous wounds on his opponent, but still had not managed to defeat him. Moreover, Zoro was not fighting easily. His opponent's strange swordsmanship caused him quite a bit of trouble. He even had several not-so-small cuts on his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the captain of the Buggy Pirates X1. This time, a total of 1,000 experience points were gained. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up. Current level is 12, with the super ability Steel Body and Super Strength automatically synchronized to level 12. Luo Tian quietly felt the improvement in his strength, and he immediately felt a sense of fulfillment. As long as he continued to kill like this, when the time came to target opponents like Kaido and Big Mom, they would also be completely manageable. Of course, one must take things step by step. It's not good to aim too high. He should continue down the path that Luffy has taken, leaving Luffy with no way to go. Looking over, he saw a pirate kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy, praying for a way out. Luo Tian said nothing. After all, being the big brother means having the demeanor of a big brother. Such small fry should be dealt with by his subordinates. Otherwise, if he killed them one by one, when would it end? He didn't have any area attack moves. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the pet lion of the Buggy Pirates X1. This time, a total of 500 experience points were gained. Just as Luo Tian was planning to finish off that lion, the system's prompt interrupted his actions. It seemed that the group of lions was not doing well. No wonder they had been lying on the ground and not moving. They were clearly on the verge of death from the beating they took yesterday. Just as Luo Tian was about to head over to Zoro to check the situation, a voice filled with killing intent echoed in the ears of everyone present. One sword style, // Zoro tied his green bandana and then struck a strange pose as he faced the unicycle man who had been entangled with him for a long time. Due to the death of his captain and teammates, at this moment, Kabeji had no intention of continuing to fight Zoro. All he wanted was to escape and leave this hellish place. However, in the next moment, a dazzling sword light flashed, and the already struggling Kabeji was directly decapitated by Zoro's // from his flying head. One could clearly see the expression of despair on his face. Clearly still a young man in the prime of his life, he was killed by Zoro at Luo Tian's behest for experience points. Of course, Luo Tian wouldn't feel sympathy for such a person. After all, they chose to be pirates. As the renowned pirate hunter of the East Sea, Roronoa Zoro will not feel burdened by killing a pirate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful kill of a member of Buggy's pirate crew, achieving a total of 600 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level is 13, and 7 more levels are needed to unlock the next super ability. Please continue to work hard. Hearing the system's prompt, Luo Tian felt a bit more relaxed. Just a small Buggy pirate crew has allowed him to level up 3 times, and there are still hundreds of pirates nearby that haven't been dealt with. As long as he eliminates all these small Karamais, he can at least raise his experience points by half again, which means that annihilating the entire Buggy pirate crew would almost level him up by 4 levels. He turned to Zoro, who was wiping his blade, and then directly patted the dumbfounded Nami beside him. After all, the fighting was almost over, and it was time to start collecting treasures. Hey, be gentle, Nami exclaimed. But seriously, big brother, your strength is too much. This Buggy pirate crew, with a total bounty over 30 million, was taken down so easily with just a few punches and kicks. At this moment, Nami, who had witnessed Luo Tian's terrifying power, no longer thought about stealing the treasure to exchange for the villagers' freedom from Arlong. Instead of exhausting herself to please that fishman, it would be better to directly bring Luo Tian, this terrifying killing star, to confront him. Let's see how this fishman can still be arrogant then. Humph, little thief. Go and bring all the gold and silver treasures of Buggy's pirate crew back to our ship. We also need to hurry to the next stop. Buggy should have a map. Remember to bring that too. Treasure. As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, Nami, who had just been in a daze, transformed into a whirlwind with her eyes shining with gold and left the spot, looking at her gleaming eyes filled with the glow of berries. It seemed that this was a passion she could never give up on. Soon, under Nami's natural sensitivity to treasures, all the various gold and jewels that Buggy's pirate crew had painstakingly plundered were completely looted. Not even the coins in the small Karami pirates' rooms were spared. Luo Tian quietly watched Nami, who was dragging countless treasures in big and small bags. Not to mention, this little thief was quite good at managing finances. At least ordinary people wouldn't have any chance of prying a single berry from her hands. 1 north, 2 north, 3 north, 4 north, wah, I'm rich. Nami exclaimed excitedly. I didn't expect this Buggy pirate crew to have so much wealth. A full 10 million berries. After counting all the treasures of Buggy's pirate crew, Nami's face was flushed with excitement, as if she was doing something thrilling. Ding! Congratulations to the host team, Roronoa Zoro, for successfully killing 158 ordinary pirates of Buggy's pirate crew, achieving a total of 158 experience points. After receiving the system's prompt, Luo Tian instinctively turned to look at the other battlefield. At this moment, the once noisy pirate crew had already fallen silent. Only one person remained, the green-haired swordsman, quietly standing among a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, wiping his incredibly sharp blade, Wad Ikamanji. Observing his extremely indifferent expression, Luo Tian guessed that this guy had probably become numb to the loss of these pirates' lives. After all, Zoro had killed countless pirates over the years. How could he be troubled by such trivial matters? Although the number of pirates in the East Sea was too small to provide more experience points than yesterday, even the tiniest mosquito legs are still meat. The principle is not to let any opportunity go. Let's go. We should head to the next stop. Captain, if there's a chance at the next stop, please help me buy 2 swords. The 2 swords I just used are already ruined. Just as Luo Tian was about to lead Nami back to the ship for the next stop, Zoro walked over quickly. Looking at the blade in Zoro's hand, which had already become dull and chipped, Luo Tian suddenly remembered that there was a famous sword, Sandai Kitetsu, in Lobetown. Since they would definitely pass by there, he might as well help his little brother Zoro acquire it. As long as his subordinate is strong enough, his experience points would increase faster. After all, the group attack moves that this guy would eventually learn would be various and powerful. Although Luo Tian was strong, he was currently only capable of single target attacks. If he had to kill those 100+ pirates himself, he would be killing until his hands were sore and still wouldn't finish. Who knows? Before he could even kill a dozen, they might have already run off. What? Buying swords doesn't cost money? Do you know how hard it is to make money nowadays? Just pick up a couple hundred from the ground to use. Before Luo Tian could speak, Nami, who was hiding behind him, suddenly exploded upon hearing Zoro discussing buying swords. However, the next moment, Zoro, covered in blood, shot her a glare, causing Nami to shrink back and hide behind Luo Tian again. No problem, I happen to know a famous sword buried in Lowtown. I'll take you there to buy it. Just be careful, it's a cursed sword. As Luo Tian spoke, Zoro's eyes revealed a passionate obsession for swords. This behavior was similar to how men have their individual hobbies. Those who wield swords naturally love various famous blades. Luo Tian was somewhat similar. He was a man who loved women, but rather than playing with swords and guns, he preferred to play with more entertaining things. A cursed sword? Sounds pretty good. I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you, Captain. What cursed sword? It sounds really expensive. We should spend our money on useful things. Just as Zoro was fantasizing about his new weapon, Nami, hiding behind Luo Tian, jumped out again, tried to advise Zoro. However, Zoro definitely wouldn't heed her advice. Little thief, starting today, you are officially our navigator and financial manager in the Pirate Hunter crew. How about you manage all the pirate treasures we collect in the future? Looking at the little thief, who was still worried about the treasures, Luo Tian directly took out 5 million berries from the system backpack, which he had exchanged for the head of Arlita, and gave it to Nami. Can I really do this? Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Nami froze in place. After witnessing the formidable combat power of Luo Tian and Zoro, she deeply realized how weak she truly was. So when she heard Luo Tian officially invite her to become the navigator of their Pirate Hunter crew, she was still a bit incredulous. Of course, no problem. I believe you will become our most excellent navigator. In that case, I'll join too. If I have a small request, Captain Luo Tian, please be sure to agree to it. Seeing Luo Tian's unwavering confidence in his sailing skills, Nami was also deeply moved. Thinking about her past as a little thief, Nami had roamed far and wide, robbing countless pirates. And every day was either spent being chased and cursed or on the run back home. Apart from her sister Nojiko and her adoptive mother Belmir, no one had ever trusted her like this before. You're talking about that group of fishmen in Kokoyashi village, right? That condition is absolutely fine. When we pass by, I'll casually twist off their fish heads. All right, from now on, I'll be the official navigator for Brother Tian with Luo Tian's verbal guarantee. Nami immediately patted her still developing, not-so-large chest. Luo Tian glanced at Nami's bold action with an appreciative look, but he couldn't help but have some not-so-good thoughts. Fortunately, after silently reciting the Great Compassion mantra 18 times, he managed to suppress his inner fire. After all, this little thief was still not an adult. In the past, Luo Tian might have had to serve a decade in prison for such thoughts. After finishing all matters in Orange Town, Luo Tian, Zoro, and Nami set sail again towards their next destination, Westlow Village. Bucky and the bodies of his subordinates were lying quietly on the ground, although Nami was very tempted to collect their heads to exchange for their bounty at the Navy branch. This little thief who had fallen into the money trap was ultimately caught back by Luo Tian. It's just that the Orange Town had been destroyed beyond recognition by Bucky's gang, so Luo Tian decided to leave their heads to the residents of this small town. After all, the bounty wouldn't expire, and as long as the villagers took Bucky's heads to exchange, the money they received would be enough for them to rebuild their homes. After all, although this clown wasn't strong, his head was still very valuable, worth a full 15 million berries. Do we need to stop for a moment? That small town on the island looks pretty good, and it seems we don't have much supplies left, Luo Tian said, lying back in his chair with a relaxed posture. Compared to Zoro, who was actively exercising to build muscle strength, Luo Tian didn't need to train to enhance his power. Just with his level 13 steel body and super strength abilities, he was already enough to dominate the East Sea. Once he unlocked a few more abilities and upgraded them to a certain level, he could even challenge the pirates of the East Sea. Even if Whitebeard came, Luo Tian would dare to arm wrestle with him. Of course, the map indicates that it's West Rob Village, and we need to go to this island to exchange for a new ship. Luo Tian looked disdainfully at the pink-themed pirate ship. This pirate ship could be said to be the pain of his life. In the few days after he had just crossed over, he had been forced onto this ship by Alrita. If Luo Tian hadn't firmly rejected that female demon Alrita, he might have already lost his virtue. Just thinking about that feeling of an ant with an elephant filled Luo Tian with inexplicable fear. He estimated that at Alrita's age, she might already have a dark and gloomy tunnel down there. Although this guy became exceptionally beautiful after eating the slip fruit in the original story. Even comparable to any recognized beauty, Luo Tian couldn't bring himself to do anything when he thought about what she used to look like. No matter what, it was proven to be completely different when the lights were off. Only those who have experienced it would understand this pain. Are we going to exchange for a new ship? Will it cost a lot of money? It's really a headache. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Nami suddenly woke up. As long as it involved spending money, she wasn't particularly interested, unless it was shopping in a mall. Don't worry, we won't spend money. As long as we help solve a guy named Kuro, we're good. After rubbing Nami's head hard with one hand, Luo Tian slowly said, having read the original story, Luo Tian was quite familiar with this plotline. In West Rob Village, they would encounter the godlike Usopp and 3 little kids who played pirate games all day. Kuro? That name sounds like a strong guy. Zoro, who was nearby lifting a huge barbell, interjected. As the saying goes, a horse runs to the end of the mountain. This principle also applies at sea, although they had seen that relatively large island in front of them compared to some small reefs. It was only when they truly moved towards it that they realized how far away it was. After bumping around on the sea for nearly an hour, the 3 finally arrived at the island where Usopp was. Before the 3 could get off the ship, a series of sharp screams echoed throughout West Rob Village. Oh no, pirates are coming. Run. This time it's real. I'm not lying to you. If you don't leave now, they really will come to rob the village. Please, trust me just this once. However, no matter how much the 3 kids shouted in front of the villagers, not a single one chose to believe them. Looking at the villagers' helpless expressions, it was clear that these 3 troublemakers had repeated this line countless times. Okay, we know. Yes, there are indeed pirates coming today. I'm so scared. Is that enough? Now go play somewhere else. Don't bother us while we work. The villagers casually dismissed the 3 kids and continued with their own tasks. It turns out I still couldn't trick you guys. A kid with a head shaped like an onion awkwardly admitted his repeated deception after realizing their trick had completely failed. By the way, have you seen Captain Usopp? He seems to have run into the woods to mess around and hasn't come back yet. After finishing his daily deception, the onion-headed kid looked at his 2 partners and casually asked, No, did Captain Usopp sneak off to brag to Sister Kai again? How annoying. I want to go listen to stories too. As soon as the onion-headed kid finished speaking, a person with a long nose came rushing over as if chased by a monkey. Damn, you guys run. This time it's really pirates coming. I just saw their ship by the coast. Usopp, panting and out of breath, shouted to the villagers and the 3 kids, looking very serious. What is going on? Usopp, you're a grown man, still playing around. 1 trick a day is enough. Why are you pulling a double act today? The villagers, although they had to admit this was the best performance Usopp had done in years, found it impossible to believe that pirates would come to this remote corner of the village. After all, ever since a red-haired pirate had come to take Jesus Burgess away a long time ago, this small island had never seen pirates before. This time it's real. If I'm lying, let my nose grow another 3 centimeters. However, even after Usopp made a solemn vow, none of the villagers chose to believe him, and they all started laughing uncontrollably. Come on, Usopp, are you planning to use your nose to find a girlfriend from now on? Isn't that a bit strange? Haha, what do you know? If Usopp's nose grows another 3 centimeters, that length might be quite impressive. Maybe some peculiar rich lady will be attracted to his nose. Hearing the villagers' mocking voices, Usopp's face turned red with anger. Although he usually acted like a mature and steady captain, in reality, his mindset and actions still didn't qualify him as a real adult man. I'm really not lying to you. Hurry and run, or we'll be too late. Hey, what are you doing, Captain? Didn't we agree to only trick once a day? Why are you acting so weird today? The clever onion head looked at Usopp's expression, which didn't seem to be lying, and gradually began to choose to believe him. Before he could wait for Usopp's explanation, 3 figures faintly appeared at the entrance of Rob Village. Hurry up, the pirates have really come. Before the words were finished, Usopp turned into a whirlwind and rushed towards the villa on the hill. Facing what could possibly be the vicious pirates, he had to prioritize Kai's safety. Captain Usopp, wait for us. You really are the most cowardly pirate captain we've ever seen. Although the villagers were also very scared when they saw the figures of Luo Tian and the others, they were not overly worried because there were many of them. Even if each person had a hoe, they believed that even pirates couldn't withstand it. They didn't believe that a human's head could be harder than a hoe, right? Brother Tian, do you really think a small village like this will have new ships? It doesn't look like it. After arriving at an island she had never seen before, the little thief Nami showed great curiosity and began to look around. Of course there are, but for now, let's first find that Kuro. Only by exposing his conspiracy can he willingly transfer the ship to us. Luo Tian replied calmly to Nami's question. In fact, he personally didn't care whether he could obtain the Mary. What he was concerned about yesterday was just how much experience Kuro could give him. After all, Luo Tian was already level 13. As long as he killed this pirate Kuro, he would definitely level up to 14, just a matter of how much experience he would gain. Klo has never worked alone. He has at least 200 pirates under his command, along with several experienced pirate officers, before Luo Tian and the others could approach. A group of villagers armed with various farming tools, such as hoes, shovels, and clubs, shouted loudly. "Who are you? What brings you to our West Rob village? If you are pirates, you might as well give up. We have no extra berries for you to rob besides hoes and shovels." Hearing the villagers' words, Luo Tian felt a bit surprised. Generally speaking, if real pirates landed, these villagers would have likely been scared and running around in panic. As for why these people were not afraid of them, it might be because there were only 3 of them who did not seem very threatening. "Hello, sir. We are chasing a pirate named Klo and have come all the way here. Please take us to find that pirate," Luo Tian said slowly in a calm tone, trying to ease the tense villagers. "How could that be? Such words are too absurd. Klo has been in our village for many years. Do you have any proof that you are a pirate hunter and not a pirate?" The villagers did not choose to believe Luo Tian's claim that he was a pirate hunter. After all, they had lived together for years, and Klo had helped them a lot. This kind of person did not look like a typical pirate at all. "This is really troublesome. Can't you just listen for a moment while I talk nicely?" Seeing that the villagers were unyielding, Luo Tian became increasingly frustrated. With a loud bang, he stomped his foot hard on the solid ground. In an instant, the ground shook violently. Fine cracks, resembling spider webs, spread from under Luo Tian's feet to the villagers' sides. Gasping at the terrifying display of power, all the villagers inhaled sharply. "And Mr. Pirate Hunter, we didn't expect your strength to be so great. We have offended you with our ignorance. Please forgive us." After Luo Tian slightly demonstrated his strength, the villagers who had just been dismissive suddenly calmed down. "Stop wasting my time. Take me there now. Do you know how much loss it would be if that pirate escapes?" Yes. "I will take you to find that guy, Klo, right away." Before Luo Tian finished speaking, a group of villagers hurriedly led the 3 to the villa on the mountaintop. It seemed that these villagers were truly frightened by Luo Tian's display of power. To be honest, Luo Tian initially wanted to explain things in a calm manner, but sometimes talking nicely simply doesn't work. In necessary situations, only showcasing one's abilities can make people willingly do your bidding. Under the villagers' guidance, the 3 of them traversed the winding paths and arrived at the massive villa within just a few minutes. "Why won't you believe me? There really are pirates coming. Quickly, have Miss Kaya hide." In the garden of the villa, a thin man wearing a brown headscarf was desperately explaining something to a goat-headed Mary. Luo Tian took a closer look and realized that this guy was none other than Usopp. It seemed he had already regarded them as pirates. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a hurry to come over and try to escape with his old companion. The person beside him should be Kaya's personal assistant, Mary. "Mr. Mary, please don't pay attention to this lying result. How long has it been since pirates visited this place? Moreover, how could any pirate possibly be interested in this poor island?" Just as Usopp was about to continue explaining, a young man dressed in an expensive suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and standing tall walked down the stairs of the villa. A few years ago, Kuro, who had infiltrated Kaya's family, had already changed his name to Clabatel and had successfully earned the trust of the Kaya family over the years, becoming a true butler. Of course, this guy, being a cunning pirate, would not willingly settle for being a sickly butler. His ultimate goal was to inherit the family's vast wealth. Once his plan matured, he intended to kill Kaya and everyone in the villa, making him the primary heir to the fortune. Although Luo Tian was unclear why this so-called second smartest man in the world would choose to act tyrannically in a small East Blue Island, it didn't matter. Whether Kuro was after money or dreams, what Luo Tian wanted was simply the experience points he would gain. After all, only by leveling up could Luo Tian become a true Superman. Having only the superpowers of a steel body and super strength was not enough to be considered a true ancestor, right? At the very least, he needed super endurance. Otherwise, what would he do if he was besieged by beautiful women? Without super endurance, Luo Tian wouldn't be able to withstand the demands of these juice extractors. "Guess who that Navy person on the ground is?" "It seems to make some sense," Usopp said, "but I think we should be cautious about Butler Clabatel. After all, Kaya's condition is getting worse. If pirates really come to plunder, the consequences could be unimaginable." Kuro looked at Mary, who was still hesitating, and a cruel killing intent flashed in his eyes, but this impatience disappeared in just a few seconds. He adjusted his glasses with his habitual hand and planned to directly order the security personnel beside him to throw Usopp out. How could this small, Shurub village possibly have pirates coming? Even if there were, it would only be him, Kuro, a pirate. Although he was tired of battling the Navy on the sea and intended to live incognito on this small island to steal great wealth for a comfortable retirement, Kuro was once a ruthless East Blue pirate. If he truly reached his breaking point, killing this long-nosed man would just be a mere wave of his hand. Just as Kuro prepared to turn back into the villa, a strong hand grabbed the collar on his back and flung him out. The person who acted was Luo Tian, who had just arrived. Familiar with the plot, he wasted no words. After grabbing Kuro's collar, he slammed him down hard on the ground. The immense force made Kuro feel dizzy. I say, Kuro, you are hailed by Oda as the second smartest pirate in the world. Yet you come to a small island to deceive a good girl. What's with your small mindset? Luo Tian looked down at the dazed Kuro, speaking lightly and teasingly. Due to the suddenness of the situation and Luo Tian's sneak attack, Kuro had no time to react and lost nearly half of his combat power from the hit. What are you talking about? Who is Kuro? I don't even know him. You're clearly trying to kill me. I'm going to report you to the Navy. Kuro, lying on the ground and temporarily unable to move, twisted his face in pain as he looked at the extremely tall Luo Tian. In just a brief moment of confrontation, Kuro understood that this person before him was not someone he could contend with. He decided to play dumb and resolutely not expose his pirate identity. As for the mention of Oda and the second smartest pirate, Kuro was completely unaware. Although he prided himself on being somewhat clever, he knew there were certainly many smarter people in the world. Of course, Luo Tian would not believe Kuro was the second smartest pirate. After all, if that rumor reached Crocodile's ears in the Alabasta Desert Kingdom, it would truly be laughable. Crocodile? You mean to tell me it takes so many years just to execute a plan to seize an inheritance? Do you even understand how valuable the heroes of the Alabasta Kingdom are? Even some pink-clad birdman would scoff at it. Don Quixote da Flamingo. It's simply laughable to come all the way to a small island to deceive a girl and call it the second highest IQ in the world. You clearly don't understand the level of the country of love and passion. Oh, Kuro, don't say I didn't give you a chance. You have 1 hour to call your subordinates to save you, or just wait to die. As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, he casually stomped down again. Before Kuro could react to dodge, Luo Tian's foot came down with super strength, directly landing on Kuro's chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. Kuro was stomped by Luo Tian's super strength, and predictably, after this kick, he had completely lost the ability to resist. Damn it, how could I be a pirate? I've lived on this island for many years. You're clearly trying to kill me. Kuro's eyes were filled with resentment as he glared at Luo Tian, who was stepping on his chest, as if he wanted to kill this inexplicable guy with his gaze. At this moment, he had completely lost the desire to resist Luo Tian. After all, it was extremely irrational to fight back against an opponent who had knocked him out of combat with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. At this moment, his expensive suit had been ripped open by Luo Tian's kick, and Kuro could even clearly feel that his sternum had completely shattered into countless pieces. The villagers watched Kuro being beaten so miserably by Luo Tian, and they all became furious. However, due to the vast disparity in strength, neither the villagers nor the beautiful Mary dared to step forward to stop Luo Tian. After much hesitation, it was Mary, Kaya's assistant, who finally spoke with a slight tremble in her voice to explain their butler's background. Sir, please show mercy and spare Clabatel. As far as I know, he is not a cruel pirate. He has indeed lived here for several years. Moreover, Clabatel is usually very friendly and polite, completely not like a pirate at all. Mary, with a sheepish demeanor, carefully watched Luo Tian's changing expression as she slowly explained. Having already read the original story, Luo Tian would never mistake anyone. This guy in front of him was undoubtedly Kuro, who was living incognito and planning to steal Kaya's family's vast wealth. Although Luo Tian did not know how much this so-called great wealth was truly worth. However, it is definitely not easy to make a pirate willing to give up his dream and spend years stealing. You must be the butler of Kaya, right? Please rest assured that as pirate hunters, we will never get the wrong person. This guy is none other than the cunning crocodile, who faked his death and deceived everyone a few years ago. After hearing Luo Tian's words, Mary was momentarily stunned, as it seemed that Luo Tian's words did make some sense. He had always felt that this guy had a very mysterious background, and now, with Luo Tian's explanation, Crocodile's appearance gradually overlapped with that of the severely beaten Clabatel from before. However, this was ultimately a matter without evidence. So for a moment, Mary didn't know whether to continue persuading or not. How are you considering it, Crocodile? It has already been half an hour, right? Hurry up and call your pirate subordinates over, or else you really will die. Seeing that Crocodile intended to keep pretending, Luo Tian also found it difficult to kill him directly. After all, this guy still had an entire pirate crew behind him. If he killed him, where'd he find these pirates? But this was quite a significant amount of experience points, and Luo Tian would never let go of this feast. Luo Tian quietly watched Crocodile, who was still slumped on the ground without speaking, his patience gradually wearing thin. Finally, after a few more minutes, unable to bear it any longer, he stepped down hard between Crocodile's legs. In an instant, a hoarse and terrifying scream erupted. Clearly, Luo Tian's kick had a more pronounced effect than the previous beating. After all, no male carbon-based organism in any world could withstand such harm. I give up. I am indeed the great pirate crocodile from a few years ago. I came here to seize the wealth of this rich family. Feeling immense pain, Crocodile could no longer endure this devilish torment. In just a moment, his psychological defenses crumbled, and he silently admitted his identity as a pirate. I see now, Clabatel. Oh no, perhaps I should now call you Crocodile? I didn't expect you to have been lurking for so long just to steal Kaya's family's wealth. I truly misjudged you. Mary, who silently listened to Crocodile narrate his schemes, stared at him with furious eyes. The Kaya family was his benefactor, and he couldn't believe this guy wanted to harm Kaya through conspiracy and then inherit this huge fortune. This was simply unforgivable for Mary. Since the matter is clear, then, Mr. Pirate Hunter, please take care of him. On behalf of Kaya, I thank you in advance. We will definitely reward you handsomely afterward. Before Mary's words fell, Nami, standing next to Luo Tian, immediately rushed in front of several people with shining eyes. Reward? How much berries are there altogether? By the way, we also need a ship. I heard you have a place that sells ships? Nami's performance stunned Mary. He didn't expect this previously quiet little beauty to change her demeanor so dramatically upon hearing about the reward. We're just a small village, and we don't have a place that sells ships. However, I designed a ship myself a few years ago. Since you need it, I'll just give it to you. Before Mary finished speaking, Nami began shaking the previously unseen, fur-covered sheep man in front of her excitedly. Thank you so much, Mr. Mary. Then let's go see the ship first. I believe my partners will resolve the matters here. Soon, Nami and Mary left the place to fetch the ship, leaving only Luo Tian, the half-dead crocodile, and the bored Zoro behind. As for the villagers who were initially indignant and planned to take revenge on Crocodile, upon hearing that this guy was indeed a pirate and that his subordinates were about to land, they all fled in a hurry. At this moment, Crocodile shakily reached into his pocket and slowly pulled out a small, exquisite phone. Seeing this phone bug wearing glasses similar to Crocodile's, Luo Tian knew it must be custom-made for him. Speaking of which, Luo Tian had been in this world for so long and had never seen this thing. The main reason was that he had spent most of his time guarding against Arlita, and he had extra time to understand this world properly. Hey, Zango, I'm Crocodile. You should be near West Rob Village now, right? Land on the island and start attacking the village. It's south time to close the net. So soon? That's our captain. I will bring all my brothers over right away. It's time for the Black Pirate crew to make its name known to the world again. After receiving Zango's reply, Crocodile directly threw the phone bug into the nearby bushes, then stopped speaking, silently watching Luo Tian and Zoro. Although he knew these two would definitely not let him go, if he didn't call the Black Pirate crew over, he would die right there. Rather than dying miserably alone in this small village, it was better to call the entire pirate crew over and fight for his life. After all, the Black Pirate crew was not to be underestimated. Moreover, with Zango, the legitimate hypnotist, strengthening the crew's overall power, it was uncertain who would win or lose. However, Luo Tian, who lacked morality in combat, would never allow Crocodile's life to remain here. After using this so-called second highest IQ person in the world, Luo Tian walked straight up to him. Then, suddenly, he stepped down hard, and with a bang, Crocodile immediately felt an unmatched force hit his head. The next moment, Crocodile's entire brain exploded, blood and brains splattering everywhere, and his headless corpse fell lifelessly to the ground. In the original story, Luffy struggled greatly against the former captain of the Black Pirate crew, but here, Crocodile had no chance to fight back and was completely crushed. Although Luo Tian initially intended to ambush, being able to ambush was also a skill. Who the hell would want to face off directly for no reason? Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully killing the former captain of the Black Pirate crew X1. This time, you have gained 1,500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully leveling up. Current level, 15. You are 5 levels away from unlocking the next super ability. Please continue to work hard. Ding! Iron Body and Super Strength have automatically synced to level 15. The maximum skill level is 100. The moment Luo Tian heard the system's prompt, he immediately felt the thrill of power increasing again. Every time he leveled up Iron Body and Super Strength, that feeling of power surging was always so exhilarating. After all, who could refuse to continuously strengthen their muscle power without exercising? All that Luo Tian lacks now is a large amount of experience points to level up to 20 and unlock super stamina. As long as he breaks through this final stamina barrier, he can be considered invincible not just in the EC, but also have a certain level of self-protection in the Grand Line. If he can't win, he can always run. If he really can't escape, he can just see who has the greater endurance. If he can't defeat them in one day, he will try again the next day, and if that doesn't work, he will keep fighting until he wins. Brother, next time we encounter an enemy, let me take action. You've solved them all, and my swordsmanship can't improve at all. Just as Luo Tian was imagining unlocking various powerful super abilities, Zoro, who was doing nothing nearby, spoke up helplessly. Sorry, Sauron, but this guy was just too weak. I only hit him once, and he was down on the ground, so it can't really be blamed on me, Luo Tian explained, waving his hand at Zoro, who looked like he was about to explode with frustration. Of course, the weakling Kuro that Luo Tian mentioned was actually a very powerful presence compared to the pirates of the EC. At least he could rank in the top 3 if he really tried. Even if it came down to a real fight, characters like Arlong, Buggy, and Alvida would probably not be his match. Just the spoon that resembled one of the Navy's 6 powers, Suru, basically put him in an invincible state. Even if Kuro were to appear later on with a Paramecia or Zoan-type Devil Fruit and a certain level of Haki, he would basically be a guaranteed pirate supernova. Unfortunately, this guy ultimately was just a pirate who had lost his dreams. Willing to hide his identity and start as a servant for a little wealth meant he was destined to never become a strong fighter. Just as Luo Tian was kicking Kuro's corpse and tossing it into the trash can, the villagers who had just run down the mountain appeared in his view again. It seems my prey has come. Before Luo Tian could say anything, Zoro, afraid of losing the kill, charged directly at the group of pirates behind the villagers. Pirates! Pirates are here! Help! Kuro's pirate crew has landed. Luo Tian quietly watched the panicking villagers without saying a word. He was not the least bit surprised that the black pirate crew managed to surround West Rob Village in such a short time. After all, in the original story, the black pirate cruise ship had been circling the sea area all along, and as soon as they received Kuro's attack signal, they could complete the landing in no time. He. Brothers, I'm going to welcome our Captain Kuro. The black pirate crew is ready to stand tall on this sea again. That's right. The boss is such a powerful pirate. Why does he want to be a servant to some rich girl? Today, I'm going to charge in and take her down. Huh? Who's that green-haired guy up front? Looks like he has coming for us. There really is someone not afraid of death. A pirate dressed in a colorful bandana and one-eyed pirate attire laughed sinisterly and charged out after seeing Zoro's actions. Oh ho, accept your death. Remember, the one who kills you is the strongest of the East Sea, the black pirate crew. The pirate charging alone towards Zoro let out a confident cackle, as if he could already see himself sending the green-haired guy to his death. At this moment, the usually calm and gentle Mary was already pale with fear from the sea of pirates at the foot of the mountain. Mr. Luo Tian, are you really not going to help your companion? It seems these pirates are not easy to deal with. Compared to Mary's concerns, Luo Tian had no worries about Zoro's safety. In this world of pirates, numbers were the least useful thing. Personal combat strength was what mattered most. Numbers were only useful for some follow-up cleanup work or dealing with low-level enemies. Otherwise, with the hundreds of thousands of Navy soldiers across the 4 seas, they would have unified the seas long ago, and we wouldn't be in this era of great pirates. Not to mention, just Whitebeard's Gura no Mi could probably single-handedly take down tens of thousands. These top-tier era powerhouses could easily wipe out a bunch of low-level enemies with just a wave of their hand. So why worry about the enemy's numbers? Don't worry, Mary. These pirates are just appetizers. I hope they come in greater numbers. It's simply not enough to kill, Luo Tian said. And as soon as he finished speaking, the pirates below had already slowly run up to him. In an instant, the hundreds of pirates from the black pirate crew split into 2 groups. One group furiously beating Zoro while the other group chose to attack Luo Tian. Oh, are you standing up for these little villagers? Here's your chance. Kneel down and sing Conqueror right now. Otherwise, the pirate lord's knife does not have eyes. A pirate, seemingly a small leader of the crew, bumped into Luo Tian and grinned with a savage look in his eyes. After all, being in the EC, they had never seen anyone capable of facing 100 alone, except for their own captain. So at this moment, even when they saw Luo Tian, who completely overpowered them in height, build, and muscle. They were merely surprised and didn't pay much attention. After all, what good is all that muscle if a blade cuts into you? Facing these small fry pirates, Luo Tian helplessly extended his fist and then slowly raised his middle finger, giving them a perfect provocation. Brothers, charge! Turn this guy into minced meat, and let the villagers know what pirates are. Oh, and one more thing. Remember to kill all the men, and take all the pretty women. The ugly ones can be killed without mercy. The small leader of the black pirate crew ignored Luo Tian's provocation and directly ordered the pirates behind him to surround and kill the villagers. Hooray! This time, I must be the first to get the kill. My little brother can't hold back any longer. Don't worry, I'll catch you a big lady later to satisfy your cravings. A group of pirates excitedly charged towards Luo Tian to do bad things in the village. They first needed to deal with the troublesome Luo Tian. Almost in an instant, 6 pirates brandishing various blades charged towards Luo Tian's body without holding back. The villagers nearby, armed with hoes, shovels, and various tools, were completely stunned. They usually just farm and kill some pests. They had never seen such a terrifying scene. These pirates were aiming straight for their vitals. If it weren't for their height, which prevented them from reaching Luo Tian's head, those 6 blades would probably have been aimed at his head. However, facing this extremely sharp attack, Luo Tian showed no intention of dodging at all, directly withstanding it with his powerful steel body. The scene was filled with the sound of clashing metal that made one's teeth ache. Bang, 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 bang. Before these pirates could show any signs of surprise, 6 consecutive muffled explosions rang out, and the pirates attacking Luo Tian were directly struck with their skulls shattered, blood gushing everywhere. Looking utterly gruesome, the pirates who charged forward were each met with Luo Tian's iron fists, precisely smashing into their foreheads. With the enhancement of super strength, the scene was akin to a hammer striking a watermelon, as 6 heads exploded simultaneously, leaving headless corpses flying violently, dead beyond measure. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing 6 ordinary members of the Black Pirate crew. A total of 6 experience points gained. After obtaining the experience from these 6 weaklings, Luo Tian's gaze was filled with excitement as he looked at the shocked pirates. These guys were about to become his leveling fodder. Nanny, are we really acting here? How could we die without even lasting a second? Do you want to see what you're saying? Who uses their life for acting? It's obvious these 6 weaklings were one-punched. Brothers, gather up. We must all attack together and chop him to pieces. Faced with the encirclement of these ordinary members of the Black Pirate crew, Luo Tian showed no reaction and casually flicked the blood off his fist. Boxers, they're simply too weak, utterly unable to withstand a blow. At this moment, Luo Tian, with his steel body and super strength having reached level 15, looked down on these small Karami pirates from the East Sea with complete disdain. Only if the cadres of the pirate crew appeared would Luo Tian muster a bit of interest. After all, they were still minor bosses and could provide a good amount of experience. Damn it, everyone attack together, kill this big fool. We must avenge our brothers of the Black Pirate crew. The small pirate leader shouted angrily, then mingled into the crowd, charging towards Luo Tian. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost 100 pirates surged forward brandishing their swords and firearms, creating a somewhat imposing momentum. However, facing this charge, Luo Tian's face lit up with excitement. The feeling of experience points flooding towards him was simply too exhilarating. Luo Tian did not retreat, but advanced instead, his incredibly hard fist smashing directly into the neck of the pirate leader who had just been giving orders. With a crunch, the pirate leader's neck was broken into 3 or 4 segments, sharp bone shards piercing through the skin, causing blood to flow uncontrollably. Having suffered such a massive blow, it was clear this pirate had no chance of survival. He didn't even have time to scream before completely losing consciousness, his body spinning a few times on the spot before collapsing to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a slightly stronger pirate from the Black Pirate crew. Experience gained, 10 points. Boom! 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 With the death of the small pirate leader, Luo Tian was suddenly surrounded by over a dozen various swords, knives, and clubs. However, under the protection of Luo Tian's level 15 steel body, these attacks could hardly inflict any damage. At most, they only caused him a tingling sensation. However, Luo Tian's fists were different. Almost every swing would crush a pirate's skull, leaving them dead on the spot. These pirates, who instilled fear in ordinary people, were like dolls in his hands, showing no resistance as he toyed with them at will. Even when a pirate attempted to sneak attack from behind with a steel knife, Luotian caught it with a backhand, shattering the entire blade. Then, with another backhand slap, he smashed the pirate's cheek, leaving it crushed and the bone shattered. After killing dozens of pirates in succession, a group of surviving crew members finally realized something was wrong. They had begun to fear this monster named Luotian. Although they had killed many civilians in the past, they had rarely encountered someone as brutal as him. After all, they merely used swords and knives to kill, while Luotian's methods exuded a primitive beauty of violence. Despite lacking any combat skills, the terrifying power unleashed with each punch and kick left them utterly defenseless. Run! Stop fighting. This person is not someone we can handle. All the pirates showed fear, turning to flee, wanting to escape this hellish land filled with headless corpses. A full third of their pirate comrades had been completely crushed by Luotian in less than a few minutes. Even their steel knives and firearms posed no threat to him. What kind of devilish power is rampaging in the East China Sea? They had never seen such a terrifying opponent. Want to escape? Tornado, destroy the parking lot. Seeing a group of experienced pirates trying to run away, Luotian's eyes flared with anger, and under the boost of his super strength, he instantly turned into a tiger entering a wolf pack, beginning to slaughter indiscriminately. All the pirates watched as this monster charged into their midst, dropping their swords and attempting to scatter and flee. But at their speed, it was already too late. Luotian held his sword and tried to mimic the classic move from Jackie Chan Adventures, saying, "Tornado, destroy the parking lot." After a series of cracking sounds, heads flew into the air and countless pirate corpses sprayed blood like a fountain. Due to his height, Luotian mostly eliminated the enemy's skulls, with only a few taller pirates meeting a beheading fate. In just 3 minutes, all the pirates who had rushed in to attack Luotian were killed on the spot. Ding! Congratulations, host successfully killed Black, Ordinary Pirate X-120. A total of 120 experience points dropped. At that moment, the villagers behind Luotian and Koya, who was watching the battle from the villa window, were already stunned and trembling in fear. "Mr. Luotian, I didn't expect your strength to be so powerful. I really envy someone like you who possesses such power." Just as Luotian had exhausted his strength after killing over 100 pirates and was panting heavily, Mary, who had taken Nami to see the ship, returned to the villa entrance. Having already experienced such inhumane slaughter with the buggy pirates, Nami was not particularly affected this time. However, the usually gentle Mary looked excitedly at the pile of headless pirates. It seemed that the saying, "Don't judge a book by its cover," was indeed very correct. Who would have thought that such a gentle person would also yearn for the feeling of wielding killing power? Luotian turned to the excited Mary and slowly said, "Power is something that can be addictive. Once a person possesses power, they will relentlessly pursue even stronger means." At that moment, Luotian felt deeply about his own words. Before his reincarnation, he had always fantasized about having superhuman abilities and living a life of heroism. But the reality was that most people, after gaining unmatched power, would at most be a righteous superhero for a week before completely turning dark, becoming a villain or worse. Before the system appeared, Luotian had been thinking about how to survive in this world where monsters roamed freely. Right now, Luotian, who possesses the Zuborin system, is thinking about how to awaken more and stronger abilities. To achieve this, Luotian is even willing to eliminate all the evil forces in the world. Of course, he has found a very reasonable excuse for himself. After all, he is only targeting those notorious pirates. Therefore, Luotian has no psychological burden at all. He just wants to unlock more powerful super abilities, such as flying, high-energy laser eyes, and super endurance that makes all men envious. Hey, who doesn't like power? Unfortunately, I guess I can only be an ordinary butler in this lifetime. I believe that one day in the future, I will definitely see Mr. Luotian's achievements in the newspaper. Meili sighed helplessly and shook her head. Just as the two were chatting casually, a figure walking backward gradually appeared in Luotian's line of sight. From what Luotian understood, this guy should be Zhang Ao, the vice captain of the Black Pirate crew. Although he doesn't understand why this guy likes to walk backward, it doesn't really matter. What Luotian cares about most is how much experience this guy can give him. Although Zhang Ao later joined the Navy and became a soldier who upholds justice, in Luotian's view, once someone has done evil, they must bear the consequences of their actions. A vice captain of a pirate crew. If they haven't committed heinous acts, no one would believe it. Even Monkey D. Luffy, who is known for doing good deeds, has killed quite a few low-ranking Navy soldiers. Since Luffy and Buggy caused chaos in the underwater prison and released countless extremely evil pirates, Luo Tian has completely concluded that there is no such thing as a good pirate. A thief is always a thief, and there is no need to distinguish between good thieves and bad thieves. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your subordinate Roronoa Zoro has successfully killed 112 ordinary pirates from the Black Pirate crew, gaining a total of 112 experience points. As Zhang Yao moved backward in a very rhythmic manner, Zoro, who was struggling to slash nearby, also finished his actions. Compared to Luo Tian's extremely violent methods, Zoro's opponents were very lucky to have their whole bodies intact. Basically, every pirate was killed with a single slash to the throat. Now, let's welcome the arrival of Zhang Yao, the current captain of the Black Pirate crew. Doesn't the atmosphere feel just right? Zhang Yao excitedly shouted, then turned to face Luo Tian and the others. However, when he saw the ground covered in blood and headless corpses, he was instantly stunned, just like the other pirates before him. Even as pirates, they had never witnessed such a bloody slaughter scene. Moreover, almost all the dead were members of their Black Pirate crew, with not a single villager harmed. What is happening? Am I being hypnotized? Zhang Yao looked incredulously at the pirates who had just been laughing and joking with him, now lying lifeless on the ground. Soon, his sharp eyes caught sight of Kuro's corpse casually tossed into a garbage bin by Luo Tian. Seeing his once wise and powerful captain treated like garbage and discarded so carelessly, Zhang Yao was struck like a bolt from the blue, horrified by this terrifying scene. Almost all of the more than 300 pirates from the Black Pirate crew had died in a small village called Zilabu. Even Kuro, who once had a bounty of 18 million berries, was killed on the spot, and it was such a dishonorable death. Seeing his opponent Zoro, he once again opened his mouth and bit down on his sword, rushing towards the trembling Zhang Yao in fear. On the other side, Luo Tian, who had slowly caught his breath, had no intention of making a move. After all, there were still two brothers in the Black Pirate crew who had not shown themselves until now. Although it was possible that those two guys had already escaped, cautious as always, Luo Tian would not give them any opportunity. If those two brothers seized the chance to intercept the villagers or Nami, who currently had little combat power, it would be troublesome. Anyway, based on Zoro's strength, defeating Zhang Yao should be completely effortless. He just needed to wait for the experience points. Just as Luo Tian was unguardedly watching Zoro chop away at the weary Zhang Yao, two extremely swift shadows suddenly appeared, targeting the back of Luo Tian's heart. Tian Yi, watch out behind you. With Nami's shout, Luo Tian realized that the two brothers had not run away, but had already hidden in a corner, waiting to attack him. However, Luo Tian had never learned the unique observation hockey of this world, so he was completely unaware of anyone lying in ambush nearby. Gagaga, D, one of the guys, nicknamed Hollow, directly extended his extremely sharp claws toward Luo Tian's back. One of the spotted brothers, Bougie, planned to directly crush Luo Tian's bones with his super high jumping ability and weight when Sam initiated the attack. Generally speaking, the combined attack of the two brothers would be enough to wreak havoc in the East China Sea. After all, these two are considered one of the trump cards of the Black Pirate crew. However, the unfortunate thing is that their opponent possesses superpowers and a steel body, Luo Tian. Even a blade cannot inflict any harm on Luo Tian's skin, let alone their ordinary attacks. After casually swatting the two brothers, Sam and Bougie, to the ground with two palms, Luo Tian looked down at the two, whose bodies trembled from the impact that shattered most of their bones. You two really have the audacity to challenge me. Even your captain couldn't withstand a slap from me, yet you two little things dare to lay hands on me? In fact, the brother who had most of his bones shattered by Luo Tian's slap looked extremely pained, fear evident in his eyes as he gazed at Luo Tian. I beg you, spare my brother. All the bad deeds were mine, just kill me instead. No, all the bad deeds were mine. Come at me and spare my brother. Bougie interrupted Sam's words as he heard Sam's intention to take all the blame upon himself. Luo Tian quietly watched the two brothers, who shared a deep bond. Since you have such a good relationship, how about I reluctantly send you both to hell together? After all, keeping one more person alive in this world is also a kind of suffering. Isn't it? He. Before he finished speaking, Luo Tian suddenly threw a punch, and with a loud bang, it pierced through Bougie's head, instantly exploding it, red and white splattering everywhere, the headless corpse collapsing lifelessly. Brother, you despicable bastard. You kill my brother. Don't let me find an opportunity, or I will definitely kill you. Sam, the elder brother, roared in twisted fury as he watched his own brother get obliterated by Luo Tian. Don't worry, you won't have any opportunity. I will send you down to meet your brother right away. Luo Tian said expressionlessly to the man who was hoarsely shouting in front of him. Crack! Yet again, a simple and unadorned stomp on the head. At that moment, the noisy world fell silent. The two brothers, who had helped Crocodile commit countless evil deeds, were completely obliterated by Luo Tian's two stomps, dead beyond any possibility of revival. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Black Sea Pirate Group, executives Sam and Bougie. Experience points gained, 1,500. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up. Current level, 17. 3 more levels needed to unlock the next superpower. Please keep it up. With the system's notification, Luo Tian immediately felt a familiar energy reinforcing every muscle in his body again. With the increase in skill levels, Luo Tian's strength began to become increasingly monstrous. He believed that before long, he would be able to perform the cool action of stopping a ship with one hand like Whitebeard. Host, Luo Tian Dominance. None Fruit Ability. None Level, 17. 32100 abilities. Heat Radiation Laser Eyes. Not activated. Steel Body, level 17. Flight Ability, not activated. Super Strength, level 17. Supervision, not activated. Super Hearing, not activated. Super Endurance, not activated. Frost Breath, not activated. Super Recovery, not activated. Super Intelligence. Automatically unlocked when host reaches level 100. After carefully reflecting on his leveling speed, Luo Tian couldn't help but feel eager to choose his next ability in advance. After all, he was about to reach level 20, and to avoid any further entanglements, he decided to select the superpower he needed the most right now. In the East Sea, where he could be considered almost invincible, Luo Tian's gaze fell directly on the flight ability Super Endurance, and that iconic superhero skill, the cool laser eyes. He quietly contemplated the 3 abilities he had picked out as his current top priorities. One was the ability to soar through the sky, something every man dreams of breaking through. Another was the super endurance that would ensure he wouldn't be a 3-second real man anymore. As for the last one, the laser eyes, after careful consideration, he ultimately had to forego. After all, while this thing was incredibly powerful and could cut through anything, it often came with a huge consumption of stamina. Right now, Luo Tian could only last 3 seconds as a real man, and he couldn't afford to shoot out a few centimeters of laser only to collapse in front of the enemy. If that happened, it would truly be a laughingstock. Looking left and right at the 2 necessary skills, flight and super endurance, Luo Tian ultimately chose to ensure he would no longer be a 3-second real man with super endurance. As long as he solved his stamina issues, everything would become easier later on. He had to prepare for the many bosses waiting for him ahead. Just the massive pirate crew of Creek and the fisherman pirate crew of Kokasia Village would likely push him to level 25 or higher. Those characters placed later in the story by Oda not only had strong individual power, but also thoughtfully recruited a bunch of small Kalami pirates to serve as experience point fodder for Luo Tian. Thus, the next task was to quickly reach level 20 to unlock super endurance and become a real man capable of doing it 18 times in one night. After a moment of quiet self-talk, the battle on Zoro's side was also nearing resolution. The already weaker Zhang Yao, seeing that he was the last one left from the entire Black Sea pirate group, lost all desire to fight. Therefore, under Zoro's continuous assaults, his flaws began to frequently show. Every time Zoro revealed his strength in front of Zhang Yao, a large piece of flesh would be ruthlessly sliced off by his sharp blade. After just a few minutes of fighting, Zhang Yao was almost cut to pieces by Zoro. Oh, what a weak opponent, Zoro thought, feeling no thrill of battle at all. Seeing that his opponent had basically lost all fighting capability, Zoro shook his head helplessly and took the Wado Ikemanji out of his mouth. To Zoro, such an opponent was not even worthy of being killed by his beloved sword. An opponent who had lost the desire to fight didn't even have the qualification to be slain by Wado Ikemanji. After wiping his beloved sword clean and sheathing it, Zoro slowly raised the 2 pirate standard cutlasses he had just picked up. 2 sword style, 2 cuts, death. After casually muttering the name of his technique, Zoro raised the cutlasses and, under Zhang Yao's extremely desperate gaze, struck down fiercely. 2 flashes of cold light passed, and with a puff, Zhang Yao, the vice captain of the Black Pirate crew, was directly cut into 3 pieces by Zoro's blade, creating a scene that was extremely bloody and eye-catching. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Roronoa Zoro, for successfully killing the vice captain of the Black Pirate crew, Zhang Yao X1. This time you have gained 1,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up. Current level is 18. You are 2 levels away from unlocking the next stage of superpowers. Please continue to work hard. After dealing with his opponent, Zoro looked at the heaps of corpses on the ground, trying to find anyone who could still stand. Unfortunately, the Black Pirate crew was just a small pirate group in the East Sea, both in scale and strength, of very weak existence. So even if he was not satisfied, there was nothing he could do but wait until he was exhausted from training. Mr. Luo Tian, thank you very much for helping Zyrobu Village deal with such a troublesome enemy. On behalf of Miss Kaya, I officially invite you to the upcoming dinner party. After all the pirates had been killed by Luo Tian and Zoro, Meili, the last steward of the Kaya family, generously invited Luo Tian, Zoro, and Nami into the villa for a dinner party. Naturally, they wouldn't refuse such a good opportunity that fell from the sky. After all, the dry rations they had been eating on the ship for the past few days were making their mouths taste bland. During those days of sailing, Luo Tian was determined to find a cook for his ship, as the generally boring journey would only become more tedious. This made Luo Tian think of Sanji, who would be encountered next, and who belonged to the same old pervert crew. But all that was for later. For now, it was time to enjoy a free meal. Seeing Luo Tian nod in agreement, Meili clapped her hands, and in the next moment, 2 rows of youthful and beautiful maids walked out of the villa. Almost every one of them was fair-skinned, beautiful, and graceful. Witnessing this extremely decadent and luxurious lifestyle, Luo Tian couldn't help but sigh, wondering what he had been living for before. Is this what a truly wealthy rural life looks like, while a poor rural life is just dirt? First, let Mr. Luo Tian and the others freshen up. Our dinner party will start a quarter of an hour after the moon rises. Before Meili's words fell, the 2 rows of maids dispersed, pulling a recliner to separate Luo Tian and the others, directly leading them inside while giving them massages. As for the maids' outfits, Luo Tian could only express how comfortable they were. Their delicate, cool hands massaging him were truly impressive, even making him hum a classic song from the richest man in West Hongshi yesterday. I want to fly to the sky, go to Gray's sheep, give my beloved sheep a few cotton candies. I want to stand on the sea, catch a big moon, and hang it on the roof to shine brightly. I want to be willful if I want to. I want to be stubborn if I can. Let's see who could do anything about me. I want to be unhesitant if I want to. I want to be unconfused if I want to. What could be more exhilarating than this? After several hours of dedicated massage and service from the maids, the dinner party finally began. Due to the continuous battles, Luo Tian and the others' clothes and belongings were in tatters. Therefore, the very perceptive steward Meili immediately ordered the maids to tailor expensive-looking outfits for them. At the moment the clothes were put on, Luo Tian once again felt the extent of the corruption of wealth. The materials were so soft that he had never encountered anything like it in 2 lifetimes. It felt as if he was wearing nothing at all. Indeed, being rich can lead to extreme decadence. Soon, plate after plate of exquisite dishes, various meats, vegetables, fruits, drinks, and wines were all served on the table by the maids. Looking at the golden, oil-dripping roasted ducks and various seafood dishes he had never seen before, Luo Tian, Zoro, and Nami couldn't help but have their appetites whetted. However, since the host, Kaya, had not yet appeared, they refrained from starting to eat out of basic etiquette. It wasn't long before a woman who appeared extremely weak, with faint dark circles under her eyes, slowly descended the stairs with the help of beautiful maids. Upon seeing the host of the banquet take her seat, everyone felt no longer polite and began to feast heartily. After a day of fighting, Luo Tian and Zoro had no time to chew. They simply picked up the food and swallowed it down. As a woman, Nami quietly approached Koya's side and began to showcase her talent for casual conversation. After several hours of whirlwind activity, the dinner party finally came to a close. Nami gradually became familiar with Kaya during their conversation. She could only express deep sympathy for Kaya, who was tormented by illness and unable to go outside, to give Kaya hope for her future life. Nami even went so far as to recount her miserable past of being a thief who stole pirate treasure as a story. However, Koya, who has never seen the outside world, is very obsessed with these adventure stories. So at this banquet, Meili also heard Koya's long-lost laughter. Mr. Ratian, to thank you for helping me recognize that deceitful pirate Klo, I have discussed with Mr. Meili, and he will generously gift you the golden Meili that he designed years ago. After seeing that everyone had eaten and drunk enough, Koya slowly stood up and spoke to Ratian. Although Meili had mentioned it in advance, Ratian still felt a surge of happiness when he actually heard the news. After all, the pirate ship left by Yalada was just too subpar for Ratian. Although under Yalada's orders, the pirates dared not slack off and diligently completed their cleaning tasks every day. In the end, Ratian just didn't like using this fat woman's belongings. When he had just crossed over, he almost lost his chastity to this tiger tank. And every time he saw that pink pirate ship, he couldn't help but recall that terrifying time. If he really lost his chastity to Yalada, Ratian probably would have nightmares every night in the future. Thank you very much for the support from the beautiful Koya, so we will accept it without hesitation. Due to her physical condition, Kaya didn't stay longer and, after apologizing to Luo Tian and the others, had to return to her room to rest. Eventually, Luo Tian and the others also went to their private suite arranged by Butler Meili to enjoy exclusive essential oil massages. Although Luo Tian had a very tough physique, if he didn't intentionally use it, he was basically no different from usual. In other words, in a normal state. Luo Tian was soft where he should be soft and hard where he should be hard. Otherwise, if one day he got appendicitis and the doctor's scalpel couldn't cut through, that would be a big joke. After all, this thing can really cause excruciating pain. After enjoying a period of the little maid's spa service, Luo Tian dragged his numb body to the balcony outside the room to admire the moon, which looked like a white jade plate. Just as Luo Tian was contemplating how many more experienced monsters he would encounter on his future path, a sound like a breathing machine gradually reached his ears. Looking down, he saw that the source of the sound was Roronoa Zoro, whose entire body was drenched in sweat, likely just finishing a new round of physical training. One must say that Zoro's perseverance was truly admirable. He could even refuse the beautiful little maid's essential oil massage for training. What incredible willpower. Anyway, Luo Tian would definitely not refuse. Whoever wants to refuse can go ahead. Aren't the little maid's hands delightful? Of course. This was because Luo Tian had awakened the motherland system, which made him so arrogant. Moreover, he doesn't need to exercise. As long as he ensures the speed of his upgrades, his strength will naturally increase like rising water. Zoro is different. With the dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman like Kuina, he simply cannot afford to stop. If he doesn't continue his relentless training, reaching the throne of his dreams would be a pipe dream. Of course, at this stage, Zoro is still very far from the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. It could even be said that the difference is like that between an LED light and the blazing sun. However, pursuing a dream is bound to be a winding road. Not everyone is born in Rome. After watching Zoro's daily training for a while, Luo Tian suddenly felt inspired and jumped down, intending to have a heart-to-heart with one of his younger subordinates. After resting for a moment, Zoro got back up, intending to continue his physical torture training. Is Tian Gu coming down to train with me? As expected of my captain, even though he is so powerful, he still insists on training. It seems my perseverance is still not enough. Today's training volume must be doubled. Luo Tian. Upon seeing Luo Tian's arrival, Zoro casually greeted him. After quietly observing for a while, Luo Tian noticed that Zoro's training methods were quite simple and unadorned. They mostly consisted of normal physical exercises and the repetitive, foundational swordsmanship movements. After about 10 minutes of repetitive training, Zoro collapsed to the ground again, overwhelmed and needing to rest and recover. I must say, your perseverance is already quite strong compared to the vast majority of people. But you need to understand that your goal is to become the world's greatest swordsman, right? Luo Tian said slowly, watching Zoro's muscles twitch. Of course, I am moving forward with the dream of my late friend. One day, I will achieve it along with her dream, and let the name of this sword, Inma, resonate throughout heaven. When Zoro heard Luo Tian ask about his goal, he immediately affirmed his desire for the position of the world's greatest swordsman. This was not just his dream. It also represented Kuina's wish to become the best in the world. That's a great goal, but you'll need to work hard. Dracula Mihawk is no simple character. To defeat him and claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman is still a long way off for you. Hearing Luo Tian begin discussing Mihawk, Zoro's previously tired expression suddenly lit up with excitement. Huh, Tian-gu, have you seen Mihawk with your own eyes? How strong is he really? Just how far apart are we? Seeing Zoro's intense reaction, Luo Tian momentarily didn't know how to respond. After all, if he told the truth, it might be too hurtful. Back when he read the original work, Mihawk had merely drawn a small knife from his chest and toyed with Zoro, leaving him without any chance to fight back. Even Zoro's own developed ultimate move, the Great Thousand Worlds, couldn't even scratch Mihawk. Let me put it this way. Your current strength, while not completely nameless in East Blue, cannot compare at all to Mihawk. That guy's strength should be on par with the 4 Emperors of the Sea, although he has never officially fought anyone. There must be a reason he has received such high praise. Moreover, it is said that Mihawk once had a swordsmanship duel with Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, and it ended in a draw. From this, you can see just how great the gap is between you two. After quietly listening to Luo Tian's words, Zoro didn't seem too disappointed. Instead, a glint of determination shone in his eyes. The stronger the enemy, the greater the sense of achievement when he surpasses them. Luo Tian looked at Zoro, who showed no signs of disappointment, and felt certain that this little brother was worth cultivating. With proper training, he might one day become someone on the same level as the emperors. Just imagine, it might not be long before Luo Tian has a general under him, a subordinate on par with the emperors. What an extravagant setup that would be. As Zoro stood up, determined to continue pushing his exhausted body, Luo Tian quickly stopped him. Training should be done in moderation. Even those with monstrous physiques in this world can't just train recklessly without considering their bodies. Let's call it a day for training. Next, I want to teach you about hockey. Seeing Luo Tian's advice, Zoro reluctantly put down the barbell. After all, his big brother had spoken, and, as a younger brother, he had to listen. Moreover, Zoro was eager to learn about the hockey that Luo Tian mentioned. During his time as a bounty hunter in East Blue, he had heard pirates talk about hockey knowledge to some extent. However, those were merely hearsay. Neither Zoro nor the pirates of East Blue had ventured into the Grand Line, so they had no real understanding of hockey. They only occasionally heard the term while dealing with pirates. Hockey, huh? I'm really looking forward to it. Looking at Zoro, who was sitting cross-legged and ready to listen, Luo Tian began to speak. Hockey, as the name suggests, it is a means to enhance human strength. There are 3 types of hockey. The first is the armament hockey, which is relatively common in the Grand Line. Only after awakening armament hockey can one have the chance to attack Logia-type Devil Fruit users. The second type is the observation hockey, which is relatively difficult to awaken. With observation hockey, you can easily dodge bullets and other fast-moving attacks. As for the last type, it is the Conqueror's hockey, which is the most powerful type of hockey. Those who possess this hockey are 1 in a million with the qualities of king. Qualities of a king? That sounds really impressive. Zoro was getting more and more excited, as he had always been eager to acquire anything that could enhance his strength. So, how can one awaken these 3 types of hockey? Hearing Zoro's question, Luo Tian was momentarily stunned. He really didn't know how to answer the question of how to cultivate hockey. After all, the original work didn't mention how to awaken hockey. The only thing Luo Tian knew was the segment where Luffy learned from Rayleigh, that false teacher. Although Luffy ultimately succeeded in awakening all 3 types of hockey during his 2 years of training, Luo Tian estimated that Luffy at that time had only awakened the basic forms of hockey. It was only later, under the guidance of the Golden Teacher, Kizu, that Luffy underwent real training to become stronger. After all, learning Conqueror's hockey in one go and successfully awakening the Nika fruit was no joke. After recalling some of the anime episodes he had watched, Luo Tian slowly began to speak. First of all, Conqueror's hockey should be an innate talent. To awaken Conqueror's hockey, one needs to have a heart that desires to become a king. Only unmatched willpower and immense ambition can match up and provide the opportunity for awakening. As for the other 2 types, armament hockey and observation hockey can be awakened through training. At that moment, Zoro seemed to forget about his physical exhaustion. He was already eager to awaken the 3 types of hockey that Luo Tian spoke of. The training method for armament hockey, in simple terms, is to learn to take hits, experiencing your body's feedback with each blow, until you grasp that feeling and can mobilize the energy within you. You will be able to awaken it. The observation hockey is completely different. Its cultivation method requires you to blindfold your eyes, ears, and other sensory organs that gather external information. As long as you can predict the opponent's attack without any sensations, that should mean you have awakened the observation hockey. Before Luo Tian finished speaking, Zoro immediately stood up. Brother Tian, please hit me. I want to train my armament hockey right now. Luo Tian replied. There is really no need for that. I can directly teach you the beginner stage of armament hockey. However, the subsequent training will require you to do it yourself. Looking at Zoro, who was impatient, Luo Tian suddenly remembered that when he reached level 10, the system rewarded him with a beginner stage armament hockey in the upgrade gift pack. Since Luo Tian, who had a steel body, didn't need this beginner armament hockey for now, it was perfect to give it to Zoro, as long as his little brother was strong enough. His own upgrade speed would also be faster. Since level 10 could unlock armament hockey, what about level 20, 30, or even 50? Would it be easy to get top tier or even divine hockey? Wouldn't that be a bit too precious? It seems like a Haven Tea brought any substantial benefits to Brother Tian yet. Upon hearing that Luo Tian planned to directly gift him the beginner armament hockey, Zoro felt a rush of emotion. Although he didn't understand why Luo Tian could directly pass on something that needed training, it didn't matter. He just needed to know that having such a big brother wasn't unjust. He was planning to give him a haki that he hadn't even cultivated himself. With a boss like this, why worry about not being able to defeat the world's greatest swordsman? Don't worry, at this stage, haki isn't that important to me. Besides, only when you become stronger can I relax a bit and not have to step in for every enemy. After quietly listening to Luo Tian, Zoro suddenly realized that the gap in strength between him and his big brother was still quite large. Instead of continuing to refuse, it was better to accept his big brother's generous gift. He could just do some hard work for him in the future. Since I've made up my mind, let us do it. I'll teach you the beginner haki now. Hearing this, Zoro immediately got up without hesitation, even though his body was already exhausted. But facing this unprecedented power system, he forgot about his pains. Watching Zoro walk up to him, Luo Tian reached out his right hand and placed it on Zoro's green hair. As Zoro felt the power flowing through him, he couldn't help but recall the scene where Luo Tian had smashed a pirate's head with a slap. Just endure a bit. Transferring haki might be very painful. Luo Tian kindly reminded the overly excited Zoro. After all, when Luo Tian activated his steel body, he had suffered inhuman torment, with his bones being shattered and then reassembled. He didn't want to go through that kind of pain again. However, that was just speculation. Perhaps the steel body required intense pain to strengthen. But this haki was just about channeling energy, so it shouldn't be too painful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the beginner armament haki to his little brother. Roronoa Zoro. With the system's notification, Luo Tian withdrew his hand from Zoro's head. He felt that this action was too familiar and somewhat inappropriate. Meanwhile, Zoro was in a daze. Under the system's powerful functions, various knowledge and energy about armament haki had been forcibly implanted into his mind. Generally speaking, armament haki only has a real training method when awakened, like going from 0 to 1. Everything is very difficult when starting from 0, but once you reach the first level, subsequent growth becomes much easier. Only when a person's talent is limited does the growth of haki come to a complete halt. Some people can easily reach the top level, while others might train hard for a lifetime and only achieve beginner or intermediate haki. A clear example is Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors. She was one of the 4 cadres on the ship of the sea, Overlord Rox D. Zebek, with the talent of a steel balloon body. She had never focused on training haki. In fact, in the original work, Charlotte Linlin was basically always giving birth or on the way to give birth each year. Given that timeline, how could she have time to train haki? However, the reality is often the opposite. Although she didn't have time to train, Charlotte Linlin's 3-color haki still reached the top level, which is a matter of talent. That is haki for you. It's really impressive. While Luo Tian was contemplating the gap between people, Zoro, who had just been in a daze, suddenly jumped around excitedly like a monkey released from the Five-Finger Mountain by Tang Sung. However, this excitement didn't last long. Upon seeing Luo Tian's dumbfounded expression, Zoro's face turned red, and he quieted down. He had been too excited and even forgotten that his big brother was next to him. Next time, he would really embarrass himself in the West Sea. Prepare yourself. We'll set off for the next destination tomorrow. At this moment, it was already close to midnight, and Luo Tian couldn't help but feel a bit tired. After reminding Zoro about their plan to leave early the next morning, he directly left. After all, Zoro usually stayed awake at night and slept in the morning, so Luo Tian didn't need to worry about whether he was sleeping now. He just needed to remind him to be on time at the Mary. After Luo Tian left, Zoro carefully looked around before continuing the excited roar he had just let out. The haki energy within him began to flow continuously, and for a moment, Zoro kept rotating between his black-skinned and normal appearance. After controlling it for a while and fully mastering haki, Zoro began to think about the haki usage techniques Luo Tian had initially told him. According to Luo Tian's original words, the energy of armament haki could only act on the body, and even weapons could be directly wrapped in haki. A weapon wrapped in armament haki would become incredibly hard, thus making it unlikely to break under normal circumstances. Only if the opponent's haki training level was several ranks higher than his own could they possibly break his weapon in one strike. After trying to wrap haki around his blade, Wad Ikamanji, which emitted a cold light, Zoro swung it towards a rock ahead. Unsurprisingly, as a grade 21 great sword, Wad Ikamanji, enhanced by haki, sliced through the stone as easily as cutting tofu, sinking into it without making a sound. After sheathing his weapon, Zoro began to reflect on the gains of the day. First, he had learned some new sword techniques after defeating over 100 pirates, and secondly, he had just awakened his armament haki. Overall, His gains today were greater than during the previous few years when he was a pirate hunter drifting around. Since following a big brother, Zoro felt that his strength had increased as effortlessly as drinking water. If he compared his current self with his state a few days ago, Zoro even felt he could easily defeat the version of himself from a few days ago that had not awakened armament haki. At this moment, Zoro's desire to repay Luo Tian grew heavier. He hadn't contributed anything significant to the team, yet his big brother had directly gifted him haki. The only way he could repay Luo Tian was through the relentless slaughter of pirates. After all, through observation, Zoro had discovered that the faster he defeated pirates, the higher the curve of his big brother Luo Tian's mouth would rise. Soon, the morning of the next day arrived. Bright sunlight shone through the white clouds onto Luo Tian. Mr. Luo Tian, are you really not planning to stay a few more days? We have many excellent people and personalized services waiting for you to experience. Seeing Luo Tian, who was already prepared to set off, Kia and the sheep man Melly eagerly stepped forward, hoping to persuade him to stay a little longer. Of course, although Luo Tian also wanted to continue indulging in the villa filled with a sense of capital decay, unlocking abilities such as flying, teleportation, laser vision, and various superpowers was far more appealing to him than these low-level pleasures. There's really no way around it. Although your service is excellent, the weather today is perfect for going out to sea. I will definitely return to the East Blue to experience your services again. Luo Tian declined with a heavy heart, not looking back as he walked towards the foot of the mountain. Since yesterday, Melly had arranged for his subordinates to drag the sheep-headed ship he designed years ago to the shore, and it was now waiting for Luo Tian to board and set off. As for Nami and Zoro, they had gotten up early and boarded the Melly ship ahead of time. The reason they were even more eager to set off than yesterday was entirely because Nami's hometown was still under the control of a group of fishermen pirates. After Zoro acquired the haki of armament, he hadn't really clashed with an opponent yet. He was very eager to encounter a worthy adversary to alleviate his current itch for a fight. After Luffy boarded the Going Merry, Nami immediately instructed Zoro to set sail into the depths of the sea. Generally speaking, as long as extreme weather conditions are not encountered, there is no need for many people to control the ship. It is sufficient to keep a steady direction and constantly observe the sea for any signs of submerged rocks or other hazards. Just as the Going Merry was sailing away from the West Blue village, Nami unexpectedly appeared behind Luffy and began to knead his shoulders with her delicate little hands. Although Luffy had no idea what this little thief was plotting, he was still very much enjoying it. If there was anything, just tell Big Brother, and he would handle it. What couldn't be done would be figured out, and troublesome matters would be dealt with as quickly as possible. After glancing back at Nami, who seemed hesitant to speak, Luffy directly reached out and tousled Nami's freshly arranged hair into a mess. Hearing Luffy's words, Nami no longer held back and directly said, "Luffy, we don't have much berries left now. Next time we fight pirates, try not to smash their heads too badly. It's inconvenient for exchanging bounties." Luffy responded, regarding what Nami said about smashing pirate heads, Luffy really had no excuse. At that moment, it was to ensure a quick kill. If their heads weren't smashed, how could they confirm whether the pirate was dead or not? After all, there was a scene in the manga where Whitebeard was half killed by a Kainu, but still managed to fight for a while before going down. What if some bizarrely resilient guy showed up? If he wasn't killed and someone else picked up his head, wouldn't that be a waste of experience points? Alright, I'll pay more attention in the future, but we didn't bring their corpses on board, so we can't exchange for bounties, right? Nami didn't answer Luffy's question. Instead, she pulled out a stack of photos from her D-grade dimensional space in her chest and handed them to Luffy. After Luo Tian took the photo, he was surprised to see the faces of the pirates he had killed before, except for a few that were really beaten to a pulp and hard to recognize. Most of them were still somewhat identifiable. The Navy had introduced a new regulation stating that as long as evidence was left after killing a pirate, one could redeem the corresponding bounty at any Navy branch within the 4 seas. These photos would ultimately be kept in the Navy branches. Nami counted the stack of photos in her hand, and among them, the Black Pirate crew was the Big Fish with their captain, Klo, worth over 16 million berries. Adding in those miscellaneous crew members, it almost reached the 30 million level. It would be a good opportunity to redeem them and help replenish the ship's funds. After all, going out to sea was quite costly. It wasn't just about replenishing various supplies, water, food, etc. Occasionally, repairs and updates were needed when something broke on the ship. Therefore, Nami, who managed the ship's finances, had to carefully consider these economic issues. By the way, Luo Tian, our team still doesn't have a name, right? Mr. Mary gifted us a batch of blank flags. We can choose a name and hang up our team's flag. After putting away the photos, Nami looked up at the empty mast of the Mary and couldn't help but speak. In response, Luo Tian pondered for a moment. It seemed he had been at sea for so long without formally naming the team. Now that they had a new ship, it was indeed time to come up with a name and create a flag. Do you have any opinions or suggestions? Upon hearing Luo Tian's inquiry, Nami replied without any hesitation. How about we call ourselves the Eyeberry Crew? On the other hand, Zoro, who was sound asleep, barely opened his eyes to take a look before falling back into slumber. This guy is not really good at naming things, unless it's for giving a name to his sword techniques, which would awaken the poetic abilities of his devil fruit. Without any hesitation, after excluding Nami's I Love Belly team, Law decided to stick with the game class title he had before crossing over, Bounty Hunter. Moreover, the title of Bounty Hunter perfectly resonates with his current identity as a pirate hunter. Thus, our team will be called the Bounty Hunter Crew from now on, and we will sail with the goal of eliminating all hostile forces. After resolving the team name issue, Luo Tian took a set of brand new blank flags from Nami's hands. Looking at the colorful and varied flags, Luo Tian was momentarily unsure of which ones to choose. However, soon a vivid shade of red among the flags caught his eye. Once upon a time, he was also a citizen of China under a red flag. Although he had now crossed into a world of pirates, seeing this bright color again inevitably stirred deep emotions within him. After selecting the blank red flag, Luo Tian instructed Nami to draw 5 stars on it, symbolizing China. Brother Tian, what does this 5-star pattern mean? Nami fell into deep thought as she looked at the freshly made 5-star red flag in her hands. It was just a simple color and pattern, but when combined, it inexplicably evoked a passionate feeling. Meaning, this flag is called the 5-star flag. It represents our unbreakable steel will and the heart that intimidates all. As Luo Tian's words fell, even Zoro, who was sleeping soundly nearby, forced one eye open to glance at the red flag that was already fluttering passionately in the sea breeze. Steel will? That's a pretty good name. Without a steel-like will, I won't be able to become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro murmured to himself as he looked at the flag hanging above his bed, then fell back into a deep sleep, clearly as a night owl. It was hard for him to stay awake during the day unless a renowned swordsman came to challenge him, which would barely excite him. On the other side, due to a shortage of manpower and Luo Tian's laziness while Zoro napped, Nami was repeatedly comparing the sea charts and constantly steering to avoid the most dangerous routes. After drifting in the calm East Sea for nearly several days, just as Zoro was using his armed hockey to clash with Luo Tian's steel body, a sudden scream broke out on the deck from Nami. Hearing the little thief shout, Luo Tian and Zoro hurriedly rushed out from the training room in the cabin. After all, this little rascal was now their crewmate, and if anything happened to her, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not to mention the loss of a teammate. Just the two of them, who couldn't team navigate and had no plans for the sea charts, could very well starve to death in the East Sea. As Luo Tian and Zoro rushed onto the deck, they heard a flurry of panicked voices. Don't shout so loudly. Hey, we are really not pirates. We just had a little accident while chasing pirates and got stuck on that reef. However, Nami, who was startled by the sudden appearance of the two, had no intention of listening to their explanation. Seeing her backbone, Luo Tian and Zoro had come up. Nami quickly made a triple jump and ran into Luo Tian's arms. Seeing this little thief, scared to tears and clinging tightly to his thigh, Luo Tian realized she was genuinely frightened by the two seemingly pirate-like individuals. But then again, if someone was focusing on something and suddenly someone tapped their shoulder from behind, that level of fright was truly extraordinary. It's not scary to scare a ghost. Scaring a person can really be life-threatening. Just as Zoro was about to step forward and slice the two ignorant guys to feed the fish, the two, who had been explaining frantically, were suddenly stunned when they saw Zoro's green hair. Brother Zoro? Hey, Joseph, quickly look, is that person in front Brother Zoro? Johnny excitedly called out to his companion after confirming the iconic hair. They never expected that in trying to hitch a ride, they'd end up on Brother Zoro's ship, which saved them the trouble of explaining. As fellow bounty hunters in the East Sea, the relationship among the three was quite good, akin to that of big brother and younger brother. Why are you two here? Did you come up to scare our crew? Zoro asked with a puzzled expression, sheathing his sword with a helpless look. He had thought he might encounter some strong opponent to test the power of armed hockey, but in the end, it turned out to be old acquaintances. At this moment, Luo Tian, who was tightly embraced by Nami around the thigh, also recognized who these two individuals were. Aren't they the Blade Emperor and Sword Saint from the East Blue storyline? Want to take down Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman? It seems that because he took Luffy's path early on, he inadvertently encountered the storylines of these two characters as well. The only slight difference from the original is that Luffy and the others blew the Blade Emperor and Sword Saint out during the cannon attack of the Going Merry. Since I didn't invite that guy Usopp onto the ship, there was no scene of firing cannons at the reefs. However, these circumstances led to the two of them jumping onto the ship when the Merry was close, planning to hitch a ride to the next island. "Zoro, I can't believe it's really you," Johnny exclaimed. "Joseph and I had a little accident while chasing pirates, and our ship was capsized by their cannon fire. That's why we were hiding by the reefs, waiting for a ride to leave. We just happened to catch a ride on your ship. Zoro, please help us explain to this navigator lady that we're really not pirates." The expressions of Johnny and Joseph, who had initially looked distressed, instantly brightened upon confirming that the green-haired man before them was indeed their brother Zoro. "Ah, I see. But this isn't my ship. It's my brother's, your big brother." "Lost ship," Zoro replied. Before he could finish, Johnny and Joseph's eyes turned red, staring intently at Zoro and Law. "Zoro, have you forgotten our agreement? We are bounty hunters. Now you become a ruthless pirate," Johnny shouted hoarsely, as if Zoro's transformation into a pirate was a huge blow to him. It's understandable, given that they used to be brothers in arms as bounty hunters in the same seas. Now, after years apart, the big brother and little brothers had become professional rivals, which was bound to be devastating for them. If their most trusted big brother had become a pirate, what was the point of them continuing to be bounty hunters? "Joseph, let's leave this ship and find another way to survive," Johnny said as he prepared to drag Joseph away from the Merry to seek a new path. Zoro, who was beside them, hadn't had a chance to speak before he was completely bewildered by the rapid-fire self-questioning and answering from the two little brothers. To avoid further misunderstandings, Zoro quickly raised his hand to stop the two who were about to jump into the sea, saying word by word, "You two idiots. Don't be so self-righteous. When did I become that kind of evil criminal? I am still the world's greatest swordsman, a pirate hunter targeting the Navy." As soon as Zoro finished speaking, the two stopped in their tracks. When they turned to look at the red flag flying on the Merry, they immediately understood everything. Zoro indeed had no reason to lie to them, and there was no pirate skull and crossbones flag hanging on this ship. "So that's how it is. I thought my brother Zoro might become a ruthless pirate, but it turns out he has built such a big career and formed a pirate hunter group with others. Then, please tell Big Brother Luffy to take us in. Joseph and I are also skilled at hunting pirates." Before Johnny could finish speaking, Zoro felt that this was indeed a feasible idea. After all, with only 3 people on such a big ship, they were a bit short-handed. This led to him being woken up by Nami during the day to do work, which made him quite unhappy, but he had no way around it. Now that Johnny and Joseph, these natural laborers, had come, wasn't this the perfect opportunity to free up some of his rest time? However, this matter still needed to be discussed with Luffy. After all, he was just a little brother, and Luffy was the big boss. Just as Zoro was about to turn back to ask, Luffy directly agreed to the two's request. After all, having more little brothers wasn't a bother. More people meant more strength, and the more people there were, the fewer chances he would have to take action. Then he could fish for experience openly, which was the way to go. However, before Luffy's words could finish, and before Johnny and Joseph could get excited, the previously energetic Joseph suddenly collapsed to the ground. He looked as if he had been thoroughly pampered by a tall guy for an entire week. "Joseph, hang in there. It's not easy to find an organization and find Brother Zoro. You can't just die like this." Johnny looked at Joseph, who seemed to be on the brink of death, and became anxious. Although there were no visible wounds on him, Joseph was utterly devoid of energy and looked extremely weak. At a glance, Luo Tian immediately understood that this guy must have contracted scurvy, which led to his symptoms of weakness. However, although this is a world of sailing, scurvy has not become widespread for various reasons. After all, there is no real communication between these islands. Therefore, the technological development in the pirate world can be said to be extremely high and extremely low at the same time. Some islands have even reached a level that breaks through into the future, while others still exist in the Jurassic era with dinosaurs. "Damn it, stop howling here. He won't die, he just has scurvy." "Really? Don't lie to me. I have elders above and young ones below. I can't afford to be deceived." As soon as Johnny heard Nami say that this disease is not terminal, tears welled up in his eyes, and he felt completely relieved. "Damn guy, why would I lie to you? Hurry up and grab some fruits from the warehouse to feed him." After hearing Johnny's words, Nami was so angry that her expression turned into one of sharp teeth and claws, clearly indicating that his ignorance and absurdity had completely numbed her. Soon, With Johnny and Zoro's efforts, all the few fruits in the cabin were moved onto the deck. What now? Joseph, doesn't T have the strength to eat the fruits? Johnny looked at Joseph, whose face was pale and seemed to have no strength at all, and quickly turned to Nami. You're really stupid. If you can't choose fruits that can be juiced, then just prepare to chew them up and feed him. Nami looked at this guy, who was so lacking in sailing knowledge, speechless. She really didn't know how they became pirate hunters. They didn't even know such basic things and wanted to go out to hunt pirates. If they didn't die at sea, it would be a blessing from heaven. After casually pointing out how Johnny should operate, Nami went back to control her ship's helm. After eating a lot of various fruits, Joseph finally began to slowly regain some strength. He turned to where Nami was and thanked her. Then Johnny, and Zoro started chatting about their families. They hadn't seen each other in the East Blue for several years, so naturally, they had a lot to talk about. Luo Tan, however, was not very interested in this, and even returned to his bed to relax. As time passed by, the three who had just been chatting slowly shifted into training mode. The reason was that Zoro, upon seeing that the two had not made much progress in their strength over the years, decisively set up a training plan for them. After all, on this bounty hunter ship, if you don't have some strength, it's easy to die suddenly. Zoro didn't want his two little partners to be chopped down by pirates like that. Therefore, training with the same intensity was a must. However, the upcoming days for Johnny and Joseph might be quite tough, as Zoro's training intensity is something that ordinary people really can't withstand. Just as Luo Tian was enjoying watching the two being trained to complain outside, Nami, who had just been steering the ship, suddenly walked into his room. Brother Tian, there's a famous seaside restaurant ahead. Should we go eat something and replenish our supplies? A seaside restaurant? Is it the one called Bartai? Nami, with her arms crossed, nodded at the mention, clearly wanting to see how delicious this restaurant is, having made a fortune following Luo Tian. In that case, let's steer the ship over. We still need to cook and to see if there are any pirates coming over to cause trouble. After receiving Luo Tian's permission, Nami quickly hopped back to the helm and began steering the Mary to dock at Barity's designated temporary port. Based on Luo Tian's guess about the plot, they should encounter another Navy ship, the Iron Fist Marine, Hachi here. This Hachi should have come to the seaside restaurant to replenish supplies while chasing the Creek pirates, who were severely injured by Mihawk. However, the original plot has already changed significantly. As the destined child, Luffy not only did not accept Zoro, this S-Class crew member who was given to him at the start, but even his whereabouts were unknown, perhaps due to Luo Tian's influence. He has opened up a new sea route. As a result, Luffy also has no chance to recruit Sanji, this top chef. After docking the Mary next to the Navy ship, Luo Tian, Nami, Zoro, Johnny, and Joseph directly disembarked and headed into the restaurant. Hobody, who was dining inside, couldn't help but take a serious glance at the flag hanging above when he saw the ship of Luo Tian and the others. After carefully confirming that the flag on the Mary did not have any skull insignia, he lost interest and continued to eat his meal. Gentlemen, and the beautiful lady, may I ask if you have money? If not, please do not enter our Bharati restaurant. Just as Luo Tian and the others were about to take their seats, a stout man dressed as a chef, with a flattering gaze, rubbed his hands and asked them. Luo Tian naturally knew that this man had completely fallen into the money trap of the restaurant. If the incoming guests were very wealthy, he would display this servile demeanor. Of course, if the guests claimed they had no money, he would be subjected to a joint eviction by a dozen chefs. If your dishes are good, paying in berries will be no problem at all. After casually responding to the chef in front of him, Luo Tian led his group of followers to find a large table to sit down. After confirming that Luo Tian and the others had money for a meal, Sanji, the chef and fighter of the Bartai restaurant, turned to look at the person in front of him who had started performing gentlemanly acts for the female customers again. Almost instantly, his expression darkened. Damn bastard. Hurry up and come over to serve the gentleman. Huh? Stop talking nonsense. I'm a chef, not a full-time waiter. So why should I take orders from you? Sanji replied with great displeasure upon hearing Patty's command. Although he continuously resisted verbally, his body honestly walked over to Luo Tian's group to inquire about their menu preferences. However, Sanji's lackluster demeanor completely vanished when he saw Nami, who had a youthful charm. In almost an instant, his legs turned into a whirlwind, spinning in place, and he didn't even know where he pulled out a freshly bloomed rose from his mouth. This beautiful lady, please allow me to provide you with the most sincere service. Zoro, upon seeing Sanji, inexplicably felt a surge of annoyance. After thinking it over and not finding an answer, he decided to ignore it. Perhaps he was just being overly sensitive lately. Hey, Curly Brow, do you have any drinks here? My mouth is a bit dry, bring me your most famous alcohol. Let me rinse my mouth. Normally, Zoro was quite polite to people, but for some reason, whenever he saw this waiter from the Bar-Tai restaurant, he always felt an inexplicable feeling. Overall, just seeing this curly-browed guy made him feel unreasonably irritated, as if he were his natural nemesis. Huh, you green algae head, don't interrupt my conversation with the beautiful lady, standing beside Nami and trying to curry favor with her. Sanji noticed the green-haired guy next to him after hearing Zoro shout. Just like Zoro, Sanji felt a strange emotion upon seeing the other man for the first time, especially when he noticed Zoro's odd green hair. What? Are you saying my hair looks like seaweed? You bastard with the curly eyebrows. Is there another seaweed head in this restaurant? And my eyebrows are not curly. Sanji exclaimed. Hey, I didn't expect Zoro to have such a wide social circle. Even the chefs in this high-end restaurant are familiar with him. Just as the two glared at each other, Johnny and Joseph whispered to each other. Although Johnny and Joseph were speaking very softly, being so close, Zoro and Sanji couldn't help but hear them. The next moment, both turned around in unison and shouted at Johnny and Joseph. Who knows this guy? He's just a curly-browed waiter and a green-haired swordsman. Rote watched these two natural enemies and couldn't be bothered to advise them. After all, these two were just like this in the original story. They were born to love and kill each other. Instead of interfering with their normal interactions, it was better to sit aside and enjoy the show. This farce came to an end when Chef Patty from the Bar-Tai restaurant arrived. Although Sanji was extremely displeased, he couldn't ruin Zeph's business since Rote and his crew were the guests. Dear esteemed guests, and his beautiful lady, and that damn green-haired guy over there. May I ask what dishes you would like to order? At this moment, Sanji's attitude was extremely polite, but he couldn't help but glance at Zoro's hair color. The table was mostly filled with ordinary people, and there was no big eater like Luffy among them. So Rote simply asked Sanji to bring out some signature dishes that they hadn't seen in the East Blue. After all, it wouldn't cost them anything, and they would definitely encounter the so-called East Blue overlord, the Creek Pirates, with a bounty of 17 million soon. If the money wasn't enough, they could just use his head to settle the debt. Rote believed the Bar-Tai restaurant would be more than willing to accept that. After ordering the dishes, Rote calmly looked at his current subordinates. Except for himself and Zoro, the others were still too weak in combat. Johnny and Joseph were okay since they had been pirate hunters in the East Blue for a few years. Although they didn't have much strength, they could still handle ordinary pirates. However, Nami was different. This little thief, aside from being agile, couldn't form much combat power. Her actions of killing pirates everywhere yesterday would definitely provoke the wrath of pirates across the world. Who knows, one day she might get surrounded and beaten up, and with Nami's lack of strength, she could easily be torn apart by pirates. This was something Rote didn't want to see. After all, she was someone he had personally taken in, and he couldn't let others bully her. After contemplating for a long time, Rote decided that he must find the most suitable devil fruit for this little thief. After all, Nami's entire talent was focused on navigation and weather sensing. Rather than having her train her body to improve her combat power from now on, it would be better to take a shortcut and find her a devil fruit directly. Moreover, the devil fruits, as treasures of the sea, are basically the fastest way to enhance personal strength. At that time, if paired with the potential 3-color hockey that could be obtained from my upgrade gift pack, it should be no problem to strengthen her further. Although it won't make Nami some kind of unbeatable existence, at least her survival would be completely assured unless that little thief goes to Big Mom's territory to poke at the tigers, but which would be another story. I have to say, the chefs at the Bar-Tai restaurant are indeed very efficient. In just a few minutes, exquisite dishes were served at the dining table. Luo Tian looked at the robust, fierce-looking chefs in front of him and immediately understood why this restaurant had managed to drift on the sea for so long without being robbed by pirates. Ordinary pirates might indeed struggle against these chefs. After slowly tasting a piece of sirloin steak made by these chefs, he indeed felt an indescribable flavor yesterday. It wasn't particularly stunning, but at least compared to some regular restaurants, it was quite good. The dishes these guys made even matched the flavors of those high-priced chefs hired by the Koya family. Brother Tion, aren't we supposed to find a chef here to join us on the ship? If possible, I hope it can be quick. I haven't returned to Kokoyashi village for a while, and I'm worried that Arlong will harm the villagers again. No problem, after we deal with the pirates here. Our next stop will be to help you take down that fishman and make a fish head soup. Looking at the pitiful little thief in front of him, Luo Tian couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. It's hard to imagine that a young girl would risk unimaginable dangers to steal pirate treasures to save the villagers of her hometown. If she were caught by those ruthless pirates who regard human life as grass, the consequences would be truly unimaginable. just as Luo Tian was comforting and rubbing Nami's head. A figure emitting a foul smell and negative emotions suddenly walked into the Bartai restaurant. Judging by the sunken eyes and the emaciated appearance, this guy had definitely been starving at sea for quite some time. Luo Tian naturally noticed this incoming figure. It was obviously Ajin, one of Captain Creek's subordinates from the original story. Ajin's timeline coincided with Luffy's in the original story, so encountering him at this time was quite reasonable. However, Luo Tian wouldn't take action for now, as killing him wouldn't yield much experience. It would be better to let him bring Captain Creek and his band of pirates here, and then they could wipe them out for a hefty amount of experience. Hey, is there a chef here? I am starving. Bring me something to eat. Anything will do as long as it's food. Ajin silently walked over to a nearby table where yesterday's group was sitting. He glanced at Luo Tian and Zoro, and his expression turned serious. As a ruthless pirate, Ajin had developed an innate ability to assess people. Just one glance was enough for him to know that these two weren't to be trifled with. Seeing the faint murderous aura emanating from Luo Tian and Zoro, Ajin hesitated for a moment. He didn't know if bringing Captain Creek over would put him in danger. But soon, his resolve strengthened. After all, in his experience, his Captain Creek was an invincible presence in the East Blue. Even though the Creek pirates, after gathering a fleet of 3,000, were defeated when they entered the Grand Line in less than a week by a terrifying figure who rode a boat with a sword. They had now escaped the Grand Line's range. In the East Blue, Captain Creek's dominance was still very powerful. Is there a chef here? Hurry up and serve me food. I'm starving to death, can't you see? Soon, the growling of his stomach made Ajin lose interest in observing Luo, Tian, and Zoro. It was evident that after drifting at sea for who knows how many days, he was so hungry that his stomach was touching his back. All he wanted now was to have a hearty meal, completely indifferent to other matters. Inside the restaurant, Patty, who was busy, quickly came out with a fawning expression when he heard the shout, looking at Akin. This damn noble. Why is a beggar here? Hurry up and get the hell out. What are you doing in our Bartai restaurant without money? Just as Patty was about to ask Akin what he wanted to eat, he lost all enthusiasm after glancing at Akin's tattered clothes. His personality had always been like this. If you have money, you're the boss. If you don't, be prepared to take a beating. Look here, I'm Akin from the infamous Creek Pirates. I'm here to eat at your place, to give you face. Akin, who was already extremely hungry, instantly became furious when he heard the chef in front of him telling him to get lost. He stood up, tightly grabbed Patty's collar, and shouted angrily, get lost. Do you think our Bartai restaurant is some kind of place? You want to eat here without money? Hurry up and get out. Patty casually slapped Akin's hand away with a ladle and intended to throw him into the sea, letting him fend for himself. Damn guy, I see you're looking for death. Seeing that the threat was ineffective, Akin directly drew out his twin Kanabo from his back, planning to solve the problem with force. What he didn't expect was that the chef, who had been very fierce just a moment ago, immediately deflated upon seeing Akin ready to make a move. In less than a second, the chef dropped the ladle and ran back to the kitchen, clearly terrified. Oof, now that's more like it. Do you think I'm someone to be trifled with? Is there a reason for me to pay for my meal? Feeling proud as he watched Patty flee, Akin put his weapon away and quietly waited for his meal. However, the next moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of Akin. These people were all tall and each held various kitchen utensils like knives and rolling pins, clearly intending to use them as weapons rather than for cooking. In Akin's panicked gaze, Patty, who had just run back to the kitchen, re-emerged. It was obvious that he wasn't afraid of Akin. He had gone back to call for help. What? Not so arrogant now. Why don't you call your Creek pirates over? Patty, who was very burly, cracked his knuckles, producing a series of popping sounds, and then led a group of chefs to start punching and kicking Akin. Akin, this paper tiger who had been starving for who knows how many days, was completely helpless after the chefs started to fight back. He was then kicked out of the deck of the Bartai restaurant. Is this what you call a pirate? Want to come here to eat free meals and take punches? Huh? After dealing with Akin, the troublemaking pirate, Patty directed all the chefs to go back and continue their work. After all, there were still many esteemed guests who hadn't eaten yet. But soon, Patty noticed that bastard Sanji was actually walking towards the unconscious Akin outside, holding a plate of fried rice. It seemed this guy was planning to give the pirate outside a free meal again. However, knowing he couldn't win against Sanji, Patty let out a helpless sigh and chose to ignore it. Roten quietly watched Sanji's actions and behavior without saying a word. After all, he and Akin were so similar back then. When he had just crossed over, he was captured by Yarlita. Following the pirate's custom, to make the captives more obedient. They usually lock people in a small dark room and starve them for 3 or 4 days. Naturally, Roten was no exception. Those days in the small dark room were something he would never forget. The feeling of vomiting bile was something he never wanted to experience again. Sanji is in a similar situation. Everyone who has been caught in the rain has a desire to offer someone else an umbrella. Having once sworn an oath while nearly starving at sea with Zeph, he is determined to serve all those who are hungry. This is his belief as a chef and what a gentleman should do. However, what Sanji doesn't realize is the serious consequences this action will bring to the entire Bartai restaurant. After feeding Ajin, this guy will inevitably return to bring the Krieg pirates with him, and that will be problematic. Some might think Sanji's actions are very saintly. However, unlike those who stand on a moral high ground and point fingers, Sanji is simply fulfilling his own beliefs. Perhaps in his eyes, feeding others is akin to feeding the self that once almost starved. Of course, Loden can only accept this behavior halfway. Having also experienced hunger, Loden would choose to give Ajin a hearty meal. But after he eats his fill, Ajin will definitely not escape Loden's wrath. Loden won't spare anyone who poses a threat to his life. Moreover, this guy must have quite a bit of experience. So there's even less reason to let him go. Brother Tion, this guy should be a pirate officer under the Krieg pirates, nicknamed Oniman Ajin. We even planned to take a shot at their pirate crew's autumn breeze, Loden mused as he observed a scene that didn't deviate much from the original plot. Meanwhile, Johnny and Joseph, not knowing where they pulled it from, brought out a large stack of bounty posters. The first one prominently featured the fierce-looking, murderous Ajin. After taking a glance at the bounty poster, Loden raised his eyebrows in surprise. Due to the long passage of time, he had almost forgotten the bounties of these people. Initially, he thought Ajin's bounty wouldn't exceed 10 million berries, but it turned out to be a whopping 15 million berries. At this rate, killing Ajin would bring him nearly 1,000 experience points, just enough to level up to level 19. Although the bounty amount doesn't necessarily correlate to the experience gained, it seems that a higher bounty indicates a stronger opponent. With increased strength, the experience gained from defeating him would naturally be greater. Thus, Loden gradually developed a habit of estimating the experience points of these minor foes based on their bounties. Brother Tion, the Krieg pirates are not to be trifled with. Shouldn't we lay low for a while? They have over 5,000 members. Johnny cautiously reminded Loden after some hesitation. It must be said that Johnny, having struggled in the East Blue for years as a bounty hunter, had a very valid point. After all, the Krieg pirates do indeed have over 5,000 members. Even trying to take down 5,000 chickens would take a considerable amount of time. However, Loden, who was familiar with the plot, already knew that the Krieg pirates no longer had those so-called 5,000 members. The reason was that Krieg, this guy, chose to abandon his position as the East Blue overlord and recklessly ventured into the Grand Line. Of course, there was nothing wrong with going to the Grand Line, but these guys happened to encounter one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Dracul Mihawk. Even if encountering Mihawk was not important, the most coincidental part was that Mihawk was currently using his world's strongest black sword to row a boat. Eventually, the entire pirate crew couldn't help but burst into pig-like laughter. At that moment, their fleet of over 5,000 pirates was halved in an instant by Mihawk's sword. And even now, Mihawk is still relentlessly pursuing them. This means that the Krieg pirates now have at most only about 3,000 members left. Although wiping them all out would certainly be difficult, it's worth the effort for the experience points. Ah, Johnny, you're not scared, are you? With that kind of spirit, it's hard to keep up with our captain. Just as Johnny was about to continue persuading Loden to avoid the Krieg pirates, Zoro, without hesitation, used a low-level taunt to provoke Johnny's competitive spirit. Zoro knew Johnny and Joseph very well. Among the 3 of them, Zoro was the first to become a bounty hunter, and later, Johnny and Joseph decided to join in after seeing him. So they all entered this line of work together under his lead. At that time, Zoro was already quite famous in the East Blue. Almost no one was unaware that a 3-sword-style bounty hunter was lurking in this peaceful sea. This was a significant role model for Johnny and Joseph, who had just joined the bounty hunter industry. Thus, Johnny and Joseph aimed to surpass Zoro one day. However, many years have passed, and Zoro's fame has only grown, while the 2 of them remain unknown. They didn't lack strength, as they had trained with Zoro in swordsmanship and various flashy techniques for a while. It's just that Johnny and Joseph were naturally cautious and timid, never daring to challenge an entire pirate crew. Instead, they spent their days secretly playing the Black Hand to kidnap the isolated members of pirate crews, then beat them up and dump them at the naval branches in exchange for living expenses. Although the 2 of them had become quite famous at various naval branches in the EC over time, Not many people recognize them outside. What? How could I be afraid of pirate? Brother Zoro, you know me. Over the years, Joseph and I have killed at least 300 or 400 pirates. How can we be afraid of the Krieg pirates? As long as he dares to come here, we'll take him down. Johnny, who was hastily showing off his bravado, was met with Zoro's approving expression. After all, he had just acquired the armament hockey from Rote and was eager to test it out. The arrival of the Krieg pirates was just right. They could take their heads as a tribute to the hockey that Brother Rote had given him. Although Zoro wasn't quite sure why he was so eager to kill these pirates yesterday, since his brother had already made the move, they, as his subordinates, just had to execute it. Thus, Rote and Zoro's plan to confront the Krieg pirates head-on was set in motion. Even Nami, the weakest member of the group, had no objections. She had witnessed Rote and Zoro's methods of taking down people as easily as killing chickens. Although they had only killed about 100 to 200 pirates in previous actions, it didn't matter much. After all, no matter how many ants there were, they couldn't kill an elephant, right? As the group was planning to deal with the Krieg pirates in their next course of action, Zoro suddenly frowned and looked towards the restaurant entrance. He sensed that an unprecedented battle was about to erupt here. Moreover, this source is not just the recently mentioned Krieg pirate fleet, but a more powerful force behind these pirates. Zoro himself is unsure why he has this feeling. However, it is also his survival instinct developed over the years of struggling alone in the EC. Is it finally coming? How exciting! Regarding Zoro's situation, Law believes it should be a sign that this guy is about to awaken his basic observation hockey. After all, only observation hockey can sense enemies and impending attacks. Hey, the one with the sword, just remember not to chop people into too many pieces, or else it will be hard for me to take pictures. Nami couldn't help but remind Zoro, who had already drawn 3 swords and was eager to move. Although he had seen many corpses drifting at sea over the years, there weren't many like yesterday when Zoro turned an enemy into minced meat. It wasn't that she was being picky. Nami just wanted to save up some berries for herself. After all, those Navy branches only recognized clearer photos when issuing bounties. If the faces were unrecognizable, the bounty would probably be nullified, and that would be unforgivable for a little thief like her who values money above all else. Stop talking nonsense. I know how to do it myself. No need for you to teach me. Zoro shot a glance at what he considered a very weak teammate after hearing Nami's words. Is that so? Then don't blame me for reminding you. Brother Law said I'm currently in charge of the entire team's finances. When we go to Lowtown to buy weapons. Don't blame me if I only give you 1,000 berries, enough for you to buy a kitchen knife. Nami smiled even more happily at Zoro's arrogant tone, as she had heard Law tell Zoro about the plan to buy a famous sword in Lowtown. As is well known, these precious swords are usually quite expensive. So, as the one in charge of finances, Nami could take advantage of Zoro's weakness. What? You're really a cunning little person. If you have the guts, let's have a man's duel. I'll let you use 2 swords. Nami laughed and directly left the spot, planning to head to the upper level of the Bartai restaurant to watch the upcoming battle. With her current strength, even if she charged forward with a weapon, she probably wouldn't cause much damage and would instead distract her teammates by needing protection. Fortunately, Nami was very tactful and kept away from the center of the battlefield. After all, she was just a navigator and didn't lack that little bit of combat power. Just as the two were chatting and joking, a dark spot began to appear on the sea not far away. As time passed, this small spot gradually expanded in people's view. In an instant, most of the guests dining chose to flee the scene. They came here to eat primarily to experience the fun of chefs fighting pirates. However, it was evident that this time it wasn't those small Karamis pirates causing trouble, but an entire pirate crew approaching. At first, people weren't too panicked, but when a guest recognized the flag hanging on that pirate ship, they immediately shouted in panic about the impending arrival of the Krieg pirate fleet. Upon hearing that the Bartai restaurant was about to welcome the EC Overlord Krieg pirate fleet, all the guests could no longer contain their fear. After all, the influence of the Krieg pirate fleet in the EC was undeniably significant. It was even more terrifying than the 4 Sea Emperors far away in the New World. The reason is simple. While the 4 Sea Emperors are incredibly powerful, they are too far away to exert influence over the EC. However, the Krieg pirate fleet is different. This guy is a major pirate roaming around. A little carelessness in provoking this guy could lead to ruin. Brother Tion, let me try my skills against the leader of the Krieg pirate fleet. It's just the right opportunity to test how strong my armament hockey can be. As the massive and battered pirate ship slowly approached the attack range, Zoro tightly gripped his swords. In an instant, a dark and profound power surged and completely enveloped the blades. This was the method of using armament haki to wrap weapons that Zoro had gradually figured out through Law's teachings. According to the concept of armament haki, there are generally 3 ways to use it. The first is the very basic technique of covering the entire body with haki for full hardening. This technique is used by anyone who has awakened haki. The second is to control haki to a higher realm, allowing the user to wrap it around weapons or even objects evolved from fruit powers to attack enemies. As for the third, it is considered the top-level technique of armament haki, which is the legendary internal destruction, where the user can invade the body or object internally with the haki wrapped around the outside for attack. Generally, the first and second techniques are very common and widely used. Almost everyone who successfully awakens armament haki can use them. The third technique, internal destruction, is relatively more difficult to master, and only a few exceptionally talented individuals have the opportunity to learn it. As for the character from the original work, Kinemon, his technique of flowing cherry blossoms is actually the third technique of armament haki. It's just that Wano gave it a different name. The ability to injure the strongest beings on land, sea, and air, Kaido, should be attributed to the third stage of armament haki, known as internal destruction. Besides hardening, wrapping, and internal destruction, the use of armament haki also needs to be categorized by the level of haki within the body, which can be classified into beginner, intermediate, advanced, top tier, and the legendary divine level of haki. The more haki a person has within their body, the stronger their attack power becomes. Currently, the strongest marine, Monkey D, Garp, has likely reached the divine level of armament haki. At this stage, Zoro has mastered the basics of armament haki and successfully learned and grasped 2 techniques for using haki. Although it sounds low, compared to the progress in the original work, Zoro's strength has increased by at least 100%. After all, having haki and not having it is 2 different things. Armament haki not only enhances one's defense, but also increases the user's attack power. The most obvious effect is when armament haki is wrapped around the body or weapon, making attacks more powerful and weapons sharper and indestructible. At the same time, armament haki can better protect the integrity of weapons, avoiding various effects caused by excessive usage leading to chipped blades. This is a very powerful ability for Zoro, who frequently uses swords, as awakening armament haki can basically reduce the frequency of changing swords. After all, ever since he acknowledged Law as his big brother, the number of pirates Zoro has been cutting down on a daily basis has increased geometrically. With more pirates to cut down, the number of swords Zoro has wasted daily is astronomical. Often, the swords he just picked up develop chips after only a few uses, which makes Zoro extremely frustrated. If not for the fact that the Enma sword is a good sword from the Great Grade and the 21 masterpieces, Zoro probably wouldn't have had a single weapon that could last more than 2 days. As for future matters, there's no need to ask me. If one person can take down the entire Krieg pirates, I would be very happy. Sitting on a chair, savoring the unique drinks of the pirate world, Law couldn't help but laugh when he heard Zoro request to fight Krieg. Isn't this the ultimate free labor offered by heaven? Not only do they not ask for wages, but they also compete to work overtime. If he could get more subordinates like that, it would be like leveling up while lying down. As the Krieg pirates threw down their anchor and prepared to land, the entire Bartai restaurant was practically deserted except for a group of chefs and an Iron Fist lieutenant. The naval lieutenant had initially planned to order the soldiers to take the warship out and fire at the Krieg pirates. However, under the obstruction of Zeph, the owner of the Bartai, he had no choice but to retract his order. After all, if they opened fire directly in the sea area, it would ultimately be the Bartai that suffered. Their restaurant was built on a ship, and if they accidentally got hit by a pirate or naval cannonball, the consequences would be too severe. Therefore, even with the Navy present, Zeph would never agree to let them fire. Although the Iron Fist lieutenant initially had no intention of listening to Zeph, upon seeing the group of burly chefs, he immediately shrank back. When under someone's roof, it's a good thing to lower your head slightly. Moreover, the Navy shouldn't affect a restaurant that is operating normally, right? Otherwise, they will be the ones losing money in the end. The Iron Fist lieutenant continuously reassured himself that it was because he cared about the people's feelings. Definitely not because he was afraid of those fierce chefs. Soon, the legendary East Blue Overlord, the notorious pirate Krieg, with a bounty of 17 million, arrived on the deck of the Bartai restaurant, led by his commander, the Demon of Death, Jin. At this moment, he wore a tattered captain's cloak, adorned with numerous shiny pieces of armor, making him look like a person inside a turtle shell, appearing to have high defense. Of course, if one ignores Krieg's face, which looked as pale as a vegetable, he indeed exuded the aura of an East Blue Overlord. Accompanying him was only one pirate, his commander, Jin. The reason the entire pirate crew had only these two coming down from the ship was that after being chased by Hawkeye at sea for several months, they were out of supplies and didn't know how long they had gone without food. If not for Krieg being the captain and managing to hoard a bit of food, he might not even have had the strength to stand up and speak, let alone come down to raid the Bartai restaurant. Well done, Jin. Our pirate ship has just been wrecked by that damn guy. Now, if we rob this restaurant and make some modifications, it could work, Krieg said, looking at the well-decorated, spacious, and seemingly sturdy restaurant ship, generously praising the flustered Jin. The reason Jin was so flustered was that just as he was about to starve to death, someone had generously given him a bowl of seafood fried rice. However, he has now committed such an ungrateful and beastly act, not only failing to repay his benefactor, but instead bringing his own captain over to plunder his benefactor's property and ships. Originally, Akin was quite hesitant about whether to inform Captain Click about this matter. However, when he saw Click on the verge of starvation, he immediately strengthened his resolve. He had to help Captain Click regain his spirit and strength. After all, without Captain Click, Akin would probably have died on some unknown small island long ago. Captain Click was undoubtedly the person Akin owed the most gratitude in his life. So even though Akin knew he would become an ungrateful person, he unhesitatingly led the pirate crew to this seaside restaurant. But when he saw Sanji in front of him, smoking a cigarette, his heart felt as if it had been struck hard by a massive iron hammer. You can go. I will tell the captain to spare you. Consider it my way of repaying you for that meal, he said slowly to Sanji, suppressing the guilt that overwhelmed him. It was one of the few things he could do, as convincing Captain Click to spare everyone in the restaurant was probably completely impossible. On the other side, Sanji, after hearing Akin's words, did not take action but quietly asked how many people were hungry. Before Akin could respond, the chefs at Bartai couldn't hold back their surging tempers. They simply couldn't understand why this guy would still want to deliver food to them when this group of treacherous pirates had already come to their doorstep. Wasn't that just allowing them to conserve their strength to better kill their own people? You don't need to bother with that. You should prepare to leave this ship. We, the Krieg pirates, had decided to take over your vessel as our pirate ship. Akin turned away, slowly wiping away the tears that were falling from his eyes. At that moment, it was too late to say anything. It was better to do his utmost to help protect some innocent chefs. It seemed that the name Redleg Zeph had already vanished from this sea, to the point of being robbed of his ship by a bunch of kids. Just as Akin was about to say something more, Sanji had already turned back to the kitchen, starting to cook fried rice. Another person who appeared was the once great Redleg Zeph, but now his powerful foot had been replaced with a wooden leg, which somewhat diminished his heroic aura. Just as Zeph was about to lead a group of chefs to fight the Krieg pirates to the death, a large hand clapped down on his shoulder. Before Zeph could turn to look, an indescribable force transmitted directly to his shoulder blade. Leave this guy to my little brother. You guys don't need to come over and steal the experience. Zeph quietly listened to Law's words, immediately furrowing his brows and choosing to retreat with the group of chefs behind everyone. In just that brief moment, Zeph had an intuitive understanding of Law's terrifying power. He could even clearly feel that if Law had moved even a finger yesterday, he could have crushed his old bones. Moreover, he has already passed the age of being aggressive and competitive. Fortunately, someone stepped in, which is great. As for what this guy said about experience points, it has nothing to do with him at all. Hey, you should first go find that guy with the curled eyebrows and have a hearty meal before talking. I don't want to compete with a weakling. Just as everyone's gaze was focused on Luo Tian, Zoro drew his sword and slowly walked up to Kureha, saying that he originally intended to test how much his strength had increased. However, he did not expect to encounter a starving ghost. Thus, Zoro planned to let him have a hearty meal first before cutting him down. As for that Akin beside him, he could temporarily be treated as a warm-up tool. However, before Zoro finished speaking, Sanji, who was in the kitchen cleaning and preparing the fresh, tender abalone to make a seafood fried rice for Kureha, suddenly shouted angrily about something like green algae head. You must be the famous three-sword-style Zoro. I've heard my subordinates talk about you. The so-called strongest pirate in the East Sea is nothing but trash in my eyes. If you want to take my head, you have to get past my Captain Akin first. When Kureha saw Zoro slowly walking towards him, he couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. Recently, he was so hungry that his front was stuck to his back, and he had no strength left to support him in a high-intensity battle. Now, he could only let his captain, the demon Akin, go up to block him. After he had eaten his fill, he would deal with these ignorant guys one by one, making them aware of who truly calls the shots in the EC. Akin, who was leading Click, unsheathed his renovation weapon, a pair of double canes forged from fine iron, without showing any weakness after receiving the order. "So, are you ready?" Zoro calmly looked at the murderous Akin, and a hint of interest sparked within him. Although this guy seemed unimpressive, he was likely not weak in the East Blue. In the next moment, Zoro bit down on the sword Wado Ikemanji, and with two steel knives tightly gripped in his hands, he executed a flashy three-sword style. But that wasn't all. After striking a pose, Zoro's haki surged within him and directly enveloped the three weapons. Under the dark aura, even the two seemingly useless pirate cutlasses in Zoro's hands exuded an extremely sharp quality. Faced with this scene, Akin's expression suddenly turned grave. He had no idea how this bounty hunter managed to turn his weapons into such pure black. However, Akin was certain that he absolutely could not defeat Roronoa. Now, he only hoped to buy some time for Captain Click. As long as Click had a full meal, everything would be fine. This was Akin's trust in his captain. To him, Click was invincible in the East Blue. "Prepare to die, for I am the demon Akin with a bounty of 12 million. After shouting to bolster his courage, Akin tightened his grip on the double canes and readied himself. The next second, Akin transformed into a shadow and charged toward Zoro, fully aware of the power gap, and chose to strike first. After all, in any battle, the first to strike always gains the upper hand. Since there was no way to avoid it, he might as well go all out. Three-sword style, Lion's Song. Zoro's eyes narrowed as he watched Akin rapidly approaching from the sides. Suddenly, the muscles in his arms bulged, and the three swords swung fiercely toward Akin. Clang! An extremely piercing sound of metal clashing erupted. Zoro's sword, now imbued with armament haki, sliced through Akin's double canes at their roots. The force unleashed, cracking Akin's arm bones with a multitude of fine fractures. However, despite the intense pain, Akin did not let out a single cry of agony. Instead, he raised his trembling hands and continued to charge at Zoro. Seeing Akin's willingness to face death, Zoro couldn't help but feel a flicker of admiration. Since that was the case, he might as well send him off first. Without a moment's hesitation, Zoro took Wado Ikemanji from his mouth and swung the steel knives he held tightly against Akin's body, continuously hacking away. Swish, 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 swish. Since Akin was not clad in heavy armor like Click, Zoro's steel knives almost always cut through him, exposing the red tissues beneath his skin with every strike. A few seconds later, droplets of bright red blood began to drip from the steel knives, creating a gruesome and frightening sight. "Captain Click, I have repaid your kindness. But be careful. This pirate hunter is too powerful." Akin's face twisted in agony from the intense pain. He knew he didn't have much longer to live, so he chose to turn back and give Click a final warning. After all, after becoming the overlord of the East Blue over the years, Click's arrogant attitude had become ingrained in him, and Akin was genuinely worried that Click would suffer at Zoro's hands. But none of this mattered to him anymore, as the next moment he felt his body slowly collapsing onto the deck. It was obvious that Zoro had beheaded him with a single strike, severing his head from the body. However, in his final moments, he could still see the last image of this world. What a loyal subordinate. What a pity. Brother Luo Tian only wants corpses, and that bastard little thief only needs a head for a photo. Zoro muttered to himself as he kicked Akin's head aside for later use, then turned his gaze toward the dumbfounded Click. At this moment, he had no intention of attacking directly. Click, whose eyes were filled with hunger, was even weaker than Akin had just been. Instead of killing him outright, Zoro thought it better to let Sanji feed Click a hearty meal to restore his strength. Then he could kill him afterward, all while testing how much his own strength had improved. "Eat up your seafood abalone fried rice." As Click's gaze remained fixed on Zoro, fearing he might strike him at any moment, Sanji had already brought the fried rice to Click. Upon smelling the delicious aroma wafting from the fried rice, Click could no longer contain the hunger that surged from his five senses. Ignoring the watchful eyes of the Navy around him and Zoro waiting for him to eat, Click discarded the spoon from the fried rice and chose to use his hands to scoop up every grain. "It's delicious, delicious. This is the best fried rice I've ever had. Especially this abalone, it's so tender," Click cried as he ate. Having lost track of how long he had been starving, almost every day, he would fall into a brief coma due to hunger. If it weren't for that damn guy chasing them relentlessly, he wouldn't have missed a chance to stop and fish for food. That guy who rode with a knife was truly a bastard. What was wrong with smiling? What law says you can't smile? At this moment, Luo Tian had no time to pay attention to what Click was saying, because after Akin's head was completely severed by Zoro, Luo Tian's level had successfully reached level 19. He only needed to level up once more to unlock a new superpower. The increase in level should be reflected in Clique. Host, Luo Tion. Haki none. Devil Fruit ability, none. Martial arts and skills, pure brute strength. Level, 19, 200-1000. Abilities, heat radiation laser eyes, not activated. Steel body, level 19. Flight ability, not activated. Super strength, level 19. Super vision, not activated. Super hearing, not activated. Super stamina, not activated. Freezing breath, not activated. Super recovery, not activated. Super thinking, unlocked automatically when host level reaches 100. After glancing at the system panel, Luo Tion turned his attention back to Zoro, who had begun to confront Clique. It must be said that the enhancement of armament Haki greatly boosts Zoro's current strength. The fact that he easily killed the demon man Ajin shows the change in power. I admit you have some strength for being able to kill my captain, the demon man Ajin. However, you are still far from comparing to my great captain Clique, he said. Having eaten and drunk to his fill, Clique revealed an extremely arrogant smile as he felt the power returning to him. As the absolute overlord of all pirates in the East Sea, he was quite confident in his strength. Apart from the heavy armor he wore, Clique's strength was not weak either. The fact that he could easily wield a war spear weighing a ton meant he could sweep across the entire East Sea. Except for the fisherman Arlong in Kokoyashi village, who might have a chance to withstand Clique's attacks, other pirates were basically seen as mere targets by him. Are you ready to die, Roronoa? Clique asked slowly, his gaze filled with a brutal killing intent after licking the rice grains off the corner of his mouth with his tongue. Before he finished speaking, Clique suddenly tore off the captain's cloak from his back, and in an instant, a figure shining with golden light appeared directly in front of Zoro. Looking at this opponent who had armored himself like a turtle, Zoro felt fortunate that he had awakened armament Haki with Luo Tion's help. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how to break through the defense, and the steel sword he had just picked up would probably be destroyed again. Faced with the extremely confident Clique, Zoro did not show any signs of backing down. He stomped his foot, leaving a deep imprint on the deck of the Bartai restaurant, and then swung his three blades like a cannonball towards Clique's armor. Clang, 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 clang. In an instant, the entire sea was filled with the ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. Clique looked at Zoro's attack with a calm expression, showing no reaction. Since the armor was forged, no one had ever been able to inflict any damage on him. Even Zoro's attack was no surprise. But the next moment, Zoro suddenly retreated and plunged two steel swords into the ground. He then gripped the sword Wado Ikemanji with both hands, and a spiraling black Haki appeared. Clique looked at Zoro's actions with confusion. Although he was confident in his heavy armor, this unfamiliar attack still filled him with fear. After all, his captain Ajin had just died under such a technique. Looking for death, with his eyes fixed on the poised Zoro, Clique shouted fiercely, tightly gripping the gun filled with gunpowder and then smashing it towards Zoro's direction. The next moment, a violent explosion erupted as the war spear in his hand slammed heavily onto the deck of the Bartai restaurant. The gunpowder packed inside the cannon was instantly ignited, and under Zepp's pained gaze, the outer plating of his Bartai restaurant was shattered by a single blow from Kuro. Unfortunately, although Kuro had strength to spare, he could never match Zoro's speed. The moment Kuro's attack descended, Zoro had already circled around to the other side, his sword, Wado Ikemanji, enveloped in a dark, armed color Haki. One sword style, death, II slash. Zoro muttered his sword technique, and in an instant he transformed into a whirlwind, moving at a speed that Kuro could hardly catch, lunging forward. The blade, now wrapped in Haki, struck fiercely at the armor on Kuro's chest. Crack! A loud shattering sound echoed. At this moment, Kuro felt a warm, wet liquid on his chest and a long-forgotten pain. Looking down, he saw that the heavy armor he relied on for survival had been shattered into pieces by Zoro's sword strike, the inexplicably black blade piercing deeply into his heart. Feeling the scent of blood rising from his chest, Kuro was instantly enraged, and without time to react further, he threw a powerful punch aimed directly at Zoro's forehead. Faced with Kuro's desperate counterattack, Zoro naturally wouldn't take it head-on. Quickly withdrawing Wado Ikemanji from Kuro's chest, Zoro used his speed advantage to continuously dodge and slash at the unwieldy Kuro. In no time, Kuro's entire body armor had been reduced to fragments by Zoro's strikes. However, throughout this exchange, none of Kuro's attacks managed to hit Zoro. Seeing that his attacks had no effect on Zoro, Creek began to lose his temper. Alright, is that how you want to play it? Since I can't live, neither will you. After shouting in extreme anger, Creek directly took out a gas mask and put it on his face. He then raised a large shield with a central hole, aiming it at everyone in the Bartai restaurant. Luffy recognized this familiar action and understood that this guy was planning a counterattack, using gas bombs to take out everyone. However, the pirates still on the ship would also be affected by the gas bombs and could die at the hands of their own captain. Hey, any last words? If not, then become my brother Luffy's experience points. Although he didn't know what experience points meant, capturing Creek's head was all that mattered. Zoro calmly watched Creek, who was about to pull some tricks and no longer held back. All his strength instantly concentrated on the blade of the Sandai Kitetsu, aimed at Creek's neck, and he charged forward. Faced with this situation, Creek's hair stood on end. At this moment of life and death, he even forgot to activate the gas bomb, thinking only about how to dodge this lethal strike. However, it was all in vain, even though Creek desperately tried to dodge. The sound of the blade slicing into flesh still echoed. A dark flash cleanly cut through his entire neck. In the next moment, a severed head, accompanied by bright red blood, flew into the air. Thus, the once dominant pirate Captain Creek was killed in the Bartai restaurant. Ding! Congratulations, the member under the host, Roronoa Zoro, successfully killed Creek, the captain of the Creek Pirate Crew X1. This time, a total of 2,000 experience points dropped. Ding! Congratulations, the host successfully leveled up. Current level, level 20. This time, a luxurious upgrade gift package X1 has been obtained, and the host can freely choose any new superpower to activate. Ding! Superpower, Iron Body. Super Strength has automatically synchronized to level 20. Having witnessed Creek's head fall, the system's prompt sounded in Luffy's ears. Not to mention, the experience points dropped from Creek were indeed worthy of being called the ruler of the East Sea, a full 2,000 points. Enough for Luffy to directly level up 2 times. However, the difficulty of leveling up might increase as he progressed. Luffy noticed that the experience points required for leveling up seemed to be growing exponentially. At first, only 100 experience points were needed to level up, but after reaching level 10, it increased to 1,000 points. Now, it had reached 2,000 experience points to level up. This meant that as he progressed further, the experience points required for leveling up would only increase. As it stands, 2,000 experience points would only allow Luffy to reach level 21. Currently, most of the prominent figures in the EC have been killed by Luo Tian. The remaining ones are either too weak to fight back or don't have the time to search for him out at sea. Luo Tian looked at his data panel and pondered. Host, Luo Tian body technique. None domineering. None fruit ability. None level, 20. 1,200 2,000 abilities. Heat radiation laser eyes. Inactive. Steel body, level 20. Flying ability. Inactive. Super strength, level 20. Supervision. Inactive. Super hearing. Inactive. Super endurance. Inactive. Freezing breath. Inactive. Super recovery. Inactive. Super mind. Automatically unlocks when host level reaches 100. Then let's unlock my super endurance while we're at it. He decided after a moment of thought, opting to unlock the new super ability of super endurance, as he had intended earlier. Although the laser eyes and flying abilities were very flashy, given his physical condition from yesterday, it seemed impossible to continuously utilize those powerful super abilities for long periods. Therefore, unlocking this super endurance to ensure a constant supply of stamina was the priority. Of course, this wasn't just for Luo Tian's own happiness in the latter half of his life. It was merely to ensure he had enough stamina to face unexpected situations. Luo Tian, that's what I'm thinking too. Hey, Johnny, Joseph, what are you two doing over there? Hurry up and get on the ship and take down all those starving ghosts from the Creek pirates. Leave none alive. Just as Johnny and Joseph were still in shock watching Zoro cleanly behead Creek without any reaction, Zoro had already walked over holding Creek's head. Clearly, with Johnny and Joseph as muscle now, Zoro had no intention of doing all the killing himself. Although there were still around 1,000 pirates left in the Creek pirates, most were too weak to even lift a sword due to starvation. It was just right to give Johnny and Joseph a chance to build their courage and avoid dragging the whole team down later. Though both of them were also bounty hunters, they had definitely never experienced a life where killing was as easy as killing a chicken. This was a perfect opportunity for them to experience it and adapt to the pace of life ahead. As for Zoro's words, Luo Tian naturally had no extra guidance to offer. Regarding the remaining pirate officer from the Krieg pirates, Iron Wall Bar, Luo Tian hardly took him seriously. Even a resilient pirate like Akin, after being starved for so long, could no longer defeat a chef. So what could this little bar do? Even if he had some resistance, he would not be a match for Johnny and Joseph. After all, bounty hunters who target pirates on the sea are definitely not weak. If they were, they probably wouldn't last a day before being killed by pirates. Johnny and Joseph had been thriving in the East Sea for many years without a scratch, not even losing a single part. Just as the two were preparing to board the ship with their swords, Lieutenant Iron Fist, who had received orders from the Navy headquarters, stood up in dissatisfaction, intending to stop the impending slaughter. Who allowed you to do this? These pirates should all be handed over to the Navy headquarters for judgment and locked away in the underwater prison to repent for their sinful lives. However, before the lieutenant could finish his sentence, a gaze filled with murderous intent shot over. In that instant, the lieutenant from the Navy headquarters was so frightened that he didn't dare to say another word. He swore this was one of the most intimidating gazes he had ever encountered, one that seemed to have emerged from a sea of blood and was reminiscent of the gaze he had seen from Admiral Sakazuki, the strongest force in the Navy headquarters. Just a distant glance from Sakazuki had given him an eerie feeling. Now, this was the second time he had seen such a gaze. Although it was slightly inferior to the overwhelming aura of Admiral Sakazuki, considering the overall situation, neither of these two was someone he, a mere lieutenant, could provoke. Furthermore, this powerful bounty hunter was merely a subordinate of the person sitting over there sipping a cocktail. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, the naturally cautious how Bodhi chose to back down and no longer obstruct Johnny and Joseph's steps. Although he didn't believe Luo Tion and the others would openly kill Navy personnel, who could guarantee that? He didn't want to risk his life to test such matters. If they really turned hostile, he'd be in serious trouble, without anyone blocking them. The brothers Johnny and Joseph quickly climbed up the now severely damaged pirate ship using the net ladder thrown down by the clique pirates. In less than a minute, a continuous sound of experience points dropping began to echo in Luo Tion's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host team member for successfully killing a regular member of the clique pirates X1. A total of 1 experience point dropped. Ding! Congratulations to the host team member for successfully killing a regular member of the clique pirates X8. A total of 8 experience points dropped. Ding! Congratulations to the host team member for successfully killing a regular member of the clique pirates X16. A total of 16 experience points dropped. Listening to the frequency of experience point drops accelerating, it seemed that Johnny and Joseph had gained a unique insight into how to deliver lethal strikes. While Johnny and Joseph were rampaging on the clique pirate ship, Zoro, having successfully experienced the changes brought by the armament hockey, was even more determined to train his hockey diligently. Until one day, he hoped his hockey would become powerful enough to help him claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman. After thoroughly understanding the knowledge of hockey, Zoro successfully recognized just how far he was from Dracula Mihawk. The gap between his current basic hockey and Mihawk's top-tier hockey was already like heaven and earth. Moreover, Mihawk's swordsmanship and various hockey techniques would undoubtedly be superior to his own. It's even possible that Mihawk possesses the legendary 3 types of hockey, but simply doesn't show it. Otherwise, if he didn't have that level of strength, he probably wouldn't be able to maintain his position as the world's greatest swordsman. While Roronoa was quietly enjoying the continuous increase in experience points, a sudden and intense sound of fighting erupted from the ship of the Creed pirates. This unexpected situation immediately put Zoro on alert, as no one knew what kind of people might be hiding there. However, the sudden battle noise quickly ceased, and it was all over in less than 3 minutes. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Underlings Johnny and Joseph successfully killed the Krieg Pirates cadre, Iron Wall Bara X1. A total of 1,100 experience points dropped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up. Current level, 21. Super ability, Steel Body, Super Strength, Super Stamina have automatically synchronized to level 21. After glancing at the system notification, Roronoa suddenly realized that there was indeed such a character as Iron Wall Bara in the Krieg Pirates. However, his performance in both the manga and anime was so poor that Roronoa didn't have much of an impression of him. In the end, this guy still died at the hands of Johnny and Joseph. It wasn't that Bara was too weak. It was just that Johnny and Joseph could easily deal with this pirate cadre, because Iron Wall Bara had already been hunted down by Mihawk, completely exhausted and without any strength left. After experiencing the thrill of leveling up again, Roronoa had high expectations for the upcoming plot. Just by taking down one Krieg pirate, he had directly leveled up to 21. When the Marineford War breaks out, if he could take advantage of the chaos to eliminate a few of Whitebeard's cadres, it would definitely be a huge profit. Teasing the tiger's tail of the Whitebeard pirates was a bit risky, but compared to the rich rewards it could bring, this risk seemed trivial. If he had the chance to deal a final blow to Whitebeard, Roronoa estimated that his level could rise by at least 20 levels. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Underlings Johnny and Joseph successfully killed 300 ordinary pirates from the Krieg pirates. A total of 300 experience points dropped. At this moment, the Krieg pirate ship was filled with a stench of blood, with red blood seeping from every corner of the ship, staining the sea below a bright red. Even the group of Marines at the Bartai restaurant, who were used to chasing pirates, were left speechless by this horrifying scene. Although they often fought fiercely with pirates, they had never witnessed such a merciless scene before. Not only had the blue seawater turned blood red, but there were also numerous severed limbs and even the occasional shattered pirate skull floating on the surface. Captain, I think we need to report today's events in detail to Admiral Sengoku at headquarters. Although these people aren't pirates, their level of danger seems much higher than that of pirates, a Marine cautiously said after tugging at Happity's collar, as if afraid that Zoro and Roronoa nearby would overhear. With a reminder from a Marine, Hobo D also came to his senses. He had come to the EC because of an order from headquarters to hunt down the Krieg pirates. Now, the situation had dramatically changed. Not only had the Krieg pirates not been captured, but they had also been completely wiped out by a team suspected to be pirate hunters. He had to return to headquarters immediately to report the situation of the mission to Sengoku or Admiral Crane in detail. After realizing the key point, Hobo D quickly ordered the Marines to pack up their equipment and rush back to the warship for the return journey. Seeing them unhesitatingly take the risk of capsizing to make a sharp turn and withdraw from the danger zone probably indicated that they had been frightened by the methods of Luo Tian and others. As for the Marines fleeing, it had no effect on Luo Tian at all. After all, he was just killing pirates, and it was not the Navy's business. Moreover, he originally set sail as a pirate hunter, so killing these pirates is part of his duty. It's likely that the Navy would even thank them for it. After experiencing over an hour of slaughter, nearly 2,000 pirates from the Krieg pirates were completely decimated by Radhan and his group. Considering the stamina of Johnny and Joseph, it would have been impossible for just the two of them to kill all these pirates in such a short time. However, with Radhan and Zoro joining in, it became very reasonable. Radhan, who had unlocked super endurance, could be described as a terrifying physical monster. While he wasn't completely tireless, he estimated that he could fight at high intensity for at least 3 days and nights without feeling fatigued. Although this level of stamina is still slightly inferior compared to the indigenous strongmen of this world, Radhan is currently only at level 21 in super endurance. Once his super abilities synchronize to around levels 50 or 60, he would likely be on par with, or even overpower these so-called Emperors of the Sea. Just as Radhan was very satisfied looking at his perfect data panel, a dark coffin-like small boat had mysteriously drifted onto the scene not far from the Bartai restaurant. Dracula Mihawk. What is this guy doing here in the East Blue instead of properly staying in the Grand Line? When Zep saw the coffin-like small boat floating on the sea, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This guy is one of the 7 warlords of the sea appointed by the world government, and is the world's greatest swordsman, by rights. Each warlord has the unrestricted ability to plunder the property and treasures of everyone within their territorial range. Even if a warlord wanted to kill civilians, it would be permitted as long as it wasn't too excessive. The world government wouldn't pursue it too much. As for the Navy, while they would keep bothering them, if the warlords reported to the world government, the Navy would have to back down. After all, the entire Navy's financial system is firmly controlled by the world government. Zep's fear of Mihawk stems from the fact that he has seen the world as a former pirate. He knows very well how much weight the title of the world's greatest swordsman carries. If he wanted, he could probably take out everyone present with just one move. Of course, this is Zep's speculation. Given Rothan's current level 20 physique, Mihawk would need at least 2 strikes, if not more, to take him down. Old man, just how strong is this guy? I've never seen you so nervous before. Sanji, who was smoking and confused while watching the bloody massacre caused by Rothan's group, turned to Zep and asked. This guy's fighting power could probably rival that of the admirals at Navy headquarters. And even the 4 emperors ruling the New World would find it difficult to take down Mihawk. After hearing Zep's words, Sanji's eyes widened. He initially thought this guy was just slightly stronger than average. Now, it turns out he's at the ceiling level of combat power in this world. From Sanji's perspective and strength, he knew he was far from being on par with the admirals or the 4 emperors. At this moment, it wasn't just Zep and Sanji who noticed Mihawk. Rothan's group, having resolved all matters, was already on high alert, looking towards the figure about to come ashore. Radhan watched as Nami finished taking photos of all the pirate heads with bounties, then unceremoniously kicked each one into the sea like a soccer ball to feed the fish. This guy is the world's greatest swordsman, and I will definitely defeat him, even if it costs me my life. Zoro's gaze was fixed on the man wearing a black cloak with a large black sword hanging on his back. Ever since he received the sword Wado Ikemanji from Kana, Zoro's goal has been to defeat the world's greatest swordsman and take his title, making Wado Ikemanji's name resonate throughout heaven. Brother Tion, that's my goal. I must have showdown with him today. If I, Roronoa Zoro, happen to die here then, I'll repay Brother Rothan's life-saving grace in my next life. Zoro, with a guilty expression, slowly left what seemed like a last message to Rothan before striding towards Mihawk, who had already docked at the Bartai restaurant. At this moment, even Sanji, who usually looked down on Zoro, was shocked and murmuring to himself, "Hey, green-hair guy, come back quickly. That's a warlord. You'll be turned into minced meat. Hey, green algae head, are you fucking listening to me? Come back. Don't think that just because you saved the Bartai restaurant, you can ignore what I say." Sanji didn't even understand why he felt so anxious, like an ant on a hot pan, when he saw Zoro so determined to challenge Mihawk. However, even though he was anxious, it was too late. Zoro and the man known as Dracula Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, had already locked eyes with each other. Mihawk looked disinterestedly at the guy in front of him, who was full of flaws. "Did you really take care of the prey that was chasing me? How self-righteous. Speak. What is your purpose standing before me? To take your place as the world's greatest swordsman?" Zoro slowly pulled out his headband and carefully tied it around his forehead. This action wasn't without meaning. It represented that Zoro was going to face his opponent with all his strength. "You're just a weakling. Why should I accept a challenge from someone so weak?" Before he finished speaking, Mihawk's hawk-like sharp gaze had locked on Zoro's figure. He couldn't help but admire this swordsman who stood before him without any fear. Over the years, many reckless little guys had come to provoke him, only to be cut into pieces by him, but no swordsman had ever stood before him calmly without fear of his aura. If you are also a swordsman, then you should see just how big the gap between us is. Why engage in such a suicidal act? Or is your recklessness a result of ignorance in your heart? Mihawk calmly walked step by step toward Zoro, the powerful aura from his long-standing high position continuously washing over the little guy trying to challenge the world's #1. However, to Mihawk's surprise, Zoro was completely different from any swordsman he had encountered before. Most people, when facing him, could barely hold themselves together, their hands and feet trembling, which indicated a strong inner strength. Unexpectedly, this guy could tightly grip his two swords, leaving a very good impression on him. Whether this was ignorance or fearlessness could be discussed later. He knew Zoro was the strongest among all swordsmen, but that didn't mean he had to be afraid of him. The true belief of a swordsman should be to continuously strive toward the strongest, right? Zoro gripped the two steel blades he had picked up tightly, his veins bulging from the exertion, becoming vividly pronounced on his forearms. "Remember, the one who will definitely defeat you is named Roronoa Zoro." As soon as he finished speaking, Zoro drew the sword Wado Ikemanji, infused with Quina's will, biting down on it with clear bloodstains visible. This was blood from his previous battle. Zoro hadn't had time to properly care for his beloved sword before seeing his sought-after target appear before him. "Roronoa, I truly admire your courage. You are one of the only two swordsmen I remember from the EC. Since that's the case, let me see why there's so many fearless guys in the EC." Mihawk silently listened to Zoro's words and then slowly drew a very exquisite small sword. As the battle was about to erupt, Zoro looked at Mihawk with a determined gaze, ready to catch any movement from the opponent. However, when he saw the small knife in Mihawk's hand, which was less than 5 centimeters long, he immediately felt an intense humiliation. "Damn this guy. Are you looking down on me? Be careful not to let me chop off your head and kick it into the sea." "Sorry, but I don't seem to have a smaller knife than this. You'll have to make do." Zoro, 3-sword style, 1 steel slash. Transforming his inner anger into a more powerful force, Zoro tightly gripped the steel blades, a dark-colored haki wrapping around them, instantly turning the cold, gleaming blades into a very hard appearance. Even the Wado Ikemanji he was biting down on became tungsten steel-colored, but it appeared sharper compared to the 2 ordinary steel blades in his hands. In an instant, the 3 blades slashed toward Mihawk's head, aiming to split it into 3 parts and paint the entire East Sea with blood. Haki, huh? Why is this sea, where talents abound, called the weakest ocean? Mihawk calmly watched Zoro charging at him and muttered to himself. Although Zoro's strength was already extremely powerful in the East Sea and even among the other 3 seas, his opponent, Dracula Mihawk, was the world's strongest swordsman. Even if Zoro was fast, in Mihawk's eyes, he was as slow as a snail. At that moment, Everyone sitting in the Bartai restaurant watching the battle felt a bone-chilling cold when they saw Mihawk's gaze, as if his eyes could kill. Our client, Roronoa Zoro, also felt the imposing aura of Mihawk. However, with a heart full of determination, he was completely unafraid. Even if it meant sacrificing his life for his dream, it would be worth it. Although no one believed they could defeat Mihawk. Not even Zoro himself thought he had a chance against the world's greatest swordsman. But one must believe in oneself, believe in miracles, and believe in the dream they have always held on to. Who says the world's greatest swordsman must be stronger than oneself? Without trying, how can one know who is stronger? Just as everyone watched Zoro's 3 blades about to strike Mihawk's head, the originally still Mihawk suddenly made a slight movement. He slowly raised his right hand, effortlessly using a small fruit knife that looked only a few centimeters long to block the center of Zoro's 3 blades. How can he be so strong? Zoro stared wide-eyed as he watched his 3 attacks, coming from different directions, being intercepted simultaneously by this guy. This incredible scene was something he had never seen before in his life. Over the years in the East Blue, almost no one had been able to last more than 10 rounds with him, and this was his first encounter with such a powerful opponent. It seemed as if Mihawk was merely toying with him, not even using 1% of his strength. However, if this was all Mihawk had, then he shouldn't even think of being the world's greatest swordsman. Mihawk, Zoro, who was initially in a state of shock, couldn't help but feel a surge of anger when he saw Mihawk's nonchalant demeanor. The next moment, Zoro withdrew his 3 swords and began to slash wildly, attacking Mihawk from all angles. However, the outcome was ultimately predetermined. Mihawk did not take Zoro's rage seriously. Instead, he continued to mock him, using the small knife to effortlessly block Zoro's attacks. After a few minutes, Mihawk seemed to lose interest and casually raised his fruit knife, easily sending Zoro flying away. If it were only this, then today you shall accept your death. Since you have drawn your sword, there is no room for regret. Mihawk slowly walked towards Zoro he had sent flying, and it seemed he indeed intended to behead this brave challenger. Not yet finished. This is my final move. If you can endure it, then my head is yours. Hearing Zoro's calm voice from the ground, Mihawk immediately became interested. He did not expect that this guy could still stand after taking such a powerful blow from him. Although he hadn't used much strength, it wasn't something a small swordsman could withstand. Is that so? Then come, let me see how much strength you have left. Mihawk was completely unconcerned with Zoro's words. Even though the latter had declared he would unleash his ultimate move, he still held the fruit knife in a nonchalant manner, ready to receive the attack. 9 mountains and 8 seas form one world. Gathering 1,000 realms creates a small 1,000 worlds. This world is multiplied by 3, and thus, I am the unceasing one. 3 sword style, supreme secret. 1 great 3,000. Swish! A figure flashed as Zoro and Mihawk collided fiercely, then separated, standing back to back. Clang! A piercing sound of metal clashing erupted. The 2 swords in Zoro's hands, enveloped in armament haki, broke apart, and he also bled from Mihawk's attack. Not bad. Your sword broke too, right? How does it feel to be cut by a small swordsman from the East Blue? At that moment, Zoro was very happy, a thrilling smile spreading across his face. When he saw Mihawk not using haki to fight him, he understood that the opponent must be as weak as himself. Although he was also severely injured, being able to slap the face of the world's greatest swordsman felt like a great choice. Well, you're quite impressive. Your name will be remembered in my mind for a while. Roronoa Zoro. Hearing Mihawk's words made Zoro's smile even brighter. However, at this moment, he no longer had the strength to continue fighting, but he was truly happy. Slowly getting up from the ground, Zoro gently sheathed his sword, Wad Ikemanji. Mihawk looked at Zoro's actions in confusion. Come on, you've won this battle. The wound on my back is a swordsman's lifelong shame, so please kill me face to face. Zoro glanced back at Law, Nami, and the recently reunited Johnny and Joseph, then slowly turned to Mihawk and said, I was originally hoping to turn this unfair world upside down with everyone, but I didn't expect that just after stepping out, I would have to give up my life. Although I feel very sorry for Brother Law and all my friends, asking for mercy from my opponent is something I can never do. I can only wait for the next life to have the opportunity to follow Brother Law. You really are tenacious. You have shocked me time and again, Roronoa, Mihawk declared. In that case, I will use the world's strongest black blade, Yoru, to completely end your life. Mihawk sheathed the small fruit knife that Zoro had broken and slowly drew out the black blade from his back, which had been infused with haki, turning it a dark steel color. Mihawk carefully looked at the green-haired swordsman in front of him, seemingly intending to remember Zoro's face in his mind. With a swift motion, Mihawk struck down, and a massive gash appeared on Zoro's chest, dozens of centimeters long. All the muscles, bones, and skin in his chest were severed in one blow, and dark red blood sprayed everywhere. If Mihawk had used just a bit more strength, Zoro's entire lung might have been sliced into 4 pieces. It seemed that in the end, Mihawk chose to show mercy. He wanted to see how far this East Blue swordsman, who could desperately break his fruit knife, would grow. After knocking Zoro to the ground, Mihawk felt a sudden sense of boredom and jumped onto his coffin-like boat, slowly departing on the path he came from. In Mihawk's mind, Brother Zoro, why won't you let us intervene in the battle? If the 3 of us teamed up, we could definitely take down that pretentious guy. At that moment, both Law and Joseph could no longer contain their inner grief and anger, rushing to Zoro's side, wiping their tears and snot on him. Zoro, who had fallen to the ground, had lost all fighting ability and could only watch helplessly as these 2 idiots did whatever they wanted. On the other side, sitting in a chair, Law was quietly contemplating the plot that had begun to deviate from the original work. Generally speaking, Zoro would absolutely be unable to cut through Hawkeye's small knife. However, with the addition of the armament Haki he had gifted and Hawkeye's carelessness, it unexpectedly resulted in such a significant effect. Nevertheless, although Zoro at this moment was already much stronger than the Zoro in the original plot, when facing an opponent of Hawkeye's caliber, he was still lacking by quite a bit. It seemed that despite his interference, the overall direction of the plot would not deviate much. In other words, even if he had gathered all of Luffy's crew in advance, they would ultimately find a new group of strong crewmates under the influence of the world's will. While Law was pondering the subsequent plot, he picked up a medical kit and walked over to the severely injured Zoro. On the ground, Zoro looked at Johnny and Joseph, 2 guys with no medical experience, helplessly as they applied medicine to his wounds and carefully bandaged him up. Originally, he didn't have much of an issue. It was just a bit of a serious injury. But with the way these 2 were acting, it felt like he was on the brink of death. Can I hold on? No problem. Just a mere fatal injury. It won't affect the upcoming journey at all. From today onwards, I won't lose to anyone again, Brother Law. Zoro looked up at the sky with a more determined gaze, as if promising Law, but also confiding in his friend. What a useless mosshead. Knowing full well he can't win, yet still charging in head first. It's simply foolish. Just as Zoro was passionately declaring his grand ambitions, a sudden voice, like a splash of cold water, broke the quiet atmosphere. I seem to have heard someone with a curled eyebrow. What's going on? Is this guy still not dead? How infuriating. Nanny, you mosshead will definitely die before me. Sanji emerged slowly from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of nourishing soup, and immediately began cursing as he prepared to leave. Due to Zoro's serious injuries, after much consideration, Law and the others could only choose to spend the night at the Bartai restaurant. Throughout the day, the task of cooking for Zoro was solely handled by Sanji. Because of the arrival of the Creek pirates, it was certain that no customers would visit the Bartai restaurant in the coming days. So all the chefs had taken an early vacation. On that day, the Navy headquarters sent quite a few people to verify the situation. Nami seized the opportunity to pull out a stack of bounty posters corresponding to the photos she had taken with her camera. First was the Clown Buggy, the captain of the Buggy Pirates, who had a total bounty of nearly 25 million. Next was Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates with a bounty of 16 million berries, along with the 2 brothers, one with a bounty of 5 million and the other 5 million berries, plus Sango with 9 million berries. The total bounty of these small pirates exceeded that of the Buggy Pirates, reaching nearly 40 million. Then there was the recently defeated Creek Pirates, with Captain Creek having a bounty of 17 million berries, and the first mate Algin with 12 million berries, and Iron Walbara with 10 million berries, totaling 39 million berries. In summary, although Luffy and his crew had only been at sea for a short time, their total financial income had already reached 100 million berries. Moreover, since the Going Merry was a gift from the Kaya family, their expenses on food and drink during the journey were minimal. After bidding farewell to the Navy with a smile, Nami's eyes sparkled as she continuously counted the berries in a large box in front of her, as if she could count even more money. Zoro looked down on Nami's obsession with money and was more interested in arguing with Sanji, who had curly eyebrows. After spending a day recovering at the Bartai restaurant, Luffy's crew planned to set off again for Nami's hometown, Cocoa Village, to search for the Dragon Pirates, the crew with the highest bounty in the East Blue. However, before that, they had not forgotten Luffy's intention to recruit a cook at the Bartai restaurant. Logically, Sanji was the best choice, and Luffy was very willing to have him accompany Zoro for some playful banter. After all, Sanji was usually quite bored, training crazily day and night, and Luffy was worried that he might overtrain and harm his body. It was perfect to bring Sanji aboard to stir up the atmosphere on the ship. Moreover, Luffy had no intention of separating the two, who were officially considered a couple. Luffy had already discussed this idea with Zeph. Zeph fully agreed with Luffy's suggestion to take Sanji away, stating that Sanji was not focused on his work at the restaurant and spent all day flirting with female customers. This was completely at odds with Zeph's desire to enjoy his retirement. Furthermore, after Luffy proposed to take Sanji to search for the legendary sea known as the LLBLUE, they reached an agreement to buy Sanji. However, Sanji himself was still unaware of this, as he was busy arguing with Zoro about their appearances. Under the tranquil moonlight that slowly fell on the deck of the Bartai restaurant, Zoro, who had experienced the heaviest failure of his life, chose to give up his usual intense training for the first time and lay on a lounge chair with Luffy, contemplating life. The two sat in silence as time passed slowly until the first gentle rays of sunlight fell on the still undulating sea. "What, old man? You sold me just like that? Not even taking a single berry?" Sanji looked at Zeph with disbelief, as if questioning something. "That's right. You were sold to Luffy. From now on, you're part of their crew. Work hard and don't disgrace the Bartai restaurant." Zeph replied to Sanji's question without any intention of avoiding it. Instead, he openly admitted to the sale of Sanji's freedom. "Go ahead, you're still young. Your dreams aren't in this little restaurant. Go find the treasure sea that's the lifelong dream of all chefs. Remember to come back and tell me how amazing that sea is." Sanji stood quietly on the deck of the Bartai restaurant, lighting a cigarette he always carried with him, seemingly pondering why he had been sold so easily among people. For him, his dream was indeed as Zeph said. He wanted to see that vast ocean. If it weren't for wanting to help Zeph manage the restaurant to repay the kindness of raising him and saving his life by amputating his leg, he might have set off on his own long ago. Looking at Zeph's determined gaze, Sanji slowly turned around and knelt on both knees, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you for taking care of me, old man. Please remember to take care of yourself." Kneeling down and bowing his head several times, Sanji then picked up the bundle that Zeph had prepared for him at some point and walked towards Luffy and the others. At that moment, the chefs who had been observing Sanji from inside the Bartai restaurant could no longer hold back their sadness and ran out to see off their sous chef. "Will we meet again, Sanji? Next time you must be happier." Sanji gave a helpless smile to the quirky comments from the chefs at the Bartai restaurant. These guys were just like his old man. They had all been pirates who had sailed the Grand Line. But they gradually grew tired of that life and returned to the East Blue to open a restaurant. As for the sensitive issue of their identities, it had long been resolved under the coordination of the Navy headquarters. After all, Zeph's bounty back in the day was nearly 100 million, making him a bona fide big pirate in that era. However, the height of a person's bounty does not necessarily mean he is a ruthless villain. On the contrary, Zeph had set out to find that legendary sea. Overall, Zeph was indeed a purer pirate than Luffy, or rather, they were not pirates at all, but a group of chefs with dreams. However, in the face of the prevailing trend, they had also followed suit and set sail under the pirate flag. After struggling for a year on the Grand Line, Zeph met Sanji, a child with the same dream. To save this unfortunate child, Zeph chose to amputate his own leg to save Sanji's life. From then on, the once feared red-leg Zeph disappeared from the public eye. As for how many times Zeph had to exert himself at the Navy headquarters to resolve his bounty issue, that remains unknown. This was what Luffy learned during his discussion with Zeph about buying Sanji. The legendary journey of the so-called red-leg chef, stories that were not showcased in the anime. Moments later, Sanji's figure slowly faded from the view of the people at the Bartai restaurant along with the Going Merry. "From now on, I will be the chef on this ship and will do my utmost to bring everyone the most delicious food," Sanji said proudly, patting his chest after adjusting his emotions of sadness from parting. Sanji was very confident in his culinary skills for the future. Of course, Luo Tian and his group expressed no objections. After all, they are professional chefs. "Let's set sail. Our little thief navigator's hometown, Cocoa Village, is still suffering." Soon, with a command from Luo Tian, the Merry immediately raised all its sails and sped towards the direction indicated by Nami. After a round of self-introductions, Sanji gradually got to know all the crew members on the Merry. But this also meant that this guy's true nature was about to be revealed. "Don't worry, Nami-san. As a gentleman, I will definitely kick all those ungentlemanly guys away." As he became more familiar, Sanji's eyes turned into hearts, his legs spinning like a whirlwind, constantly circling around Nami, his whole body even displaying a kind of irregular twisting motion. After seeing this scene, Zoro, who was heavily injured and resting on the side, couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Baka Yuru, you perverted cook. In response, Sanji didn't hold back and shot back at Zoro, calling him Mosshead. While the two were bickering, Nami, who was carefully observing the weather changes, suddenly felt her eyes welling up with tears. She had been through so much hardship over the years, risking her life to steal treasures from pirates while carefully guarding against the Arlong pirates who threatened to kill the villagers of Kokoyashi village. But fortunately, in this year of her coming of age, she met reliable companions like Luffy, Zoro, Johnny, Joseph, and Sanji. Now, she no longer desperately sought to gather enough money to redeem her village. She would reclaim every life that Arlong had taken. During their long journey at sea, the group learned from Nami stories about the tough experiences this girl, who always wore a bright smile, had endured. For those who dared to provoke their companions, whether it was Zoro or Johnny, Joseph or Sanji, they all decided on the spot to eliminate every single criminal without mercy. As the leader of a group of people, Luo Tian was even more unconcerned. He had even begun to calculate how much experience he could gain by killing all the pirates of the Arlong pirate crew. After a day of boring sailing at sea, Luo Tian suddenly remembered that when he leveled up to level 20, the system rewarded him with a luxurious upgrade gift pack. After flipping through his backpack, he saw a gift box that looked similar to the one before. With the previous experience of casually opening a gift to obtain haki, he had become increasingly excited about opening gift packs yesterday. After all, if even a level 10 upgrade gift pack could yield haki, the level 20 pack should logically be even better. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully used upgrade gift pack X1. You have received a box of Luwei Di Huang 1X1. After hearing the system's prompt, Luo Tian, who was originally very excited, was momentarily dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why a pirate world would yield a kidney tonifying medicine. However, Luo Tian quickly noticed that this Luwei Di Huang 1 was not the same as the kind sold in pharmacies from his previous life. Luwei Di Huang 1, a high-grade supplement enhanced by the system, containing 18 small pills in a box. After consumption, it can significantly enhance personal physique, limited to 1 pill per person. Eating more might cause an explosion. After carefully reading the system's instruction manual, Luo Tian immediately opened the packaging and took out 1 pill of the Luwei Di Huang 1 produced by the system. Soon, a sour and numb feeling spread throughout Luo Tian's body. Under the powerful effects of the medicine, his already formidable muscles became even harder, making him appear exceptionally powerful, as if a dragon was emerging from a gun. After savoring the changes in his body for a while, Luo Tian realized that his already strong physique had been further enhanced. Even the height of 3 meters, which he had almost reached before, was directly surpassed in that instant. At this moment, Luo Tian looked exceptionally robust and powerful, with his muscles rapidly swelling under the influence of the medicine, veins bulging all over his body like a writhing dragon. However, this surge of power came quickly and left just as fast. Within just a few minutes, Luo Tian returned to his normal state. Nevertheless, the feeling of strength growth was indeed intoxicating. As the leader of the ship, Luo Tian's changes naturally attracted the attention of a group of younger brothers. They were very happy about Luo Tian's strength. After all, the stronger their leader was, the more secure the team's safety would be. Lying nearby, Zoro quietly gazed into the distance. The main issue was that Luo Tian's strength had grown far too quickly. In just a few days, he had reached a level that Zoro could not keep up with. If it weren't for his current severely injured state, Zoro would have wanted to immediately get up and rush to the training room to train vigorously, making up for the training he had neglected while recovering. Come on, let us distribute some good stuff. After experiencing the powerful effects of the 6-flavored Dihuang pill produced by the system, Luo Tian immediately took out 5 brand new pills and fed them to Zoro, Nami, Sanji, Johnny, and Joseph. Zoro and the others naturally had no doubts about Luo Tian giving them the small pills. After all, it would be ridiculous for an older brother to harm his younger brothers, right? Just as everyone was observing the small black pill in their hands, Zoro raised his hand, tossed it, and directly caught it in his mouth, swallowing it down. As the 6-flavored Dihuang pill broke down in his stomach, Zoro immediately felt a very pure power start to circulate throughout his body. It felt like the surge of strength after extreme training recovery. In the next moment, the bandages wrapped around Zoro's body burst apart, unable to contain his expanding muscles. At that moment, Zoro's face turned a bright red, with bulging veins expanding under the rush of energy, breaking and growing again. Even his height, which was originally less than 8 meters, began to shoot upward under the influence of this powerful force, until everyone could no longer recognize who this tall figure was. As the effects of the pill faded, Zoro's flushed face gradually returned to normal. He looked at his significantly increased height and the thick muscles that had expanded due to the pill's energy. His expression filled with surprise and satisfaction. Zoro loved his new body. This towering height of 6 meters not only changed his physique, but also brought a significant increase in strength that could not be underestimated. After tearing off his shredded clothes, Zoro gently touched the wound that had been cut by Mihawk's black blade. At this moment, the wound had completely healed, leaving only a fresh red scar. Zoro did not care that the pill could not eliminate the scars on his body. After all, scars were a man's lifelong medals. Come here, Zoro. So cool. Watching Zoro's transformation as if he had become a different person, Johnny and Joseph immediately shouted in excitement. Although Zoro's height of 6 meters was still shorter than Luo Tian's, the imposing and robust feeling was undeniably cool. Having learned from previous experience, Johnny, Joseph, and Sanji eagerly swallowed the 6 flavored Dihuang pills given by Luo Tian. Only Nami, the navigator, blushed and ran back to her room to take the pill. After all, she didn't know how much her body would change. What if she accidentally ripped all her clothes apart? That would be quite embarrassing. Time passed for a few minutes, and the effects of the pills varied among the group. The most noticeable change was with Sanji, the chef. Although he did not reach Zoro's height, Sanji's height also broke through to around 3 meters with the aid of the pill. His originally slender figure now had bulging muscles under the continued influence of the pill, with thick veins and well-defined calf muscles that made it clear that this suited-up guy could kick someone's head off with a single blow. Johnny and Joseph, however, did not experience as significant a change due to their innate talents. They only broke through to a height of 2 meters even with the enhancement of the 6 flavored Dihuang pill. But for Johnny and Joseph, this was already a significant change. At least they now felt a continuous surge of power filling their bodies, and they could now easily do the work of 5 of their former selves. Luo Tian looked at the changes in the group, feeling very satisfied. The stronger his younger brothers became, the less he had to fight. After all, the great philosopher Paulo once said, "Slacking off is the dream that everyone should pursue in life." At this moment, the strength of Luo Tian's group had undergone a tremendous transformation. The once fierce swordsman Roronoa Zoro, now boosted to a height of 6 meters, appeared even more imposing. The only issue was that Zoro's sword, the Wado Ikamanji, seemed a bit small now. However, this did not matter much. A short sword could still kill, just ask Hawkeye. As for Sanji, he had transformed into a complete suit-wearing thug, with his once well-fitted suit now accentuating a violent aura due to his muscles. Although Johnny and Joseph are not as big as Zoro and Sanji in terms of physique, their muscular and well-defined bodies are also very impressive and intimidating. Everyone is very pleased to see their significant changes, feeling as if they are living in a dream. Rotian put all the remaining dozen small pills back into the system backpack, saving them for later. The sound of the door lock clicking echoed. Everyone's attention was drawn to Nami's room. After all, everyone was curious about how much their navigator would change. Soon, amidst the eager gazes, a pair of long, snow-white legs appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, Nami's transformation was undeniable. Compared to her previous height, she wasn't particularly short, but after taking the 6 flavor Remania pill, Rotian admired Nami's height, which was comparable to that of a female volleyball player from his past life. After all, a height of over 9 meters with legs that were 1.05 meters long looked truly perfect. Besides her figure becoming more perfect, Nami's skin had also become fairer, making her look as smooth as a freshly shelled egg. Quickly, Nami, dressed in a super short skirt, returned to her workstation. As the navigator, she had to lead her team along the correct course. The reason Nami wore such a short skirt was entirely due to her changed body proportions, which made all her previously bought clothes ill-fitting. Not only Nami, but also Zoro, Sanji, and the others were in the same situation. At this moment, they had no choice but to wait naked until they could buy new clothes upon landing. After sailing for nearly 2 days, just when Rotian was about to get bored, a lush green island appeared before them, with the refreshing scent of oranges carried by the sea breeze. Rotian realized that this island was Nami's hometown, Cocoa Village. Unfortunately, this village, known for its abundant oranges, was now under the control of a notorious fisherman pirate crew. A few years ago, there was a very famous pirate crew in the Grand Line, composed entirely of fishmen. This was the Sun Pirates led by Fisher Tiger, established to resist the tyranny of the celestial dragons from the world government. However, after Tiger's death and the differing ideologies among the members, this once popular fisherman pirate crew fell apart. The fisherman pirates went their separate ways. Some, under Jinbe's guidance, joined the ranks of one of the four emperors, Edward Newgate, while others chose to return to their hometown, Fishman Island, to live a peaceful life. The fishmen, who were extremely dissatisfied with the celestial dragon's practice of buying them as slaves, followed Arlong to the East Sea. Due to his extreme hatred and fear of the world government and the celestial dragons, Arlong gradually turned his resentment towards the impoverished civilians. He was no longer interested in whether these civilians had any actions or thoughts against the fishmen. His heart had twisted to the point where he believed that fishmen were the noblest and despised all humans, akin to the celestial dragons. Unfortunately, Arlong did not possess the strength or background of the celestial dragons. Thus, a group of failures could only choose to come to the East Sea, known as the weakest sea, to show off their power. In the Grand Line, Arlong, who was considered weak, arrived in the East Sea and became an extremely powerful pirate, fulfilling his dream of ruling all humans. Using the East Sea as a starting point, he established the first Arlong pirate paradise. After extorting and plundering a large amount of treasure from dozens of villages, he colluded with a local naval colonel using the resources he had plundered, ultimately solidifying his position as the strongest pirate in the East Sea. Some may wonder why the ruler of the East Sea is Kuro, but the one with the highest bounty is Arlong. The reason for this is that Kuro had an overwhelming number of subordinates. Before he chose to go to the Grand Line, his forces were truly vast. It could be said that as long as Kuro wanted, he could easily destroy Arlong's pirate crew. However, Kuro would also pay a huge price for it. Yet, Arlong would absolutely be unable to contend with Kuro's large fleet. This is why Kuro is the ruler of the East Sea, while Arlong has the highest bounty. It simply comes down to one being strong and the other having many subordinates. As Luffy and his crew were getting closer to the island filled with orange trees, a group of marine soldiers slowly walked into Arlong Park, located in the center of the island. The leader was Colonel Mouse, who managed this sea area for Arlong. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Where's Arlong? Hasn't he paid this month's protection fee yet? It's really every time I have to remind him. He's so ungrateful. Soon, under the influence of a group of fishmen, Colonel Mouse directly walked into Arlong's room. It's Colonel Mouse. Here is our protection fee for this month. Please accept it. When Arlong saw Colonel Mouse, his expression turned from sunny to cloudy as he pulled out several thick stacks of belly and handed them to the nearby marine soldier. Squeak, squeak, squeak. You better be careful lately. A pirate hunter crew that is extremely brutal has emerged in the East Sea. Be cautious of them coming to deal with you. After delivering this message, Colonel Mouse directly grabbed a few stacks of belly scattered on Arlong's table and then slammed the door behind him. After all, his identity was very sensitive. If other naval branches saw his close communication with pirates, it would not be good news for him. At this moment, it was crucial for him to get promoted and receive a raise, and he could not let a shabby fishman ruin it. After hearing Colonel Mouse's warning, Arlong pondered as he looked at the nautical chart in front of him. Once Colonel Mouse left, the office was left with only Arlong mumbling to himself. Little thief, it seems you haven't been back for a while. Have you perhaps gotten involved with those pirate hunters? It's really too ridiculous. Don't you know that the strength of a fishman is over 10 times that of a human? These pirate hunters will ultimately just become fodder for Moo Moo. Stupid humans. Under Nami's skilled control, the speed of the Mary increased even more. In less than half an hour, an island filled with orange trees appeared before the group. Have we finally reached Nami-san's hometown? I can't wait to blow those fishmen's heads off and make fish head soup. However, before Nami could respond, Zoro turned to glance at Sanji's eyebrows and immediately showed a look of disdain, with the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Seeing this expression, Sanji had a pretty good idea of what was going through the mind of this green, algae-headed swordsman. Nanny, this is truly unreasonable. You green algae head must be thinking about my handsome and gentlemanly eyebrows. Sanji reached out his right hand, tightly grabbing Zoro's collar, and shouted. After a journey filled with bickering and noise, the two had become quite familiar with each other. However, faced with the question, Zoro simply swatted Sanji's hand away and turned to walk toward the bow of the ship. I didn't say anything about rolling around. What was originally a joking remark from Sanji turned into anger as he saw Zoro's mocking face again, and he ran over to argue once more. The official designated couple, Zoro and Sanji, made Luo Tian feel quite helpless. However, Their daily bickering did indeed bring a lot of fun to the otherwise boring journey. Soon, the Mary, following the wind, swiftly docked at a fishing port in Kokoyashi Village. This was originally a small port used by the villagers of Kokoyashi Village to go fishing, but it had been significantly damaged. Luo Tian had initially been on guard for fishmen attacking ships from the sea, as described in the original story. But the expected events did not occur. The reason for this could be the series of butterfly effects caused by Luo Tian's arrival. Or perhaps the two fishmen were slacking off at work and didn't notice the Mary's arrival. Once the Mary dropped anchor and stabilized, the group jumped off the ship under Nami's lead. After all, this was Nami's hometown, and finding Arlong and his fisherman officers would rely on her as a local. However, before they could take a few steps, two figures that looked significantly stronger than ordinary humans slowly walked out from a nearby path. One of them had a sickly pale complexion, resembling someone recovering from a serious illness, with a row of pink fins growing on his head. The other fisherman had a reddish skin tone and appeared to be slightly stronger than the one beside him. From their appearance alone, it was difficult to distinguish what kind of fishmen they were. However, this was not important. Luo Tian was only concerned about how much experience points they were worth. The bizarre looks of these guys didn't matter. Nami, walking ahead, naturally recognized the two approaching fishmen. She was very familiar with who they were. The one with the lighter skin was the captain of the pirate gathering team in Arlong's crew, a carp named Arlong. The other red fishman was Arlong's banquet department minister, a salmon named Yin Zhao, who loved to drink. Unlike before when she was filled with fear, Nami was no longer afraid of these fishmen as she returned to Kokoyashi Village. After all, she had joined Luo Tian's bounty hunter crew. Even if she couldn't defeat these fishmen, she had a group of muscular male teammates. These fishmen were destined to become dead fish today. A few minutes later, the two fishmen gradually walked up to Luo Tian and the group's front. The two fishmen looked surprised at Nami and the people behind her, including Luo, Tian, and Zoro. Mainly, Zoro and the others, after consuming the 6 flavor Remania pills, had their enhanced bodies shining brightly, exuding a palpable sense of power. Hey Nami, it seems like you haven't been back for a while. Are you planning to redeem your village this time? Did you gather enough 100 million berries today? The tall, thin fishman asked Nami with a sly expression after carefully sizing up the group. Beside them, the drunken salmon kept burping, and the expression on its face was completely mocking the clueless Nami. Of course, I have saved up 100 million berries. I came here today to save Kokoyashi Village from being further destroyed by you filthy fish, Nami said expressionlessly as she looked at the two fishmen. Over the years, she had imagined countless times the day she would rescue Kokoyashi Village from the hands of the fishmen, and today she finally had the opportunity to realize it. Really? That's great. Let's go tell Arlong. Upon hearing that Nami had saved up 100 million berries, the two fishmen were overjoyed and planned to return to find Arlong to share the good news. It was clear that all the fishmen and the Arlong pirates knew that this so-called 100 million berries was just a trick to deceive Nami, this ignorant and naive girl. Swish! Before the two fishmen could turn around, a crisp and clean cutting sound, along with a sound similar to a watermelon exploding, suddenly appeared. Under Zoro's precise cutting, the head of the tall, skinny fishman was instantly severed, the cut smooth and even, as if it were a flawless plane. The headless corpse was gushing blood and collapsing to the ground, twitching uncontrollably, clearly still in shock and unaware that it was already dead. One salmon, just like the other. Didn't T have time to widen its eyes before being kicked hard on the head by Sanji's shiny shoes? In an instant, the explosive power of that calf burst forth, instantly smashing this fishman's head into pieces. Ding! Congratulations to the host, subordinate Rorinoa Zoro, and Vinsmoke Sanji for successfully killing two ordinary fisherman pirates from the evil dragon pirate crew. A total of X20 experience points dropped this time. Zoro and Sanji looked at their handiwork with expressionless faces, marveling at the power brought by the 6-flavor Remania pill. But the next moment, the two began to bicker again. Damn it, Curly Brow, how did you hit? Didn't you see the blood splattered all over me? What? Can this be blamed on me? Clearly, it's your fault, Algae Head, for not even dodging. You deserve to have that fish blood sprayed all over you. Luo Tian ignored these two bickering fools and continued to lead the way forward. From the system's prompts, it was clear that the experience points contributed by these fools were much higher than those from the previous ordinary pirates. He was now eagerly anticipating how much experience the Arlong pirates would yield for him to harvest. Soon, under Nami's lead, Luo Tian and his group quickly arrived at a building that was very tall and magnificent compared to the houses built by ordinary villagers. On the front of this building hung the 4 large characters: Arlong Park, At this moment, the sound of laughter and play echoed continuously from within Arlong Park. It seemed that Arlong, who ruled nearly 20 nearby villages, was living quite well here. Just as the group was about to reach the entrance, the perceptive Johnny and Joseph kicked the doors with a loud crash, smashing the two large doors of Arlong Park to bits. In Luo Tian's view, simply pushing the door open would have been more effective. Johnny and Joseph's actions were far too villainous. Looking at the open door, Luo Tian could only walk in slowly. What greeted everyone was a series of shocked fishmen, resembling statues. From their astonished expressions, Luo Tian already knew how carefree they had been in the EC over the years, clearly not expecting anyone to come and smash their Arlong Park. Nami? Have you betrayed Arlong? Why are you bringing these people to destroy the gates of Arlong Park? The closest person to Luo Tian's group was one of the three main officers of the Arlong pirates, the octopus fishman Hachi. However, faced with Hachi's question, Nami had no intention of talking more. She returned to Arlong Park with only one purpose: to avenge the villagers who had died in Kokoyashi village over the years and her adoptive mother, Belmir. Hey, Nami, why are you ignoring me? Is your ear broken? Seeing Nami's gloomy expression, Hachi immediately sensed something unusual. This guy is also a swordsman, so leave him to me. I'll take his fish head in 3 minutes. Upon seeing the 6 blades Hachi carried, Zoro felt an inexplicable surge of blood rush to his head. He loved dueling with fellow swordsmen. Only by constantly battling those in the same profession could one refine their swordsmanship and enhance their strength. However, before Zoro could finish speaking, Sanji beside him sneered and said, "Since the algae head needs 3 minutes, then I'll do it in 1.5. Zoro, with the words of the two, Arlong, sitting on a high platform, also realized that these people were here to cause trouble. He casually waved his hand, and all the fishmen immediately drew their steel knives and firearms, then surged towards the few of them like a swarm. After seeing Arlong's orders, although Xiaoba personally was not very willing to take action against Nami and the others, he could not disobey his brother Arlong's commands. So, in a state of helplessness, Xiaoba could only draw his 6 swords and charge at Zoro. Sanji continuously kicked and punched the small karamis trying to approach him, smashing a few fish heads with his feet before engaging in a fight with another fishman who was spitting constantly. This spitting fishman should be another officer of the Arlong pirates, known as the Kissing Fishman, whose name is probably called Kyo. Due to the overwhelming number of enemies in this battle, Luo Tian had no reason to continue slacking off, reluctantly cracking his fingers, producing a series of popping sounds. Luo Tian took large strides towards Arlong, who was leisurely sitting in a chair. The other trio, consisting of Johnny, Joseph, and Nami, leaned against the others, only needing to face a few short-sighted small calamari fishmen. Although Nami personally didn't have much strength, she had been enhanced by the 6-flavor Remania pill, and with the support of Johnny and Joseph, the 3 of them were also fighting back and forth with excitement. On the other side, Arlong quickly approached Luo Tian, with a direct distance of less than 10 meters between them. Generally speaking, villains like this would surely have a lot of trash talk before a fight, so it was quite reasonable for Arlong to be given a chance to speak yesterday. As expected, after stabilizing himself yesterday, Arlong smiled broadly and said, "Since you dare to come here, you should know my name, Arlong, right? In this EC, I am the only strong one. Our Fool tribe has a strength that is more than 10 times that of your human race. With such conditions, what do you have to compete with us?" Standing at a height of 2.6 meters with well-built muscles, Arlong spoke to Luo Tian with a relaxed expression. Although Luo Tian was significantly stronger than him in terms of physique, Arlong still felt very confident due to the advantage of his race. After all, he had killed beings even taller than Luo Tian before. Muscle size did not determine everything. However, in response to Arlong's words, Luo Tian did not say much. After all, who would waste words with someone of such low experience? Adjusting his facial expression, Luo Tian's face suddenly turned cold as he quickly approached Arlong, and then his super strength erupted violently, aiming for Arlong's chest. I already said that when it comes to strength, you humans have no advantage over us fishmen. Watching Luo Tian's fist getting closer, Arlong casually raised his hand, intending to easily block Luo Tian's punch. Bang! Crack! With just one punch, Luo Tian sent Arlong flying, and judging by the sharp sound of bones cracking, Arlong's entire right arm was likely shattered by Luo Tian's blow. Luo Tian, suppressing the urge to smile, walked toward Arlong, who was rolling on the ground while holding his right hand. At this moment, the once mighty Arlong had all the bones in his right hand broken, with sharp bone fragments piercing through his skin, rendering his entire right hand completely powerless. Arlong, lying on the ground, tried to force himself to stand up, but the pain radiating from his arm left him feeling helpless. Originally, Arlong thought Luo Tian's height of 3 meters was nothing impressive. But now it was different. Sitting on the ground, he could only look up at Luo Tian's face. In Arlong's eyes, Luo Tian seemed so towering, with his perfectly proportioned muscles appearing like an iron wall that instilled fear in the fishmen. Roten naturally wouldn't let this Arlong go easily. After all, this guy's experience points must be higher than Creek's. At the very least, he is someone who can level up Roten, so there's no way he would let him off the hook. So, Mr. Arlong, are you ready? Ready to die? Don't kill me. You should know I have someone backing me. My older brother is the current warlord of the sea, toBe. Feeling the incessant killing intent radiating from Roten, Arlong felt fear for the first time and hurriedly mentioned toBe's name, hoping to intimidate this powerful pyro hunter. Hearing Arlong mention his backing, Roten couldn't help but laugh. If the warlord toBe knew what Arlong was doing in the EC, he would probably be the first to tear his mouth apart. After all, Arlong was able to get out of prison because toBe, using the reputation of the warlords, went to the Navy headquarters to bail him out. He thought this encounter would allow Arlong to stay low for a while on Fishman Island. However, it seems toBe never expected Arlong would come to the East Sea to massacre villagers. All right, you should know that in this desolate place, even if a fish dies, who would know? By the time your dear brother finds out about this, I would have long since fled, Roten said with a devilish grin, looking at Arlong. Although the warlord toBe mentioned by Arlong is indeed a problem, if that unknown fish comes looking for trouble, Roten wouldn't mind adding another warlord's life to his collection. The immediate priority is to kill Arlong for experience points to level up. Only by becoming stronger can he find the perfect solution. If Roten could instantly level up to 100 and unlock the super learning ability of a superhuman, he could easily deal with the celestial dragons. Of course, this is just a thought. Who knows how corrupt those so-called celestial dragons are behind the scenes? It's possible that those noble celestial dragons have already lost their dignity. Rather than trying that, it would be better to level up by fighting monsters and then enjoy the company of an innocent girl. Dumnumans, do you think you could defeat the great Fishman tribe just like this? I advise you to get out of my paradise immediately, otherwise. Arlong continued to threaten Roten, his voice trembling. At that moment, his right hand was almost completely incapacitated, and the broken bones were constantly stimulating Arlong's nerves, making him afraid to move. What then? Are you going to continue using toBe to threaten me? Even if you called Whitebeard here today, you'd still die. Roten didn't take Arlong's words seriously at all. Instead, he looked at the fishman in front of him, who was trying to put on a strong front with amusement. Of course, if the Whitebeard Roten mentioned really came to this place, it would be him who had to run. Although Roten felt he had some strength now, facing the top-tier combatants in this world would still be very difficult. Not to mention that these people's 3-color hockey must have reached a top level. Just the shockwave from the Tremor fruit could be something Roten couldn't withstand. Although his level 21 iron body is comparable to a mid-level hockey user in terms of toughness. The energy of the devil fruits in this world is no joke. If Roten were to take a hit from the Tremor fruit, although he wouldn't die on the spot, his internal organs would likely be crushed. This means that Roten's current fighting power is roughly equivalent to those mid-level vice admirals in the Navy headquarters, or maybe slightly higher. Although Roten doesn't even have one awakened hockey user, this doesn't affect his strength in battle. After all, the difference between iron body and hockey lies in whether one can hit an elemental devil fruit user or not. In terms of strength, although Lutian's attack methods are very monotonous, this superhuman power is not something an ordinary person can withstand. If an average person is hit by Luo Tian and does not use armed hockey for defense, they would at least end up with shattered bones. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to fight you to the death. Today, I will let you see the strength of our Fishman tribe. Arlong's eyes were filled with extreme disdain and anger, staring fiercely into Lutian's eyes. It looked as if he wanted to swallow Luo Tian alive. I know you're anxious, but don't rush it. Even if you're in a hurry to be reborn, there's no need to be like this. Luo Tian continued to step closer to Arlong, his muscles tightening piece by piece, with veins bulging like azure dragons, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Arlong fell to the ground, and upon seeing Luo Tian prepare to attack him again, he immediately stood up straight, ready to defend himself. Throughout the entire encounter, he believed that although he couldn't defeat the guy in front of him, if he had been just a bit more cautious earlier, he would never have had his right hand broken by this guy's punch. It was all due to his invincible state in the East China Sea over the years that had made him too complacent. Quietly, Once Luo Tian stepped into his attack range, Arlong suddenly stretched out his remaining left hand and lunged at Luo Tian's forehead with a wild grab. Facing Arlong's childish attack, Luo Tian showed no defensive moves at all. He directly swung his massive fist and smashed it toward Arlong's forehead. Bang! Another loud sound erupted. The two fists collided, producing a sound close to a sonic boom. However, before Arlong could revel in successfully taking Luo Tian's punch, a series of cracking sounds began to echo in his mind like the whispers of demonic ash. The next moment, Arlong looked down at his left hand, which was slowly drooping. He immediately understood that the gap in strength between the two had reached an irreparable level. His left and right hands had been shattered by a single punch, while the other party stood there, seemingly unaffected, laughing and joking. A few seconds later, the nerve pain from the broken bones resurfaced, causing Eren to scream in agony. However, Luo Tian completely ignored the fish's cries. Instead, he single-handedly lifted Eren's body and threw it into the air. Then, with a sudden motion, he swung his right fist back and unleashed a powerful strike, sending Eren's body crashing forward. After being attacked again, Eren let out a scream as if he were about to lose his breath, and his relatively weak body flew directly into the high-rise building that he had painstakingly constructed. After waiting silently for a few seconds, Luo Tian realized that the system's notification had not appeared. This situation could only mean one thing. Eren was not dead yet. As someone who had already awakened 3 superpowers, Luo Tian felt no fear about any hidden traps in the building. After casually cracking his fingers and flexing his wrists, he strode toward the spot where Eren had flown in. With each few steps, a slightly purplish merman appeared before Luo Tian. At this moment, Eren's expression was extremely distorted, his arms completely broken by Luo Tian, and his mind was filled with prompts urging him to flee from this monster. But with his severe injuries, he had no room to escape. Boss Jinbei will definitely avenge me. Damn humans, just you wait. Eren spat blood and gasped, cursing Luo Tian as he struggled to breathe. Since his opponent clearly had no intention of letting him go, he thought it better to curse back while he still had some strength rather than humbly begging for mercy. To prevent this merman from continuing to shout, Luo Tian had no choice but to walk over and step on Eren's neck with his right foot, gradually increasing the pressure. Just a few seconds later, the pressure from his thigh, akin to a hydraulic press, left Eren unable to utter another word. Crack! Suddenly, the sound of bones breaking echoed again. The once mighty pirate Eren, who had dominated the entire Kakoja village and over 20 nearby villages, was thus crushed to death by Luo Tian's foot, breaking his entire cervical spine. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the dragon pirate crew, Captain X1. You have gained a total of 4,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up to level 24. You are now 6 levels away from unlocking the next superpower. Keep up the good work. Ding! The superpowers Steel Body, Super Strength, and Super Stamina have all automatically synchronized to level 24, with a maximum level being 100. After hearing the system's notification, Luo Tian slowly lifted his right foot to avoid getting Eren's blood on his shoes. After all, cleaning shoes was also a hassle. Taking a glance at Eren's corpse, Luo Tian unhesitatingly walked out of the building that Eren had constructed. There was really nothing worth lingering over. Eren had created this place solely to imprison Nami and draw maps of the East Sea. Now that it was of no use, it was better to go outside and see if he could casually kill a few more for some extra experience points. At this moment, on the other side, Little 8, who was fighting alongside Zoro, was already crying and begging for mercy. Enhanced by the 6 flavor Remania pill, Zoro not only towered over this octopus fishman in height and physique, but even the Fishman tribe's pride and arm strength was no match for him. You are a swordsman. How can you appear in such a humble state? It's truly embarrassing. Before the words were even finished, Zoro raised his sword and struck. In an instant, 2 of Little 8's originally densely packed 6 arms were severed again. At this moment, he had already lost a total of 4 octopus arms to Zoro's blade, leaving him with just 2 extremely asymmetrical arms that looked quite ridiculous and comical. Nami, seeing Zoro's ruthless slicing of the octopus Xiaoba, suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion. Among the entire Arlong pirates, Xiaoba was the only fishman who treated her relatively normally. However, this feeling dissipated in less than 3 seconds. The blood splattering from Xiaoba reminded Nami of her adoptive mother Belmir's tragic death at Arlong's hands. She had secretly vowed never to forgive any fishman in the Arlong pirates. In the past, she lacked the strength to seek revenge, but now it was different. She had a powerful crew and a more ruthless and domineering captain. Once she resolved the Arlong pirates' control over Kokoyashi village, she could set sail with Luffy to fulfill her dream of drawing a complete map of the world. Of course, this plan required her sister Nojiko's approval. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die yet. From now on, I'm not a swordsman anymore. Please spare me. Faced with Zoro's reprimand, Xiaoba could no longer endure such a terrifying opponent. However, when he threw down the only 2 remaining blades in his hands, Zoro's face instantly erupted with thick veins and anger. The thing he hated most in life was a cowardly swordsman, especially those who would throw away their swords to save their lives. You really are hopeless. Do you think I will let you go just because you put down your weapon? How naive. One sword style. Death. Iato slash. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of blades passed, and Xiaoba's octopus head flew into the air, drenched in bright red blood. With just one slash, Zoro directly eliminated this enemy, not even using haki. Congratulations, host. Your subordinate Roronoa Zoro has successfully killed the Arlong Pirates Cadre Member X1. You have gained 1,500 experience points. As Xiaoba's shocked and regretful head hit the ground, the system's prompt echoed in Luffy's mind. Assessing the experience needed for his current level up, Luffy was quite satisfied with the experience Xiaoba provided. After all, Luffy needed 2,000 experience points to level up, and Xiaoba was worth 1,500, which was not bad. Hey, Sanji, are you okay? I've already taken care of this octopus. Why haven't you dealt with your opponent yet? Do you need me to come help you? Zoro, who had quickly eliminated his opponent, couldn't help but glance back at Sanji's battlefield. What the hell, you damned algae head? Do you want to look at what trash talk you're spewing? Can't you see I'm fighting 2 fishmen? I'm handling 2 at once without any trouble. You see my strength, right? Facing Zoro's constant taunts, Sanji ignored him. Instead, he continued to unleash a series of kicks against the remaining 2 cadres of the Arlong pirates. At this moment, the 2 fishmen who had confidently surrounded Sanji were now being kicked into a daze by his muscular legs. Although they were still standing, it was clear that they were temporarily overwhelmed by Sanji's relentless assault. All right, no more playing around. You 2 fishmen are about to face the judgment of death. First meet. Rough cut. Suddenly, Sanji's leg's strength exploded, and he soared into the air like a large black rat, rapidly approaching the confused fishmen. Jew, what are you doing? Hurry up and spit some water more, he's coming closer. Seeing Sanji's attack getting nearer, one of the Arlong pirates cadres, Crocodile, hurriedly pushed the nearby fishman, urging him to spit water for defense. Because in the few minutes of battle, he had identified the most fatal weakness of their enemy, a strong fear of all things dirty. Especially the saliva spat from their own companions made the opponents jump around in fear to avoid it. Otherwise, the 2 of them alone would never be able to hold off Sanji for this long. My water has run dry. I'm just a fishman, not a water gun. Looking at his anxious companion, Ju felt helpless. He vowed he had never spit as much saliva in his life as he did today. After losing the defense of saliva, Sanji directly broke through to the front of the 2 fishmen. Bang, bang, 2 muffled sounds echoed. Kruby and the other fishmen were brutally smashed on the top of their heads by Sanji's heel. Under this lethal attack, the tops of the 2 fishmen's heads were directly shattered, revealing chunks of crushed brain tissue inside. The successful Sanji, solving the opponent, lit a cigarette with a bored expression and then directly joined the battlefield between Johnny and Joseph. With the loss of the cadre delaying the Arlong pirates, the situation instantly turned one-sided after Zoro and Sanji joined the fight. Almost every strike from the 2 sent a fishman's head flying or kicked one to pieces on the spot. At this moment, Law, who had already slipped outside Arlong Park waiting for the battle to end, also received experience points provided by the other 2 cadres of the Arlong pirates. It's undeniable that this trip was indeed very worthwhile. Just by taking down Arlong, Law's level jumped up by 4 levels. Coupled with the cadres of the Arlong pirates killed by Zoro and Sanji, Law's level had now reached 25. After checking his data panel, Law estimated that he would unlock the next stage of superpowers after encountering Crocodile, the Sand Crocodile, and Alabasta. As for his next superpower, Law had a rough target in mind, which was the heat radiation laser eyes that could greatly enhance his attack power. Host, Law Martial Arts, None Haki, None Fruit Ability, None Level, 25. 500-2000 abilities. Heat radiation laser eyes, not activated, Steel Body, level 25. Flight ability, not activated. Super strength, level 25. Super vision, not activated. Super hearing, not activated. Super stamina, level 25. Frost breath, not activated, super recovery, not activated, super intelligence. Automatically unlocks when host level reaches 100. Unlike the sunny weather outside law. Inside Arlong Park, the screams of fishmen were still heard every minute, with several, even dozens of their lives being taken by Zoro and the others. Although Zoro and the others were unsure why Law emphasized that they must decapitate or explode the enemy's heads, since the boss's orders had been given. They just had to carry them out. After about half an hour of bloody slaughter, the screams in the entire park suddenly ceased. The next moment, a violent rumbling sound erupted. A finely crafted building, the tallest structure in the park built by the Arlong pirates at great expense, collapsed with a loud crash, instantly covering the entire park in dust and smoke. This building not only imprisoned Nami for countless years, but also represented the bloody history of the villagers from dozens of villages around Kokoyashi village. Therefore, keeping this thing would probably only leave people feeling uncomfortable. As the gentle breeze blew, the ruined Arlong Park was suddenly reflected in front of Law. Zoro, Sanji, Johnny, Joseph, and Nami were all standing on a pile of rubble, silently watching the scene before them. Due to the Arlong pirates' rampant development in the East Blue over the years and the support of their protector, Colonel Mouse, the number of Arlong pirates members was considerable. This meant that the slaughter they caused this time was not a small number. In fact, the blood of these fools had already turned the water in the park's pond dark. However, not a single person showed any signs of worry or compassion on their faces. After all, their current identity, under Law's leadership, was that of a legitimate pirate hunter. How could a hunter chasing bounties feel sorry for the lives of these guys? Nami tightly clutched a few photos that had just been taken. Upon closer inspection, these photos featured Arlong and several high-ranking members of the Arlong pirates he had established. However, compared to usual pose photos, the people in these pictures were hardly in good shape. The only one maintaining a perfect physical condition was probably the small fish who had fought Zoro. The other two, who had fought with Sanji, had already been kicked into minced meat, and Arlong had also been beaten to a pulp by Law in just a few punches and kicks. It was likely that when these photos were taken to the Navy's branch to exchange for bounties, the Navy would have to examine them closely to avoid someone using fake ones to fraudulently claim bounties. After a few minutes of quietly looking at the ruins and corpses, the group directly returned to Law's side. After all, as the captain, Law needed to lead the decision on the next destination. However, before that, they had to make some necessary supplies in Kokoyashi village. Moreover, this was Nami's hometown. Now that they were home, how could they not go back to take a look? After all, it wasn't like a fisherman who caught a hefty fish by the river would just pass by without going home. Hey Zoro, you must have just exceeded 3 minutes, right? Zoro sheathed his sword, the wad Ikemonji, and turned around with a disdainful expression, slowly speaking to Sanji. It was clear that this guy was mocking Sanji for taking too long to deal with the two cadres of the Arlong pirates. Faced with Zoro's blatant provocation, Sanji immediately got upset. Green algae head. Who are you saying took more than 3 minutes? I've never taken more than 3 minutes on such matters in all these years. Just with a glance, the two immediately began to bicker again, their faces flushed with anger. Nami, seeing this scene, couldn't help but smile with relief. This was the happiest day for her in many years. Her nightmare began when Arlong and his gang of fishmen arrived in Kokoyashi village a few years ago. Not only did her adoptive mother, Belmere, die tragically at Arlong's hands, but even the villagers, who were usually very warm-hearted, had no idea how many of their number had been killed by these fishmen. Since Nami could remember, Arlong's terrifying face had been deeply etched in her mind. She was utterly terrified of him. Therefore, in order to redeem Kokoyashi village from this guy, Nami had no choice but to navigate among various pirate crews, stealing their treasures to accumulate the 100 million berries needed for the ransom. Nami had lost count of how many times she had been seriously injured while being chased, or how many times she had nearly died at the hands of pirates. Now, all she knew was that Arlong was dead, killed by her captain, Luffy. She couldn't even remember how many times she had dreamed about this moment. Even when she personally took a camera to capture the scene of Arlong's death, she still found it hard to believe. Nami was genuinely afraid that everything she was experiencing would all turn out to be a dream once she opened her eyes, just a fantasy of an ignorant girl. But now, nothing mattered anymore. Nami had opened and closed her eyes countless times, and Arlong still lay there, his neck broken, lifeless on the ground. And now she can confidently and boldly pursue her dream of creating a map of the entire painting world. Today, she will go home to find her sister, Nokigao, to eat some oranges and then share this good news with all the villagers of Kokoshia village. Nami's heart is constantly thinking about what she wants to do the most right now. ever since she was forced to join the Arlong pirates. She has lost track of how many years it has been since she was close to the villagers. Although the villagers understand her difficulties, the feeling of being betrayed and abandoned is truly unbearable. Of course, Nami does not know that her sister, Nokigao, has already told the villagers about her desire to save enough money to redeem the village for 100 million berries. In the end, she is the only one who is unaware of the situation. After Nami returned home with Robin and the rest of her friends, the news of the complete annihilation of the Arlong pirates spread like a hurricane to every villager's ears. When the villagers from dozens of nearby villages learned about this, they burst into tears of joy. Some villagers who hated the Arlong pirates to the bone even took out shovels on the spot to go to the ruins, digging up their bodies to chop them up and feed them to their poultry as fish meat. As for the villagers' acts of revenge, Robin certainly had no objections. After all, the bounty for pirates can now be claimed from the Navy with just a photo, and those half-fish corpses are completely unimportant. After the villagers vented their emotions by dealing with the bodies of the Arlong pirates, that evening, an extremely lively, free-spirited celebration began. Everyone was excited about regaining their freedom, shouting and dancing wildly. At the center of this celebration were of course Robin and Zoro, along with the others. Zoro, along with Johnny and Joseph, kept searching for all sorts of delicious homemade fruit wines made by the villagers during this huge feast. The three of them tirelessly carried box after box of what they thought was the best wine onto the Going Merry, in order to stock up on drinks for the monotonous journey ahead. As for Sanji, he lost himself among countless beautiful young ladies, constantly swaying his body amidst rows of legs and voluptuous figures, trying to please them. However, the one who should feel happiest, Nami, was nowhere to be seen at this feast. Before setting off, Nami had told Robin, the captain, that she wanted to go with her sister, Nokigao, to their adoptive mother Belmir's grave to share the hardships she had endured over the years, as well as the good news that Arlong had finally been killed. Almost the entire evening, the sounds of laughter and celebration never ceased, as dozens of villages that had been enslaved by the Arlong pirates all gathered to participate in this carnival. Robin truly enjoyed this novel celebration culture. After all, having come to this world and successfully gathered the crew that originally belonged to the protagonist, Monkey D, Luffy, it would be a shame not to experience such a vibe. Although Robin had not gathered all the members of the Straw Hat crew, it did not matter much, as she did not particularly like Usopp's personality. Even if Usopp had the title of King of Despair, Robin looked down upon it. After all, in Robin's view, as long as one reaches the final level 100, even if impersonally comes, they cannot escape her grasp. If it weren't for the current limitations of her strength, Robin would really want to lift Im's black cloak to see whether this so-called mastermind is male or female. Just as the feast and beer continued, a brand new warship set sail from the Rogue Town dock, where the pirate king Gold Roger had once been executed. Smoker, is it really necessary to set out at this late hour? It seems there's no new mission. A naval officer with glasses, looking somewhat clueless, carefully asked the officer in front of him who was chewing on 2 cigars. Recently, there's a very powerful group of pirate hunters in the EC. I plan to go and negotiate to see if we can pull them into our righteous ranks. The officer with the cigars and the female naval officer holding a sword beside him is none other than Smoker and Tashigi, who were stationed in Rogue Town. Smoker stood at the bow of the warship, quietly gazing at the rapidly retreating sea, a bit lost in thought. According to the information he received, the achievements of this group of pirate hunters in the EC have been astonishing in recent days. Not only had they wiped out all sorts of pirate crews along the way, but even the EC overlord, the Krieg pirates who had dominated the region for years, was completely annihilated by them. Although Smoker had graduated from the Naval Academy and come to Rogue Town to further combat the pirates of the EC, he found that the East Sea had become relatively stable under Vice Admiral Garp's command. However, there were still many pirates running rampant, oppressing the people and dominating the markets. Ever since Smoker was stationed in Rogue Town, he had experienced the feeling of being understaffed for the first time. Not only the pirates from the EC, but even from the other 4 seas, countless individuals flocked to Rogue Town to visit the execution platform of Roger. This situation made Smoker's head spin. It was difficult enough to deal with the EC pirates, let alone stabilize Rogue Town. Since taking command of Rogue Town, Smoker had not had a single peaceful day. He was either catching pirates or on the way to catch pirates. Hockey. I never thought a guy from the EC could possess armed hockey without training. When it came to armed hockey, Smoker fell into an extremely conflicted emotional state. As a former student of Admiral Zifa, the current chief instructor of the Navy, he had graduated without awakening armed hockey. and even his observation haki had not made any progress. Of course, this was mainly related to the Logia-type smoke fruit he had eaten. At a young age, he suddenly possessed the same Logia-type fruit as the 3 highest combat powers in the headquarters, which made it hard for him not to be proud. Thus, in this invincible state during his school years, Smoker gradually relaxed his training on haki. Although Zifa had repeatedly advised him that haki was the most basic ability of a strong person, he was too arrogant to listen at that time. It was not until he graduated from the Naval Academy and was beaten up by a group of pirates in the New World that Smoker finally understood the principle that without haki, he was nothing at all. So after that incident, Smoker voluntarily came to the East Sea to be stationed. Wanted to take some time to practice his haki before returning to headquarters. However, a dramatic scene occurred. For some unknown reason, Smoker found that while training haki, he was just a little bit short of that crucial breakthrough. This slight realization caused Smoker to remain in the East Sea for year after year. Until now, he still hasn't awakened the simplest form of haki. So when Smoker heard that there was actually a pirate hunter in the East Sea who had awakened haki, he immediately felt like he had been injected with adrenaline and wanted to go find out more. Although he could easily return to the headquarters to ask those vice admirals or even admirals about haki training, Smoker still couldn't swallow his pride. Once, he had boasted at the headquarters that he could be invincible without haki, and he couldn't bear the thought of returning to be ridiculed by his colleagues. Therefore, with his pride, he planned to stay in the East Sea until death rather than go back and be laughed at, unless he encountered some special circumstances. A special situation has arisen. Not only can I practice my skills with this newly awakened pirate hunter whose armed color haki is not yet strong, but I can also see if I can contribute to the cause of justice. The nickname of the Smoke Devil seems to be something related to a white hunter in East Blue, Kokoja Village. After 7 or 8 hours of intense festivities, most of the villagers present were already passed out. As the dazzling bonfire gradually extinguished, even Zoro, this heavy drinker, was dazed and lying in a heap with his subordinates Johnny and Joseph. If it weren't for his hands still tightly gripping the hilt of his sword, Lawton might have thought he was completely unconscious from drinking. After downing the last glass of orange-flavored cocktail, Lawton patted the dust off his clothes and stood up to head towards Nami and Nojiko's small home. Although he has a steel body and doesn't have much need for sleep, Lawton's power has increased and he doesn't need to train rigorously. He just needs to keep slashing experience monsters. So during some boring moments, Lawton often chooses to sleep to pass the time. Even if he sometimes can't sleep, lying down is still a pretty good choice. No one can resist the joy of lying flat. As time gradually approached the early hours of the morning, just when Lawton was about to drift into dreamland, the door lock outside suddenly turned. Lawton looked up, and as expected, it was Nami and Nojiko returning from paying respects to their adoptive mother Belmere. However, at that moment, the sisters' eyes were already red and swollen, with long streaks of tears on their faces. It was evident how heart-wrenching their crying had been today. After all, since they were orphans, when Belmere picked them up and raised them, they had regarded her as their true mother. At such a young age, not understanding much, they witnessed their mother being choked to death by a pirate, a psychological torment that was unbearable for 2 little girls. Thus, after enduring countless years, finally, on a day like any other, someone came and completely wiped away their deep-seated hatred. The revenge for their mother's murder by a pirate had been fulfilled, and this feeling of relief caused both of them to break down in tears at Belmere's grave. Get some rest. We'll set off for Lowtown tomorrow morning. After lying flat for a few hours, Lawton felt refreshed and casually reminded the 2 sisters to rest before starting to think about the next steps. After all, the next destination is Lowtown, where Pirate King Roger was executed. Most of the place is filled with small-time Karami pirates wandering around. At that time, they could just kill a few and then prepare to head to a higher experience area to officially start grinding for experience. They couldn't just stay in this small place in East Blue forever. Killing these small pirates would take ages to reach max level. In Lawton's mind, those warlords of the sea, the 4 emperors, and the new generation of pirate supernovas would definitely provide a significant boost in experience points. However, just as Lawton was sorting through his chaotic memories, a sneaky figure suddenly appeared. Since it was already quite dark, Lawton could only rely on the moonlight spilling down from the sky to see the somewhat sneaky Nami in front of him. Before Lawton could say anything, she hurriedly covered his mouth and placed her index finger on her lips, making a shushing sound. Lawton looked at this strange Nami and couldn't figure out what she wanted, especially with her blushing face. Be quiet, my sister is asleep. She lowered her voice to avoid waking Nojiko, pulling Lawton up from the couch and dragging him into a small room. In the dim light, looking at the pink decor and the nautical charts hanging everywhere. Lawton guessed the small room must be Nami's. Although he had a rough idea of what might happen next, he still thought he was overthinking it. After all, the other party was just an 18-year-old young girl. While the indigenous people in this world generally mature earlier, Lawton, who had received 9 years of compulsory education, still felt a bit uncomfortable. Lawton, that guy Arlong killed Belmere. That dead fish is a lifelong pain for us sisters. Before Lawton could comfort her, Nami's little hand began to wander up and down Lawton's body, making her seem like a lively little seductress. I've already gotten my sister's consent. I want to repay in my own way, but just this once. Since the room was dark, Lawton couldn't see Nami's expression at that moment. Soon, under her teasing, the fire within Lawton began to burn. To be honest, he wasn't exactly a saint, with a beauty in his arms, who could claim they could remain composed. Moreover, since the two sisters weren't afraid, Lawton naturally wouldn't back down. With that thought, Lawton could no longer suppress his desires. He gently cupped Nami's almost C-cup breasts and began to explore. Nami, caught off guard, shivered all over. Although she acted very bold, it was still her first experience. After Lawton touched her body, Nami felt an inexplicable tingling sensation, as if an electric current was coursing through her. Lawton gently wrapped his arms around the young girl's waist and, in the dark, leaned in to kiss her lips. It's horizontal, not vertical. Don't get the wrong idea. After a few minutes of passionate entanglement, Lawton felt the atmosphere had reached a certain level and directly picked Nami up in a princess, carry, and gently placed her on the bed. At that moment, Nami was already lost in her emotions. After casually changing out of her little skirt, she immediately wrapped around Lawton like an octopus with both her hands and feet. The lonely man and the fiery woman instantly ignited each other. Lawton fully recognized that girls in this world naturally possess mature attributes. He didn't even need to take charge, as it was like driving an automatic car. Thus, the two directly completed an intense and thrilling intimate encounter on a small bed. However, the two young and daring individuals had no idea that someone was eavesdropping in the next room. I didn't expect that little Nami would be so bold. Nojiko, with a flushed face, quickly pulled her ear away from the wall and jumped on her bed, covering herself with a blanket, trying to forget the alluring sounds. But it seemed Nojiko had overestimated her self-control. No matter how she tried to avoid it, she couldn't help but recall the scene she had just overheard. Then Nokigao looked at her 5 fingers, lost in thought, as if she were making some difficult decision. Imsirk Zero, 3D, Nokigao, Luo Tian didn't know how many battles he had gone through that night. However, the feeling of having all his muscles compressed and then relaxed through exercise was truly refreshing. As the first rays of crimson sunlight gradually appeared in the sky, the fighting in the room slowly pressed the pause button. Luo Tan, feeling refreshed, opened the door and stepped out of the room, planning to bask in the sun and enjoy the beauty of the clear weather. Inside the room, the little thief Nami was staring with her big, beautiful eyes, lost in thought. Judging by her body, which was still trembling and convulsing, she had probably sustained significant injuries. After all, the blood oozing from her wounds had already stained the entire bedsheet a small patch of red. Luo Tian was quietly enjoying the warm sunlight of the morning. At this time, Sanji had already gotten up early to prepare breakfast for the crew. As for Zoro, Johnny, and Joseph, the 3 guys were continuously swinging their steel swords in a nearby open area. It was obvious that Johnny and Joseph were just brought along by Zoro to increase the training numbers. Ever since these 2 guys joined Luo Tian's crew, they were destined to face more difficult and perilous situations. Therefore, Zoro had to constantly push them to train at higher intensities to ensure their safety. Only by continuously breaking through their limits could they elevate their strength to reach greater heights, thus ensuring their survival in future battles. After quietly watching Zoro's training for a while, Luo Tian directly found a lounge chair and started to relax. After all, he was living a charmed life, and it would be rude to train hard, which would be embarrassing for many other travelers. As the 3 of them trained vigorously, time passed quickly, and Sanji had already set the prepared dishes on the dining table. With Sanji's call to eat, everyone, including Luo Tian, gathered around the table. At this moment, almost everyone looked very spirited, except for Nojiko, who had huge dark circles under her eyes. "Hey sister, did you not sleep well last night? Why do you have such big dark circles?" Faced with her sister's inquiry, Nojiko didn't know how to respond. After all, last night was too embarrassing, and she even couldn't help but resolve her physiological issues using her fingers. After a storm of thoughts, Nojiko could only wave her hand, indicating that she had just had insomnia and didn't sleep well. Just as everyone was about to dig in, a synchronized sound of marching footsteps suddenly came from a nearby path. Captain Smoker, according to the information just received from the villagers of Kokoyashi Village. The team made up of bounty hunters hasn't set off yet. Their temporary base is just ahead. Smoker, with 2 cigarettes in his mouth, had no extra time to deal with Tashiji's report. This little Navy officer who acted as his aide was too serious. Every time, regardless of whether it was a big or small matter, she would come over to report to him, making him feel somewhat numb. As Smoker and his group approached, they caught the attention of Luo Tian and the others. Just as everyone turned their gaze towards them, Smoker directly ordered the crew to rest in place, only taking Tashiji with him to meet Luo Tian and the others. Before Luo Tian could speak, Nojiko, sitting beside him, darkened her expression and showed her dislike towards Smoker and Tashiji. After all, for the past 7 or 8 years, the entire Kokoyashi village and even more than 20 nearby villages had developed a strong aversion to the Navy in this area. The reason for this was mainly due to the oppressive management by Captain Mouse and the Arlong pirates, who had severely oppressed all the villagers. The nearby villagers had repeatedly reported to the Navy branch, asking them to come and eliminate these fishermen pirates. However, every time they made a call, within half an hour, fishmen would come looking for trouble, leading to countless casualties in the nearby villages at the hands of Arlong. Therefore, after years of dwindling trust, these indigenous villagers had developed a natural bias against the so-called justice-maintaining Navy. Sitting next to Nami and Nico Robin, Luo Tian naturally noticed the subtle change in their expressions. He understood very well why Nico Robin would feel this way. After all, no one could continue to trust a corrupt organization after experiencing such things. You're the famous group of pirate hunters, right? Smoker casually tossed aside his burnout cigarette, and then took out 2 brand new cigars from his captain's coat, lighting them up again. The smoke that continuously wafted from him even made the nearby Tashiji take a step to the left, distancing herself from the smoking captain. I wouldn't dare to claim fame, but why is this Smoker here in a small village instead of capturing pirates in Lowtown? In response to Smoker's inquiry, Luo Tian casually replied, after all, they weren't pirates now. On the contrary, they were legitimate pirate hunters. So in front of the Navy, they wouldn't be flustered like pirates. The 2 sides could at most be considered to have a cooperative relationship. The living expenses of pirate hunters still depended on the Navy's payments, although this included some tasks of capturing pirates to turn in. You know me? Smoker was taken aback upon hearing Luo Tian's words. His title in the outside world was usually White Hunter, while the nickname Smoker was what his Navy colleagues at headquarters called him. Now, the fact that a pirate hunter is so aware of his own nickname truly gives him a sense of inexplicable feeling. I've heard that you are one of the 2nd-generation Marines trained under that old man Zephyr. Luo Tian continued to casually cut into the sizzling, oil-dripping sirloin steak in front of him, engaging in a light conversation with Smoker. I was indeed trained by Teacher Zephyr. Your tone suggests that you are quite familiar with him. Huh? At this moment, Smoker became increasingly curious about this seemingly unusual pirate hunter team of Luo Tian. Well, we can talk about that later. This isn't the time for that. Let us first discuss what you're doing here. Just as Smoker was all ears, preparing to hear what kind of connection Luo Tian had with Teacher Zephyr, Luo Tian abruptly cut off their conversation without any regard for etiquette. Is that so? Then that's fine. I came here mainly for 2 things. First, I sincerely invite you to join the team that upholds justice on behalf of the Navy headquarters. The second thing is that I heard someone among you has successfully awakened their haki, and I hope to spar with them. After hesitating for a moment, Smoker spoke up. Although he knew that, generally speaking, people wouldn't accept these 2 requests, he thought it wouldn't hurt to try as long as it could strengthen the forces of justice. In Smoker's view, although the Navy headquarters currently appears harmonious, stable, and powerful, only those within it truly feel the immense constraints behind this force of justice. The issue at the Navy headquarters is not just about the corruption of individual officers. More importantly, the entire Navy is currently under the control of the world aristocrats, the Celestial Dragons. The world government is the most powerful organization in today's world. It not only encompasses hundreds of member countries, but even the so-called most powerful maritime force. The Navy headquarters was established by the world government itself. The real power holders of the world government are those 5 world nobles, who are also the 5 most powerful old men in the world. Due to the malicious mindset of these world nobles, the internal Navy has gradually fragmented into countless factions over the years. The most obvious among them is the hawkish faction led by Admiral Sakazuki and the dovish faction led by Admiral Kazan. Although Smoker believes he does not belong to either of these factions, he personally leans more towards Sakazuki's hawkish side. However, he does not pursue that kind of absolute extreme justice. Joining the Navy, let me ask you, how much is the monthly salary of a colonel now? After listening quietly to Smoker's two statements, Luo Tian was immediately amused and angered by this guy. Seriously, they had only been at sea for less than a month, and their total assets had already exceeded 100 million berries. Why would they want to switch to such a high-paying, low-risk job? Moreover, joining the Navy means following orders from others, and just a few hundred berries a month. What's the point of risking your life for that? It would be much more practical to be a free pirate hunter. As long as you catch those bountied pirates every day and kill them to exchange for money with the Navy, isn't that better? There's a saying, the more you talk about salary, the more narrow-minded you become. The more you talk about justice, the higher your aspirations. Hearing the disdain in Luo Tian's words, Smoker joked casually. After all, dedicating a lifetime to justice is still quite difficult. It really depends on personal willingness. You can't just forcibly drag someone who doesn't want to join the Navy, can you? So, which pirate hunter awakened the armament hockey? Could you spare some time to spar with me? Before Smoker could finish his sentence, Zoro, who was still stuffing his face, suddenly turned to the two Navy officers behind him. He had just heard the word spar, always fond of engaging in intense battles. How could he miss such an opportunity presented to him? However, before Zoro could carefully examine the Navy colonel in front of him, his eyes were drawn to the constantly spinning and dodging Dasky beside him. In just a second of confrontation, Zoro stood up with a sudden jolt, his eyes widening as if they had tripled in size. Nanny, Kuina, how could you be here? Didn't you die? Dasky, Mr. Pirate Hunter, you might be mistaken. My name is Dasky, not the Kuina you speak of. However, at this moment, Zoro was completely uninterested in Dasky's explanation and instead drew his sword, Wad Ikamanji, presenting it to Kuina. Impossible. I would never mistake your face. You defeated me 2,001 times. Even if you turned to ash, I would remember you. You are definitely Kuina. And what about this sword? Don't you remember? This is your sword, Wad Ikamanji. Dasky. As Dasky saw Zoro unsheathing his sword, she immediately took out a small notebook and began flipping through it. Ah, this sword seems to indeed be one of the great grade swords. Wad Ikamanji. I can't believe I encountered it here. What luck. Watching the two talk past each other, Luo Tian was at a loss for words. After all, before he crossed over, the story of the Water Pirate King hadn't reached this point. So, he couldn't clarify what the relationship or connection between Kuina and Dasky was. It was indeed hard to accept that someone who could defeat Zoro over 2,000 times would die from falling down the stairs. After all, the native residents of this world have very strong physical capabilities. Generally, they wouldn't suffer any injuries even from a fall from a 23-story building. Moreover, Kuina, a swordsmanship master who trains all day, wouldn't possibly die from falling down the stairs. It's very likely that Oda, the old thief, has been continuously extending the plot, and this early plot hole hasn't been filled in yet. As Zoro watched Dasky babble on about the various attributes of Wad Ikamanji, he became even more convinced that this Navy officer was indeed his old rival Kuina. Hey, are you afraid that I'll defeat you? So you dare not reveal your true identity? Zoro abandoned his dumbfounded expression and instead grinned teasingly at Dasky. According to reason, every time Kuina had rejected his challenges in childhood, Zoro would use this mocking tactic, and each time, Kuina would unsheath her sword and engage him in another duel without hesitation. Huh? I really am not Kuina. You really have mistaken me, Mr. Pirate Hunter. Looking at the green-haired swordsman in front of her, Dasky was momentarily at a loss for what to do, as she genuinely did not know who Kuina was. Still a very cute female Navy officer. After hearing Dasky's response, Zoro also began to doubt whether he really had mistaken her for someone else. After all, based on his understanding of Kuina, that competitive person would absolutely not tolerate his provocation. With heavy doubts, Zoro glanced back at the somewhat clueless Dasky before reluctantly getting up to walk towards Smoker, who was already prepared nearby. For now, it was more important to have a warm-up spar with this so-called Navy headquarters colonel. As for whether the female Navy officer next to him was Kuina, that could be discussed later. After all, he still didn't believe that there could be two people who looked exactly the same. This Navy officer would surely reveal her true identity one day, and he would catch her. On the other side, Smoker, who had already warmed up, looked at Zoro as he walked towards him and suddenly said in a muffled voice, "Use all your strength, Pirate Hunter, or you go first, otherwise. Once I make a move, you won't have a chance." Zoro pulled out his sword, Wad Ikamanji, which he held in his mouth. while also gripping two other blades he had taken from some pirate, slowly addressing Smoker, his whole demeanor looking extremely flamboyant. Well, that's quite arrogant. Soru. After taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Smoker suddenly vanished from Zoro's line of sight. Zoro, who has only unlocked the armament haki, naturally finds it difficult to observe this martial art that surpasses human physical limits. By the time he reacts, Smoker's weapon, a jutty made of diamond with a sea stone tip, is already flying towards his face. Logically speaking, if Smoker's surprise attack landed directly on a human's temple, the opponent would at least suffer a severe concussion, if not death. However, since this is just a spar, both sides will naturally hold back to some extent. As he sees his weapon about to strike this arrogant guy in front of him, Smoker's face suddenly breaks into a confident smile. Although he didn't seriously heed the earnest teachings of his instructor at the Navy Academy, he graduated from a training camp that produced 3 admirals. Even without haki, Smoker is very confident in the Navy's 6 styles. However, in less than a second, before his weapon could hit Zoro's face and send him flying, Smoker suddenly found his jutty caught by a sharp, long sword. Clearly, as someone with a unique talent for swordsmanship, Zoro's innate sensitivity to incoming attacks is very keen, even if he didn't clearly see his opponent's move. Having been in the East Blue for so long, Smoker finds it hard to accept this incredible situation. After all, over the years in Lowtown, he has relied on his smoke fruit to indiscriminately take down a bunch of pirates. For the first time in years of being invincible in this sea, he encounters an opponent capable of withstanding his attacks. However, before Smoker can react, he suddenly feels a tremendous force coming from the jutty, as if it were going to crush him into the ground. Hey, Navy, you seem a bit weak. Thanks to taking the 6-flavor Remania pill, Zoro's physical condition has greatly improved. Therefore, facing Smoker, who has just reached a height of 2 meters, Zoro feels somewhat superior. This sudden pressure makes Smoker's pupils constrict. It's clear that this pirate hunter in front of him is not an easy opponent. Moreover, it seems that this guy is not even the strongest in this bounty hunter team. Logically speaking, even if these guys went to the first half of the Grand Line, it should be more than enough. Why are they still lurking in the East Sea? It can't be just a bully little Karami. In order to not lose too much face as a Navy officer, Smoker can only grit his teeth, using all his strength to push upward, trying to pry open Zoro's blade. But this is ultimately futile. Not to mention that Zoro himself is a training fanatic. Just the physical pressure of his height and build makes it really hard for anyone to match him in terms of muscle strength. Unless it's someone from a giant race, or those exceptionally gifted individuals, they might have a chance to defeat Zoro in terms of strength. Of course, someone like Law, who has a cheat-like ability, would also be fine, with a full 25 levels of super strength. A single punch from Law would be enough to send Zoro flying to the side to count stars. Watching the Navy before him still struggling, Zoro grinned, and the muscles in his arms suddenly erupted. With blood continuously flowing, his arm muscles suddenly swelled up. Smoker naturally felt the pain of this power strengthening once again. As he sensed his knees getting closer to the ground, he suddenly released all the strength in his body, allowing Zoro to cleave him in half with a single strike. However, what was bizarre was that although he had been cut in 2, Smoker did not bleed a single drop. Instead, he continued to smoke his cigar in an incredibly pretentious manner. The onlookers were all shocked by this unbelievable situation. Everyone present, except for Law and Smoker's subordinate Tashigi, watched this scene with great curiosity. Is this the ability of a Logia fruit user? It really is impressive. Zoro slowly withdrew his weapon, his gaze cautiously fixed on the large, smoking figure in front of him. After all, the sparring session was not over yet. As Zoro stood silently in place, waiting for his opponent's next move, he suddenly recalled what Law had said about how Busashoka Haki could be used to attack Logia fruit users. Realizing the key point, Zoro's Haki surged within him, and in just a moment, it enveloped all 3 of his swords. On the other side, Smoker broke into a cold sweat when he saw Zoro had already used Haki, and even the range of his smoke seemed to contract significantly. Others might not know, but Smoker was well aware that a pirate in the Grand Line had once used armament Haki to beat him, a fresh graduate, to the ground. If it weren't for the fact that all naval officers had to participate in practical training led by Zephyr when they graduated, this world might have been short one guy named Smoker. Fixing his gaze tightly on Zoro's blade, Smoker suddenly slammed his hands to the ground and released a massive amount of white smoke. In the next moment, the smoke began to swirl, completely enveloping Zoro from all directions. Zoro, caught in the smoke, looked astonished at this peculiar attack method before him. After all, he had never encountered such an opponent in the East Blue. However, facing this attack for the first time and caught off guard, He was directly enveloped by Smoker's smoke and thrown to the ground. Hey, green algae head, are you okay? You've been beaten to this state by a smoke man? Before Zoro could steady himself, Sanji, who was eating and watching the show nearby, couldn't help but laugh out loud without a hint of hesitation. Shut up, curly brow. Do I need your guidance on how to fight? What? Green algae head, are you saying you want to go one-on-one? Be careful not to get smoked by my leg techniques. Zoro, while cautiously watching the smoke nearby that could spring out at any moment, continued to banter with Sanji nonstop. Really? Can you afford to be so distracted while fighting me? White fist. Just as Smoker was navigating through the thick smoke, suddenly he pushed both hands forward, firing two punch-shaped bursts of smoke toward Zoro. Faced with the two unexpectedly appearing fists, Zoro quickly dodged, while also extending three dark blades towards the cloud of smoke that had launched the attack. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of blades cutting into flesh rang out. Daz Bones, watching the smoke that started to drip blood, couldn't help but feel tense. If something really happened to Smoker, the entire low town would likely fall into chaos. It's been a long time since I felt pain. As the blood continued to drip, the smoke enveloping Smoker quickly retracted back into his body, feeling the intense pain from the 3 wounds on his chest. Smoker couldn't help but recall the moments after graduating when he was beaten up by pirates in the Grand Line. Fortunately, they were only sparring. Otherwise, if this swordsman didn't hold back, he would probably have a few ribs broken. Let's call it a day. You're really strong, pirate hunter. Smoker pressed one hand against his chest to slow the bleeding while pulling out 2 cigars from the Navy factory to continue smoking. At this moment, he was firmly determined to cultivate his haki. Otherwise, if he encountered a pirate who could use haki, he would really be at a loss. Just as Smoker was preparing to return to Lowtown to deal with the small Karami pirates, Rote directly called out to him. After all, in this Cocoa village, the sources of experience points weren't just the Arlong pirates. That rat colonel from the Navy branch, who had been colluding with them, had yet to be dealt with. This guy, as a Navy officer, not only failed to fulfill his responsibilities, but also colluded with a group of pirates to violently suppress dozens of nearby villages. If this guy wasn't dealt with, he would continue to be a great threat to the civilians in the East Blue. Not long from now, he might even cultivate a new Arlong pirates to continue oppressing the people. Do you know about the rat colonel responsible for managing this area? He has deep ties with the Arlong pirates. Rote's words immediately made Smoker stop in his tracks. Compared to the inaction among the high-ranking officials at the Navy headquarters, Smoker was quite serious about maintaining his sense of justice. Is that so? I will investigate that guy as soon as possible. However, before Smoker could finish, Nojiko couldn't contain her anger any longer. She had heard such words countless times. Over the years, they had called the nearby Navy branches so many times. Each time, the Navy's response was pretty much the same, always promising to resolve such matters as soon as possible. Does your Navy really support the civilians? If so, then the nearby dozens of villages should really thank you for your great kindness. Do you even know how much the Arlong pirates charge for protection? Every adult has to pay 100,000 berries a year to survive under Arlong's hand, and they don't spare even the children. If we can't pay the protection fee, those fishmen will mercilessly break our bodies. Over the years, half of the blood money Arlong has received has gone to your Navy. At this moment, Smoker and Nojiko both looked at the woman, whose face twisted with anger, and began to doubt just how rotten the Navy responsible for managing this area had become. This was very close to Logtown. Did this Navy really not fear Smoker, a colonel from headquarters, conducting surprise inspections? Ma'am, please calm down. We will definitely address your injustices and suffering as soon as we investigate. Although justice may be late, it will certainly arrive. At this moment, Dazbone stepped forward, trying to soothe Nojiko's inner anger. It must be said that under Smoker's influence, Dazbones was also very passionate about justice, though somewhat naive. After all, isn't the greatest darkness in this world those so-called world nobles, the celestial dragons? The Navy members who pursue justice generally follow the orders of the most evil organization in the world. If justice is late, then it doesn't deserve to be called justice, right? Just as Smoker was pondering the corruption within the Navy, Rote's leisurely words made him freeze in place. He had argued with those high-ranking officers many times over the years, and wasn't it all for such trivial matters? Those guys, in order to get promoted faster, kept flattering the celestial dragons, and had even reduced their basic tasks at sea. They all surrounded the celestial dragons, spinning around endlessly. You're absolutely right. Justice must not be late. If it is, then it is no longer justice. Rote's words seemed to open up Smoker's entire thought process. Previously, He had been continuously arguing with the higher-ups about the attitudes that justice and the Navy should have. For this reason, he often found himself in trouble with those high-ranking officers. Even his deployment to Lowtown had its reasons. It was clear that those above didn't want to see him causing a fuss about these issues every day in the headquarters. Otherwise, how could a high-ranking officer like him, who graduated from the Zephyr Phase 3, be left in the East Blue for so long? Moreover, he is a legitimate natural fruit user. Although he hasn't awakened Haki, with his mastery of the 6 powers of the Navy, he is still quite powerful in the first half of the Grand Line. In this era of great pirates, with a shortage of manpower everywhere, he surprisingly ended up in the obscure East Sea, going unnoticed for so many years. While this is partly due to his own stubbornness, the higher-ups certainly don't want him to cause trouble and would prefer he not return. After coming to this realization, Smoker's heart became as calm as a lake. He has made up his mind that from now on, he will respond to those old stubborn ones with a much tougher attitude. What nonsense about the celestial dragons? They're just stains behind the cloak of justice. Even if he can't sway those people, starting with himself is also an option. However, before he officially confronts those guys, it is very necessary to elevate his own strength to a higher level. After all, the gap in strength is like that between an adult and a child. No matter how angry the weak may be, they're just playing in front of the strong. If Smoker could possess the strength of Admiral Akainu, even if he just let out a fart, there would be a crowd saying it was great and loud. Well, Colonel Mouse, huh? I'm going to go over and twist off his head for some delicious duck necks. Furthermore, on behalf of the entire Navy, I apologize to you and all the injured civilians for this delayed justice. After saying this, Smoker made a deep bow and then left Kokosha village with Tashigi. It was clear from his fierce demeanor that he was likely going to find trouble with the delicious duck necks. Colonel Mouse seemed to sense Smoker and the Navy's sincerity, and Noki gradually lowered his anger. However, this temporary resentment towards the justice team cannot be completely erased in a short time. Unless Smoker and his team can bring down all the heads of the damn Navy led by Colonel Mouse and present them to everyone, only then might it be possible for them to continue believing in a just Navy. As for why Law didn't bring his crew to find Colonel Mouse, it was simply because he saw Colonel Mouse as a worthless piece of trash. In the original storyline, Colonel Mouse was undeniably a weakling, and his promotion to the rank of colonel was entirely due to his collaboration with Arlong. If it weren't for Arlong occasionally capturing some small pirates from the EC to give Colonel Mouse as military merit, this guy wouldn't have been able to rise to the rank of colonel so quickly. The two of them, colluding together, are like the relationship between a wolf and a jackal, each dependent on the other, without the Arlong pirates occasionally boosting his achievements. Colonel Mouse's rank wouldn't have risen so fast. Meanwhile, the Arlong pirates lived quite comfortably under Colonel Mouse's protection. Otherwise, given the heinous crimes committed by these fishmen in the East Sea, they might have long been smashed by some homecoming Navy vice admiral with a punch to their fish heads. After finishing their last breakfast in Kokosha village, Law and his group prepared to set off again, heading to the next stop, Lowtown, where the pirate King Roger was executed. Just before departure, Nami also went to the only tattoo shop in Koko village, just like in the original storyline. When she joined the Arlong pirates, she naturally had to get a pirate symbol tattooed on her arm. The tragic past has now completely come to an end. Therefore, Nami naturally cannot continue to keep this damn tattoo that has brought her countless nights of nightmares. At this moment, Law, Zoro, along with Johnny and Joseph, plus Sanji, the chef who is reluctantly saying goodbye to a group of beautiful women, are all ready and just waiting for the navigator's arrival. What the hell? If you can help me get this damn tattoo, why can't you remove it? Seeing Nami's fierce expression, the tattoo artist was instantly frightened and began to sweat as he hurriedly explained. Although Nami had come to rescue Kokoyashi village with her friends this time, this little brat had caused chaos in the village almost every time since childhood. So, both the villagers and the younger children were quite afraid of Nami, this demon. Please, tattooing and removing tattoos are two different things. Alright, if you really don't like this symbol, I can help you modify it. Let us see what kind of design you want to change it to. Oh, in that case, please change this evil dragon symbol to an orange and a windmill. By the way, could you also add a star next to the orange? That's our bounty hunter group's symbol. Imagining the new design that would cover and modify her tattoo, Nami's lost emotions gradually began to recover, because both the orange and the windmill are her favorites. And the added star symbolizes that she has joined Law's bounty hunter group. No problem, just watch my skills. The tattoo artist chatted with Nami while preparing, discussing the damage caused by the Arlong pirates to the village over the years, as well as how many villagers had unfortunately died at the hands of those fishmen during her years at sea. As Nami talked, tears slowly appeared in her eyes. Many of those deceased villagers were elderly. With their limited economic means, how could they afford Arlong's exorbitant ransom? So, under normal circumstances, these people would be used by Arlong as examples to intimidate others. Although the villagers had thought of coming to help these old friends, they were also in a precarious situation themselves. 100,000 berries for an adult is no joke. How many families earn that much in a year? To avoid breaking their families apart, the villagers had no choice but to endure the pain and silently accept Arlong's brutality. On the other side, after waiting for a while, Law suddenly remembered that this island was famous for its oranges, a tropical fruit. Since they were here, it would be a shame not to pack some to eat. Therefore, Law went alone into the orange grove that Nami and Nojiko had planted, continuously picking one large, juicy orange after another. Just as Law was excitedly picking oranges, a person with purple hair slowly walked out of the orange grove. It was Nami's sister, Nojiko. Nami joining your team must have caused you quite a bit of trouble, right? This little brat has never been easy to deal with. I hope you take good care of her. Law had no objections to Nojiko's words. His younger sister, who had relied on him for so many years, suddenly told him she was going to the New World to pursue her dream of drawing maps. Anyone in his position would inevitably feel the sadness of parting. Don't say that. Nami's sailing talent is incredibly high. It's like 3 or 4 stories tall. Finding a navigator like her is our luck. While talking about Nami with Nojiko, Law excitedly showed off the large, plump oranges he had picked. Although it might not be entirely appropriate to describe fruit as plump, Law felt that there was no better word to use. The oranges here were just like the sugar oranges he had eaten in Guangxi in his past life, except that these oranges were much larger. So, Law found it hard to refuse this fruit, and kept peeling them and popping them into his mouth. During the Spring Festival every year, several boxes of sugar oranges at home would be devoured by him. Although these oranges were a bit larger than sugar oranges, it was nothing to worry about. Law was even thinking about Nami. Since they had to transplant a few orange trees onto the ship, why not plant a few more? That way, he could satisfy his cravings and beautify the environment at the same time. You must protect Nami well. She's my only family in this world. If I lose her, I don't know how I will live in the days to come. Just as Law was busy in Nami's orange grove, Nojiko suddenly spoke with a slight tremor in her voice. Law understood the situation very well. After all, the two sisters had depended on each other for so many years. And now the younger sister suddenly told her older sister that she was going to the most dangerous place in the world, the Grand Line. As an older sister, Nojiko's inner worries must be immense. However, Nami's dream was to draw maps of the entire world. How could she, as an older sister, stop her sister's lifelong dream? Law peeled another orange and said slowly, "Don't worry, our team is very professional. One day you will hear Nami's name resounding throughout the world. And as for the little thief's personal safety, that's directly guaranteed by me. As long as I'm alive, Nami will definitely be full of life. Moreover, Nami is not just my only captain. I believe every member of our team would risk their lives to protect our friend's safety." After hearing Law's assurance, Nojiko's inner worries eased a bit. After all, the strength of Law and his crew was evident. The notorious Arlong pirates left no survivors in their wake. Even that sea beast, the Sea King, which followed Arlong in his misdeeds, had its body broken and pulled up to become food for the villagers' feast. Then, I'm counting on you to take care of Nami. Nojiko gave Law a knowing smile with a comical expression. Old lecher Luo Tian naturally understood the meaning behind Noki Gao's lewd smile. After all, how could Nami possibly suppress her inner desires? This kind of thing is addictive. You know, after continuing to grab a big bag of oranges, Nami slowly walked out of the tattoo shop. Compared to the changes in tattoos in the original work, Nami simply added a shining star to her arm tattoo. This can barely be considered one of Luo Tian's changes made after joining this world. A group of well-prepared individuals immediately decided to set off for the last stop in the East Sea, Road Town. There, they might encounter many small Karamia pirates. But that was not important. They could just take care of them easily. What mattered most was that they intended to visit the place where Roger was executed at the execution platform, thinking that since they had come all this way, they couldn't just leave without seeing anything. After everyone had boarded the ship and made preparations, Nami was still lagging behind the group, seemingly doing something. From her appearance, it seemed she was saying her final goodbyes to each of the villagers from Kokoyashi village. However, Luo Tian understood the plot. This guy still had the traits of a little thief, not leaving behind even the last bit of berry from the villagers. By the time the villagers realized what was happening, Nami had already made a swift escape onto the merry-go. Her loot consisted of more than 100 small wallets. The villagers of Kokushia, realizing what had happened, were furious and started to rage, but they were helpless because Nami had already boarded the ship and fled. Moreover, with this farewell, they had no idea when they would see her again, so the villagers allowed her little antics. After all, over the years of being oppressed by Arlong, everyone's wallets were practically emptier than their faces. If she stole it, so be it, they treated it as supporting her little hobby. However, everyone still had no intention of letting Nami off the hook, continuously shouting, "Little Nami, you idiot, give back the wallets. You even took the kids' money. Are you still human?" But as Nami's figure gradually disappeared, the group slowly changed their tone, eventually turning into a bittersweet farewell. "Will we have a chance to meet again? When we meet again, you must be happy, little Nami." At that moment, Luotian looked at the crew members he had gathered along the way and couldn't help but sigh. He had basically rounded up most of Luffy's crew. Aside from the emotionally fragile sniper, who wasn't invited, only the historian Robin was left. As for Brook, who claimed to be a newcomer, he still needed to seriously consider whether to invite him aboard. "Haha, today I've earned a few thousand berries again. It's really fantastic." While Luotian was contemplating the next move, the little money-loving Nami began counting her savings. After all, aside from the treasures she had left in Kokushia village, this was the first time Nami had so much cash. Since exchanging all those pirates with the Navy branch, Nami's berry amount had reached around 150 million. This was a rare fortune. After all, it's hard for an average person to accumulate such wealth in a lifetime. Aside from Nami, who was counting money, and Sanji, who was preparing the next meal, the other three, Zoro, Johnny, and Joseph, were all gathered together, swirling the specialty wines from Kokushia village. Although the current team size and arm strength were still very weak, Luotian believed that as long as he followed Luffy's path step by step, and then caught all his strong partners, one day he would also be able to build a crew comparable to the Yonko crew, or even a crew of 3 or 4 emperors. As for how to achieve this goal, he could only look for those with some strength along the way to see if he could recruit them. Especially the Electric Kid from Sky Island was particularly to Luotian's liking. After all, that guy suffered from coming out of the factory too early, which led him to not know how to use hockey, and he was still playing hand-to-hand combat with a top-tier Logia fruit. As long as he could be brought onto the team and trained well, and then fed a 6-flavor Romania pill along with some hockey training, he would definitely become a character of Emperor level. Next, let's arrange our spending funds for Lowtown. Just as everyone was busy with their own tasks, Nami suddenly shouted after finishing counting the berries. Judging by her reluctant expression, it seemed she was quite unwilling to part with the berries she had just obtained. "First, for our great and beloved captain, Brother Luotan, since the captain works so hard, let's give him 1,000. 5 million berries, okay?" Just as Nami cautiously pulled out a thick stack from the pile of berries in front of her and was about to hand it over, she suddenly felt a twitch in her heart. Thus, the determined Nami quickly withdrew half of the berries and then handed them to Luotian. For this greedy guy, Luotian found it somewhat amusing. However, he naturally had no need for berries, as he lacked nothing, although there were regulations on spending. As long as Luotian needed to buy something, Nami still had to obediently go pay for it. After casually taking the berries from Nami's hand, Luotian directly tossed them into the system space for safekeeping. Although they weren't useful right now, a man should always save a little cash. Otherwise, when the time comes and he needs it, he would end up in an awkward situation. "Zoro, this is your knife-buying fee." Soon, Nami pulled out a stack of cash that was much thinner than Luotian's from the pile of berries. Seeing this, Zoro, who was excitedly rubbing his hands, instantly turned solemn. "What? Why is mine so little? Do you believe I'll chop you up, you bastard?" Furious, Zoro counted the berries he had received and was immediately infuriated. The few pieces in his hand probably didn't even add up to 500,000 berries. After working tirelessly to fight pirates day and night, he only received such a meager salary. This was truly a bit of bullying, just like a capitalist, although he usually didn't have high expectations for berries. Luotian had told him that he could buy 2 famous swords in the next stop at Lowtown. Moreover, there are those legendary demon blades and a fine quick sword worth 50,000. So basically, no one is more eager for money than Zoro right now. "Do you have any opinions, Mr. Zoro? I'm personally ordered by Brother Luffy to manage the team's finances. If you have any issues with your salary, you can borrow money from me, you know. As for the interest, I can let it slide for 2 points, how about that?" Nami, with her shrewdness, watched Zoro's annoyed expression and began to guide him to borrow money from her. This way, she could fully implement her high-interest loan plan. However, Zoro obviously wasn't falling for it. In the original story, Nami only lent Zoro 100 to buy a sword. Now with about 500 berries. Zoro felt it should be enough. So he simply turned around and went back to drink and boast with Johnny and Joseph, not wanting to deal with this money-obsessed guy. In the following minutes, Nami gradually distributed the berries for the next stop supplies to all the crew members, but the amounts they received weren't much. Regarding this distribution method, Luffy found it acceptable, as it left them with some extra money. They could buy atom wood for shipbuilding and Water 7 later. The Mary would eventually be replaced, and whether they built a new ship or seized one would be decided later. After resolving the financial issues for everyone getting off the ship, Nami excitedly returned to her room, hugging a large pile of berries to count again. For Nami, nothing makes her happier than counting money. Thus, after sailing for an unknown number of days on the vast blue sea, a small town appeared before them, significantly larger than the island where Cocoa Village was located. Town is a place with a relatively advanced economy compared to most islands. Initially, this place wasn't as famous as everyone imagined. The rapid development of this small town in such a short time was mainly due to the fact that this was where Joel D. Roger, who reached the Pirate King throne, was executed. Because of Roger, Town attracts a steady stream of tourists from all over every day, directly boosting the local economy. However, this development has its pros and cons. Over 50 of the people who come here are pirates. These guys choose to visit the place where the Pirate King fell, before heading to Reverse Mountain and entering the Grand Line. Alright crew, we've arrived at our destination. That little town ahead is Town. Get ready to disembark and buy supplies. As the Mary approached the Town dock, Nami, who had been looking for the best spot to dock the ship, turned to the crew and shouted. At this moment, Luffy, who was enjoying the sun, quickly got up after hearing Nami's call. Although he didn't have anything urgent to do in Town, Luffy was a true 21st century comic fan who had crossed over. Since they were at the place where Roger was executed, it would be a shame not to take a look. Under Nami's shout, whether it was Zoro, Johnny, and Joseph holding wine bottles, or Sanji busily preparing food in the kitchen, everyone rushed out in a frenzy. Since their current figures and clothes were seriously mismatched, most of them planned to buy a few sets of fitting clothes in Town to change into. However, just as everyone gathered and Nami successfully docked the Going Merry at Town's pier with a perfect side maneuver, Tion suddenly noticed that Zoro, Johnny, and Joseph's eyes erupted with a dazzling light for some unknown reason. Following their gazes, Tion suddenly realized that almost none of the ships at the entire Town pier were normal vessels. Most were those flying the Jolly Roger pirate flags. It seemed that smokers' headaches here were not without reason. With such a massive number of pirates, the workload for just one naval branch was indeed enormous. If it weren't for the fact that this smoker was a Logia-type smoke fruit user, he probably wouldn't be able to catch all these pirates, even if he exhausted himself physically. So many pigs running around? This is fantastic. I've been itching for a fight. Just as Zoro, Johnny, and Joseph were about to rush forward and start swinging their weapons, Tion quickly pulled them back. Of course, this wasn't out of kindness. It was simply because they had just arrived and hadn't had the chance to explore yet. He didn't want to make a mess of the place right away. It would be better to wait until everyone finished shopping and exploring before taking them all out for experience points. Soon, Tion and the others all disembarked from the Going Merry using the rope ladder. Afterwards, they dispersed to various shops in Town to purchase the supplies they needed. As the little thief managing the wealth, Nami locked all her berries in her room before directly looking for a place to buy clothes. Given her current figure, although she could still wear her previous clothes, they were a bit too tight and short. Zoro, Johnny, and Joseph formed a team again and headed towards the weapon shop. Since Luffy didn't know how Zoro had originally found that secluded weapon shop, and even if he pointed the way, Zoro would probably still be lost after careful consideration, Luffy decided it was best to let Zoro, the directionally challenged one, and his little buddies find the weapons on their own. As for Sanji, the occasional perverted chef, he ran off towards areas with more girls, watching as his group of underlings had already found their targets and approached them. Luffy also began to wander towards the center of Town, the place where Roger was executed back in the day. What Tion did not know was that while they were happily strolling down the street, in a dim room far away in the Shambody archipelago, an old man with slightly silver hair had just entered. In this room, various types of alcohol were hanging everywhere. At the counter in front of the room sat a woman with a somewhat melancholic expression. What's wrong? Did some clueless pirate offend you? Xiachi? Why the long face? This old man was none other than Rayleigh, known as the Dark King and the right-hand man of the Pirate King Roger. It was evident that he had just come back after spending a long time outside, having auctioned himself off for some drinking money. Do you remember that little guy Buggy? I heard he's doing quite well in the East Blue now. It's been a while since we last met. Rayleigh seemed to sense something off in Xiaqi's tone, and he put away his cheerful expression. He dead. Upon hearing Xiaqi's words, Rayleigh froze in place like a wooden statue. Even the drink in his hand fell to the ground without him noticing. Is that so? Such is the unpredictability of life. There's nothing we can do. Being a pirate is like this. You have to keep your head on a swivel, as this line of work can lead to death at any moment. After calming himself down, Rayleigh silently accepted this fact. Although Buggy was once a member of Roger's crew, the crew had long since disbanded, and Rayleigh would not go out of his way to seek trouble over the death of a former crewmate. Moreover, Rayleigh is still under bounty by the Navy. Although he has retired, he is still considered a dangerous figure among pirates, and the Navy headquarters would not let him off easily. Of course, if someone were to insult the crew of Roger's pirates, Rayleigh would definitely take the risk to go out and deal with those guys. In situations where people die during sea adventures, Rayleigh can only express some sadness and would not take any unnecessary actions. However, just as Rayleigh was calming down, a remark from Xiaqi suddenly made the veins on his forehead bulge, and he seemed to be consumed by anger. What? You say that Xiaqi is dead too? Wasn't that guy always saying he wanted to come back to Sabeti Archipelago to sell his octopus balls? Rayleigh looked at Xiaqi in disbelief, even starting to doubt whether his old partner had made a mistake in the information. This octopus fisherman had once saved him when he was in distress at sea. Strictly speaking, this octopus, Xiaqi, could be considered Rayleigh's lifesaver. Right now, however, the news that Rayleigh received was that his savior, as well as all the crew members from the same ship, had suddenly died. You should know that my intelligence sources have always been reliable. Both Buggy and Shanks have died at the hands of a recently emerged group of pirate hunters. Here are their profile pictures. Take a look and decide what to do. The Navy headquarters is keeping a close watch on us. If it's not necessary, it's better not to go out and expose ourselves. We are remnants of the old era. Xiaqi looked at the now gray-haired Rayleigh with a worried expression. She was genuinely afraid that he would recklessly seek trouble with this group of pirate hunters. Although she believed that it would be quite easy for Rayleigh to wipe out these so-called pirate hunters given his strength. The difficult part was that as soon as Rayleigh made a move, it would inevitably attract the attention of the Navy. Ever since the Roger pirates were completely disbanded, they had struggled countless times to find a stable place to live out their old age. Xiaqi didn't want Rayleigh, at his age, to go out and expose himself to being hunted. Although the deaths of Buggy and Shanks made her feel a heavy sadness. After all, they were pirates. Once you choose to go to sea, there will definitely be dangers. This profession, while pursuing freedom, is ultimately one where you must put your life on the line. Rayleigh took the stack of photos from Xiaqi and carefully examined them, seemingly trying to memorize all the faces of the people in the photos. I wonder if Shanks knows about this. Buggy had a good relationship with him. If Shanks found out that Buggy was dead, the entire red-hair pirates would probably take action. After staring at the photos of the pirate hunters for a while, Rayleigh directly threw all the pictures into the trash can and stopped paying attention to them. In his view, these pirate hunters, led by Luotian and Zoro, were just a bunch of rabble. Although he wanted to avenge Buggy and Shanks, it was clearly not the right time. Judging by the strength of Luotian's group of pirate hunters, they would likely head to a bigger stage, namely the Grand Line, to hunt down pirate crews with higher bounties. Once they reached the Grand Line, they would be beyond his control. After all, considering the rampant piracy in the Grand Line, it was not a place where the Navy could dictate things. When the time came, if given the opportunity, Rayleigh would definitely personally slay Luotian and his group of pirate hunters to avenge his two juniors. After all, he was the vice captain of the Pirate King. Achieving this required not only great strength, but also ruthless methods. Meanwhile, on the Red Force pirate ship in the New World, a group of pirates suddenly erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Hey, Captain Shanks, look, this Straw Hat Luffy has also become a pirate, and now he has a bounty of 10 million berries as a rookie pirate. A very overweight man held up a piece of meat resembling a club and walked over to a figure with red hair wearing a black captain's cloak. These two figures were, of course, Shanks and his subordinate, Lucky Roo, who were among the 4 emperors in the New World. Oh, really? That is quite a nice surprise. Luffy actually became a pirate. I thought he wouldn't set sail until he was 18. Shanks raised his hand to take the bounty notice from Lucky Roo and examined it closely. Although Luffy looked quite different from the little brat he remembered, that signature smile and the hat left by Captain Roger were unmistakable. 10 million berries, huh? He'll have to work hard. I'll be waiting for you in the New World, Maki Walla Luffy. Shanks was very pleased with the news of Luffy successfully setting sail and becoming a pirate. After all, this kid was someone he had bet an arm on. If it weren't to encourage Luffy's determination to become the Pirate King, How could a dignified emperor like him let a sea king tear off an arm? That would be a laughingstock. Hey, Shanks, let me see that bounty notice again. Just as Shanks was about to put the bounty notice away, the sitting Jesus Burgess suddenly noticed a familiar figure. In his eyes, that long nose was undoubtedly his biological son. I can't believe Usopp has grown up so much. When I left Syrup Village, he was just a little guy. Jesus admired the bounty notice in his hand, but his eyes and tone were inevitably filled with a sense of inexplicable pride. After all, Usopp had also followed in his father's footsteps and become a pirate. A bounty of only 1,000,000 berries? It seems this guy's still isn't working hard enough. It was obvious that the only point on the bounty notice that Jesus was dissatisfied with was Usopp's bounty being too low, which was a bit embarrassing for him as a father. But soon, Jesus let it go. After all, he had just set sail. Every man willing to embark on the path to seek freedom and treasure was a brave one. I never expected that Shanks' chosen Straw Hat Luffy would actually team up with your son. They're both sharp-eyed guys. Lucky bit into the huge piece of meat in his hand and then wiped his greasy fingers on Jesus before casually saying, "Lucky, you idiot. Don't wipe grease on me." The crew of the red-haired pirates burst into laughter at the bickering between Jesus and Lucky. Seeing his crew so excited, Captain Shanks felt a surge of excitement and immediately stood up, completely disregarding the fruit user's attempts to stop him as he shouted, "Let us hold a celebration feast for Makiwala Luffy and Jesus' son becoming a pirate." As soon as Shanks finished speaking, the pirates erupted into even more enthusiastic cheers, all shouting, "Long live the captain!" However, far away in Lowtown, Luotian had no idea that due to his actions of killing Arlong and all the fishmen and most of the pirates that should have been defeated by Luffy in the EC, this series of events had directly led to a significant decrease in Luffy's bounty. Meanwhile, on another pirate ship resembling a whale, located on the surface of a new world, a gloomy atmosphere emerged that was extremely contrary to the usual. Was it too dangerous for Ace to chase Blackbeard alone? That treacherous guy. He pretended so sincerely to join our Whitebeard pirates, even deceiving you, old man. What a damn fellow. Without a doubt. This ship belonged to one of the 4 sea emperors ruling the New World, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard. Compared to the other sea emperors, Whitebeard's crew was not only numerous, but also enjoyed a very harmonious and lively atmosphere. However, this pirate crew, which had maintained a family-like bond for decades, was completely destroyed a few days ago by a guy named Marshall D. Teach. No one expected Teach, an old pirate of the Whitebeard pirates, would so rebelliously violate the rules set by Whitebeard, even going so far as to kill a fellow crewmate. This act directly enraged Whitebeard, known as the world's strongest man. However, before the Whitebeard pirates could take action, Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division under Marshal Teach, could no longer contain his anger and set off alone to hunt down Teach. "Gururara, you should trust your comrades, just like I trust that bastard Ace." However, to everyone's surprise, Whitebeard did not show much concern about Ace chasing Teach alone. On the contrary, he was very confident in his son. Perhaps this was part of what made him the world's strongest man. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the town of Lowtown, where Luffy stood quietly in front of the execution platform where the Pirate King Roger was executed, gazing at the platform still stained with dark, weathered blood. At this moment, his mind was racing. Of course, this did not mean he felt regret or sorrow over Roger's death. He was completely contemplating how much experience he would gain if he executed Pirate King Roger himself. What a pity if only I hadn't crossed over so late. Otherwise, I would have joined the Navy and personally executed Roger to gain tons of experience. After staying in the bustling execution square for a while, Luffy lost interest in this legendary little town. After wandering around for a few minutes, he returned to the port where the Mary was docked. Unsurprisingly, Zoro, Sanji, and the others had not returned yet, as they still had a lot to gather. Since he had nothing else to do, Luffy took out his usual lounge chair, set it up, and lay on the deck of the Mary, carefully counting the pirate ships constantly coming and going at the dock. As he counted, he found that there were about 7 or 8 pirate ships still docked in Lowtown. If nothing unexpected happened, these guys would ultimately become key experience points for his leveling up. With these guys, Luffy believed his level would surely reach, or even directly hit, level 30. At that time, not only could he obtain a brand new gift package, but he could also choose a new super ability to activate. Imagining himself shooting high-temperature laser beams to slaughter enemies, Luffy couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although his strength had rapidly increased since crossing over, he still hadn't achieved the level of a typical citizen of his homeland. Most of this was due to his current limitations in power, which prevented him from recklessly going on a rampage. After all, although he was quite strong in the Four Seas, if he entered the Grand Line or the New World, he would likely only be able to protect himself. The indigenous powerhouses in this world were incredibly formidable. People like Whitebeard could easily destroy an island. Such immense power was beyond Luffy's reach at the moment. If he weren't still far from being invincible, he would have probably already let loose. Forget about the East Blue. He would have flown directly to the Celestial Dragon's palace that night to have a good time with a beautiful Celestial Dragon, instead of wasting time grinding experience points in this small East Blue. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zoro, leading the trio of Johnny and Joseph, arrived at a secluded weapon shop. Perhaps due to the influence of the world's will or the constant summoning of the Sandai Kitetsu cursed sword, Zoro eventually found himself in this weapon shop after getting lost. "Hey boss, do you have any good swords? Something cheaper." Before the shop owner could respond, Zoro preemptively shut down any thoughts of being overcharged. After all, he only had 500,000 berries on him. Even if the weapon shop owner wanted to rip him off, he couldn't charge much. "Don't worry, sir. All the weapons in our store are very sharp." Sensing the poverty emanating from Zoro, Johnny, and Joseph, the weapon shop owner seemed less enthusiastic. Seeing that the owner had no intention of showcasing the weapons, Zoro and the others didn't bother to ask further. The three of them rummaged through a pile of weapons, discarding those that were exorbitantly priced and didn't look very good when suddenly, Zoro's gaze caught sight of a dark, gleaming sword blade in a bamboo tube. "Boss, how much for this sword? If the price is right, I'll take it." Upon hearing Zoro's words, the owner, initially eager to make a sale since there had been few customers that day, was about to take Zoro to the counter. However, when he got a good look at the weapon in Zoro's hand, he was instantly terrified. "Sir, this sword is not for sale. It's a cursed sword. Anyone who buys it will die a horrible death if they don't gain its recognition." Facing the shop owner's intimidation, Zoro showed no concern. Instead, he tossed the Sandai Kitetsu above his head and extended his right hand towards where it would fall. If all went as expected, as long as the sword landed blade first, Zoro's entire right hand would be severed. At that point, Luffy's crew might end up with a one-armed swordsman. However, just as the weapon shop owner and Johnny and Joseph looked on, the cursed sword bypassed Zoro's arm and touched his skin with the back of the blade. Looks like I'm its destined master. I'll take the sword." Imsirk 3D at this moment. The weapon shop owner had not yet reacted when Zoro pushed him directly to check out. After all, it was Zoro's first time buying such a good weapon, and he didn't want to be robbed of it. This is the spirit of a strong person. "In that case, I will take out the best sword accumulated by my century-old shop, the Snow Walk, which is a good quality sword at 50 craftsmanship, and gift it to you. Please take good care of it. This is my dream." Zoro, hey, I don't have extra berries for you. This is your voluntary gift." Although Zoro was very interested in the quality sword mentioned by the weapon shop owner, he still explained in advance that he was low on funds. Soon, the weapon shop owner hurriedly ran upstairs in 3 steps. Before long, he came down holding a sword sheath wrapped in black cloth. As the owner drew the sword, a cold, gleaming, pure white blade appeared before Zoro. Imsirk 3D, what a pity for this sword, ruined by the Stitch fruit. "This is also a decent weapon. Are you sure it's a gift for me? I really don't have any money." "Of course it's a gift. Please accept my dream and take it out into the world." Zoro happily accepted the owner's gift with gratitude. However, in the end, he still placed all his remaining 500,000 berries on the weapon shop owner's counter. Even though the weapon shop owner had said it was a gift, Zoro didn't want to spend too much. After packing up the Sandai Kitetsu and the Snow Walk gifted by the owner, Zoro directly pulled Johnny and Joseph to return to the Mary. Compared to Zoro's satisfying shopping experience, Johnny and Joseph were rather average. They'd only picked a few barely acceptable weapons. Just as the three of them were leaving the weapon shop, the owner inside erupted into a heated argument with his wife. What's wrong with a man entrusting his lifelong dream to another man? Unfortunately, Zoro and the others could not hear the second half of that remark. "Oh wow," shouting so loudly. "It seems your waist is better now, right?" Soon, the weapon shop closed for business, and the owner's pleas and his wife's devilish whispers for another round echoed inside. As Zoro, Johnny, and Joseph started to head back, a figure swiftly burst into the Navy branch in the center of Roadtown. This figure was the ever-busy Vice Admiral Smoker's aide, Tashigi. "Colonel Smoky, the pirate hunters you faced last time have arrived in Roadtown, and it seems they want to wash out the pirates here." However, Smoker was focused on his daily training and had no time to pay attention to Tashigi. "Colonel Smoker, why aren't you speaking?" Shouldn't we send some sailors to support them? Seeing Tashiji's poor expression, Smoker could only helplessly correct her mistake. Don't talk to my coat, Tashiji. Imsirk 43D Tashiji, who had poor eyesight and refused to wear glasses, turned red and awkwardly turned her gaze away from Smoker's hanging justice cloak after hearing his words. Imsirk 3D blushing, Tashiji exclaimed, Colonel Smoker. Tashiji, did you just say it was that group of pirate hunters led by Roronoa? Yes. Should we send our Branch S Navy to support them right away? Smoker had no intention of sending troops in response to Tashiji's inquiry. After all, the strength of Roronoa's group was already sufficient to rampage in the East Sea, and they didn't need the Navy support at all. Besides, sending out these comparatively weaker sailors wouldn't have much effect. It would be better to avoid their casualties as much as possible. No need to support them. Just have the finance managing sailors in the branch prepare the bounty. Those guys will definitely come to exchange it. While smoking, Smoker answered Ashiji's question to himself. He had enough recognition of Roronoa's group strength. Just one swordsman crew member was enough to injure him. Not to mention, they still had that captain who hadn't even made a move. I didn't expect this group to be so fast. If they reach the Grand Line, it's likely to be chaos over there as well. After sending Tashiji out of the room, Smoker resumed his daily martial arts training. Ever since he was injured by Zoro's haki a few days ago, Smoker had resolved to train his martial arts and haki. He didn't want to stay in the East Sea any longer. After all, the East Sea could now be considered the safest sea among the four seas. Not only did the naval hero Garp frequently visit the East Sea, but even now, Roronoa's group of newly arrived pirate hunters had already slaughtered countless pirate crews along the way. Therefore, the main pirate forces around Rotown had basically been wiped out. Smoker naturally didn't want to continue staying here. Since that day, when Smoker was cut by Zoro's haki, he has felt the missing opportunity within himself. He believes that as long as he strengthens his body a bit more, awakening the armament haki will no longer be a problem. Meanwhile, on the other side at the port, Luo Tian also noticed Zoro and his companions returning triumphantly. When Luo Tian saw the two new swords, SH and Sandai Katetsu, strapped to Zoro's waist, he immediately sensed the influence of the omnipresent will of the world. After all, he had no idea how Zoro found the weapon shop in the original story, so he couldn't guide Zoro on how to search. Fortunately, despite Zoro's notorious sense of direction, he eventually stumbled upon the weapons destined for him. As for how many times the three of them got lost during this process, Luo Tian didn't care at all. The important thing was that the outcome was good. Thinking about Zoro's sense of direction reminded Luo Tian of what a group of fans said while reading the manga in his previous life. The one who ultimately finds One Piece must be Roronoa, the guy who can't find his way. Since they were back, it was just right to try out the new weapons. Lying in his chair, Luo Tian saw Zoro, Johnny, and Joseph constantly fondling their new weapons as soon as they returned, and he understood their eagerness. He casually pointed at the group of pirates docked alongside the Mary, and then leisurely closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the experience points to come. As for whether these pirates would cause any harm to the three of them, Luo Tian didn't worry too much. After all three had undergone a round of enhancements. Plus, he had also given Zoro a basic armament haki. Although it was just a beginner's haki, it didn't stop this group from rampaging. I'm going to chop them all down now, Zoro said eagerly. Before he finished speaking, Zoro, Johnny, and Joseph, who were already itching to fight, grabbed their swords and headed for the pirate ship. As long as they hadn't entered the Grand Line, they didn't have to worry about anything. They only needed to be cautious of opponents like Mihawk, who wandered around, and some guy who liked to ride a bike on the sea. The three of them acted swiftly and soon boarded the first pirate ship closest to the Mary. The pirates left behind naturally noticed these three uninvited guests. Hey, who are you three? Why did you come aboard our pirate ship? You have 3 seconds to leave, or don't blame me for my fists not having eyes. Who cares who they are? We are pirates. Since they boarded the ship, we should just kill them. In just a moment, dozens of pirates surrounded Zoro and the others tightly. Each of them wielded a standard pirate cutlass over 1 meter long, with fresh blood that hadn't yet dried, enough to prove they were real killers. However, facing these pirates, even Johnny and Joseph, who were slightly weaker, showed no fear, with Zoro taking the lead. The scene was suddenly filled with the sounds of clashing blades. As the continuous sounds of blades piercing flesh and breaking bones echoed, the pirates present had their heads flying, blood splattering everywhere. Although Zoro was a bit ruthless, claiming most of the heads, Johnny and Joseph were no fools either, eager to try out their newly purchased weapons. They each grabbed a pirate's head and kept chopping without stopping until they had completely mutilated their target. As the deaths of these dozen pirates occurred, Luo Tian, who was leisurely sunbathing on the Mary, naturally received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Member Roronoa Zoro has successfully killed 12 ordinary members of the Wild Wolf Pirate Group. This time, you have gained 120 experience points. You are 1,000 points away from leveling up to level 26. Please keep up the good work. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Members Johnny and Joseph have successfully killed 2 ordinary members of the Wild Wolf Pirate Group. This time, you have gained a total of 20 experience points. What surprised him was that the experience points provided by these pirates who had successfully arrived in Road Town were actually 10 times that of those small Karamis in the EC. With this pleasant discovery, Luo Tian felt that he was likely to reach the next stage of unlocking superpowers before reaching Old Sands territory. While Zoro, along with Johnny and Joseph, was busy burning, killing, and looting on the anchored pirate ships, Nami and Sanji were also on their way back. Just like in the original story, Nami made a large purchase of many items that might be needed for sailing in Road Town, with the majority being detailed introductions about various seas and the Grand Line. Even with Luo Tian's prior intervention, Nami successfully bought a record pointer specifically for the Grand Line in a small shop that sold navigation supplies. Sanji found a tailor shop and had several suits custom-made for himself before participating in a classic culinary competition. As a result, he successfully won over the beautiful chef Carmen and brought back the prize from the competition, a giant tuna. During their return, Zoro and the others' battle had also begun to intensify, with 8 pirate crews swarming around the 3 of them like a swarm of angry bees. After seeing Zoro and the others handle the situation effortlessly, Nami and Sanji lost interest and returned to the Mary with their spoils. "Brother, come see how I picked out this captain's cape for you," Nami said as she took out a pure black captain's cape from her large bags of supplies. While counting his experience points to prevent the system from taking advantage of him, Luffy was quite pleased with Nami's thoughtful gesture. This little thief had a good eye. However, he thought the design of the cape was a bit too similar to that of the Yonko Shanks. As for Sanji, he returned to the kitchen immediately after getting his precious ingredient and began the work of butchering and preserving it. He didn't even glance at Zoro's increasingly fierce battle. In his eyes, if the green-haired guy couldn't handle these small fry, then he wouldn't be called green-haired anymore. Ding! Congratulations to the host's member, Roronoa Zoro, for successfully killing 50 ordinary pirates. You have gained 500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up to level 26. You are 4 levels away from unlocking the next stage of superpowers. Please keep up the good work. As Zoro continued to slash away, Luffy, who was lying on the Mary, also reached the required experience points for leveling up. Luffy had already unlocked 3 superpowers: Super Strength, Iron Body, and Super Endurance. Each level increase brought about significant enhancements, and the feeling of continuously synchronizing power was truly addictive for Luffy. Who are these damn guys? Why are they so strong and have killed so many of our comrades? It seemed like they had to work together. With all 8 pirate crew captains present, Luffy believed they could take down these small fry, just as Zoro, Johnny, and Joseph were excitedly covered in blood from their kills. The pirate captains who had received distress signals from the remaining ships rushed in with a horde of pirates. In an instant, the 3 of them were surrounded by 300 to 400 pirates at the port. Seeing that Zoro and the others had drawn the ire of the pirates, Luffy knew he couldn't slack off any longer. Otherwise, even if Zoro could withstand the pressure, Johnny and Joseph would definitely be turned into sashimi by the crowd of pirates. It's really getting more and more crowded, but what can a swarm of ants do? Before he finished speaking, Zoro drew all 3 of his swords and charged into the crowd, slashing wildly, causing heads to fly in every direction. Luo Tian also bypassed a group of small Karamai pirates, heading towards the 8 pirate captains who were planning to ambush Zoro. Initially, Luo Tian had no intention of intervening, but when he realized that one of the 8 pirate captains was actually a Zoan-type devil fruit user, he immediately became interested. The pirate captain, who had transformed into a werewolf, showed an excited expression upon seeing Luo Tian's arrival. "Capture the king first. I'll deal with their captain first," he said, leaving a message for a few temporarily formed pirate captains before charging directly at Luo Tian. Naturally, Luo Tian expressed great appreciation for such an unknown character. After casually lifting his cloak, Luo Tian's eyes immediately revealed the demeanor of an invincible bald man. It seemed like the seemingly powerless bald guy casually clenched his right fist and lightly shouted, "Ordinary punch," with a fist as hard as steel. Combined with a continuous influx of power, Luo Tian's punch instantly slammed into the werewolf pirate captain. This swift and fierce attack with immense power immediately struck a conspicuous crack into the captain's skull, who had already become animalized. Damn it. Why is your strength greater than mine as a beast power user? This is completely illogical. The pirate captain, after taking Luo Tian's ordinary punch, rolled on the ground, wailing. He attempted to stand up and resist again, but the dizziness in his nerves rendered him completely immobile. However, Luo Tian felt no sympathy for the shouting guy, since he had already taken my ordinary punch. Let him try my slightly more serious punch. In the next moment, everyone on site only heard a loud bang. Luo Tian's full-powered strike directly smashed down onto the werewolf pirate captain's head once again, causing a terrifying wave of air to erupt, as if the entire atmosphere had been twisted by Luo Tian's punch. The pirate captain, who had attempted the strategy of capturing the king first, was directly crushed by Luo Tian's 2 punches, his werewolf body, powered by the devil fruit, returning to a normal human form after his death. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Wild Wolf Pirate Group, Captain X1. A total of 2,000 experience points dropped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, 27. 3 more levels needed to unlock a new super ability. Please keep up the effort. Luo Tian, hearing the system's prompt, directly kicked the corpse to the side of the dock without looking back. On the other side, the 7 pirate captains who had yet to make a move were all dumbfounded as they watched the scene before them. The captain of the Wild Wolf Pirates was arguably the strongest among them and had the highest bounty, yet he was unable to last even a minute before having his skull crushed by this guy. Let's go. We can't fight back at all. Hurry up and leave, or we'll be wiped out. Wasn't he had said that there was only one smoker in Logtown? Who is this guy? Why is he so intent on going against us? After witnessing Luo Tian easily defeat the Wild Wolf captain, the remaining 7 pirate captains clearly recognized the situation and didn't even take the time to think. They immediately turned to flee. Even the pirate subordinates who had come to surround Luo Tian under their orders disregarded their commands. Seeing this, Luo Tian hurriedly chased after them, unwilling to let go of these ducks that had flown right to his mouth. Supported by his powerful physical abilities, Luo Tian quickly caught up with the slowest running pirate captain, then jumped up and kicked out lightning fast. With a loud bang, the slowest pirate captain was sent flying by Luo Tian's kick, his ribs likely punctured, indicating he probably wouldn't survive the night. Watching the guy in front of him lose the ability to escape, Luo Tian didn't rush to kill him, but continued towards the other pirate captains still struggling to fight their way through the crowd to escape. Continuous normal punches. Bang, 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 bang. Luo Tian had not learned any standard martial arts or attack techniques. However, with the support of his super strength, each of Luo Tian's punches carried an extremely fierce wind. With all his might, his fists rained down densely, hitting the pirate captains who were still trying to flee. They easily penetrated flesh without any resistance. In just a few minutes, the once spirited pirates discussing their plans to find the treasure left by Roger in the Grand Line were all killed by Luo Tian with a single strike at the dock of Lowtown. Although these pirate captains attempted to resist Luo Tian during their escape, no matter whether they threw punches or kicks, they were reduced to mere limbs and broken arms under Luo Tian's very simple attacks. After a series of attacks, they realized a harsh reality. Luo Tian was not on the same level as them. Damn it. Why is someone like you in this small East Blue? Why aren't you in the Grand Line? Are you here to humiliate us? The last pirate captain had completely given up on the idea of escape because he knew that the guy in front of him would never let him go. Although he didn't understand why someone like this would stay in the East Blue or why he was chasing down these small-time pirates to kill them. He couldn't help but ask, "Don't belittle yourself, brother. I'm just here for experience points, not to insult you." Facing the last pirate captain's inquiry, Luo Tian helplessly waved his hand. If he could, he wouldn't want to take action himself. Lying down was the only joy in his life. However, to relieve the pressure on his crew below, Luo Tian inevitably had to take action occasionally. As for why Luo Tian kept chasing and killing pirates, it was simply because killing pirates not only incurred no psychological burden, but also allowed him to collect a lot of bounty from the Navy. Why not do such a 2-for-1 deal? Furthermore, although Luo Tian had obtained a reinforced model of a certain country, it didn't mean he had completely become a citizen of that country. While Luo Tian didn't consider himself to be on the side of justice, at least he had never gone against his own heart's wishes. With a crisp crack, the last pirate captain was reduced to flying body fragments under Luo Tian's feet. Host, Luo Tian martial arts, none hockey, none fruit abilities, none level, 29-1-400, 200 abilities, heat radiation laser eyes, not activated, steel body, level 29, flight ability, not activated, super strength, level 29, supervision, not activated, super hearing, not activated, super endurance, level 29, freezing breath, not activated, super recovery, not activated, super intelligence. Unlocked automatically when host level reaches 100, after casually shaking off the limbs and fragments stuck to his hands. Luo Tian turned to look at the battlefield where Zoro was. It had to be said that after getting new weapons, Roronoa Zoro was indeed different. With the addition of armament haki and the cursed sword Enma, he was like a merciless mowing machine, with pirate heads flying wherever he passed. The blood flowing from the blade seemed to be pouring down like a heavy rain. Seeing that the pirate crew was nearly wiped out, Luo Tian returned to the Going Merry to wait for Zoro and the others to finish the battle. Although the pirates had already collapsed psychologically and didn't want to fight anymore after their captain began to flee and was killed, it was still quite difficult to escape from Roronoa Zoro's hands. The entire battlefield could be summarized in 7 words. He flees, he chases, he can't escape. After several more minutes of slaughter, Zoro also resolved the battle. Although in such a large-scale pirate escape scenario, a few stragglers managed to escape. It didn't affect Luo Tian's mood. A few small fish were nothing to worry about. As Zoro, Johnny, and Joseph finished wiping the blood and flesh from their weapons and returned to the Going Merry, Luo Tian received another system prompt indicating he could activate a new ability. Ding! Congratulations! Host level has reached level 30. You have received a level up gift pack X1. Additionally, the host can choose one new super ability to activate. Just as Luo Tian was about to activate his laser eyes upon receiving the prompt, a brand new pirate ship slowly approached the dock of Logtown. Luo Tian focused his gaze and saw that the pirate flag hanging on the ship was strangely familiar. When the ship finally came close, the skull flag wearing a straw hat triggered a memory in Luo Tian. This was definitely the ship of Monkey D, Luffy, the son of the pirate world. Although Luo Tian didn't understand how this guy had managed to gather a new pirate ship after intercepting Zoro, Nami, Sanji, and the Going Merry, ultimately, this might still be due to the influence of the world's will. In other words, in this great pirate era, the only candidate for Joy Boy was still this Straw Hat Kid. It really is a terrible time. Pirates are coming again. Before Luffy's pirate ship could even get close, Zoro, who had just finished polishing his demon sword, drew his blade again, intending to jump over and initiate a new round of slaughter. Fortunately, with Law's quick reflexes, he managed to stop this guy. Although with their current strength, it would be effortless to kill this still immature Straw Hat crew. In Lowtown, it is basically impossible to do so. Even if by some stroke of luck they succeeded in killing this King Luffy, Law and his crew would then have to face the Revolutionary Army leader, the second-generation young master, his father Monkey D, Dragon, who has been lurking here. Although this Revolutionary Army leader has never shown his face, Law has a vague feeling that this guy has always been watching their movements. Especially when Zoro drew his demon sword, Law couldn't help but feel a chilling sensation. Under this ominous feeling, Law became more resolute in his decision that they couldn't act here. At this stage, Luffy can barely be considered a righteous pirate. At least before he went to impel down and released all those ruthless pirates, causing chaos in the world. He could still be regarded as a subpar adventurer flying the pirate flag. Although Luffy may not have realized that despite repeatedly declaring himself a pirate and one who wants to become the Pirate King, there are still people trying to argue that he is not a pirate. In the face of this situation, Law can only wait until his team has accumulated enough strength to rival an emperor and is completely free of concerns before taking action. What a group of people didn't know was that at the moment Zoro drew his sword, a swordsman from the Straw Hat Pirates, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly turned to look towards Luo Tian's direction. Was it the intense killing intent from the enemy? This was getting interesting. He didn't expect that this captain had attracted such a powerful opponent so soon after setting sail. After stopping Zoro, Luo Tian instructed Nami to quickly set sail towards the Grand Line, a place filled with countless high-level experience monsters. At that moment, Luo Tian had no intention of provoking this child of the world, at least until he achieved a standard level of strength comparable to an emperor. He wouldn't seek his own death. Killing this guy wouldn't yield much experience. On the contrary, he would be hunted down by the Navy, pirates, and revolutionaries from all sides, and even those gangsters who idolized Luffy would come looking for trouble. This was clearly not worth the risk, which was against Luo Tian's cautious approach. Therefore, without any hesitation, Luo Tian directed Nami to head towards the Grand Line, completely ignoring the intentions of the second-generation Straw Hat crew. at the moment when Luo Tian and the others set off. Smoker directly brought Toshiji and a group of Marines to the dock of Roadtown. Including Smoker, the Marines were all dumbfounded as they looked at the scene before them, which resembled a slaughterhouse. Since Luo Tian and the others were too focused on killing pirates, they had completely neglected to clear the bodies. Therefore, at this moment, the dock was littered with severed limbs of pirates and neatly arranged pirate heads that looked like works of art. Those bounty hunters are really a headache. Fortunately, these bastards are not pirates. Otherwise, who knows how many innocent townspeople would have been slaughtered. Smoker looked helplessly at the pile of pirate corpses left behind by Luo Tian and the others, with no way to deal with it. Let's clean this up quickly. All those with bounties should be tallied up for them. Under Smoker's orders, a group of Marines efficiently began to gather the pirate bodies. For these low-ranking Marines, who were severely underpowered, the more pirates that died, the better. Otherwise, in the end, it would definitely be them who would suffer the casualties in a fight. Moreover, with so many pirates dead in this area, it was also an exceptional achievement for them, which could lead to a significant compensation when they retire. Although these little Karamais probably didn't even know if they would have the chance to reach retirement age in this age of great pirates, it was still a hope. Who would T want to return home with full honors? Smoker, look, there are more pirates landing over there. Just as the Marines were diligently clearing the bodies, Toshiji suddenly shouted at the air beside her. Even the usually calm Smoker fell silent for a long time before drawing his weapon and walking towards the Straw Hat crew that had just arrived in Roadtown. At this stage, the Smoke Man was still quite strong compared to the others. Of course, Luo Tian was completely unaware of what was happening in Roadtown at this moment. Luo Tian and his crew were preparing for a water ceremony similar to that in the original story, under Sanji's explanation. In this pirate world, everyone who chooses to go to sea would select a specific time to confirm the dreams they pursue. Since Luo Tian and the others arrived on the timeline a bit earlier than the Straw Hat crew, and that Buggy, who had the Chop Chop fruit, had already been killed some time ago, the weather now was not like that in the original story. In the original, Buggy wanted to execute Luffy, but was stopped by the storm caused by Dragon. Under the blazing sun in the sky, Sanji directly rolled over a barrel for Zoro to use for alcohol. Of course, at this stage, it was inevitable that the two officially scheduled CPs would start arguing again. After a usual bout of noise, Sanji stretched out his right leg and placed it on Zoro's barrel, slowly saying, "I'm searching for the All Blue, a place where all the ingredients from the four seas gather." Just as Sanji's words fell, Zoro also stretched out a leg to rest on the barrel and loudly declared his and Kuna's long-held dream, "I want to become the world's greatest swordsman, until the name of this sword in my hand echoes throughout heaven." Zoro raised his sword, Wad Ikamanji, and stared at it for a moment, falling into his own thoughts. After Zoro, it was Johnny and Joseph, compared to the dream-filled aspirations of Zoro and Sanji. Johnny and Joseph's pursuits were quite simple, just to live and, if given the chance, to explore all the famous flower boats in the world and see what differences these girls have. It's my turn. After everyone finished expressing their dreams, Nami, who was in charge of steering the Mary, excitedly ran up. "I want to draw a sea chart for the entire world and become the richest person in this world." After everyone shouted their dreams, all eyes turned to Luo Tian. After all, Luo Tian was not only the captain of their crew, but also the backbone of the team. Without Luo Tian, this crew might not even be able to come together at all. At this moment, Luo Tian was also contemplating his goals and dreams. When Luo Tian first crossed over, he was only thinking about being able to have enough to eat every day and survive under the hands of the East Sea great pirate, Yalata. Now, the situation was completely different. Luo Tian had not only gathered talented companions like Zoro, Nami, Sanji, and others, but everyone's ambitions often grew alongside their increasing strength. And even Luo Tian was no exception. It seemed like I didn't have any dreams either, so I might as well pursue that absurd idea from before. I want to see what the difference is between the celestial dragons and ordinary people. Although the crew, except for the blushing Nami, didn't understand what Luo Tian meant by trying out the celestial dragons, this ceremony could be considered over. After leaving Roadtown, Luo Tian and his crew, under Nami's exceptional navigation skills, sailed smoothly towards Reverse Mountain. It seemed that due to the reputation they had gained in Roadtown, they encountered no trouble from any unwelcome individuals along the way. Even if a few pirate crews happened to cross paths with Luo Tian's group, they hurriedly made a sharp turn and fled like American warships. Although Luo Tian wanted to take the opportunity to eliminate these pirates, he ultimately decided against it, as they were heading towards stronger monsters in the Grand Line. As they were nearing Reverse Mountain, Luo Tian activated his fourth superpower, the heat radiation laser eyes he had longed for. Heat radiation laser eyes. This ability allows him to convert internal energy into high-energy heat radiation lasers emitted from his eyes. The power of the lasers increases with level, and at maximum level, they can penetrate planets in the universe. After glancing at the skill description provided by the system, Luo Tian was very satisfied with the power of the heat radiation laser eyes, although he was still far from reaching level 100 to penetrate planets. He estimated that the current level 30 heat radiation laser eyes could at least cut through high-level armament hockey. While the 4 Emperors of the Sea and the 3 highest-ranking admirals of the Navy had top-tier armament hockey, this was negligible. After all, Luo Tian had no intention of provoking these people, except for Shanks. If that guy knew that Luo Tian had killed his good brother Buggy, he would probably chase Luo Tian to the ends of the earth as soon as he reached the New World. However, those were matters for the future. Perhaps by then, Luo Tian's team would have already surpassed the Yonko crew, and it would be uncertain who would kill whom. Casting aside those chaotic thoughts, Luo Tian focused on channeling energy within him to gather at the pupils of his eyes. The moment this superpower was activated, he gained a very specific operation method, as if he had been using this ability for decades. After adjusting, 2 bright red lasers, constantly emitting scorching heat, erupted from his eyes like a volcanic explosion. Luo Tian realized that the range of this radiation laser could be adjusted according to his personal control. This meant that as long as Luo Tian controlled it properly, he could not only kill enemies in front of him, but also shoot long-range lasers to sweep through small karami. This was a truly overbearing crowd-clearing skill. However, the energy consumption was indeed very high. After shooting for just over 10 minutes on the sea, Luo Tian felt an inexplicable fatigue. This was a soreness he had never felt since activating his super endurance, akin to an ordinary person experiencing numerous battles in one night. After experiencing the might of the heat radiation laser eyes, Luo Tian decided to stop expending his energy. At this moment, he felt like he was truly himself for the first time. Without the laser eyes, he could hardly consider himself a true citizen. While Luo Tian was randomly firing on the sea, Zoro, Nami, Sanji, and the others looked on with bewildered expressions. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched Luo Tian recklessly attack the exposed reefs, which were originally incredibly hard. As soon as they were hit by Luo Tian's lasers, they would instantly be shot through. Even from a distance, they could still feel the intense heat radiating from Luo Tian. Wow, big brother Luo Tian. That move is so cool. Johnny, Joseph, if this temperature were used to stir-fry spicy beef, it would definitely taste amazing. Sanji, be careful. Don't shoot the laser at me. Nami, soon. The crew snapped back to reality and began discussing Luo Tian's new skill excitedly. Although they found this strange attack method very novel, it was not unacceptable. After all, there were many bizarre devil fruit users in this world. As long as one consumed that so-called treasure of the sea, they could gain some incredibly powerful abilities. Thus, the native humans in this world generally had a high acceptance level for such novel abilities. As the novelty wore off, the group returned to their usual roles. Zoro, along with Johnny and Joseph, continued to the training room to lift weights and exercise. Sanji began to carefully study and cook the rare elephant tuna he had won in the cooking competition, which required him to put in 100 of his effort. As the navigator, Nami was always at the front of the Mary, observing the changing weather in the distance and all around them. As for Luo Tian, after experiencing the power of the newly activated heat radiation laser eyes, he immediately called upon the system to open the level 30 upgrade gift pack. After all, this thing wouldn't reproduce if left alone, so it was better to use it early to enhance his capabilities and enjoy it sooner. The system opened the upgrade gift pack, and with a thought from Luo Tian, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the level 30 upgrade gift pack X1, Natural Cloud Fruit X1, Weapon Upgrade Voucher X1, Bloodline Factor Potion X1, High-Level Armament Hockey X1, Low-Level Armament Hockey X3. Initially thinking that the system would be stingy like the previous 2 gift packs, Luo Tian was invigorated upon hearing the long list of items announced by the system, completely shaking off any drowsiness. This is what a real gift pack should look like. Or were those previous ones? Looking at the long list of items in the system backpack, Luo Tian began to contemplate how to allocate them to maximize the team's strength. After all, they were basically surrounded by powerful enemies now. Not to mention the octopus fishermen they had killed in Kokasia village had definitely offended Silver's Rayleigh, the former first mate of the pirate King Roger. Just considering the earlier stages in the East Blue, the connections behind the clown buggy that Luotian had caused to explode were already formidable enough to be unmanageable. So now, Luotian's group had not only provoked Silver's Rayleigh, but even Shanks, one of the 4 emperors of the sea today, had begun to hold a grudge against them. Although Shanks might not yet know who killed Buggy, Rayleigh would definitely be aware of the octopus Xiaoba's death. After all, his old friend Shaki was one of the most well-informed people in the world. Once Rayleigh learned about this, Shanks would surely find out that it was Luotian and his group who killed Buggy. However, Luotian and the others were still far from reaching the New World. Unless Shanks and his crew dared to take the enormous risk of personally coming to the first half of the Grand Line to surround Luotian. By the time Luotian reached the New World, he would likely be able to compete with them. As for whether Shanks would dare to come to the first half of the Grand Line, one could be assured yesterday, as the strongest organization in the world remains the Marine headquarters. The 4 Sea Emperors were able to stand firmly in the New World precisely because their interconnections made the Marine headquarters wary of their strength. If any one of the Sea Emperors dared to come alone to the Marine headquarters' most influential area, the current Marine Admiral Sengoku would definitely make this 4 Emperor turn into 3. After all, as long as the 3 admirals of the Marine headquarters were not slacking off, the overall strength of the Marine headquarters could easily eliminate any Emperor group. Luotian's gaze first fell upon the pure, white fruit shaped like clouds with spiral patterns that was placed at the forefront by the system. This was not the cloud fruit. The cloud fruit is a natural type fruit among the 3 major categories that grants the basic elementalization ability to anyone who consumes it, with specific abilities determined by the developer's innate talent. After looking at the basic introduction of this devil fruit, Luotian believed that this cloud fruit should be one of the most precious items in this gift pack. Not to mention, its inherent elementalization ability could allow weaker individuals to avoid most attacks. Even the potential for further development looked very promising. After all, clouds are not just one kind. If the person who eats the fruit could develop black clouds that inherently produce high-temperature lightning upon collision, that would be thrilling. Imagine throwing out a large mass of dark clouds towards the enemy's territory at the start of a fight, then controlling them to continuously collide and produce lightning effects. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Alternatively, one could increase the concentration of white clouds and use their inherent vapor properties to bind the enemy inside and suffocate them. Of course, developing such techniques would still require some talent. After careful consideration, Luotian decided to hand this fruit over to the navigator, Nami. After all, this guy's navigation skills are hard to match in the world, unless they were to face Bartolomeo, who has the same green hair as Zoro. Personally, they would have a chance against Nami. After confirming the fruit's allocation, Luotian's gaze turned to the next equally precious item, the weapon upgrade voucher. This thing seemed to have been drawn from the DNF world, as it looked too familiar. Every time he saw it, Luotian couldn't help but think of a certain well-known streamer. Weapon upgrade voucher. The user only needs to attach the upgrade voucher to the weapon they wish to enhance to complete the upgrade. This upgrade voucher can elevate any weapon to the level of the Supreme Great Knife 12 Crafts. After briefly skimming through the basic effects of this weapon upgrade voucher, Luotian directly determined that the most suitable person to use this was the only swordsman on the ship. As for which weapon Zoro would upgrade with this voucher, that was up to him to decide. The other bloodline factor potion, without needing an introduction, is obviously for Sanji to activate the genes within him, making it a rare and valuable item. However, not many people can use it. After looking at the first few prizes, most of the remaining ones are quite common. The upgrade gift pack contained a total of 4 armament haki, 1 advanced, and 3 low-level. Naturally, the advanced armament haki is something that Luotian needs to use himself. After all, although Luotian currently possesses immense strength, he still cannot attack enemies who have elementalized. The remaining rewards were evenly distributed among Sanji, Johnny, and Joseph. As a result, all members of the crew, except for Nami, completed the basic setup for haki. Although only Rodian had a high level of haki, while the rest of the crew had low-level haki, this was still sufficient, even exceeding the requirements, given that they were facing relatively weaker opponents in the first half of the Grand Line. After determining the distribution of all the rewards, Rodian planned to fully equip them after crossing Reverse Mountain. After all, they were still on their way, and there was no rush to enhance their strength. Hey, you guys over there drinking, cooking, and Captain Rodian lounging on the chair, pay attention. We're about to reach the area of Reverse Mountain. Everyone grab the handrails. If you get swept away by the waves, you could really die. Upon hearing Nami shout, everyone immediately stopped their playful antics. firmly grasping the most secure spots nearby and quietly waiting for the peculiar currents from Reverse Mountain. Before this, Rodion had been scanning the sea, hoping to find a little girl who would activate the Millennium Dragon arc. But as they approached Reverse Mountain, he still hadn't spotted the stranded ABIs. Rodion wasn't particularly disappointed about not having the chance to find the Millennium Dragon. After all, the notion that the flesh of a young dragon could be used to create an elixir for immortality seemed absurd, clearly a case of misinformation. If the Millennium Dragon itself couldn't achieve immortality, why would anyone believe that its flesh could concoct such a miraculous effect? If such a thing truly existed, the world government would have monopolized it long ago, leaving no room for others to search endlessly. It was simply too ridiculous to think that the world government and the celestial dragons, with their immense power, couldn't locate the Millennium Dragon. If one truly wanted immortality, the most suitable and proven methods would be the eternal surgery using the surgery fruit after awakening, and the pure gold researched by that strange scientist who lived inside a dinosaur for nearly 1,000 years. Both of these had new examples to prove that they could indeed achieve immortality. The most direct evidence of the truth of this matter was that even the Gorosei, the highest authority in the world, were pursuing these things. Therefore, even though Rodion hadn't encountered ABIs, he didn't feel much disappointment about the stranded girl. After all, calling the Millennium Dragon a dragon was just a nice way of saying it was a lizard with wings and feathers, right? Withdrawing his gaze from the sea, Rodion looked in the direction indicated by Nami. A huge, vague shadow completely covered by mist had appeared directly ahead of the Going Merry. According to Rodion's memory, this shadow should be the Reverse Mountain described in the manga. Hold on, we're about to drive. Nami glanced at the sea chart she had just bought, then quickly ran back to Rodion and tightly hugged his thigh. To her, it was more practical to hold on to Rodion than to grab the handrail herself. After all, this captain, who stood over 3 meters tall, resembled an iron tower, providing a strong sense of security. After finding the most comfortable position on Rodion, Nami wrapped herself around him and became still. The shape of Reverse Mountain could roughly be described as an X, representing the 4 seas that lead into the Grand Line. At the front of the X was the convergence point of the 4 seas, marking the beginning of the Grand Line. As they approached Reverse Mountain, everyone couldn't help but show shocked expressions. The height of Reverse Mountain was truly beyond description. Even saying it reached into the clouds felt inadequate. It was completely a place without a visible peak. At this point, Nami had basically adjusted the direction of the Merry's sails, and as long as nothing unexpected happened, they could head straight toward the top of Reverse Mountain and then flow down into the Grand Line. However, Rodion's impression was that things wouldn't develop so smoothly. When he watched the anime, Luffy and the others seemed to have deviated from their course because the Merry went off track. Luffy then inhaled deeply, turning into a balloon to crash into the red line, bringing the Merry back onto the correct route. Sure enough, as Rodion observed, the Merry quickly ascended to the top of Reverse Mountain, but began to drift off course due to its high speed. Seeing this, Nami immediately wanted to detach from Rodion to control the Merry and avoid crashing into Reverse Mountain. However, just as Nami was about to act, Rodion stopped her. After all, although Nami had undergone some enhancements, her body was still quite weak. Rather than letting the navigator take risks, it would be better for Rodion to directly punch the mountain wall to create a counterforce to bring the Merry back onto the correct course. This method was not much different from when Luffy had turned into a balloon to cushion the Merry's collision with Reverse Mountain. With Nami tightly wrapped around his thigh, Rodion walked to the mast of the Merry. He precisely timed his punch the moment the Merry was about to collide. In an instant, his fist, carrying unmatched power, struck the mountain wall. The moment the fist made contact with the rock, the chaotic sounds of the flowing water fell silent. Under Rodion's forceful blow, a large chunk of the mountain wall that was about to hit the Merry shattered instantly, and the Merry was propelled back onto the correct course by the sudden counterforce. However, before the crew could catch their breath, the Merry raced down the water flow towards the Grand Line once again. What shocked them was not the speed of the Merry, but the sudden appearance of an enormous black creature directly in front of them. This is impossible. The map shows that once we pass Reverse Mountain, we should reach the Grand Line. What on earth is that in front of us? Did that damn shopkeeper really dare to sell me a fake map? Nami's eyes were glued to the map in her hands, desperately searching for clues. The map clearly indicated the presence of all landmarks, including Double Finger and the Grand Line Lighthouse, but this gigantic creature was not marked anywhere. Even the Merry, a medium-sized ship, appeared pitifully small in front of this black creature, its eyes larger than the Merry itself. Hey, helmsman, are you sure you're not taking the wrong route? Do you think everyone else is as lost as you? The green algae head had not yet received a response from Nami when Sanji suddenly jumped out and started arguing with Zoro. These two would never miss any opportunity to insult each other, even in such an unclear situation. Compared to Nami and the others, Tan remained relatively calm. Having read the original manga, he knew that the black creature before them was the giant whale Laboon. There was no way to avoid this guy now. As the Mary gradually descended, the group could finally see what this creature was. When everyone saw that the black mass resembling a small mountain was actually a giant whale, their eyes widened in astonishment. Those two smaller ones are the lighthouses, someone remarked. Such a huge creature. Not even the world's greatest swordsman could slice it in one blow. The meat of such a fish must be incredibly delicious. What a pity, I don't have a pot that big. It was clear that the above two lines were spoken by the official pairing of Zoro and Sanji. Although they felt a momentary fear towards the creature, they soon began to consider what usefulness this thing could bring to the team. While Nami was crying and asking Tan if there was any way to avoid the giant monster, Laboon suddenly opened its massive mouth and swallowed the Mary whole. Tan naturally wasn't too scared by the scene. After all, given his current strength, even if he stood in the whale's stomach acid, the whale wouldn't be able to digest his steel body. Besides, even if he was swallowed, he could always make an exit by creating a hole from inside. Who told this thing to be so reckless and swallow ships? After a period of darkness, dampness, and warmth, the Mary brought Tan and his group into the whale's interior. However, within less than 10 seconds of being inside this whale, Tan was already feeling displeased by the sour and foul-smelling stomach acid. At that moment, even Zoro, with a strong will, had to pinch his nose to avoid the nauseating smell. As Tan carefully surveyed the acidic lake around him, a small island appeared in his view, resembling the one from the anime. On this small island was a very simple and modest house. At this moment, the owner of the house, hearing the commotion outside, peeked out to observe Tan and his group. Tan immediately recognized him. He was Kuroka's, the doctor who had once been invited aboard the Pirate King Roger's ship. Although he boarded Roger's ship merely to find out what happened to the Rumbar pirates, it was undeniable that he played a crucial role in Roger ushering in the true era of pirates. In fact, he could be credited with 80 of the reason Roger was able to survive long enough to face his execution. In other words, the rampant pirates across the four seas now could be said to be largely his doing. Without Kuroka's, Roger would have never lasted that long with his severely damaged lungs. Under Latan's gaze, Kuroka's walked over to a nearby lounge chair and took out a newspaper to read, seemingly uninterested in Tan and the others. Zoro, standing beside Tan and sensing the displeasure on Latan's face, instantly unsheathed his sword, the Sandai Kitetsu, which was shimmering with cold light, pointing it directly at the indifferent Kuroka's lying on the chair. Feeling the murderous aura radiating from Zoro, Kuroka's couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He knew very well that this group would not hesitate to kill him. What's up? Do young people nowadays have such heavy killing intent? Kuroka's slowly lowered the newspaper in his hand, locking his gaze on Tan and the already unsheathed Zoro. Unlike in the original storyline where Laboon turned in anger towards the red line, the whale at this moment remained very calm. Kuroka's didn't have to take the sedative that Laboon needed to inject every day. Both sides just stared at each other calmly. Why did you want to kill that little guy, Buggy? It seems like you have no grievances against him, right? After glancing at Zoro's blade, Kuroka's gaze shifted directly to Law, and then he spoke with a hint of questioning in his tone. Facing Kuroka's inquiry, Luo Tian naturally wouldn't show any emotional fluctuations. In his view, although he is not one of those justice-seeking Navy members, killing pirates not only enhances his own strength, but also allows him to earn the bounty issued by the Navy. Why do you think we must have grudges to kill pirates? Didn't that guy really tell you we are pirate hunters? Killing pirates is our job. Luo Tian casually tucked his slightly wrinkled captain's cloak while speaking with one hand in his pocket. He honestly reflected that there was no falsehood in his words. The reason he killed Buggy was entirely to increase his own strength and for Buggy's bounty. Justice or injustice is something the Navy should maintain. Luo Tian just wants to live steadily in this chaotic world. Under certain conditions, possibilities, and with strength, Luo Tian might indeed want to experience what it feels like to be a celestial dragon. From this perspective, Luo Tian is merely an ordinary pirate hunter. He is not on the side of justice, nor is he on the side of evil. Any motivation he has is solely for himself. After hearing Luo Tian's words, Kuroka's fell silent. He initially wanted to criticize Luo Tian's indiscriminate killing from a moral high ground, but he realized that this young man seemed impervious to reasoning. Moreover, His words seemed to have no effect at all. After all, what Luo Tian said wasn't entirely wrong. As pirate hunters, their most fundamental goal was to kill pirates. As long as there were bounties issued by the Navy, they could potentially hunt down any pirate crew. However, under normal circumstances, pirate hunters would only capture pirates within a fixed sea area, and it was rare for someone like Luo Tian's group to venture along the Grand Line to hunt them down. You all can leave. You are not welcome here. After struggling to find words in his mind for several minutes, Coloccus realized he couldn't verbally attack Luo Tian in any way. Thus, at his old age, he decided on the spot to drive them all away, not wanting to look at them any longer. In any case, once these guys reached Sabeti Archipelago, that old man Rayleigh would surely teach these youngsters the attitude they should have. Of course, if he were still young enough. He might even want to clash with Luo Tian and the others. Unfortunately, he was already old and couldn't compete with these young people. It was better to leave it to Rayleigh. Hey, old man, did you get something wrong? We originally didn't want to bother with you, but that goldfish swallowed us. So now you've made it easy to invite the gods, but hard to send them away. Let me see just how much strength the former doctor of Pirate King Roger's ship still has. Before Luo Tian finished speaking, Coloccus stood up with an expression of disbelief. You want to kill me? Is there a problem? Didn't you just say you would only hunt pirates for the bounty? Now, my bounty has probably been revoked by the Navy, or are you just killing for the sake of killing? Coloccus looked nervously at the already restless Zoro and the few others beside him. He didn't think he could handle their combined assault. Luo Tian didn't refute Coloccus's words. After all, there was no need to waste words on an old man about to die. Even if his bounty might have been revoked by the Navy, the experience he had was still valuable. After giving Zoro a knowing glance, Luo Tian turned to take a side path, hoping to find an exit. There was no need to consider whether Zoro could defeat this old man. After all, he was just a former pirate. Even if he had strength, he couldn't possibly be stronger than Zoro, who was young and vigorous. Just as Luo Tian's gaze flicked past for a second, suddenly, a strange cracking sound echoed from within the eerily quiet belly of the whale. Zoro's sword, Sandai Kitetsu, was fully drawn from its sheath. Then, under Coloccus's horrified gaze, Zoro swiftly maneuvered and appeared before him, wielding the dark blade wrapped in armament haki. Without mercy, Zoro slashed twice, and Coloccus's arm was severed at the root. What? Observation haki? Not bad, but unfortunately, you're already old. Even if you realize my attack, what can you do? You can't dodge it. Zoro looked with interest at the old man who had managed to predict his attack direction. It was his first encounter with an opponent who could foresee his moves. Unfortunately, this opponent was already old. Nevertheless, Zoro still faced this enemy with utmost seriousness. This was the self-discipline a swordsman should have. No matter what kind of enemy one faced, one must exert 100% effort. The saying, even a lion uses full strength to catch a rabbit, is not just mere words. After all, a desperate rabbit can still kick an eagle, so it's wise to be cautious, and it's also a way to show respect to one's opponent. Damn it, this brat is really ruthless. As Coloccus faced his impending death, he didn't show the expected signs of begging for mercy. Instead, he picked up the harpoon that had accompanied him for many years and aimed it at Zoro, seemingly wanting to engage in one last battle in his life. But Zoro showed no mercy to this old opponent. After casually muttering the name of his technique, he drew both swords and, like a swimming dragon, slashed towards Coloccus's head with fierce sword intent. Wrapped in armament haki, Zoro's two blades, Shusui and Kitetsu, cut through Coloccus's neck like evil spirits claiming lives. Damn you, little brat. Ding congratulations to the host, Rorinoa Zoro, for successfully killing Roger Pirate's ship, Dr. Coloccus. A total of 6,000 experience points dropped. Ding congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up. Current level is 32. You need 8 more levels to unlock the next super ability. Please keep up the good work. It seemed that after his throat was completely severed by Zoro, Coloccus's last words became somewhat garbled as his head fell. However, from his final resentful expression, it was clear that he probably had nothing good to say. After admiring the old pirate, who chose to fight to the end despite facing death, Zoro directly cleaned his weapon and then turned around and left without any hesitation. As a money-loving person, Nami immediately grabbed the phone bug that could take and print photos and walked over. After a few clicks of aiming at the head of Kuroka's that had dropped, she skillfully completed the necessary actions to obtain the evidence required to collect the bounty from the Navy. Although Nami wasn't sure how much this guy's head was worth in bounty, she thought it was better to have a backup, as it would surely come in handy later. After all, a pirate's head is money. At this moment, on the other side, Luo Tian, relying on his vague memories of One Piece, successfully found a way to leave the whale's body. After a long journey of more than 10 minutes, Luo Tian and his group finally saw the light of day again and completely left that despairing environment. To be honest, Luo Tian really didn't understand how that old man had lived for so long in such conditions. However, what surprised Luo Tian the most was that this guy, Kurikasu, actually provided him with a whopping 6,000 experience points. For the entire East Blue phase, Kurikasu was an incredible experience monster. It seemed that the experience points provided by the system were based on the highest combat power that a person could achieve. In other words, if this person had been a very powerful figure decades ago, and Luo Tian or Zoro managed to kill him in his old age, then the dropped experience would correspond to the stage of his highest combat power. This was very good news for Luo Tian. After all, in One Piece, there are many characters who were once very strong, but have declined to the point of being unable to fight due to aging. This novel discovery was akin to encountering a boss that had been severely weakened, and there was no reason not to take advantage of it. After dealing with Kurikasu, Luo Tian ordered Nami to continue steering the Mary towards the next destination. However, Nami soon discovered a very strange problem. The log pose she had purchased was constantly wobbling and could not point to the correct location. After seeing this scene, Luo Tian naturally thought of the magnetic field issues of the islands in the Grand Line. Therefore, the log pose could not point to the next destination until the magnetic force of this island was recorded. Left with no choice, Luo Tian and the others had to anchor the ship in the sea near the lighthouse and wait for a day or two. After all, in the Grand Line, without a log pose, one would essentially fall into an infinite loop of detours. Even someone like Nami, a natural navigator, would be unable to complete proper navigation in such a place without guidance from the log pose. Taking advantage of this rare leisure time, Luo Tian directly leveled up to level 30 and took out all the reward from the gift pack awarded by the system. First was the pure, white natural type devil fruit with spiral patterns. The moment Luo Tian took out the devil fruit, apart from Zoro, who continued to instruct Johnny and Joseph in sword training, nearly everyone's attention was drawn to it. Although they had somewhat understood the novelty of devil fruits from Luo Tian's usual ramblings, it was their first time seeing one. So everyone was very curious about this so-called treasure of the sea. Is this the devil fruit worth at least 100 million berries? I wonder if it can be sold. The first to speak was the ever-curious Nami. In her mind, nothing could compare to money, not even a devil fruit. Of course, this was also related to her past experiences. After living under financial pressure for so many years, Nami had developed a dependency on berries. On the other side, Sanji, who was preparing lunch, took a glance at the shape of the devil fruit and directly expressed that this fruit, aside from potentially granting powers, probably wouldn't taste very good. Its appearance was just too strange, and it didn't look like a fruit at all. This nature-type cloud fruit should be entrusted to our indispensable navigator, Nami, as it perfectly suits her innate sailing skills. Nami, who had just completed the action of stopping the ship, was a bit surprised after hearing Luo Tian's words. After all, from Nami's perspective, she basically had no combat power and only knew a little navigation technique. It would be more appropriate for her to leave such a precious devil fruit ability to teammates who needed high-intensity combat. This is too valuable, Tiange. It's better to give it to that bastard swordsman or Sanji. I've eaten a devil fruit. I would just waste the team's combat power. Nami waved her hand, wanting to return the devil fruit that Luo Tian had offered her. Don't worry, even if this devil fruit is given to Zoro, it won't significantly increase their combat power. Instead, it would affect their own maneuverability, so you are the most suitable candidate. Plus, our team needs more than just a navigator who can predict the weather. In the future, you will also need to continuously develop this devil fruit to at least reach the level of controlling local weather. Although Nami felt a bit tempted after listening to Luo Tian's explanation, she still doubted whether she would waste such an expensive treasure of the sea. Even though she wanted to refuse further, in the end, under Luo Tian's firm attitude, she accepted the nature-type cloud fruit into her arms. Of course, the cunning Luo Tian didn't tell Nami how bizarre the taste of this devil fruit was. According to the description in the anime, almost everyone who had eaten a devil fruit would never forget that unforgettable taste. After resolving Nami's devil fruit ability, Luo Tian waved to summon Zoro, who was directing Johnny and Joseph in training. After all, it was his first subordinate, and the best weapon in his hands was just a big knife, which clearly didn't match the future image of a king-level figure. Taking out a shiny weapon upgrade voucher from the system backpack, Luo Tian directly handed it to Zoro and carefully explained the function of this upgrade voucher. Upon hearing that the small card described by Luo Tian could actually elevate his weapon to a higher level, Zoro immediately showed an expression of ecstatic joy. In his understanding, aside from alcohol, the only things that mattered were swordsmanship and weapons. Anything else beyond these three things could not pique his interest. At that moment, what Luo Tian had given him was exactly the upgrade voucher that could elevate his weapons to the next level. Although Zoro had no idea where Luo Tian had obtained such an extraordinary item, it didn't matter at all. He couldn't be bothered to ask. After all, it was given to him by his good brother, so he just accepted it. As he often said, if necessary, he could work for Luo Tian and repay his debt by cutting down enemies for the next few years or even over a decade. After carefully examining the freshly acquired and still warm weapon upgrade voucher in his hand, Zoro placed all three swords from his waist on the unsteady deck. Hesitating as he looked at them, his first and currently sharpest weapon was the Wado Ikemanji, crafted by the 21st generation of great swords. This sword was obtained from his master, Dracul Mihawk, in his swordsmanship dojo and originally belonged to his childhood friend Kuna. However, after Kuna's untimely death, it fell into Zoro's hands. This sword also symbolized Zoro's desire to become the world's strongest swordsman. As for the other two swords, they were the cursed sword Sandai Kitetsu and the good quality sword Yuki Z, which he had purchased from a weapon shop in Lowtown. Judging by the condition of Sandai Kitetsu, this sword was likely a level lower than Yuki Z. However, unlike other swords, Sandai Kitetsu was a cursed sword that could choose its owner. If Sandai Kitetsu's inherent will was dissatisfied with its current master, it would unleash its cursed properties, putting the wielder on the brink of death. Fortunately, Zoro had successfully conquered this sword with his strong willpower, making Sandai Kitetsu one of his signature swords. After wandering between the three swords for a few minutes, Zoro resolutely picked up the cursed sword that was glowing with a blood-red light. The reason he didn't choose Wado Ikemanji, which he valued the most, was that a battle of thoughts had already taken place in his mind. After all, Wado Ikemanji wasn't his own sword, it belonged to Kuna. Even though his friend had died many years ago, Zoro still couldn't bring himself to believe that someone as strong as Kuna would die so tragically on her own staircase, and in such a clumsy manner. This thought became even more solidified after he met Tashigi. Perhaps that female Navy officer was indeed Kuna, but she had lost her childhood memories and no longer recognized him. Therefore, Zoro decided on the spot that if he ever had the chance, he would return Wado Ikemanji to its rightful owner in its original form. Now, what Zoro values the most is the cursed sword, Sandai Kitetsu, which he believes he wields with great proficiency. In fact, it aligns even better with his sword techniques than Enma. Carefully taking Kitetsu into his hands, Zoro nervously applied the weapon upgrade voucher directly to the blade of Sandai Kitetsu. Under the attentive gaze of the crowd, the upgrade voucher erupted with a dazzling golden light. And soon the Sandai Kitetsu in Zoro's hands radiated an even bloodier red glow than before. It was clear that this state and sharpness indicated a successful enhancement. This meant that the cursed sword had evolved from an ordinary sword into a weapon that ranked alongside the supreme great sword of the 12 crafts. What satisfied Zoro the most was that after the upgrade, Sandai Kitetsu not only increased in overall length, but also reached the perfect height of 2 meters and 6 centimeters for him. Additionally, a long blood groove was added to the thick blade. It's easy to imagine that once this cursed sword successfully pierced an enemy's body, the blood groove would function like a pump, continuously drawing out the enemy's blood. Luo Tian could see the joy in Zoro's expression, which resembled that of a dragon king descending. It seemed that this weapon upgrade voucher truly matched his desires. Zoro's dramatic change naturally caught Sanji's attention, who was cooking at the time. To say he was envious would be true. He really was quite envious. But he also knew his worth, and that it was normal not to receive a reward so soon after just joining the team. While Sanji continued to comfort himself, thinking that he would surely get his turn when the next payday came, he saw Lot waving at him. At that moment, Sanji felt a sense of recognition wash over him. He rushed over to Lot and said directly, "What is my reward? It should be a gorgeous, voluptuous, and youthful beauty, right?" Although Lot considered himself to know this perverted cook who was just like him, he still underestimated the fact that this guy was thinking about a beauty. With a bit of annoyance, Lot tossed a vial of serum that could activate bloodline factors from his system bag and transmitted a basic level of armament hockey to Sanji, then turned his attention to the strong Johnny and Joseph, ignoring the disappointed Sanji. Now, the only items Lot had left were a bit of belly, 2 portions of basic armament hockey, and 1 portion of advanced armament hockey. After equipping the advanced armament hockey, Lot walked over to the 2 who were still training hard. Their strength was barely acceptable in the East Sea, But once they reached the Grand Line, without haki, they would really struggle to survive. After using a technique to enhance their strength, he successfully activated the 2 portions of basic armament haki within Johnny and Joseph. Although it was only basic haki, it should be enough for the early stages. As for how to improve the quality of their haki and learn advanced techniques like haki emission and internal destruction, they would have to figure that out themselves. After all, Lot was not like Kaido, a serious gold medal teacher, and he wouldn't teach them. Seeing that his haki section was no longer filled with useless items, Lot felt much more relaxed. With his current strength, he would be a formidable presence not just in the EC, but also in the early stages of the Grand Line. Of course, that didn't rule out the possibility of encountering various annoying devil fruit users who could catch him off guard. But those were still few and far between. Finding a devil fruit was a matter of luck that could take several lifetimes to accumulate. Of course, this excluded those with money. If you had the cash, buying a devil fruit wasn't particularly difficult. However, the good fruits had long been picked, leaving only ordinary ones behind. Fruits like the hunting dog or spotted dog, which were animal-type devil fruits, were relatively common, and the chances of these appearing at auction were higher. After glancing at his shining advanced armament haki, Lot squeezed it with one hand. In an instant, the haki energy within him was activated and successfully covered his fist. Under the dark sheen of the haki, Lot's arm appeared as a massive, deep black limb. With his already indestructible steel body, the enhancement from the armament haki took Lot's defense and attack power to a new level. Although he was still slightly inferior compared to those with royal-level, top-tier haki, it was more than enough to handle general situations. After all, which of the 4 emperors would be bored enough to come to the early Grand Line? That would be a sure way to seek death. Feeling the haki flowing within him, Lot casually picked up a mop nearby. Under Lot's adjustment, the haki within him began to extend along the mop handle. In just a moment, Lot mastered the 2 basic techniques of armament haki, hardening and weapon wrapping. Of course, these techniques were already quite common in the Grand Line, as they were very simple skills to learn. Hardening was something that anyone who awakened haki would automatically learn, just like how humans learn to walk at a certain age. The practice of wrapping haki around weapons requires guidance from others. If one has never had the concept of wrapping haki around a weapon before, learning this technique can be quite challenging. As for the later aspects of external release and internal destruction, it requires continuous training and mastery by those who have awakened their haki. After casually retracting the haki wrapped around the mop, Luo Tian began to look forward to encountering that show-off, Sand Crocodile, in Alabasta and giving him a good beating until he was unrecognizable. Although Sand Crocodile's charisma is quite strong, Luo Tian has been annoyed by his arrogant, I am the strongest in the world attitude while watching anime for a long time. This time, he just happened to have the opportunity to meet him face-to-face and teach him how to retract his proud demeanor. As for whether killing a Shichibukai would provoke the world government's wariness and pursuit, that was completely outside of Luo Tian's considerations. After all, they had already arrived in the Grand Line, although they were still in the early stages of the first half. The Navy's actual control here was not as extensive as in the 4 seas. Compared to the numerous Navy branches found throughout the East, South, West, and North Seas, the number of Navy branches in the Grand Line was relatively sparse. It can be said that nearly all the pirates of the Great Age of Pirates would gather along the route that Roger once traveled. Therefore, to prevent excessive pressure, insufficient personnel, and heavy casualties, the Navy headquarters was forced to concentrate its forces in the 4 seas, using this method to control the situation and curb the continued expansion of the Great Age of Pirates. While Luo Tian and the others were quietly waiting for the recording pointer to collect the magnetic force of the island, on a small reef not far from the Mary, 2 sneaky figures were peeking out while holding binoculars. Mr. 9, it seems that the information from Miss Wednesday was completely correct. These guys have indeed arrived at this place, said the blue-haired girl cautiously to the figure beside her. Their purpose for coming here today was to invite this pirate hunter team to join the Baroque Works, as their superior had commanded. It was obvious that the boss behind Baroque Works valued Luo Tian and his group of pirate hunters highly and had successfully planned to absorb these guys into their studio. This was also a common tactic of Baroque Works, and they had never failed in the past years. That's right, Miss Wednesday. Our Baroque Works has never made a mistake in terms of intelligence, said the man leaning against another reef, slowly putting down his binoculars and speaking to the girl beside him. The 2 of them could be considered the most incompetent duo in Baroque Works, lacking both combat power and intelligence. If Luo Tian, who was on the Mary, had the observation haki, he would have naturally sensed these 2 sneaky individuals. Unfortunately, Luo Tian had only activated the armament haki among the 3 types of haki. However, it was clear that the historical development of this world had changed significantly since Luo Tian's arrival. In the original plot, Vivi and her partner were supposed to come to capture Laboon, the island whale, but now, due to Luo Tian's influence, the plot had begun to slowly change. Let's go. Miss Wednesday. I believe that as long as we present the name of Baroque Works, they will definitely join us enthusiastically. I have plenty of experience in this regard, Mr. Nine said to himself, obviously not attracting the attention of his partner, Miss Wednesday. After observing Luo Tian and the others for a while, the blue-haired girl seemed to be lost in thought and followed her partner toward the Mary. Just as Vivi and her partner Mr. Nine stepped out from behind the reef near the Mary, the naturally sharp Zoro immediately noticed the 2 figures. Under Zoro's watchful gaze, Luo Tian also spotted the 2 approaching individuals. From his previous anime watching memories, Luo Tian clearly recognized that the blue-haired girl in front of him was Princess Vivi of Alabasta. When he watched the anime, Luo Tian had been annoyed that Oda, who didn't understand pirates, hadn't arranged for Vivi to join the Straw Hat Pirates. As for the small Karami beside her, Luo Tian didn't have much of an impression. After all, he was just an inconsequential passerby. Since everyone was idle anyway, they all gathered on the shore to wait for the 2 to arrive. After all, the waiting time for the magnetic force to store was indeed a bit boring, so finding some entertainment was quite nice. Hey, Miss Wednesday, could you be a bit faster? Why are you acting so strange today? Mr. Nine said with an unhappy expression as he glanced at his partner. He always felt that Vivi's behavior today was too odd. As time passed, soon the 2 small Karami from Baroque Works reached Luo Tian and the others. Before Luo Tian could ask, Mr. Nine, standing next to the blue-haired girl, enthusiastically introduced themselves. Respected pirate hunter, please allow me to introduce our esteemed identity. We are senior agents serving Baroque Works. You can call me Mr. Nine. Luo Tian quietly watched the self-directed performance of this small Karami, unsure whether he should play along. However, a shocking scene soon unfolded. Before Miss Wednesday, a member of Baroque Works, could finish Mr. Nine's introduction, she suddenly knelt down in front of Luo Tian, seeing the beautiful girl kneeling before him. Her eyes starting to well up with tears, Sanji's gentlemanly feelings were about to burst forth. Unfortunately, before he could act, Zoro transformed into a sharp-toothed monster and punched Sanji down to the ground. Can you be a bit more reliable? You haven't even figured out their identity yet, and you're getting this close. This attitude will get you killed sooner or later. However, in the face of Zoro's advice, Sanji silently lit a cigarette and put on a melancholic expression. Oh my god, you green algae head don't even know what a gentleman is. Subsequently, the 2 began to bicker loudly again, throwing around words like greenhead and perverted cook. Ignoring their usual quarrels, Luo Tian's gaze turned to the girl, Vivi, who was now kneeling before him. He naturally knew her identity as the Princess of Alabasta. However, due to his insertion into the plot, there had been slight changes, so he had no idea what this little beauty was trying to do. Mr. Pirate Hunter, my true identity is not that of a senior agent in Baroque Works. I'm just a princess from a desert kingdom. I joined that evil criminal group Baroque Works to overthrow the warlord of the sea, Crocodile, who intends to steal our entire country. So I want to request the Pirate Hunter to help my country drive away that great pirate Crocodile. Before Vivi could finish speaking, Nami, upon hearing that this beautiful girl was a princess of a kingdom, immediately had her eyes light up with the image of Big Belly Bills. Without giving Vivi a chance to react, Nami pulled her up, saying, "You can't let this esteemed princess kneel on the ground for too long. You say you're a princess. Is that true?" Vivi looked at the somewhat fierce Nami in confusion and timidly nodded, indicating that she was indeed the princess of the Desert Kingdom. After confirming Vivi's identity, Nami became even more excited. "Then as a princess, you must be very rich." Vivi replied, "Actually, my country is very poor now and may not be able to afford your high assistance fees." On the side, Nami's enthusiasm instantly diminished by over 90% after hearing Weiwei's words. In Nami's view, as long as an activity doesn't make money, it can't bring joy. However, 100 million berries should still be fine. Nami, then let's discuss the cooperation issue we just talked about. On the other side, Mr. Nine, who was about to be taken away by Nami, his partner, became somewhat flustered. Hey, Miss Wednesday, are you trying to betray Baroque Works? Betray our great boss?" At this moment, Mr. Nine had no idea who Crocodile was, but it was an undeniable fact that his partner was about to leave him and betray Baroque Works. Just as Mr. Nine was about to reach out to grab his partner Vivi, a dark blade suddenly came through the air, piercing straight through his chest. Before he could even feel the intense pain, Mr. Nine stared blankly at the blood gushing out like a fountain from the blade's blood groove. Why is everyone playing me? Vivi glanced back at her partner, whom she had only worked with for a short time, without any regret. After all, these guys were working for Crocodile. This meant that Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, would need the help of these bad guys to seize her country. Standing next to them, Luo Tian quickly jumped aside upon seeing Zoro make his move, avoiding getting the blood of the small Karamis on his brand new coat. Call out before you strike next time. Try not to let that blood get on me, Luo Tian said to Zoro slowly. What Luo Tian didn't know was that because of his words, for a long time in their future adventures as pirate hunters, Zoro would almost always shout out a lengthy skill name every time he made a move. It seemed that because of this, Zoro also found his own enjoyment, feeling that every time he shouted his sword techniques, his strength inexplicably increased a bit. The poem Fruit officially went online, as Zoro kicked Mr. Nine's corpse into the sea to feed the fish, preventing it from rotting and polluting the environment. On the other side, Nami had already dragged Vivi onto the Mary. After all, Luo Tian's original plan was to take care of Crocodile, who was a 50-50 chance along the way. It would also be nice for Nami to strike a deal with the Princess of Alabasta. Although the current funds in Luo Tian's team were still around 200 million, which was quite substantial, no one would ever complain about having more money, and it was convenient anyway. During the subsequent conversation between Vivi and Luo Tian learned the reason for her deviation from the plot. Originally, Vivi and her partner Mr. Nine were supposed to capture Labu and bring him back to the town to dismember him, providing food for the pirate hunters. However, after Luo Tian intervened and slaughtered 8 pirate crews in Road Town, almost everyone became aware that a powerful pirate hunter group had emerged in the East Sea. The members of the Baroque works, scattered throughout the first half of the Grand Line, were naturally aware of Luo Tian's deeds. Among them was Crocodile's partner, Miss Sunday, who was originally supposed to join the Straw Hat Pirates as Nico Robin. Under the schemes of this cunning woman, Vivi became infatuated and wanted to eliminate Crocodile, the false hero trying to steal her country, through Luo Tian's hands. Soon, amidst casual chatter, the record pointer that had been storing magnetic energy completed its task. The pointer, which had been fixedly pointing straight ahead at the course, instructed Johnny and Joseph, 2 lackeys, to raise the sails and set sail. After experiencing a series of islands with constantly changing seasons, the Mary finally arrived at a small island that, from a distance, looked like it had several giant cacti. Wow, there are so many huge cacti growing on the island ahead. It's really peculiar. No wonder people say the Grand Line is a very strange place. It certainly seems so now. After docking the Mary, everyone excitedly looked at the extraordinarily unique cacti on the small island. Seeing that the crew had turned their attention to the mountains that indeed looked like cacti not far away, Luo Tian was momentarily unsure whether he should tell them that these things were actually formed from the lives of countless pirates. Most of the people in this small town were not ordinary civilians, but rather a gathering of numerous bounty hunters. The tall cacti seen by Nami and the others in Whiskey Peak are the result of countless pirates who mistakenly thought it was a welcoming town for pirates, only to fall into the hands of a group of bounty hunters, who then discarded them and buried them at the top of the mountain. Over time, the summit of Whiskey Peak gradually became filled with countless tombstones. Meanwhile, pirates continued to storm into the town, fueled by the era of great pirates. Therefore, the bounty hunters had no choice but to continuously move the tombstones down in rows, ultimately resulting in the mountains of Whiskey Peak being completely filled with the bodies of pirates. For someone visiting the town for the first time, it indeed looks like giant cacti standing in Whiskey Peak from a distance. At the same time that Luffy's group and Princess Vivi of Alabasta had just arrived at Whiskey Peak, lively discussions were already taking place inside. Hey, the lookout at the dock said it seems like more pirates are coming. Everyone needs to be ready to serve them the drug drinks. These pirates, who had just entered the Grand Line, were like treasures sent from heaven. Even if we don't kill them, they'll eventually be killed by others. So let us, the professionals in slaughtering pirates, handle it. In a brightly lit room in the town, a plump middle-aged man quietly said to a group of bounty hunters disguised as pirates, "This is what they're best at. Generally, as long as these pirates are not too alert, they can take down the entire pirate crew without using force. By serving them the drug drinks, they make the pirates believe that Whiskey Peak is a welcoming town for pirates, causing them to get drunk and completely oblivious to the fact that their heads are being taken." On the other hand, the group, led by Luo Tian, who had already landed on Whiskey Peak, had also learned the basic operations of these pirate hunters under Vivi's explanation. Although Luo Tian had personally understood these pirate hunters' techniques through anime, experiencing it firsthand was still somewhat different. It must be said that these guys have done quite a bit of work for the Navy during the decades of the Great Pirate era. Just the gravestones that surrounded several mountain peaks were enough to show how glorious their achievements were. Soon, under Vivi's leadership, Luo Tian's group quickly arrived at the interior of Whiskey Town. Everything was just as described earlier. All the pirate hunters had changed into the necessary gear under the direction of the town's mayor. Even their faces wore warm and gentle smiles, as if welcoming every pirate who arrived in the town. However, when the portly mayor saw Vivi standing beside Luo Tian, his expression began to change. He had not received any news from Baroque Works indicating that Vivi would come to this place, nor had he seen her partner, Mr. Nine. Could it be that Vivi's identity had been exposed? The captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's Guard, Ikaram, who had infiltrated Baroque Works with Vivi and gained the identity of Mr. 8, thought in fear. Under Miss Sunday's deliberate revelation, he and Vivi had come to fully understand that the so-called hero of the Alabasta Kingdom was actually a false title crafted by the evil pirate Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. All these actions are merely to steal their entire country. At this moment, Vivi, who was next to Luo Tian and his group, hurriedly jumped out and started explaining something after seeing the expression on Ikelam's face, which resembled that of a person with facial paralysis. After learning that it was all just a misunderstanding, Ikelam finally relaxed. However, the pirate hunters nearby, who pretended to be enthusiastic, looked rather displeased. They had originally prepared to have a good feast, but unexpectedly, the newcomers turned out to be their fellow hunters. And they were part of a pirate hunter group that was quite famous across the 4 seas and even the Grand Line. As the saying goes, seeing a peer makes one red-eyed. Of course, Luo Tian naturally expressed that he was unaware of this. He had no idea that the team he led had gained such a reputation. After all, they had only just arrived at the starting point of the Grand Line. Even if they were famous, it wouldn't be too well known. After receiving a newspaper from one of the pirate hunters, Luo Tian was shocked to see it was published by the legendary UC Shock Department. Salt? Why was the dock in Lowtown bloodily wiped out in just one day? Salt? Who was responsible for this? How dare they commit such slaughter in front of the righteous Navy? Upon receiving the newspaper, Luo Tian immediately noticed the 2 big shocks and exclamation marks at the front. One must admit that the publisher of this newspaper indeed had a knack for sensationalism. The first image vividly displayed Luo Tian smashing a pirate skull with a punch. The second image clearly depicted Luo Tian and his crew leaving after killing the pirates. While Smoker and his crew were collecting the bodies at the Lowtown dock, Luo Tian felt quite helpless about this. After all, fame attracts attention. He had initially planned to sneakily kill pirates along the way, but now he had directly made a name for himself. He estimated that his movements had already been tracked by those with ulterior motives, and by the time he reached the next location, the pirates there might have already fled. However, judging by the prideful nature of those pirates living in the Grand Line, they probably wouldn't just run away. After all, Luo Tian and his crew were merely a somewhat famous pirate hunter group at this point. A group of pirate hunters pretending to be pirates lost interest in chatting after realizing that Luo Tian and the others were their peers. Within just a few minutes, everyone cursed and left, each going back to their own business. Mr. Luo Tian, have you really made up your mind? The one you want to steal from Alabasta is a world-famous pirate. Ikelam cautiously looked at the most prominent position in the team, which was Luo Tian at the center of the crowd. Crocodile, I know him. He's just a warlord of the sea, nothing more than a pirate, right? As long as he's a pirate, he falls under my jurisdiction as a pirate hunter. As Luo Tian spoke, he couldn't help but think of a certain blue, chubby fishman and what he had said to Big Mom. It was a legendary episode. As a former warlord of the sea, Jinbei made many fans aware that a mere Yonko was nothing much. However, before Luo Tian could finish speaking, both Ikelam and Vivi, as well as the scattered pirate hunters preparing to leave, all displayed pale, shocked expressions as if they had heard something unbelievable. Nanny? Is this so-called warlord of the sea really strong? I wonder if he can last as long as I smoke a cigarette, Sanji said, looking at the shocked pirate hunters in front of him, and then directly flocked to the waitresses serving drinks, flirting with them. He truly is a perverted cook. If this warlord of the sea can't even last the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, then there's no way he can defeat a powerful swordsman like me, Zoro said, looking helplessly at Sanji, who was already starting to twist and turn among the waitresses. He found Sanji's peculiar habit of falling in love with every girl he saw very difficult to understand. Mr. Luo Tian, you may not know this, but under the pirate Crocodile, There is a very disgusting and unfortunate duo that specializes in relaying various intelligence for him. As soon as someone dares to mention Crocodile's name, that so-called unfortunate duo will appear and report back to him. What you just said could expose us directly to him. Before Ikelum could finish, a scratching sound of a steel pen on paper came from the air. Vivi looked up in despair and immediately spotted the two disgusting creatures, Sea Hare and Vulture, who had already steadied themselves on the roof. We're done for. We've been exposed. Crocodile might send more high-level agents from Baroque Works to hunt us down. What are we going to do? After hearing Vivi and Ikelum's explanation, Luo Tian indeed recalled that Crocodile seemed to have brought these two peculiar creatures from somewhere and stuffed them into his Baroque Works as informants. After observing the portraits in the hands of these two animals, Luo Tian objectively evaluated that they were indeed well-drawn and quite lifelike. However, the next moment, Luo Tian's eyes gathered a fierce energy, and under the influence of high temperatures, his pupils turned a molten red. In just 1 second, under the shocked gazes of everyone, Luo Tian's eyes shot out 2 3-centimeter thick red lasers, targeting the unfortunate duo that was still crazily drawing. It was a loud bang, and the diligent little creatures were shot through the head by Luo Tian's high-temperature ray, and even the brain tissue inside their skulls emitted a delicious aroma. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully killing the unfortunate duo of Baroque Works. You have gained 1,000 experience points. Now, no one should report us, right? After reflecting on the meager experience points provided by these two little creatures, Luo Tian clapped his hands and laughed, saying, "This is my first time using this thermal radiation laser to kill a living being. It looks like the effect is indeed good. This laser not only has strong penetrating power, but can occasionally serve as a barbecue machine." After Vivi and Ikelum were petrified for nearly a minute, they gradually regained their expressions. However, it was clear that both of them were still very shocked by Luo Tian's ruthless method of killing without hesitation. It seems I was overthinking. I didn't expect Mr. Luo Tian's team to be so powerful. Alabasta really has hope, although Luo Tian only killed 2 insignificant little guys. Ikelum still felt Luo Tian's unparalleled strength from this attack. At that moment, tears streamed down his face as he finally felt that there was hope for his country to be saved. He initially thought he would have to stay undercover in this dark, evil organization with the princess of his country for a longer time to gather evidence before reporting to the Navy. He didn't expect that the princess would be so capable. Just by going on one mission, she managed to bring back such a powerful pirate hunting group. He just wondered what kind of promise the princess made to the people yesterday to attract such a strong team to assist Alabasta. "Excuse me, may I ask what the bounty of the Warlord of the Sea is?" Just as Ikelum and Vivi were sighing that they could finally save their country, Nami suddenly weakly asked a question. Since joining Luo Tian's team, Nami had never considered how strong the opponents were. She only cared about how high their bounties were. After all, with Zoro, who kills without blinking and doesn't spare anyone, she didn't need to worry about who the opponent was. Even if Zoro couldn't win, wasn't there Captain Luo Tian, who could pave the way with his sheer strength? Crocodile's bounty seems to be 81 million berries, but he is working with the Navy, one of the warlords of the sea, so the Navy probably won't exchange the bounty for you. Before Ikelum finished speaking, Nami immediately wilted beside him. Not to mention that Crocodile's so-called warlord of the sea bounty hadn't even reached 100 million berries. Just the latter half of Ikelum's statement about the Navy possibly not allowing the exchange for berries had completely defeated this little thief. What the heck? How can it only be 81 million berries? And there is a chance it can't even be exchanged. This job might end up losing money. Ikelum and Vivi, upon hearing Nami's complaints, petrified once again. Why would the captain of this team belittle the warlord of the sea, and why were his crew members so arrogant? Has the warlords of the sea lost all their prestige now? What have we been doing undercover in this organization for so many years? Luo Tian ignored the self-doubting Ikelum and Vivi and instead began to reflect on the gap between him and Crocodile. In fact, under normal circumstances, Crocodile's strength should be greatly weakened due to his early appearance. After all, this guy had once returned from the New World to settle in the first half of the Grand Line. Anyone who has mixed in the New World should definitely have some hockey. Moreover, Crocodile was able to become a warlord of the sea because he challenged Whitebeard Edward Newgate and lived to tell the tale, which led to his invitation to become the first warlord of the sea. Moreover, Crocodile's most notable achievement is not challenging Whitebeard. On the contrary, this killer crocodile once had a one-on-one duel with Douglas Bullet, known as the Devil's Descendant from the Roger Pirates. According to reports, the two fought for a long time without a clear victor. This alone proves that Crocodile is not someone that the early Straw Hat Luffy could easily handle. After all, Bullet joined the Roger crew at the age of 14 and fought evenly with Rayleigh, Roger's first mate. Only Roger himself could consistently overpower him. How could Crocodile, who fought to a standstill with someone like him, possibly be unable to awaken even one type of haki? It is simply impossible to match someone like Bullet solely with the so-called Logia-type Sansan fruit. Although Oda eventually filled in the gaps by stating that Crocodile's haki regressed due to his fall after being ruthlessly defeated by Whitebeard, this explanation seems somewhat forced. However, how much of this is true? Luffy will need to confront this sand crocodile to find out for sure. Moreover, Luo Tian has been curious about one thing for a long time, which is whether Crocodile was ever a woman. After all, the words of that transgender person in the Revolutionary Army are really too thought-provoking. At this moment, Sanji, who had dived into a pile of beauties next to the waitress, spun around and ran back to Vivi's side, displaying his foolish yet gentlemanly expression as he said, "Please rest assured, beautiful princess. I believe my captain will surely lead your country to victory." As soon as he finished speaking, Sanji dashed towards a place where more beautiful women had gathered. Judging by his demeanor, he could probably stay here alone for a decade or so without getting bored. After hearing Sanji's words, Vivi turned to look at Rob Lucci and Zoro. The originally despondent expressions of Nami and the others were ignited with a surge of hope. Although her country might not be able to afford the cost of Rob Lucci and the others' help, she believed that as a princess, she still had considerable leverage. If necessary, she could offer her own body to their captain. However, just as Vivi was imagining her country finally returning to normal and no longer being controlled by a pirate, two grinning figures suddenly emerged from the dark corners of the town. "Miss Wednesday, you don't really think the boss doesn't know you're undercover, do you? Your pathetic acting has already been exposed." The newcomers were none other than Miss Valentine's Day, a senior agent of the Baroque Works. She was also a special fruit user. Having eaten the float fruit, she could constantly adjust her weight until she could float, then drop down with great weight to injure her opponents. Before Vivi could respond, another man in a brown leather jacket with an afro stepped out behind Miss Valentine's Day. "Let me introduce myself. I am Mr. Five, a senior agent of Baroque Works. I am a bomb man who has eaten the bomb fruit. Anything that passes through my hands will become a powerful explosive. For example, my big nose can also be used." As he spoke, Mr. Five seemed unsatisfied with this simple introduction. Instead, he began to dig around in his nostrils with his index finger. After digging for over 10 seconds, a lump of black, mysterious substance appeared in his hand. After casually kneading it for a moment, the fruit's power erupted, and Mr. Five hurled the now explosive big nose towards Vivi and Akaram. If that thing exploded near these two relatively weak individuals, it would likely result in serious injury or death. Just at this tense moment of life and death, Zoro, who had poor hearing, drew his currently favorite sword, the Great Supreme Great Blade, Inma, which had successfully upgraded to the same level as the 12 Great Blades. One sword style, draw and slash. A sharp flash of cold light passed through, and Inma effortlessly sliced through the bomb, transformed from the big nose. However, in less than a second, Zoro's expression changed from disdain to a twisted state of fear. Boom! After a violent explosion, the smoke cleared, leaving only Zoro, whose face was contorted and veins bulging, staring at his Enma in silence. "Ah, I cut the big nose. My sword is dirty." With a furious roar, Zoro slowly stood up straight. At this moment, nearly everyone was staring blankly at Zoro, who had transformed from a lost state to a murderous swordsman with bulging veins. You really deserve to die. This is the best weapon I just got." Before Mr. Five could express his fear, Zoro had already charged forward with his sword raised. Two sword style, 2 slashes to the tower. Shattered corpse. Before he finished speaking, Zoro tightened his grip on Enma with his right hand while drawing another famous sword, Shusui, with his left. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, the air seemed to be cut by Zoro's killing intent, creating a chilling sound, and Zoro, who had just been standing still, transformed into a long shadow, resembling a ghost. As he chased after Mr. Five, the killing intent on the scene made everyone feel a chill. Looking at Zoro's appearance, it was clear that he was very angry about his blade touching that damned big nose. After all, Emma was strictly speaking the first famous sword that belonged to him. Moreover, it was a rare item belonging to the Great Supreme Great Blade. As for the Wado Ikamanji, it was merely a sword he requested from Shimatsuki Kushiro to carry out Kuina's dream. Now, It was unfortunate that Enma had not even warmed up in his hands before being dirted by that damn thing. If he didn't take this guy's blood to clean it properly, Zoro would likely never find peace in his life. Standing opposite Zoro, Mr. 5 felt every hair on his body stand on end after catching a glimpse of Zoro's murderous gaze. He felt as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast. Without giving Mr. 5 any time to react, Zoro's sword, Snow, had already cut him in half at the waist. Meanwhile, the sword in his right hand, Sandai Kitetsu, mercilessly sliced through the center of Mr. 5's cheekbone. As Mr. 5 was cut into 3 pieces, blood sprayed everywhere, even staining his partner, Miss Valentine. The entire scene fell silent. Next to them, Miss Valentine began to tremble uncontrollably after being jolted awake by the sight of her partner's blood gushing out. She even felt an inexplicable liquid slowly trickling down between her legs. Sudanif, please don't kill me. Miss Valentine looked at Zoro, who was still wiping his blade. With a terrified expression, her body shaking as if she were facing the whispers of death. This was the first time she had witnessed such a horrifying scene since becoming a high-ranking agent of Baroque Works. The swordsman before her seemed completely oblivious to the concept of combat etiquette. He didn't even say a word before attacking, and he had shattered her partner into pieces. Miss Valentine, who considered herself weaker than Mr. 5, was now so frightened that her legs felt weak and numb. Surrender? There's no surrender here. You're dead today. Before she could finish her words, Zoro raised his sword and struck without regard for the fact that Miss Valentine was a young girl with decent looks. With 2 swift slashes, he severed her legs and then turned to leave, searching for a place to clean his beloved sword, Sandai Kitetsu. On the other side, Johnny and Joseph, who were watching the battle, naturally understood what Brother Zoro meant. So, the 2 of them walked over with sly grins. Brother Zoro doesn't cut down women, but that doesn't mean we have to follow that rule. Subsequently, the 2 guys dragged Miss Valentine's entire person into a dark corner, not knowing what they were going to do. Only Miss Valentine's tragic howls continued without stopping. As for what Johnny and Joseph were doing with her, Luo Tian was unaware. In any case, as long as he could receive his experience points in the end, it was fine. Luo Tian wouldn't feel sorry for this so-called high-ranking agent of the Baroque Works, even if she had a bit of beauty. As the saying goes, with no women in the heart, the sword is naturally divine. The first page of the sword manual cuts off the fate with beauties. Compared to the experience points needed for leveling up, even if this person had looks, it ultimately couldn't compare to the status of experience points in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Underlings Roronoa Zoro, Johnny, and Joseph successfully killed Baroque Works' super agent Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's. A total of 6,000 experience points dropped this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up. Current level is 33, and all super abilities have automatically synchronized to the current level. With the system's prompt, Luo Tian's aura intensified a few more points. Each upgrade from the system basically gave Luo Tian an indescribable shiver. A few minutes passed slowly, and finally, Icolum and Vivi reacted. The reason they were so shocked was not only due to the strength displayed by Luo Tian and the others, but also because they had always believed that the powerful and incredible Devil Fruit users could not be so easily defeated by Zoro. The 3-sword-style swordsman. Mr. Luo Tian, we may need to hurry back to Alabasta, because now several high-ranking agents from Baroque Works have already died one after another. Crocodile, who hasn't received any updates from his subordinates for a long time, will definitely become suspicious. By then, he might send more and stronger high-ranking agents to hunt us down. Luo Tian had no doubt about the situation Vivi, the princess of the desert kingdom of Alabasta, described. However, they had just arrived at Whiskey Peak and needed to wait until the log pose was fully charged with magnetic force to head to the next island. I have a top-secret plan. Icolum suddenly shouted softly. After thinking for a moment, he seemed to have come up with a brilliant idea and exclaimed, "As long as I disguise myself as Princess Vivi and deliberately run in the opposite direction, attracting those high-ranking agents to chase after me, we can avoid you guys getting into a tough battle." Then, in less than 3 seconds, Icolum completed what he considered to be his makeup. The proficiency of this technique even made Luo Tian momentarily think that this guy had come up with this plan solely because he wanted to wear women's clothing. Everyone looked at Icolum, who had somehow obtained a blue wig similar to Vivi's and a white desert-style scarf, and they were momentarily speechless. The scene was simply too eye-watering. A tall and corpulent middle-aged man donned a blue beautiful girl wig and painted his lips with what he thought was a very sexy cherry red. This image even made Luo Tian recall the time he spent in the East Blue facing that damned Arlita's makeup. Just as everyone was retching uncontrollably, Sanji, who had been out looking for the lady for a long time, finally returned to the Mary. When he saw Icolum's tall figure, he still didn't realize what was happening and was completely confused by the maidservant look. "This beautiful lady, why are you standing here all alone? I guess you must want to receive my incredibly handsome gentleman's service, right?" Before he finished speaking, Sanji twirled his legs in a spiral and directly approached Icolum. When he clearly saw Icolum's appearance, he immediately put on a serious expression of shock. My eyes. What kind of monster is this? No, I have to gouge out my eyes. They are already dirty." Sanji's face twisted as he looked at Icolum dressed as a woman, kneeling and crying as if he had experienced the darkest moment of his life. "I still think my plan is very feasible. As long as I attract those high-ranking agents away, you will be able to reach Alabasta faster." Seeing Icolum still emphasizing the feasibility of his cross-dressing plan, Luo Tian directly rejected this damn gay guy. Not to mention that his cross-dressing appearance was simply unacceptable, just the idea of attracting those high-ranking agents from Baroque works. No, it was experience packs. Was something Luo Tian couldn't accept. It was right there at their fingertips. It would be somewhat excessive not to take it. Furthermore, there were not just Baroque works experience packs along the way. In Luo Tian's memory, as long as they were heading to Alabasta, they would eventually pass by a place called the Little Garden. However, there were still 2 giant pirate captains who had lived for who knows how many years. These 2 guys, as bounty hunters from the last era with bounties over 100 million, definitely wouldn't have low experience points. Luo Tian could not possibly let these 2 experience packs slip away. Moreover, they were also going to encounter Nico Robin, who had been used all this time, right? A magnanimous Luo Tian would never allow a weak woman to be so pitifully exploited by Crocodile. Of course, Luo Tian would not explain that he was going to take advantage of her body. All those fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs were nothing but external matters. Since the log pose needed at least several more hours to fully charge with magnetic force, Luo Tian could only wait quietly at Whiskey Peak. Fortunately, the pirate hunters here prepared a lot of food and drinks to entertain the pirates who came, so they wouldn't be bored waiting for the log pose to store magnetic force. Just as Zoro had repeatedly wiped his Sandai Kitetsu countless times, and Sanji had returned to normal after being influenced by Icolum's gay appearance, a faint voice caught everyone's attention. This is fate. As soon as the voice fell, a very thin young man wearing a black cloak and holding a huge gun walked directly in front of the group. Upon seeing this, Zoro immediately drew his sword, ready to guard against this strange guy in front of him. When Luo Tian saw this scene, he was stunned for a moment. Isn't this guy the sniper found by that natural-born rebel Blackbeard? Why is he appearing in this ghostly place now? After a flurry of intense brainstorming, Luo Tian could only attribute this strange phenomenon to the butterfly effect caused by his random interference. After all, from the East Sea to now, he had killed at least 800 pirates, if not 1,000, including the future Emperor-level buggy pirates. So, it was reasonable for the plot to take a sudden turn. Moreover, at this stage, Blackbeard might still be under Ace's pursuit, running for his life. With Whitebeard in the New World, that cunning old fox Blackbeard probably wouldn't dare to take action against Ace. Only after he successfully escaped to the first half of the Paradise would he be able to officially recruit his own crew. At this moment, Van Oka appearing at Whiskey Peak may coincide with a chance encounter with Blackbeard in the upcoming storyline, leading to an invitation to join his pirate crew. This is the Grand Line, and the famous Red Star pirate hunter crew from the first half of it seems to indicate that the gears of my destiny are starting to turn. I wonder if Mr. Law's bounty hunter crew could offer me a position. I must say, this Van Oka does have something about him. Just by opening his mouth, he immediately captured Law's attention. After all, this guy is supposed to be the 3rd ship captain of Blackbeard's crew in the original storyline, and his sniping ability is naturally not something ordinary people can compare to. According to the comic's description, with a monocle on his right eye and an excellent sniper rifle, his attack range can even effortlessly hit targets 2 to 3 kilometers away. For a natural sniper like this, Law would find it hard to refuse. Although Usopp, from the earlier events at Syrup Village, is also considered a top-notch sniper, his personality is not to Law's liking, and with a pirate father, Law would never let him join his bounty hunter crew. However, this Van Oka is different. Not only is he young, but he also doesn't look too peculiar. Most importantly, this guy has a very combative nature, requiring little training to become a true killing machine. How do you know about my team? And what's this Red Star hunter crew you mentioned? Van Oka was momentarily stunned when he saw Law not hesitate at all and immediately revealed his identity. After all, he had just left the East Blue not long ago, and he was still just an unknown little Karami. Yet the powerful captain of the pirate hunter crew in front of him actually knew him, which left him in shock. "Well, respected captain, since I also come from the East Blue, how could I not know your Red Star hunter crew? When you slaughtered your way from the East Blue to the Grand Line, I had already made up my mind to join this team. However, I encountered various troubles along the way, so it's only now that we meet due to fate. As for the Red Star hunter crew I mentioned, it's entirely because of what I saw in the newspapers. Although your team has never revealed its name, those media folks have already given your team a title based on your flag." After hearing Van Oka's explanation, Law couldn't help but gain some understanding of those so-called reporters in this world. It seems those guys are not only good at capturing elusive photos of the four emperors and the private lives of 18th tier small pirates, but they're also quite skilled at naming. Although Red Star Hunter crew isn't particularly pleasant, it's not too strange either, so Law decided to accept this temporarily assigned title. "I wonder what the outcome of my request to join your team will be." Van Oka glanced nervously at Law's reaction. In his view, he had struggled all the way from the East Blue just to join the team of the man in front of him. If he were to be rejected, it would truly be a humiliation that he could never live down. "Of course, no problem. Welcome to become a member of our hunter crew," Law said without hesitation, confirming the matter on the spot. After all, an excellent sniper with a good character is not easy to find. "From now on, you will be the sniper in our team, mainly responsible for providing fire cover for the weaker members." After assigning Van Oka his position, Law directly took out a 6-flavor Remania pill from his system backpack and tossed it over. Although this guy had just joined the team, that didn't matter. As the saying goes, in military strategy, trust those you use and do not use those you doubt. Since he had joined, he was now part of the team and naturally deserved a boost in basic strength. Besides, even if Van Oka eventually decided to betray Law's team, it wouldn't matter. Worst case, he could just send him back with a punch, and it would only waste one pill. After receiving the fragrant pill from Law, Van Oka didn't hesitate at all, tossing it into his mouth and swallowing it without needing water. Soon, the moment the pill entered his stomach, his face turned crimson. This was the effect of the pill's efficacy being released in his body. However, compared to others, the change in Van Oka's physique was not significant. He only gained some solid muscles on his originally slender body, but that was already terrifying enough. After all, Van Oka's height already reached 3.4 meters, and now with the aid of the pill, he had grown almost 10 centimeters, making him tower over Law by half a head. Of course, this was just a matter of height. If it came to strength, Law's ordinary punch was no joke. "Welcome to our team." Law looked at Van Oka, who was overwhelmed with emotion, and led the applause. The newly joined sniper gradually integrated into the team amidst the lively atmosphere. For the addition of a new member to the Merry, neither Zoro, Sanji, Nami, nor Johnny and Joseph had any objections. After all, only with enough members could their team grow stronger, and it was clear that hunting small Karami pirate crews was no longer sufficient for them. Their sights should now be set on those powerful pirate crews, like Crocodile, one of the warlords of the sea. As for whether openly killing a warlord of the sea under the world government would attract the pursuit of the CP organization and the bounties from the Navy headquarters, that was something to discuss later. As time slowly passed, the rising sun gradually illuminated every tombstone on Whiskey Peak. After a night of recording, they finally stored the magnetic force needed to head to the next destination, which meant that the two giant pirates still dueling in the small garden might be in for a tough time. As the bounty hunters waved goodbye, the Merry gradually vanished into the horizon of Whiskey Peak. At this moment, apart from Vivi and Icolum, who were in bed, and a somewhat sentient duck, the number of members in the pirate hunter group that Law had built had reached 7. Aside from Nami, the navigator, everyone else was a capable fighter. Afen von Oka, who had only recently joined Law's crew, was not someone ordinary pirates could provoke, just relying on the big sniper rifle in his hands. The enemy might not even see him before being shot in the head. This guy's sniping distance of over 2 kilometers is indeed off the charts. Perhaps this is what they call a human-shaped gun. With her mind on her country still under pirate control, Vivi didn't seem particularly lively at this moment. Although she had already found help and was ready to go back to save Alabasta, it was still very difficult to reach in a short time. After all, they still had to face the pursuit of the high-ranking agents from Baroque Works. While Luffy and the others were having a meal on the rolling sea, a plump man with a black beard and a few missing teeth was fleeing in a panic and finally lay down on the ground, feeling relieved. "Ha ha, old man, I made it to the first half of the Grand Line, and this is a heavily guarded area by the Navy. From now on, you can no longer threaten me. Ha ha ha." Just as the plump figure with the black beard was laughing, a gurgling sound from his stomach brought him back to reality. I'm so hungry. I should find some cherry pie to eat first, or I'll starve to death here. After cautiously looking around, Blackbeard tidied up his meager belongings and began searching for a place that might have cherry pie. On his way to find cherry pie, an anxious voice came from a pirate ship near Reverse Mountain, flying the straw hat flag. Hey Luffy, have you seen the newspaper? The Red Heart pirate hunter crew that has been killing their way from the East Sea to the Grand Line seems to be not far from us. Should we take a detour? On this pirate ship, a thin man with a long nose and a slingshot in his pocket kept shaking, while a captain whose body seemed made of rubber tried to persuade the crew to steer clear of the route taken by Luffy and the others. However, unfortunately, the captain wearing the straw hat, upon hearing that there were powerful pirate hunters ahead, not only was not scared, but instead became extremely interested and insisted on going to take a look. The many crew members nearby, seeing that the captain had made up his mind, could no longer persuade him and could only let this reckless captain continue his madness. As for the naval headquarters, located on the far side, a series of chuckles echoed from within. If nothing unexpected happened, the person making that sound, reminiscent of clinking weights, must be the one known as the Navy hero. Monkey D. Garp, go train, kid. To think you can uphold justice with that kind of strength is just naive. Don't worry, Vice Admiral Garp. I will definitely become an excellent Navy officer. After hearing Garp's mocking voice, toBe not only did not feel discouraged, but instead strengthened his resolve, standing up straight despite his battered body and continuing with his basic training. At the same time, Mihawk was stunned by the scene of Zoro and others on the ship training vigorously. It was only at this moment that he finally understood why this swordsman could easily take down those high-ranking agents of Baroque Works, whom he didn't even dare to look at for long. By the way, is it really possible for a person to lift such massive weights? Vivi stared blankly at Zoro, who was straining his muscles in training. She then looked over at Law, who seemed to be slacking off and lounging around. She could understand why Zoro was so strong. After all, he had indeed put in extraordinary effort. But why did this captain, who clearly wasn't doing anything, still look absurdly strong? Of course, Law would never tell them that he was a player with cheats, and he certainly couldn't be compared to ordinary people. At this moment, he had already reached level 33, and unlocking the next super ability and receiving a new upgrade package was just around the corner. At that time, not only would he gain stronger skills, but he could also randomly experience the fun of opening treasure chests. Through the experience of opening several treasure chests in succession, Law discovered that as long as his level was high enough, the items that dropped from the chest would also be more powerful. Although a large portion of the items found in the chests were not particularly useful to him, these seemingly useless trinkets could still provide a significant boost to his crew. Since the journey from Whiskey Peak to Little Garden would take some time, Law and the others also experienced the bizarre weather conditions of the Grand Line for the first time. Just a minute ago, it was a bright, sunny day, and now the sun might disappear in an instant, replaced by a hailstorm. Such occasional changes in weather were relatively mild. What they feared most was the rare times when three completely different weather conditions suddenly swept over the fragile Mary. Law felt that if this continued, the Mary might not last long enough to awaken its spirit and would be torn apart by the Grand Line. However, regarding the possibility of the Mary being replaced, Law and the others had no extra emotions for the time being. After all, their current identity was that of pirate hunters. If a ship broke, they would just replace it with a better one. They weren't like those so-called freedom-seeking pirates who would cry over their ship and then go on to plunder and destroy the hard work of others. Just as Nami was desperately trying to control the Mary to avoid the suddenly worsening weather ahead, a giant sea turtle suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea right in front of the Mary, carrying a figure that looked quite striking. As Robin's mount approached the tall and magnificent figure, it jumped onto the Mary without hesitation. After this figure boarded, except for Vivian Law, no one else present recognized that this was Nico Robin, known as the Demon Child by the world government. Finding you guys wasn't easy. If you continue in this direction, you'll reach a place called Little Garden, where high-ranking agents of Baroque Works are already lying in wait. I highly advise against taking this route. Before Robin could finish speaking, Sanji, who had been in the kitchen preparing food, suddenly rushed out with his legs spinning and his eyes filled with hearts, carrying 3 cups of freshly made fruit drinks. After handing 1 cup to Law, Sanji spun around and went to Robin's side. "Miss, please accept this gift from me as a gentleman." At that moment, even the well-informed and composed Robin was taken aback for a moment upon seeing Sanji. But soon, her long-standing calm demeanor allowed her to regain her composure. "If you don't mind, then thank you, gentlemen." With Robin's response, Sanji's excitement grew even more. "It's my honor to serve a beautiful lady." Just as Sanji was lost in his own world, Zoro, who had been lifting weights madly on the other side, finally welcomed a break. "Hey, you over there, perverted cook. Give me a drink too." As it seemed the two were about to clash again, Nami suddenly transformed into a cloud and silently floated over to them, delivering a punch to both Zoro and Sanji, instantly quieting the scene. Beside her, Robin's gaze flickered slightly upon seeing the white cloud formation. The Devil Fruit users are indeed a powerful team. Nico Robin, oh no, perhaps now I should call you Miss Sunday, right? Normally, whenever outsiders come aboard the Mary, Zoro and the others would certainly remain vigilant. If Captain Luffy were to show any signs of dissatisfaction, Zoro would definitely draw his sword immediately. However, during the few minutes that Robin boarded, Captain Luffy seemed to have no reaction at all. Thus, Zoro automatically assumed that she was a friend of their captain and relaxed his guard, continuing to focus on his hockey training. He could already sense that the amount of hockey stored within him was increasing, as long as he engaged in more intense training. It wouldn't be long before his armament hockey broke through to the next level. Occasionally, when he found the time, Zoro would also invite Johnny and Joseph to conduct blindfolded evasion training to activate another type of hockey energy within him, namely the observation hockey that would allow him to easily evade bullets. However, throughout this period of training, Zoro had not been able to find that elusive feeling. Although he could occasionally determine the direction of incoming attacks based on the wind, it was still far from the level of observation hockey that would allow him to evade at will. "How do you know my name?" Upon hearing Captain Luffy call her name without hesitation, Robin couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Normally, when she was out and about, she never used that name. She had maintained this habit for many years. It was precisely because of this caution that she had managed to evade CP Organization's pursuit multiple times. Hearing the name Nico Robin suddenly made her feel extremely uncomfortable and anxious. Over the years, she had changed bosses countless times to escape the pursuit of the world government's CP organization and the Navy. As long as her superiors knew that she was Nico Robin, the recognized criminal and the demon child of the world government, those so-called bosses would not hesitate to report her. If it weren't for Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, willing to take her in, she would probably still be wandering around in search of a safer place. Of course, Crocodile's willingness to take her in was entirely based on his ability to read the poneglyphs, making it a transaction between the two. However, her life under Crocodile's care was like that of a caged bird, lacking any freedom. The sand crocodile basically has a cooperative relationship with it. Once it has used up its ability to read the historical texts, it knows without guessing that it will definitely die at the hands of this great pirate. The captain of this famous bounty hunter crew in front of him actually recognized his true identity, which piqued Robin's interest. Perhaps joining this new team doesn't sound so bad after all. Nico Robin looked at the still and powerful figure of Luo Tian in front of her, as well as the nearby crew members who didn't seem easy to deal with, feeling a bit excited and imagining. Nico Robin, a poor child hunted by the world government for over a decade, at only 8 years old, how could she possibly destroy 6 warships of the Navy? Luo Tian did not respond to Nico Robin's words. Instead, he directly raised a question that had puzzled him for a long time while watching the anime. He really couldn't think of how an 8-year-old girl could destroy 6 warships, and now that he had the opportunity to ask her directly, it felt more practical. After hearing Luo Tian's words, Nico Robin chuckled softly twice. "I also wish I had such powerful strength. That way, I wouldn't have to rely on others for over a decade." The so-called child of the devil and the destruction of their 6 warships are just malicious slanders. As the saying goes, if one wants to add a crime, there will be no lack of excuses. It's just those hypocritical guys trying to label me with a fatal title. After patting her bosom, which was rising and falling with anger, Robin slowly regained her elegant and calm mature woman demeanor. After hearing Robin's explanation, Luo Tian felt satisfied and finally solved this ancient puzzle. Additionally, Luo Tian discovered another issue. The Nico Robin currently working with Crocodile in Alabasta did not resemble the tan-skinned woman depicted in the anime. On the contrary, the Robin standing before him, aside from her tall stature and large breasts, had relatively fair skin. This meant that the misconception about Nico Robin's skin tone when she first appeared was due to errors made by the animation team. If it weren't for the subsequent changes made by the animation team, most people would likely still believe that Nico Robin had that tan skin. Not daring to post any good pictures, as the reviews would not pass, he sent the necessary messages. "Since you still plan to head to the Little Garden, I wish you good luck. I would like to remind you that Crocodile may have already learned about your entire team's movements through those pirate hunters at Whiskey Peak. If you insist on heading to Alabasta without taking a detour and continue to the next destination, Little Garden, based on my understanding of that guy, you are very likely to encounter his most powerful subordinate, Mr. 1. After taking a nostalgic glance at the lively atmosphere on the Mary, Robin jumped onto the back of the sea turtle that had been following the Mary. She hadn't returned to Crocodile's side for a while, and to avoid raising suspicion in that inherently paranoid guy, she deemed it necessary to go back and prove her innocence. After all, even though Luo Tian's group appeared very powerful in the newspaper, Robin did not dare to stake her life on this newly risen so-called bounty hunter crew. Given her currently sensitive identity, a single misstep could lead to a fatal outcome. If these bounty hunters failed in their pursuit of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, then Nico Robin would have to face a lavish desert funeral. Although her ability to read historical texts was still quite useful, Crocodile might not necessarily kill her, but she would definitely face inhumane torture. Just as everyone was bidding farewell to Robin, in an extremely dark office far away in Alabasta, a figure dressed in a thick winter coat during the summer slowly straightened up. Did Nico Robin really want to betray him? With a wave of this figure's hand, a strong man with mysterious characters tattooed on his chest emerged from the darkness. Mr. 1, go to Little Garden and cooperate with the agents from Baroque Works. Eliminate those so-called pirate hunter kids. The well-built man nodded silently and walked out, heading in the direction of Luo Tian and the others. Meanwhile, after several days of sailing, Luo Tian and his group finally spotted the largest island they had ever encountered ahead. Due to the sheer size of this ancient island, Luo Tian was momentarily unsure where to search for the 2 giant pirate creatures. After thinking for a moment, Luo Tian decided to carve out his own path in search of his experience pack. On the other hand, Zoro expressed that he had been practicing for a long time without awakening his observation haki, so he planned to go out for a walk to clear his mind. As the chef, Sanji took one last look at the dwindling ingredients, grabbed a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, and then went down from the Going Merry towards the depths of the island to search for some fresh ingredients. As for the remaining sniper, Van Oka, and the duo of Johnny and Joseph, they weren't particularly enthusiastic about the adventure on this island, so they stayed on the Going Merry to watch the ship. Although Luffy, who was familiar with the plot, already knew that there would definitely be Baroque Works members lying in ambush on this island. The strength of their team had significantly improved since then. Even the weakest member, Nami, was a user of a paramecia-type devil fruit. Therefore, in general, Luffy didn't worry too much about the safety of these crew members. How could those mediocre Baroque Works members pose a threat to any of them? Even Johnny and Joseph, who were relatively weak, would be enough to handle them easily. However, as soon as they stepped off the Going Merry, Zoro and Sanji immediately went their separate ways along the paths they had chosen. Nami, the little thief, felt a surge of fear after looking around. So she hurriedly activated her fruit ability, transforming into a white cloud and following behind Captain Lothian. It seemed that only by staying close to Captain Lothian and transforming her whole body into an elemental form could she gain enough sense of security. Lothian, of course, had no objections to this. If they couldn't find anything later, perhaps he could have an exciting little adventure in the woods with this little thief. At the same time, as Lothian continued deeper into the jungle, at the end of the path taken by Zoro, which was in the opposite direction, a house made entirely of pure white candles appeared, looking completely out of place on this ancient island. At that moment, a fragrant aroma of tea was wafting from inside the house. Mr. 3 really knows how to enjoy life. The boss sends you here to carry out a mission, and you're actually hiding here drinking tea and slacking off. Inside this small candle-made house, several senior agents from the Baroque Works had gathered. They had all received orders from the boss to ambush and eliminate the Red Star Hunter group that had killed several of their agents. Although they didn't understand why so many senior agents were sent here to deal with a mere bounty hunter group. Each of them was capable of taking on hundreds alone. Moreover, they had heard that the most powerful agent in Baroque Works, Mr. 1, was also on his way to Ancient Island. With such a lineup, they could easily take down not just bounty hunters, but even pirate crews with bounties over 100 million. Why do you say I'm slacking off? I'm clearly working seriously, just waiting for the enemy to appear, said the man in the room, who had his hair tied in the shape of the number 3, with annoyance directed at the other agents. Just thinking about how he, Galatino, a powerful senior agent, had to work with these rookies on a mission was humiliating for him. After all, the ranking within the Baroque Works was strict, and usually, the lower the code number, the stronger the agent's abilities. The strength of their abilities naturally brings with it a sense of innate pride. The top-ranked agents often looked down on those ranked below them, while a group of agents was stuck in a room, endlessly arguing about their rankings. Completely incongruent with their actual abilities, a figure with green hair slowly stumbled out from the bushes not far away. This guy, unsurprisingly, was Roronoa Zoro, known as the world's #1 directionally challenged person. After parting ways with Sanji, Zoro had completely lost his sense of direction in less than 2 minutes. After wandering aimlessly around the nearby jungle for a long time, he finally spotted a strange white house in front of him. Although he was directionally challenged, he always seemed to find unique things when he got lost. Damn it, I can't believe I've gotten lost again. That house ahead should have someone. I'll just ask for directions. After mentally scolding himself for his troublesome sense of direction, Zoro marched toward the house with immense frustration. Clearly, it would be difficult for him to find his way back to the Mary, and now there was a clearly man-made house right in front of him. The reason for his frustration was that Zoro had been training his observation haki for days without any progress. To make matters worse, his beloved sword, Sandai Kitetsu, had even struck that damned big-nosed Goma Goma fruit user. So Zoro figured that this frustration would be hard to shake off anytime soon. Just as he was about to walk up and knock on the door to ask for directions, a sudden earth-shattering tremor erupted. The volcano located at the central area of the island, 13, began to erupt continuously like a pimple bursting. The two giants, who had been resting in the cave like terrifying beasts, opened their bloodshot eyes wide upon hearing the sound of Mount Fuji erupting. For the glory of Elbaf, X2, as the two giants made large movements, the entire ancient island began to feel a slight tremor. As he searched for the past, Luo Tian naturally saw the erupting volcanic lava from the two captains of the giant pirate crew. From the sounds of collisions coming from the center of the island, Luo Tian guessed that it must be the two giants, the blue demon Dory and the red demon Broggy, causing the commotion. He found it hard to understand the peculiar thought processes of these two old pirates who had been fighting on the island for over 100 years due to a little girl's words. Perhaps the giant race truly had a strong sense of honor. They were determined to fight for their own first place, even if it took them hundreds of years. After determining the specific direction, Luo Tian jumped and quickly sat cross-legged on the white cloud transformed by Nami. This was a recent discovery of a new way to use Nami's powers. Ever since this little thief ate the cloud fruit, Luo Tian finally experienced the celestial feeling of riding clouds. With Nami's cloud mount, Luo Tian's speed increased significantly. At this moment, he eagerly anticipated seeing the two giants exhaust themselves from their endless fighting, allowing him to suddenly jump out and reap the rewards. Given that these two guys had already reached bounties of over 100 million last century, Luo Tian estimated that defeating them would level him up considerably. This was truly a rare experience package. With the acceleration provided by Nami's new mount, Luo Tian quickly arrived at the highest point of the ancient island. Standing above the clouds, he clearly saw the two giants below, each over 20 meters tall, resembling small mountains. Clash, clash, clash. Dory, how many times have we fought now? I never expected that after all these years, we still haven't determined a winner. Broggy, wearing a horned helmet, looked fiercely at his old friend, with whom he had battled for over 100 years. They used to be good brothers on the same pirate ship, but one day, because of a little girl's question about who could catch a bigger prey, they began a long debate that evolved into this way of deciding who was the winner through combat. I don't know, but I believe that the glory of Elbaf will ultimately belong to me. Take this, Broggy. As soon as he finished speaking, Dory, wielding a massive sword, leaped up with his enormous body, quickly drawing the sword behind him and then slashing down towards Broggy. Clash, clash, clash. You're still so hot-tempered. How could you possibly defeat me, Broggy? The glory of Elbaf ultimately belongs to me, Broggy. Broggy, equally massive, stomped his feet on the ground and brought his giant axe down fiercely from above. Both sides understood that as members of the giant race, there was no room for holding back, so every strike would be made with all their strength to take the opponent down. If Dory's sword successfully hit Broggy, this old friend who had been fighting on the island for over 100 years would be split in two without any chance of survival. On the other side, Broggy was in the same situation. If his axe managed to hit Dory, it was likely that Dory's skull would be shattered. With a gust of fierce wind howling, the two giants, resembling monstrous spirits, swung their weapons and collided violently with each other. One wielded a great sword and the other a giant axe, and they engaged in a fierce battle for dozens of rounds, with the air filled with the deafening sounds of metal clashing. The entire ancient island was severely damaged by the fight between these two beings, with countless rare trees destroyed. Luo Tian calmly sat on Nami, observing the intense situation below. Although he estimated that he could handle these two giants with his strength, the best time to intervene would be when they were both severely injured. As for such dishonorable conduct, it held no constraints for Luo Tian. After all, If he had no honor, then there was nothing to discuss. As time passed, the two giants continued to fight for dozens of rounds. By now, both Brookie and Dory were panting heavily. Their massive size meant that every movement took a tremendous toll on their stamina, especially since they were engaged in a life-and-death duel. Just as they exchanged glances and prepared to launch another grand attack, a volcano in the center of the island erupted again. "Looks like we won't be able to determine a winner today," one said. "Haha, you're right. In the next battle, I will definitely defeat you in the name of the strongest warrior of Elbaf." They exchanged smiles, lifted their battered weapons from a fight, and prepared to return to their resting place to replenish their energy for the day. Over the years, they had almost forgotten why they were fighting endlessly here. However, as giants of Elbaf, they had to continue fighting for glory, even without any reason. Until a clear winner was determined, neither would step off the ancient island. This was the vow they had made to each other. To this day, neither had broken that vow. Day after day, year after year, they engaged in their frenzied battles once or even twice daily. Seeing the two giants, exhausted and battered from their fight, ready to end today's battle, Luo Tian felt that the time had come. At this point, they probably had little strength left to continue resisting. Moreover, Luo Tian now considers himself to be in a position of superiority, and those two foolish beings are completely unable to reach him with their empty-handed techniques. Of course, this does not mean that Luo Tian's strength is inferior to these two guys. The main reason is that Luo Tian is wary of their extremely terrifying combined attack skill. This is the dual attack technique Overlord C that has been passed down in the Elbaf giant tribe. It is said that the Weihai used by one of the current 4C emperors, Big Momo, is a low-level version learned and modified from their giant tribe. This alone is enough to illustrate the formidable power of this move, so Luo Tian is not eager to take their ultimate move head-on. As the saying goes, being cautious can ensure a ship lasts for thousands of years. If he carelessly gets severely injured or disabled by this inexplicable combined attack skill, it wouldn't be fun at all. Nami needs to raise the height a bit more to ensure their attacks don't hit us. Luo Tian firmly grasped the soft white cloud that Nami had transformed into and whispered, "Hurry and let go," grabbing the wrong place. Just as Luo Tian was about to take action, Nami's somewhat shy voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian realized he might have grabbed Nami's chest. Although Nami had transformed into an elemental form, the feeling of holding her chest in his hand was still a bit different. All right, feeling Nami's shyness below, Luo Tian hurriedly released his grip and changed his position. That's still not right. However, after Luo Tian changed his position, Nami still screamed in surprise. At this moment, Luo Tian had no time to deal with this little thief. After guiding Nami to fly towards the horned helmet-wearing Brookie, the energy within Luo Tian's body began to surge continuously. In less than 3 seconds, Luo Tian's eyes felt a scorching heat. His heat-radiating laser eyes were in a prepared state. As long as Luo Tian did not suppress the activation of his energy, 2 rays capable of cutting through all things in the world would be directly fired from his eyes. Who is the true hero? As Luo Tian finished aiming, in the next moment, 2 high-temperature energy lasers shot directly out from his eyes, heading straight for the panting and resting red demon Brookie. Brookie, who was lying on the grass, suddenly sensed a prickling sensation on his back, and, as a top-tier fighter, he immediately realized that someone was attempting a sneak attack. Although his body was extremely exhausted at this point, in this life-or-death situation, Brookie quickly raised his axe to protect his vital areas. However, under the intense heat radiation of the laser from Luo Tian, the giant axe in Brockie's hand began to slowly melt into a pool of bright red molten iron. Subsequently, the 2 lasers continued their trajectory, directly hitting Brockie's chest. In an instant, the entire ancient island was filled with the foul smell of burnt flesh. Under the heat radiation of the laser, 2 rounded cuts, nearly 10 centimeters in diameter, were directly melted into Brockie's chest, through which one could clearly see his massive heart still beating. At that moment, Dongli, who was preparing to go home, also saw his close companion being harmed by Luo Tian's attack. As a good brother who had fought together for over 100 years, Dongli's face immediately changed in shock. Brockie's strength was absolutely on par with his. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been fighting for so long without being able to determine a winner. Now, Brookie was unexpectedly dealt a fatal blow by a mini person standing on a cloud. Damn it, who are you? Are you from the Navy? Dongli thought hard but couldn't figure it out. The 2 of them had been on this island for over 100 years. Even if they had enemies, they would have died long ago, leaving not even ashes behind. How could anyone come and ambush them? The only possibility was that this mini-person was sent by those damn Navy to cause trouble for them. Facing the giant Dongli below, who was ready to charge and attack him, Ratian showed no reaction and continued to increase the output of his heat radiation laser eyes. As Ratian adjusted the direction of his attacks, the tribe's machine below had nowhere to escape. Its body was directly irradiated by lasers, creating deep flesh wounds that revealed bone. In this urgent situation, Dongli couldn't take care less about the fatigue and weakness coursing through him. He quickly jumped and swung his sword at Ratian. Having been cut to this state, he should hardly be able to move anymore, right? Seeing that Brokey below was on the verge of collapse from his sneak attack, blood flowing like a waterfall, Ratian slowly turned his gaze towards the blue demon, Dongli, rushing towards him. Soon, the laser eyes that had just burned Brokey were fired again. In Dongli's shocked gaze, Roshan's strange attack unexpectedly severed his entire lower leg cleanly. Although he was unwilling to believe this was happening to him, the pain relayed by his nerves left him no reason to doubt it. Dongli's expression changed. After glancing back at Brokey's gruesome wounds, he firmly set his gaze. No giant from Elbaf would abandon their partner to escape alone. For the glory of giants, he had to fight to the end, even if the mini-person's attack was bizarrely strong. For the glory of Elbaf kill, Dongli gathered all his remaining strength and leaped up, swinging his sword fiercely towards Ratian. If Ratian were struck by this powerful blow, he would probably be sent flying for at least several kilometers before it was over. Faced with this situation, Roshan's gaze became even sharper. His eyes crazily channeled energy from within to form a laser beam that shot directly towards Dongli. Zzz. The air was filled with the smell of charred flesh. In the end, Dongli still couldn't swing that life-threatening sword and was directly swept through the abdomen by Roshan's laser. Dongli looked at his scattered intestines and various organs on the ground. His expression momentarily lost in confusion. He knew he had lost. He had lost so completely that he hadn't even touched his opponent with a single finger before being instantly killed. Dongli, on the other side, Brokey, who had been shot to critical health by Ratian, fell into a state of extreme pain upon seeing Dongli slowly close his eyes. Originally, the two of them were happily engaged in their daily life and death duel, but unexpectedly, a hidden enemy had been waiting above to ambush them after they had both worn each other down. Brokey believed that if he and Dongli were at full strength, their combined attack using the fearsome Baku would definitely turn this mini-person, who could only ambush, into ashes. But unfortunately, there were no ifs. Today was destined to be their death day, without any surprises. Feeling his life slowly ebbing away, Brokey began to experience a life flashing before his eyes moment. He saw himself and Dongli, once full of vigor, hunting various enormous sea kings and powerful beasts for their tribe, as well as the pride of being part of the giant pirate crew. The memories continued until a little girl's words sparked a conflict between the two, ending in tragedy. How regrettable, but who told me I'm a pirate hunter? It's only right for me to kill you, just as you plunder civilians. Seeing Brokey stare at him with a gaze full of hatred, Ratian helplessly shrugged, then unleashed a more powerful laser directly into Brokey's eyes. The scorching laser shot into Brokey's eyes, penetrating his massive brain and pinning him to the ground before Ratian slowly retracted his output. I have to say, this heat radiation laser, while immensely powerful, even capable of cutting through high-level Busashoka Haki, had a significant energy cost, even with Roshan's current stamina. He estimated he could only maintain it for about half a day before succumbing to fatigue. Although under normal circumstances, he wouldn't need to shoot for that long anyway. After glancing at the experience points he gained today, Ratian felt he had truly struck gold. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully killed the captain of the giant pirate crew. Dongli, Brokey X1. This time, you've earned a total of 65,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully leveled up. Current level, 47. You have unlocked a new super ability. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a level 40 upgrade gift pack X1. Items have been automatically stored in the system backpack. Please check. Almost the moment he finished off these two captains of the giant pirate crew, Ratian was overwhelmed by the system's notifications, feeling slightly dazed. He had to admit, this time he really felt like he had hit the jackpot. Not to mention, the highest experience points from the pirates he had previously killed was only 6,000. Now, killing these two pirates from a century ago had directly granted him 65,000 experience points. According to their equal ratings, each giant contributed over 30,000 experience points to Ratian. Looking at it this way, This little excursion was indeed worth it. But then again, these two guys had bounties reaching 100 million each several hundred years ago. It made sense that they would be worth so much experience. Although Ratian seemed to have noticed that these two hadn't learned hockey, their strength was undeniably formidable, especially their combined attack skills, which are depicted in the comics as capable of obliterating a small island. Ratian was able to kill them so easily not only because he was in an ambush position, but also because the two of them had exhausted themselves in their bravado, leaving them powerless to resist. Mission complete, let's fly back, Nami. After forcibly suppressing his excitement, Ratian directed Nami to head towards the Mary. Although he could unlock flight abilities now, since he had a mount, he might as well use it for now. Wait a moment. Upon hearing Roshan's command, Nami hurriedly pulled out a brand new camera snail from her backpack, which had transformed into a white cloud shape. After all, these two pirates had bounties reaching 200 million. Nami said that nothing could be resolved by simply walking away. Even if she couldn't exchange the bounties right now, as long as she found the opportunity, Nami would definitely rush to the Navy headquarters to exchange all the pirate heads she had collected for the bounty she deserved. Meanwhile, Zoro, who had discovered the candle house, had already knocked open the door. As Zoro and the high-ranking agents of Baroque Works inside the room stared at each other, both sides fell into a strange silence. Mr. 3, who had created the candle house, couldn't figure out how Roronoa Zoro had found him in such a remote corner. It didn't make sense. There were no roads leading to his house at all. After a few seconds of silence, Zoro drew his 3 swords, biting down on Sandai Kitetsu, and stepped into the candle house, starting a frenzied attack. The scene was completely different from the original work, where Zoro was sealed by the wax fruit user's candles. Due to the extremely small room, packed with Baroque Works high-ranking agents, Mr. 3 didn't have time to utilize his fruit ability and was directly decapitated by Zoro's sword, which was then thrown out the window. With Mr. 3's death, the candle house created by his fruit ability slowly vanished. Under Zoro's relentless slicing, the floor was covered with flying limbs and bloody remains. In just a few minutes, the entire Baroque Works was almost wiped out. Amidst the terrifying cries, Zoro looked gravely at the obviously underage girl, Miss Golden Week, who seemed a bit lost. If she weren't a girl, and especially not a child, Zoro would have chopped her into pieces without hesitation. Unfortunately, this girl had successfully hit Zoro's 2 soft spots. He didn't harm women or children. What a hassle. Grabbing the still crying Miss Golden Week, Zoro randomly picked a small path to head back. Although he wasn't sure if this path would lead back to where the Going Merry was docked, he had no skills for navigation, so he could only go with the flow. Just as Zoro successfully killed the high-ranking agents of Baroque Works, Luffy, who had returned near the Going Merry, also received a system notification. According to Luffy's memories from watching anime, there were about 12 well-known members of Baroque Works. In the recent sound prompt, Luo Tian learned that Zoro had almost wiped out the entire Baroque Works, apart from the explosive fruit user Gem, who was killed earlier at Whiskey Peak. And the light fruit user Machida, Luo Tian received experience points from nearly all the miscellaneous characters within Baroque Works this time. Now, aside from the cross-dresser Mr. 2 Bon Clay, Mr. 1 Daz Bones, and Miss Golden Week, who have not yet been seen in the system prompts, it can be said that Baroque Works is practically extinct. Of course, aside from Bon Clay and Daz Bones, there are basically no strong fighters left. As for why Luo Tian did not receive a system prompt for Zoro killing Miss Golden Week, it is likely because Zoro couldn't bring himself to do it, considering she is still a minor. After waiting for Nami to finish taking photos, Luo Tian directly rode back to the Mary on a white cloud transformed by Nami. At this moment, Sanji, who had gone out to look for food supplies, successfully dragged back 2 enormous dinosaurs, one in each hand. After observing the 2 dinosaurs for a while, Luo Tian noticed the burnt wounds on their heads. Given that Sanji could inflict such wounds, Luo Tian guessed that he must have successfully activated his bloodline factor under the influence of the system's gene potion. After all, in the anime, Sanji gained 3 abilities after activating his bloodline factor. The first is the ability to use flames at will. The other 2 abilities are enhanced recovery and increased hardness, with hardness comparable to that of hockey. Naturally, whenever the ability of flames is mentioned, one cannot help but bring up a certain devil fruit that even dogs wouldn't eat, the Maramara no Mi, a Logia-type fruit that can unleash nearly all flame abilities. Even Luffy's rubber fruit can be enhanced with flames for attacks. Of course, due to the changes in the plot, Luffy's rubber fruit has transformed into the Nika fruit, so it might be considered normal for it to have some flame capabilities, as it is a mythical beast type. A few minutes passed again, and, at this point, everyone on the Mary had returned except for Zoro, who was still lost on Ancient Island. As the captain, Luo Tian contemplated the new ability he most needed to activate. Recently, Van Oka, who had just joined Luo Tian's bounty hunter group, was adjusting his sniper rifle in hopes of increasing his sniping range once again. Chef Sanji was busy cutting the dinosaur meat on the ground with the help of Johnny and Joseph, producing large square chunks of meat. Meanwhile, the little thief Nami was counting the pirate head photos she had recently taken, claiming that these photos represented her future wealth. Speaking of which, since coming to this world, Luo Tian had never tasted dinosaur meat, so this was a perfect opportunity to indulge. Although scientists from his previous life had published results indicating that the chicken we eat today evolved from dinosaurs, who could say for sure? After all, that was merely a hypothesis. Luo Tian was curious to find out if dinosaur meat tasted similar to chicken, which would support the theory that dinosaurs were ancestors of chickens. As time slowly passed and half an hour went by, Luo Tian confirmed the new ability he wanted to activate. Undeniably, the ability to fly. Although this superpower wouldn't significantly enhance his combat strength, it would certainly make him look cool. After all, every man dreams of soaring into the sky like Orochi from King of Fighters 97. Luo Tian was determined not to be like the American version of Superman, lying on the ground while flying. According to Journey to the West, only animals that had gained intelligence could fly while lying down, while proper deities flew standing up. Another half hour passed, and Sanji had finished cutting the fresh dinosaur meat he had hunted. Even Nami had recounted her wealth several times. Just as everyone was eagerly waiting, Zoro's frustrated figure slowly appeared at the end of the path. After getting lost countless times, he had reluctantly accepted Miss Golden Week's guidance to exit the jungle. Upon seeing Zoro's disheveled appearance, Sanji couldn't help but jump in front of him and start mocking him. "Oh, isn't this our world's #1 swordsman, Mr. Zoro? Seems like you've gotten lost, huh? Did kid lead you out?" Zoro ughed. After getting lost repeatedly, Zoro had lost the mood to continue arguing with Sanji. He tossed Miss Golden Week, whom he had been dragging along, into Sanji's arms and headed straight to the kitchen, grabbing a few bottles of chill beer to chug down. The battles that had erupted on this island posed no challenge for him, making it a day of no improvement in strength. He had initially planned to see if he could find those so-called high-level agents from Baroque works to practice his skills, but to his surprise, there were only a few weak cats in that tiny candle room, easily sliced in half with a single blow. At this rate, when would he ever break through to the intermediate level of hockey? It was really frustrating. He wanted to chop that damned cook. Zoro muttered to himself, bored as he drank in silence. On the other side, Sanji was also stunned for a while after receiving the little brat thrown over by Zoro. Although he is a pervert, he hasn't reached that level of perversion yet. He couldn't bring himself to deal with such a little girl. Just when everyone was at a loss, Nami suddenly remembered a very urgent issue. In the strange magnetic field of this ancient island, it takes at least about a year to properly record the magnetic direction for the next destination. They had only been here for less than a day. In the chaotic magnetic field of the Grand Line, without the guidance of a log pose, finding the right path was like searching for a needle in a haystack. This was a valuable lesson learned by countless sailors who had experienced getting lost at sea. Without the guidance of a log pose, anyone could easily get lost at sea and die. Just when everyone was at a loss, Luo Tian suddenly stood up and walked toward the sobbing Miss Golden Week. After all, this guy was one of Crocodile's high-ranking agents. He couldn't possibly not have a log pose to return to Alabasta, right? At first, the little girl wanted to hold out for a few minutes under Luo Tian's gaze. However, when Luo Tian casually grabbed a blood-stained kitchen knife, Miss Golden Week was instantly terrified and froze in place. "I have a permanent log pose to return to Alabasta, but I have a condition. Can you not kill me?" Golden Week trembled as she pulled out a log pose that pointed directly east from her small backpack. If all went well, following the direction of this log pose would lead them straight to Alabasta. However, Luo Tian did not take a single word of what the little girl said to heart. Even though she seemed harmless, she was still a high-ranking agent in a criminal organization. It was like the saying that became popular before: 1S worldview should never follow 1S senses. After snatching the log pose from Golden Week's hand, Luo Tian immediately grabbed her delicate neck and squeezed gently. Within less than a second, she lost all consciousness, her eyes starting to glaze over with a white mist. A clear sign of death. The crew on one side naturally had no objections to Luo Tian's actions. After all, they understood that mercy towards enemies is cruelty to oneself. Countless pirate hunters on this sea have suffered the consequences of letting a small pirate go due to kindness, resulting in their entire crew being brutally retaliated against. Therefore, Basically, every pirate hunter repeats the wise sayings passed down from the older generation before setting sail. Either don't make a move, or kill them cleanly and leave no future troubles. After resolving the issue with Golden Week, Luo Tian and his crew set sail again towards their next destination. However, before that, Luo Tian planned to go to Drum Island to bring Chopper the reindeer aboard the Mary as a pet and a backup food source. As for Chopper's medical skills, they might only be needed occasionally. After all, most of the crew had been enhanced with pills, and from a physical perspective, they were unlikely to get sick. Anyway, Chopper was very much to Luo Tian's liking. In the anime, this little reindeer, though seemingly silly and cute, had a bounty of only 200 berries, yet he fought against a Big Mom with a bounty of over 4 billion. Managing to stand against someone with 200 berries and that much bounty is not something just anyone can do. But this reindeer indeed achieved such a terrifying feat. We might need to go to Drum Island next. Vivi, do you have any objections? After hearing Luo Tian's command, Nami hesitated for a moment and turned to Vivi beside her. After all, this person was about to become a legitimate deposed princess, so it was impossible for her not to be anxious. However, to Luo Tian's surprise, Vivi just smiled and showed no emotion. How could I have any objections? Captain Luo Tian and all my companions are willing to help my country. I am already very grateful. What I want to know most now is how I can repay your kindness. After hearing Nami's question, Vivi was also stunned for a moment before responding. In her view, the temporary partners she found were moving forward at a very fast pace, and according to the newspapers left by the Seagull, there shouldn't be any problems in Alabasta for now. The Royal Army and the rebels were still in the negotiation stage and had not engaged in full-scale fighting. Now, they just needed to wait for Luo Tian and the others to arrive in Alabasta and eliminate the pirates. Then she could clarify the facts to everyone, and Alabasta would be saved. As for the country's severe water shortage, it had been completely resolved under the assurance of Nami, a natural-type weather fruit user. Based on Luo Tian's recommendations for Nami's fruit development abilities, she had successfully developed the ability to transform herself into a rain cloud. This meant that as long as Nami was on her way to Alabasta, she could create localized rainfall using her abilities. If there was a water source nearby, Nami wouldn't need to expend energy to transform rainwater. She could directly extract seawater and convert it, then create nationwide rainfall in Alabasta. In other words, whenever needed, Nami could turn this desert country into a flood-stricken one. Of course, creating such a significant impact would take some time. At least with Nami's current stamina, it would be impossible to create such catastrophic weather. After following the direction indicated by several record pointers, Nami gradually confirmed the specific location of the medical nation on Drum Island. Thus, the group began the next phase of their adventure to hunt pirates. Along the way, Luo Tian successfully activated his flying ability. It must be said that the feeling of flying is indeed very enchanting, especially the ability to soar in the blue sky without relying on any auxiliary equipment. No wonder people from any era have dreams of flying to the sky. This feeling is simply exhilarating. After flying for over 10 hours away from the fleet, Luo Tian basically just needed to look down from above at the Mary sailing on the sea to avoid getting lost. If he happened to see a lone pirate ship while flying around, Luo Tian would show a characteristic smile of a countryman. Then he would speed over to the ship, smash ahead with a punch, and kill everyone cleanly before leaving satisfied. After flying over the sea for several days, Luo Tian felt that the sky had reached a winter climate and then directly flew back to the Mary. Host, Luo Tian Martial Arts, None Hockey, High-Level Armament Hockey Fruit Ability, None Level, 47, 05000 Backpack, Level 40 Upgrade Gift Pack X1, 5 million Berries Super Abilities, Heat Radiation Laser Eyes, Level 47, Steel Body, Level 47, Flying Ability, Level 47, Super Strength, Level 47, Super Vision, Not Activated, Super Hearing, Not Activated, Super Stamina, Level 47, Super Speed, Not Activated, Freezing Breath, Not Activated, Super Recovery, Not Activated. Super Intelligence, automatically unlocked when host level reaches 100. After returning to the Mary, Luo Tian glanced at his data panel and estimated that his combat power was already infinitely close to the Emperor level. At least from a perspective of those vice admirals in the Navy headquarters, their stats were far inferior to Luo Tian's. This meant that Luo Tian's team of pirate hunters could barely be considered a half-Emperor level team. Aside from the crew's strength being slightly lacking, there were basically no major issues. After all, at this stage, aside from Nami as the navigator and the newly joined Van Oka who had not awakened armament hockey, the rest present were all top-notch fighters. However, Although the newly joined sniper had not awakened armament haki, he was the only one on the ship with observation haki. Of course, this was not the haki obtained from the system's gift pack, but something he awakened on his own due to his unique talent. In the original anime, Van Oka was able to successfully snipe a flying pigeon from 2 kilometers away and help Blackbeard warn against Sakazuki's pursuit, which shows his prowess. According to Van Oka's own explanation, he seems to have been born with this ability. However, compared to the various incredible abilities brought by the god-level observation haki that Luo Tian has come to understand, such as listening to all things, predicting the future, and seeing through people's hearts, Van Oka's observation haki might have reached the top level, but it still hasn't broken through to the final step. After all, breaking through to the top level of haki relies on talent, and the next stage of top-level haki depends on fate, which is indeed very difficult for an average person to achieve. Besides the former Sea Overlord Roxy Zebek, who had the opportunity to cultivate all 3 types of haki to the god level, there hasn't been any other person known to have done so. Even a so-called hero of the Navy headquarters, Garp, has only achieved god level in armament haki. The pirate King Roger, who opened the era of great pirates, only reached that level with Conqueror's haki and observation haki. As for the current era, there hasn't been anyone who can cultivate all 3 types of haki to the god level yet. However, discussing this is still too far for Luo Tian and his group. After all, the highest haki level present is just Luo Tian's advanced armament haki and Van Oka's top-level observation haki. Although Zoro and the others have also awakened their observation haki under Van Oka's training, they still lack that final step. Just as Luo Tian was about to open the upgrade gift package in the system backpack, a sudden massive wave surged up on the sea surface right in front of the Mary. Faced with this sudden situation, everyone looked up. What appeared before everyone was actually a very large submarine. He was Walpo, the king of the Drum Kingdom. Vivi looked at the ugly man in front of her, who resembled a hippopotamus, and a wave of shadow washed over her heart. When she was younger, this bastard had once slapped her hard. Vivi's words immediately drew the attention of those who hadn't expected that the overweight man in front of them was actually a king. He's a king too? Then why is there a pirate flag hanging on the ship? With Nami's question, everyone's gaze turned to the submarine behind Walpo, where the pirate flag was still fluttering. I'm not sure about that either. The last time I met him was a long time ago, Vivi said, slightly scared as she hid behind Robin's deck chair, fearing that this strange-looking guy would notice her and slap her again. Hey, you bastards, you are also heading to Drum Island on this route, right? Hand over the log posed to me, and you can leave, Walpo shouted loudly from the railing of his submarine. As for why this guy appeared in this position, Robin was very clear. It was precisely because of his existence that a major medical power had turned into a poor and backward country. To control the common people, he directly ordered a ban on all doctors from treating and saving lives. To obtain medicine and professional treatment, one had to come to the palace and request it from him for even a slight chance. As for why he was here, it was completely because a certain man with a black beard attacked Drum Island, and he fled to avoid danger, pretending to be a pirate. If he hadn't encountered Robin and the others here, he would likely have soon found the location of the Drum Kingdom and returned to continue his tyrannical reign. It was only with the arrival of Pirate King Luffy that he would be driven out once again. However, due to Robin and the others traveling much faster than Luffy's crew, they ended up encountering this guy who had turned the invincible Munch Munch fruit into a waste. As Valpo saw that none of the guys on the small boat below were paying any attention to him, he suddenly felt a surge of embarrassment and anger for revenge. A gunshot rang out. Immediately, a small bullet hole appeared on the Mary. However, just 1 second before Valpo fired, the only sniper on the Mary, Van Oka, had already aimed his gun directly at Valpo's hand and shot. Compared to the insignificant damage on the Mary, Valpo's shooting hand was directly shot off by Van Oka. Ah, my hand. When Valpo saw the familiar hand holding the gun fall at his feet, he immediately realized that his hand had been shot off by the opposing sniper. You bastards, what are you still looking at? Quickly pick up my hand, pick up my hand. In a fit of rage, Valpo shouted at his subordinates a few times before hurriedly running back into the submarine, fearing that the sniper with the cannon-like gun would shoot him in the head next. Since this opponent was not only a pirate, but also a legitimate king of a world government member country, Zoro was unsure whether he should take action. After all, their team was not strong enough yet, and provoking the world government could be quite troublesome. However, just as Zoro was about to ask Law, he saw Law's expression at that moment. The bigger the waves, the more valuable the fish. Receiving the signal from Law, Zoro's mouth curled into an excited smile. After drawing his sword, the Sandai Kitetsu and the Shusui from his waist, Zoro thrust them behind him, striking a classic pose. In this chaotic world, I will cut everything down. Two-sword style, aye aye Rashomon. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling sword light appeared. Two-sword chi that seemed capable of cutting everything flew straight from Zoro's dual swords. And as soon as the sword chi made contact, it pierced through Valpo's submarine like it was made of tofu. With a snap, the blades returned to their sheaths. Zoro's figure slowly stood upright, accompanied by the massive submarine being completely sliced neatly in half by Zoro's attack. Those with a bit of luck among Valpo's army could barely survive under this sword move. As for those less fortunate, they could only be cut along with the submarine by Zoro. Law, watching the scene, naturally recalled the moment in the original work when Zoro used his dual swords to cut down the sea train, which should be considered the strongest strike in Zoro's two-sword style. As for the three-sword style, it should have been the technique he used when fighting against Mihawk. Due to the many sword techniques of the one-sword style, Luo Tian couldn't tell which one he was best at, so he could only wait for the upcoming adventures to see which technique he would use the most effectively. At this moment, as the submarine began to gradually sink, Valpo, who was somewhat lucky, found himself helplessly standing on top of the submarine, quietly awaiting his fate. As for resistance, he could only think about it in secret. He wasn't foolish. After all, the enemy had flipped the entire submarine with just one move. Wasn't resisting at this point seeking death. However, as the seawater continued to rise, Valpo's desire to survive began to surge within him. He was a devil fruit user. If he came into contact with seawater, he would lose his strength and eventually drown in the ocean. Please, save me. I am the king of the Drum Kingdom. If you save me, I can give you the entire country. Valpo knelt on both knees, looking up at the people on the Mary with a desperate gaze. But all of this only earned him Vivi's reprimands, and it was of no use at all. After shouting several times, Valpo gradually accepted the reality. However, it was impossible for him to just wait there to die. Unfortunately, just as he was about to act and jump onto the Mary to feast, the sniper Van Oka, who had been standing by the ship's railing, pulled the trigger with one hand. With a bang, a thumb-sized hole appeared on Valpo's forehead, and blood, along with some brain matter, began to spill out, staining Jiangxi with blood. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The sniper Van Oka successfully assassinated the Gum Gum Fruit user Valpo X1. A total of 6,000 experience points dropped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up. Current level is 48, 2 levels away from unlocking the next stage of superpowers. Please continue to work hard. You won't have a good outcome. I am a king allied with the world government, and you will definitely be hunted down by them. In the moment before his death, Valpo's adrenaline surged, giving him nearly 3 seconds to deliver his last words. However, his threatening attitude had no effect on Luo Tian and his group. They didn't even care about his threats. As for the soldiers who had set sail with Valpo, they began to flee in panic after his death. Yet in the vast ocean, they had no chance of finding land. Moreover, this area was already considered a winter climate. If no ships were willing to rescue them, it wouldn't take half an hour before they froze to death in these waters. As for Luo Tian, there was even less chance he would save them. For this group of small fry, Luo Tian had already shown great mercy by having Van Oka snipe them for experience points. After eliminating Valpo and his group, everything returned to the monotonous sailing life as before. After receiving the system's notification and seeing that he had leveled up again, Luo Tian recalled how his level had suddenly surged several levels after defeating 2 giants. Now, he was on the verge of reaching level 50 to obtain the next upgrade gift package, while the level 40 upgrade gift package had yet to be opened. Adhering to the principle of opening any gift boxes he received, Luo Tian immediately took out the level 40 upgrade gift package from his system backpack and opened it with a wave of his hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the level 40 upgrade gift package. This time, you have received God Level Observation Haki, X1, 8 Extremes Fist Training Manual, X1, Elbaf Giant Martial Arts Bagua Training Manual, X1, and an anti-material sniper rifle with unlimited automatic ammunition, X1. At that moment, Luo Tian felt invigorated. Based on past experiences, he estimated that the higher his level, the more substantial the system gift packages he would receive. He glanced over the 4 items he had opened, and for him and his crew, each of these items was incredibly valuable. After careful consideration, Luo Tian decided to equip the God-level observation haki. As the captain, he would definitely recruit more crew members in the future, and without the ability to see through people's hearts, he could easily attract some unreliable individuals. Although this issue could be resolved with sheer strength, Luo Tian did not want to make the fatal mistake like the Whitebeard pirates did. If a crew member like Blackbeard suddenly appeared on board, the entire crew would probably have to sleep with one eye open. Therefore, considering everything, the god-level observation haki was the most suitable choice for Luo Tian. At the moment he confirmed the use, he felt an inexplicable surge of domineering energy, completely different from his previous armament haki. In that instant, his visual perception reached the point where he could see the snowflakes falling several kilometers away and the fish swimming slowly beneath the water. Only after experiencing this ability did Luo Tian truly understand how those awakened haki users could effortlessly dodge bullets. After all, the sensation of slowing down objects to such an extent was truly perplexing. Generally speaking, as long as one possessed observation haki, most attacks could be avoided, unless they were so fast that one had no chance to react. After experiencing the extreme perception ability of observation haki, Luo Tian turned his attention to the crew members. Money, money, money. As long as I defeat that warlord, I can earn another 100 million berries. I'm gonna get rich. He wondered if the medical powerhouse of Magnet Drum Island had any beautiful nurses in pink panties. Damn, my hawk. How dare you use a small knife to humiliate me in public? Once my strength increases, you won't have it easy. Today was another turning point in fate. He felt lucky to have joined such a powerful team. After observing the psychological activities of most of the crew, Luo Tian felt an indescribable sensation. Most of the people now had their own goals, except for Van Oka, who had just joined and was still muttering his catchphrase. As for Johnny and Joseph, it was hard to say. After all, it was inappropriate for children, as these two were always thinking about visiting flower ships and playing with fallen women. However, Luo Tian had no objections to this. After all, it was a personal hobby, and as long as they didn't cross the line with gambling and drugs, there was no problem. After resolving his newly acquired observation haki, Luo Tian turned his attention to the giant clan martial arts technique, Bagua, which was the biggest gain from this round. Bagua, a martial art from the Elbaf giant kingdom. Using it increases the chance of directly comprehending combined attack skills by over 95. Note, this item requires at least 2 people to use or a strong individual capable of wielding 2 weapons simultaneously. After carefully reading the usage instructions for Bagua, Luo Tian realized that on the Mary, only Zoro could learn this technique. After all, Luo Tian personally had no habit of using weapons, and the others were mainly sword users or snipers. As for the navigators, they didn't need to learn such techniques at all. Therefore, after considering everything, Luo Tian decided to hand this true tool for clearing small monsters over to Zoro. As for the remaining anti-material sniper rifle, after taking it out and enjoying a few shots himself, he could only hand it over to the ship's only sniper, Van Oka. Although with the god-level observation haki, he could become an excellent sniper, it wasn't his job. When Luo Tian took out the sniper rifle, which was said to be as powerful as a cannon, Van Oka, who had been quietly standing by, was instantly mesmerized. At first, he thought his sniper rifle was already close to the top manufacturing level of this world. However, when he saw Luo Tian shatter several meter-sized rocks with a single shot, he lost his composure. What the hell? This isn't a sniper rifle. It's a sniper cannon. If this hits a person, wouldn't it blow them to pieces? After witnessing Luo Tian's successive shots that caused rocks to explode, Van Oka silently felt that his beloved sniper rifle, the Qianlu, was no longer appealing. Just as he was about to ask Luo Tian for the sniper rifle to have a go, Luo Tian casually handed over the Barrett. After all, this thing could only be played with briefly. It was better to leave it for the sniper to use to maximize its value. Luo Tian could hardly imagine how powerful this cannon would be in Van Oka's hands once he learned the external techniques of armament haki. By then, even the top 3 combatants of the Navy headquarters like Borisolino would probably have to raise their hands and not move. Shifting his gaze away from the delighted Van Oka, Zoro, who had just received the Bagua training manual, was already eager to begin his practice. As a system-produced training manual, Zoro comprehended its essence with just a glance. Unfortunately, this item could only be used once before disappearing completely. Otherwise, Luo Tian would have to mass-produce crew members learning Bagua. After preparing everything, to prevent the power of Bagua from shattering the snow walk in his hands, Zoro did not use it. Instead, he tightly gripped his 2 swords, the 21 Wazamono and the upgraded Supreme Greatsword, the Sandai Kitetsu. As the armament haki began to wrap tightly around the gleaming blades, Zoro's aura underwent a very direct transformation. At that moment, he no longer seemed like a miniature person in the eyes of giants. Instead, he resembled a true giant from the giant race. 2-sword style Bagua. As Zoro's voice faded, Luo Tian directly witnessed a scene reminiscent of two giants in an anime executing a combined technique, dominance of the nation. A massive sword aura surged forth rapidly between Zoro's two blades. In the blink of an eye, it stirred up a gigantic wave, soaring dozens of meters high. Like a dragon diving into the sea, countless sea fish were swept up and subsequently turned into fish paced by the sword aura. Even in the rising waves, Luo Tian spotted a slightly smaller sea king creature, which bore a huge gash that had just been inflicted, likely from Zoro's dominance of the nation's strike hitting it directly, resulting in such a horrifying wound. Luckily, it was only because the creature was deep in the ocean and had not come too close to Zoro. If the Sea King had been near the Mary, it would have probably been split in half on the spot. After the display of power and the towering waves subsided, Zoro sheathed his blades, quietly admiring the aftermath and feeling quite satisfied with his move. It was time to give this technique a resounding name, Zoro thought to himself. At this moment, Luo Tian had already distributed most of the gifts he had received to the most suitable crew members. The only item remaining from the level 40 upgrade gift pack was a manual for practicing the traditional martial art, Bajiquan. Initially, Luo Tian felt he didn't really need this item. However, considering that his physical skills still had significant gaps, he made the decision on the spot to learn a martial art. Otherwise, if he encountered an enemy too strong for his subordinates to handle, he would have to step in personally. He couldn't just resort to flailing punches. Although it is common for random punches to accidentally defeat seasoned masters, Luo Tian still hoped to have a smooth set of combos that befitted his identity. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully using the traditional martial art Baji Quan manual, which has been automatically practiced successfully. With the system's prompt, Luo Tian immediately felt a rush of complex memories flooding his mind. The knowledge was filled with various techniques and power application skills of Baji Quan, and at this moment, Luo Tian had completely mastered this martial arts attacking techniques. He could be considered a martial arts master, though not in the same league as the likes of Guogua's lightning 5-strike whip. Baji Quan is characterized by its hard-hitting style, focusing on breaking through the opponent's defenses with brute force without dodging or evading, making its strikes exceptionally powerful and aggressive. After learning Baji Quan, Luo Tian thoroughly understood the fundamental techniques of this combo. For techniques that rely on stamping without needing to dodge, they were particularly suitable for him. With his steel-like body and advanced armament haki, using this set of attack routines was an embodiment of violent aesthetic art. At this point, Luo Tian's close combat abilities had reached an explosive level, and his ranged attack capabilities were equally unmatched. As long as the opponent wasn't among the top-tier powerhouses in this world, Luo Tian was confident he could knock them out with just a few punches and kicks. After resolving all the gifts, life gradually returned to a calm routine. Zoro continued his sword training with Johnny and Joseph. As the top-level observation haki user, Van Oka was responsible for training everyone except for Luo Tian in observation haki. After several days of intensive training, everyone present, including Nami, successfully cultivated a low-level observation haki. Although it was only at a low level, it was already sufficient. As long as they could dodge those sneaky attacks from behind, that would be very good. As for wanting to elevate observation haki to the highest level, that was basically impossible, as top-level observation haki was mostly innate. What everyone could do was continually strengthen their haki and expand the coverage of their sword soul haki. Once they reached the advanced stage of observation haki, they would be able to cover the entire island, but to surpass that distance, they would need to break through to the top level. Of course, this would also depend on the specific size of the island. Since they had entered the Winter Island's climatic waters, combined with the guidance of the record pointer, Van Oka, acting as a sniper, quickly spotted the island from the lookout tower. Soon, the Mary, under Nami's command, deftly steered to avoid the layers of hidden reefs and arrived at the renowned medical powerhouse, Drum Island. Just like in the original storyline, the moment Luo Tian and the others approached the island, countless figures wrapped in thick coats rushed out. Almost everyone was holding flintlock guns, standing ready and looking at Luo Tian and his group. Luo Tian understood their reaction. After all, this country had just been cleaned out by that Blackbeard guy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered Wapple on the sea. However, understanding or not, it was wrong for these people to point guns at him. With a glare, Luo Tian shot a scorching laser directly at the feet of a group of people. Almost everyone was startled by this attack and retreated several meters, fearing that they would accidentally get hit by the mechanism. After all, this tiny laser had sliced off a large chunk of the island they depended on for survival. If it hit a person, They could be sliced into 3 or 4 pieces. Upon seeing the strength of Luo Tian's group, someone who seemed to be the leader among them trembled and stepped forward. What do you pirates want here? Our country really has no money for you to rob. Even our king has disappeared. Seeing a group of genuinely frightened individuals, Vivi felt a bit more at ease. This was the kind of attitude one should have when facing a strong opponent, rather than pointing guns without understanding the situation. Don't worry, villagers. Brother Luo Tian is not a pirate. On the contrary, they're a very powerful group of pirate hunters. As for your king Wapple, that guy has already been killed by Brother Luo Tian on the road. Well, there wasn't even a body left. Vivi looked at the nervous, trembling civilians and couldn't bear it anymore. She stepped forward to comfort them. As a princess of a country, she could deeply empathize with their feelings, as her own country, Alabasta, was in a similar situation. After Vivi's words, the civilians on Drum Island exchanged glances for a few seconds before they all chose to put down their weapons. After all, resisting would be futile. It was better to trust the other side, as that at least left them a way to survive. You come seeking medical help, right? Unfortunately, we no longer have any doctors willing to treat patients. As the current leader of Drum Kingdom, Dalton, having confirmed that Luo Tian's group was not pirates, directly welcomed them and led them towards the town. As for Luo Tian, there was of course no surprise regarding what he said about no doctors being able to treat him. After all, he wasn't here to seek treatment. He was just after a reindeer that could yield a bounty of 200 berries. If you really need a highly skilled doctor right now, you can only seek out the witch doctor, who is the only one still practicing medicine on this island. Before Dalton finished his words, he suddenly had a full set of heart-shaped eyes and was mumbling the word, which incomprehensibly. It was clear that this guy had some very strange quirks. Legend has it that this witch, who has lived for 139 years, resides on the highest peak of Magnetic Drum Island, and she only chooses to come down on specific days to treat and save people. Moreover, her medical fees are extremely high. She requires all the valuables from the patient's home to be collected before she will agree to provide treatment. As Dalton spoke, he pointed to the highest peak where a group of people was passing by. On the side, Sanji caught on to a very strange point. Are you saying that this witch is over 100 years old? Yes, of course, that's just a legend. However, according to many elders, she has existed since last century. Dalton calmly explained. Soon, under Dalton's guidance as he walked and explained, Luffy and his group quickly arrived at a small room on Drum Island that was burning with charcoal. After explaining to the crew that she was looking for a new crew member, Nami directly pulled out a large stack of berries and handed it to Dalton to arrange accommodations for the group. Now, Luffy's crew could be considered proper wealthy. The bounty from the pursuers along the way, combined with the pirate photos that had not yet been exchanged for rewards at the Navy headquarters, added up to nearly 600 million berries. Therefore, for a moment, Nami was no longer stingy with such small amounts of money. Since only Luffy and Nami in the group had the ability to fly, the others, including Zoro, Sanji, Johnny, and Joseph, had to choose to follow Dalton to a rest inn in the Drum Kingdom to take a break for the night. As the sky was getting closer to evening, Luo Tian had no choice but to rest for the night with a group of people. However, what Luo Tian didn't expect was that on the first night in the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, the little thief Nami secretly snuck into his room and started playing a horseback shooting game. It seemed that this little thief couldn't resist the feeling of having tasted forbidden fruit for the first time, and surprisingly, she was quite proactive. Roten naturally couldn't let this arrogant guy off the hook and showcased what it meant to have the speed of a pile driver right there on the spot. As a result, Nami was left in a state of weakness and trembling legs the next morning due to excessive physical strain. Nami Imsirk 88B8 TJ 043D good pictures usually appear in the comment section. Just as Roten was fully displaying his superhuman endurance in a dark room somewhere far away in Alabasta, Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was looking extremely gloomy at the figure in front of him, dressed in a black leather outfit that exuded a mature charm. Nico Robin, it seems you have forgotten my strength as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, just a mere group of pirate hunters, and you dare to betray me? How ridiculous! Robin looked at the gloomy-faced crocodile, who seemed as if he could wring water from his expression without saying a word, only revealing a strange smile. Randomly guessing about my subordinates is not a good method. Just as Crocodile was about to explode, the snail phone on the desk suddenly rang. Bureau, the number of the snail phone on the desk was known only to Robin and Mr. One. No one else knew it. Now, Nico Robin is sitting right in front of him. There is only one possibility. Mr. One has already succeeded. A woman like you will never be worthy of my trust. Crocodile casually grabbed the transponder snail and cast a disdainful glance at Nico Robin, who was sitting not far away. To him, everyone in the Baroque works, apart from Mr. 1, who he had a slight trust in, was merely a tool. The call connected, and a buzzing male voice came through. "Boss, the mission failed. The pirate hunters have already left Little Garden. Most of the high-ranking agents in Baroque works have been killed or injured, and all that is left in Little Garden are their corpses." Crocodile listened expressionlessly to the message from Mr. 1. Judging by the darkness of his face, it was clear that he was not in a good mood. "I understand. Go find Mr. 2 and come back to Alabasta as soon as possible." Before he finished speaking, Crocodile hung up the phone and casually lit a specially made cigar from the Desert Kingdom. "It seems your mission has failed, Mr. Shichibukai." Robin didn't know why, but seeing Crocodile in such an embarrassing state made her particularly happy. The reason she dared to tease Crocodile, the Shichibukai, was entirely because her ability to read the poneglyphs was still useful to him. "You should know what happens when you offend a pirate, especially one with great power. If my next plan goes awry again, then I can conclude that you have betrayed Baroque works. At that time, I will make you wish you were dead. Do you want to know what happens when a hot-bodied woman is thrown into the rebel ranks? You'd better be prepared to taste the bitterness of being run over." Nico Robin. Crocodile looked at the person in front of him who was already getting up to leave with a sinister gaze, speaking in a calm tone as if narrating an ordinary event. At this stage, the criminal organization he had built was basically falling apart. Although Mr. 1 and that person with the androgynous appearance were still alive, Crocodile could no longer tolerate it. How could a mere desert kingdom consume so much of his time? He had originally thought he could quickly dismantle this country's beliefs and obtain information about ancient weapons. But he never expected this country to be so resilient. Even after enduring such a long drought, the resistance among the common people remained lukewarm. If he hadn't been secretly stirring the pot, this rebellion might have taken many more years to erupt. This alone shows how much the king of Alabasta values these lower-class people. Had it been before, Crocodile might have easily wiped out this country with a wave of his hand, plunging them into fear and despair. Unfortunately, Crocodile had already joined the Shichibukai organization established by the world government. Although he had the legal right to plunder others, he could not act recklessly against a country that had joined the world government. After all, every member had to provide a large amount of tax revenue to the world government every year, which was used to indulge the celestial dragons in their luxurious lifestyles. Crocodile could plunder anyone, but he must not harm the interests of the world government and the celestial dragons. Otherwise, he would no longer be a Shichibukai and would have to face the world government's pursuit. Therefore, for many years, Crocodile could only painstakingly create a heroic image of himself in Alabasta, slowly corroding this country from within. Now that the plan was about to succeed, a group of pirate hunters suddenly emerged, directly disrupting Crocodile's plans. If it weren't for the fact that he was suppressed by Whitebeard back in the day, causing his haki to weaken, he could have at least carved out a place for himself in the new world by now. Crocodile took a deep breath helplessly. Even to this day, the image of the man with the white beard lingered in his mind. What a powerful opponent he was, capable of effortlessly shattering an entire island with a wave of his hand. After facing Whitebeard in the second half of the Grand Line, Crocodile was completely intimidated by that power. It could be said that he barely lasted a minute before being thoroughly crushed by that man. Even after being defeated, the other party nonchalantly extended a hand to ask if he wanted to be Whitebeard's son. How could a proud man like Crocodile accept such a thing? Thus, in search of a weapon that could match or even surpass that power, Crocodile set his sights on the legendary ancient weapon, Pluton. According to the historical documents he obtained, among the three ancient weapons, Uranus, Poseidon, and Pluton, each possessed the power to easily destroy an entire island. In order to gain this power, Crocodile has traced all the way to the current Alabasta. For nearly 20 years, Crocodile has fallen into a state of madness and obsession, completely abandoning his haki training and wholeheartedly devoting himself to this misguided path of seeking external means to enhance his strength. Even to this day, Crocodile can no longer feel the haki energy within him. Back in the day, with his top-tier dual-color haki and the ability of a Logia-type Sansan fruit, he was able to compete on par with that guy known as the Devil's Descendant. Unfortunately, as of today, he is left with only the Sansan fruit ability, his last resort. Fortunately, due to his unique talent, he has developed this fruit to its awakened state. An awakened Logia-type devil fruit can already do as it pleases in the first half of the Grand Line. Because of this, Crocodile does not worry too much about the degradation of his haki. After all, with his talent, as long as he finds Pluton, there will be no problem in dominating the world again. Once he can dominate the new world again, Crocodile will be able to regain his former haki and become the 5th Emperor of the Sea in the new world. Although finding this ancient weapon, Pluton, is still far from certain, Crocodile believes he is not far from it. As time passes, the Drum Kingdom welcomes the warm sunlight of the second day. Although this bit of sunshine is still lacking in comparison to the cold climate that the Drum Kingdom has endured for years in winter, it is better than nothing. At this moment, the ruthless Rob Lucci is already prepared to search for the so-called reindeer from the old era, Tony Chopper. Although the reindeer's name is Tony Chopper, Rob Lucci is very fond of that classic image of him with a white beard. After having a cup of hot tea at a breakfast shop on Drum Island, Rob Lucci raised both hands and swiftly flew toward the highest peak in an extremely cool posture. After a long period of flying, Rob Lucci has nearly perfected his control over the skill. At the current speed, he no longer needs to activate his super speed. With his flying ability, he can basically outpace most people. Of course, this does not include a certain admiral who constantly shouts about how terrifying it is, in Rob Lucci's estimation. Only by unlocking super speed can he keep up with these speedsters close to the speed of light. After all, super speed, as shown in movies, is advanced enough to traverse time-space barriers. Rob Lucci's gaze is fixed on the highest peak ahead as he flies, to appreciate the beautiful scenery of East Island up close. He even deliberately lowered his flying altitude. As a result, he successfully attracted a large group of mutated rabbits, Laboon. The rabbits are almost identical to those in the original work. As soon as they see an outsider intruding, their eyes turn red, and they come chasing after him relentlessly. Luo Tian's character naturally could not allow these guys to be so arrogant. So, in order to indulge in his craving for giant rabbit meat, Luo Tian concentrated an incredibly intense energy in his eyes and instantly killed more than a dozen rabbits. It must be said that these creatures truly respect the strong and fear the weak. At first, they chased Luo Tian relentlessly over a long distance. However, after witnessing the mass death of their kind, they all fled without a trace. After putting all these mutated giant rabbits into his system backpack, Luo Tian wondered if he could find some more to take back. A whole feast of rabbit meat awaited him. After all, the spicy rabbit heads, grilled rabbit legs, and the most tempting barbecued rabbit ribs from such large rabbits should be quite delicious. Unfortunately, these creatures really respected the strong, or rather, were completely afraid of the tough. Within less than a minute, not a single rabbit could be seen. Having satisfied his craving for spicy rabbit heads, Luo Tian continued to fly towards the highest peak. Meanwhile, on the highest peak, a huge castle stands majestically. There's a reindeer walking upright around the castle, and from a distance, you can see a human flying towards it at high speed. This is a reindeer wearing a pink little hat and only wearing shorts on its lower body. And most notably, its nose is a very striking blue. How amazing! There's actually a human who can fly. Ah, this guy isn't coming to catch me, is he? Humans are so scary. I want to go back and find Grandma Kaleha. The reindeer looks at the position of the human, which is getting closer and closer, and suddenly feels a very bad sensation. Its intuition tells it that this human is coming to catch it. Although it doesn't know what would be the use of being caught, it might be used as food. After all, it has heard that humans like to make reindeer soup, and it is said that it can't handle a night of 18 times with wolves or something like that. On the other side, the flying Luo Tian naturally spotted the little reindeer, so he immediately accelerated his flying speed, quickly approaching the castle on the mountaintop. Oh no, I'm really going to be eaten today. Grandma Kaleha, please open the door, or I'm really going to be captured. Looking at the distance between him and Luo Tian, which was now less than 100 meters, Chopper was in a panic, crying and sobbing, using all his limbs to pound on the castle door, praying that someone would open a small gap for him to slip in. Unfortunately, Chopper felt utterly desperate as the castle door did not open for him, and he could only keep shrinking towards the corner of the door, trying to find a bit of safety. Rothian quickly fell from the sky and landed with a thud, creating a large crater in the ground. Although he could have flown down slowly, this way of descending was more impressive. You're the famous reindeer doctor, Tony Chopper, right? Rothian was well aware that this reindeer was most afraid of flattery. Whenever he heard someone complimenting him, he couldn't help but jump up in joy. Sure enough, before Rothian finished speaking, Chopper, who had just been filled with fear, began to sway back and forth. I hate it. Even if you say that, I won't feel happy. However, once the excitement passed, Chopper suddenly felt the despair of being turned into soup again. Ah, Kaleha, I'm going to be eaten. Just as Rothian was thinking about how to better lure this little reindeer to his bed to act as a combatant and backup food, the castle's main door suddenly creaked open. A sexy old lady with big yellow waves slowly walked out. After seeing this person, Chopper immediately seemed to find his anchor and revealed his strange posture of hiding and showing himself. I didn't hear about any guests coming today, and I think I heard my assistant say you wanted to eat reindeer meat. If possible, please do it well and share half with me. I don't eat green onions. Thank you. What Lorshan didn't expect was that the witch doctor who had just come out started with a very cold joke as her first sentence. Although this was not funny at all to Chopper, who was already petrified and lying on the ground, Kureha didn't feel like continuing to tease the little reindeer. So she turned to Lorshan. This guest, are you here to find a doctor? If so, there's only one youthful doctor here, who is only 139 years old. Facing Kureha's inquiry, Lorshan didn't want to waste time, so he directly stated his intention to take Chopper as a companion to the sea. Oh, is that so? But we can't decide for him. If you want to invite him, you need to get this little reindeer's consent. Before Kureha finished speaking, Lorshan took out 2 of the fattest rabbits from his system bag and placed them in front of her. This guy was also a top foodie who was very obsessed with food and drink in the original work. Lorshan even thought he could live to over 130 years old simply because he had a carefree attitude towards eating and drinking. Kureha glanced at the rabbits Lorshan placed on the ground and couldn't help but swallow. However, having lived for over 100 years, she still had her basic composure. I still think it should be through Chopper's own decision. However, before Kureha could finish her sentence, Lorshan placed the remaining several million berries from his system bag on top of the 2 frozen rabbits. As Brother Money said, the beginning is always difficult. As long as you're willing to spend money, nothing is difficult. It's not a matter of indecision. It seems I can't refuse today. After seeing Lorshan had added money, Kureha immediately sold Chopper without hesitation. On one side, Chopper, who was originally filled with a glimmer of hope, was completely petrified as he sat there. Don't worry. The strength of Marco and the others is quite formidable. Following them will allow you to see that vast ocean. Isn't that what you've always wanted to do? Clearly, Kureha also didn't want to keep Chopper tied to her for life. The reason she took in this little reindeer was simply because she was too lonely, to the point of being abandoned by her own kind. This time, having the opportunity to let him run towards a new world can be regarded as regaining freedom. As the trendiest 139-year-old beauty, she naturally learned about Luo Tian and his group from the newspapers. They are a group of pirate hunters, which is relatively trustworthy compared to pirates. Although Chopper has always had a great fondness for that pirate doctor, Kureha is well aware of what kind of people pirates are. It cannot be denied that there may be a small handful of good people among them, but the vast majority, reaching up to 99%, are bad seeds. Come on, Chopper, if you stay on this small island for your whole life, you will never be able to create the universal cure that Dr. Hirlik spoke of. Only by constantly traveling the world can you broaden your horizons and improve your medical skills. This is the foundation for creating the universal cure. Luo Tian, who is familiar with the storyline, patiently guided the inexperienced little reindeer beside him. After hearing Luo Tian's words, Chopper was clearly invigorated. The universal medicine mentioned by Dr. Hirlik was his greatest pursuit. Although Chopper didn't understand how this human in front of him knew about his dream, it seemed that what he said made sense. Staying here, he could no longer improve his medical skills. Only by going to different islands and encountering more medicinal materials could he increase his chances of creating the universal medicine. Chopper glanced back at Dr. Kureha, who had taken care of him for so many years. He initially wanted to say something heartfelt, but when he saw Dr. Kureha already starting to roast a rabbit, he suddenly lost that emotional feeling. Finally, he cautiously looked at Luo Tian, who was about the same height as him after he transformed. Do I, a monster like me, deserve to have companions? I'm not a normal human. I'm an ugly reindeer with a blue nose. Even my family abandoned me. Why do you insist on taking me on your ship? Chopper looked at Luo Tian with a heart-wrenching gaze, crying out about all the grievances he had suffered over the years. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to endure such betrayal from the entire world. Not to mention, he was an inexperienced reindeer. As for how to persuade such a little reindeer, Luo Tian certainly had his own unique methods. He casually patted Chopper's reindeer head and then led the way forward, not looking back, speaking in an undeniable tone. Of course, you can become our partner. Once you successfully create the universal medicine, you will be the best doctor in the world. Moreover, I guarantee that as long as you become our partner, no one in the world will dare to call you a monster again. They will only refer to you as the esteemed Dr. Chopper. After hearing Luo Tian's words, Chopper looked up at the man illuminated by sunlight. At that moment, Luo Tian's pretentiousness reached its peak, with sunlight cascading down his shoulders. Everything appearing so dazzling and grand in Chopper's eyes. After shaking his head vigorously, Chopper intended to go back and pack his things. However, when he saw Dr. Kureha, who had taken care of him for many years, grilling the rabbit, his reluctance surged within him. Dr. Dorier, Chopper desperately tried to stop his tears from flowing. But he couldn't control himself, because even as a reindeer, he knew that this farewell could mean a long time before they would meet again. It's really too much. My best assistant is leaving me now. Kureha tore off a golden, juicy rabbit leg and looked at Chopper with a strange expression. You have inherited all my medical skills. In the future, if you encounter someone you can't cure, remember not to mention my name. I can't afford to lose face. Chopper. Seeing the bewildered Chopper, Kureha couldn't help but smile helplessly. This little reindeer always looked easy to deceive. As someone who had taken care of him for so long, how could she not know his thoughts? Chopper longed for the sea, but she had no reason to keep him back for a long time. Moreover, she, Kureha, was a vibrant 139-year-old beauty and didn't need this little reindeer to take care of her in her old age. Go ahead. If one day you really research the universal medicine, I will be proud of you. After listening to Kureha's words, Chopper began to wipe his tears while packing his belongings. Today, he would leave this place he had lived in for many years, leaving behind Dr. Dorier, who had cared for him since he was little. Not knowing how to describe this picture, he hesitated for a long time before posting it for readers to see. Soon, after packing various medical equipment into his bags, Chopper transformed into a reindeer with all 4 hooves on the ground. Brother Luo Tian, please let me carry you down. This is a basic duty of mine as a reindeer. Living here for so long, Chopper had a great curiosity and anticipation for the new world outside. After Luo Tian heard Chopper's request, he did not refuse the good intentions of these little reindeer. After all, he had never ridden in a sleigh like Santa Claus. Once Chopper confirmed that Luo Tian was seated securely, he immediately began a race with the reindeer. Luo Tian, sitting on the sleigh, felt the flying snow rapidly retreating before him. This also showed that Chopper's speed was indeed impressive. No wonder Santa Claus rides reindeer to deliver New Year's blessings to every household. After Chopper brought Luo Tian back to the small town on Drum Island, he won everyone's affection with his harmlessly cute appearance. Of course, this was only because the crew members did not yet know that Chopper had the strength to smash a small Karami pirate with a single punch. Since it was their first meeting, Chopper was very shy, allowing several big hands to wander over him without daring to resist. My name is Tony Chopper, and I will be your doctor from now on. Please take care of me. Originally, Nami and the others thought it was strange that Luo Tian said he was going to find a doctor, but brought back a reindeer. When they saw Chopper actually speaking like a human, they were all shocked beyond measure. The reindeer can talk. How strange. Could a talking reindeer taste even better? Chopper, can I change my fate of being eaten? After a small welcome party for Chopper's joining in this little drum kingdom, Luo Tian and his crew returned to the Mary. After all, they were now heading towards Crocodile, the warlord of the sea. In addition to completing Vivi's commission, Luo Tian was also looking forward to the 50-level upgrade gift pack he was about to receive. With this upgrade gift pack, Luo Tian and his crew's overall strength would completely rival that of a legitimate royal crew. Although Luo Tian and the others might be slightly weaker than the few visible sea emperors right now, that didn't matter. As long as one member of a team possessed royal-level combat power, any force wanting to take action against that team would have to weigh whether they could bear the consequences that followed. Just as the Mary was about to leave the Drum Kingdom, a thunderous cannon fire suddenly erupted from the highest peak of Drum Kingdom. This was identical to the original story. It was Kureha setting off the Sakura cannon to bid farewell to Chopper. When Chopper saw the white snow accumulated over the years on Drum Island turn a shade of pink, he could no longer endure the sadness of parting. This is the Sakura that Dr. Hiralik talked about. It's so beautiful, and I really miss you, Dr. Hiralik. While Chopper was sitting on the Mary, crying his heart out, Kureha at the highest peak was munching on a rabbit's head with one hand while spinning a chill beer with the other. It seemed she was really enjoying her life. I hope these guys can change your view on pirates. There aren't many good people in this era. As the Sakura petals fell, the Mary continued to sail forward through the waves. During a few days of boring sailing, Chopper gradually became more familiar with everyone on board, and his closest relationship was probably with Zoro. Basically, every time Zoro did weight training, Chopper would sit by waiting for Zoro to fan him with the barbell plates. For him, a reindeer who had never left the climate of Drum Island, the sun outside was just too harsh. If he could shed his fur, he would have probably done so by now. just as Luo Tian and his crew were rushing towards the desert country of Alabasta. A naval warship was floating in a sea area in the first half of the Grand Line. Smoker, according to intelligence from the Navy headquarters. That group of pirate hunters seems to have approached the territory of one of the warlords of the sea, Crocodile, a female Navy officer, holding a famous sword, said seriously after saluting. Clearly, these were the Navy officers, including Smoker, who had set off from Logtown, pursuing Straw Hat Luffy. However, their focus seemed to be not on Luffy, the destined one, but rather on Luo Tian and his crew, who were about to approach Crocodile. I really look forward to these guys making a huge commotion with that sand crocodile. I've long been unhappy with this group of wolves in sheep's clothing. What a bunch of rubbish warlords of the sea. They're just a bunch of pirates wearing high hats given by the world government. In Akainu's words, they're just trash. Smoker grumbled while smoking. Ever since he was injured by Zoro's Haki-infused blade in Kokoja village, he had made up his mind to train his own Haki even harder. Now, being able to appear in the Grand Line was because he had successfully mastered both the armament and observation Haki. With his strength, it would be unreasonable to continue staying in Logtown, so Smoker also planned to venture into the Grand Line and take revenge for the beating he received back then. However, something shocking happened to Smoker before he set off. After he finished collecting the bodies for Luo Tian and the others in Logtown, he was ready to depart when he happened to encounter Luffy and his crew landing in Logtown. So, feeling restless, Smoker couldn't resist the temptation to beat them up. However, just as he was about to use his sea stone-armed weapon to smash Luffy's head, a man dressed in a dark green robe reached out from behind and grabbed his weapon. Smoker clearly remembered that the face he saw at that moment was none other than Monkey D, Dragon, now referred to by the world government as the most notorious criminal. Moreover, this dragon actually said something like "don't stop a man from setting sail," which sounds quite cliché. Due to the overwhelming difference in strength, Smoker could only tacitly allow the Straw Hat crew to head towards the Grand Line. He had no way to stop them, after all. The world's most notorious criminals are not to be taken lightly. Through this incident, Smoker gradually clarified his thoughts. At first, he didn't realize that this seemingly newly famous little pirate from the EC had a name so similar to that of the traitor dragon from the Navy headquarters. After considering the relationship between the Navy hero Monkey D, Garp, and this Monkey D, Dragon, Smoker understood that he had uncovered a shocking secret. This family was actually involved with the 3 major power groups in the world. His grandfather was a Navy hero, while his father was the greatest criminal in the world, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. However, he skillfully avoided the 2 paths of this expressway, taking an alternative route to become a small pirate in the era of great pirates. Of course, if Smoker knew that the guide of Luffy, who was shouting to become the Pirate King, was actually Shanks, one of the current 4 emperors of the sea, and that Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, was actually his brother, he would probably be even more shocked. After all, no pirate has ever had such a vast influence, colluding with 2 emperors of the sea and a Navy hero, and even the Revolutionary Army is his old man's. This is not about searching for one piece to become the Pirate King. If he wanted, he could even overthrow the world government. Just as Luffy and his crew were making steady progress towards the port of Alabasta, a pirate ship resembling a swan was also sailing in the same direction, cutting through the sea breeze. Mr. 2 Studio has sent a message asking you to return to Alabasta as soon as possible. Mr. 1 is already waiting for you, said the agent. Before he finished speaking, Mr. 2, who was still dancing his special ballet, stopped in his tracks. What do you mean by that? Do you think I'm afraid of that blade guy? I just want to take my time and make him suffer. Phone Cly, speaking in a strange tone, continued to flaunt his self-proclaimed beautiful appearance. At that moment, he had no idea that behind their pirate ship was the terrifying group of Luffy and his crew. If he had known, he would have likely run faster than anyone else. After all, most of the senior members of their Baroque works had already been killed by Luffy and his friends. Although those who died were not particularly strong, they still represented considerable combat power. Phone Cly, while believing his skills in the way of the cross-dresser were extremely powerful, would still find it very difficult to deal with so many bounty hunters. After giving his subordinates the order to slow down and sail to Alabasta at a leisurely pace, Phone Cly resumed his flamboyant ballet, seemingly lost in his own world. As the Baroque Works agents slowed their sailing speed, Luffy and his crew gradually caught up with the Swan pirate ship. From the lookout, Van Oka spotted the isolated group the moment the pirate ship appeared on the horizon. Given that Luffy's team had reached a near-royal level of strength, he had ordered all crew members to kill any pirates encountered on the first half of the Grand Line without asking questions. So, as soon as he spotted the pirate ship ahead, Van Oka immediately raised the anti-material sniper rifle he had been carrying on his back. Bang! With a large-caliber sniper shell dropping to the ground, the scene was filled with the deafening sound of gunfire. With the powerful thrust of the gunpowder, the 12mm bullet head roared towards the Swan pirate ship ahead, at a distance of almost 2 to 3 kilometers. It took less than 2 seconds for the sniper rifle to close the gap. The bullet struck with a violent sound, and a Baroque Works agent was caught off guard and had his skull blown apart by Van Oka's shot. The agent, who had just been laughing and chatting, was suddenly decapitated, leaving only the half of his body frozen in place, maintaining its previous posture. The agents beside them were also instantly awakened after witnessing this terrifying scene. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat, not understanding who had launched the attack and where it had come from. Due to Phone Kale always dancing in the cabin, Van Oka initially did not notice his position at that moment. At this moment, Phone Kale's face looked extremely ugly, as his carefully prepared pink ballet costume had been completely stained by the blood of the agent whose head had just been blown off. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Everyone listen up. Immediately turn the Swan around and bring it over to me. I want to see who has the guts to attack my ship. Phone Kale carefully adjusted his ballet costume, and there was no trace of smile on his face. Although his tone of voice still carried that effeminate quality, no agent on site dared to refute his opinion. On the other side, Luo Tian and his group had no reaction to Van Oka shooting the pirates. After all, having strength means being willful. No matter which group of pirates Van Oka shot, they could easily deal with them. If time allowed, they could even invite more people to join in a group fight. As Phone Kale and the others turned back towards Luo Tian and his group, the two sides quickly came together. Luo Tian and his group were very confident about this group, as they were the only pirates in so many days who dared to approach them. This confidence was not inferior to that of any pirate from Kaido's Beast Pirates who had an $800 million bounty. At this moment, as the ships of both sides came into close proximity, Luo Tian naturally saw the leading person, a cross-dresser in a ballet costume. This person was indeed Phone Kale, who in the original story was referred to as a real man by countless fans. The two sides stared at each other, and for a moment, they fell into a strange silence. After an awkward exchange of glances, unexpectedly, Sanji, who had just finished making lunch and walked out of the kitchen, had his face twist upon seeing this cross-dresser. Damn it, my eyes just healed, and now you're going to blind me again. Before he finished speaking, Sanji's legs suddenly burst into a dazzling flame, and he charged towards the cross-dresser without hesitation. After kicking the two agents, blocking his way into a half-paralyzed state, Sanji stood stiffly in front of Phone Kale. Kid, in the future, please don't go out if you're ugly. You're really annoying. Before Phone Kale could digest Sanji's insults, a flaming leg was already kicking toward his groin. Although he was now a cross-dresser, getting kicked in that area would still hurt. After all, this kind of thing has nothing to do with gender. For men, it's a tearing pain, while for women, it's labor pain. And this cross-dresser could perfectly balance both characteristics. But due to the suddenness of the situation, Phone Kale had no chance to stop Sanji's kick. In that moment, he had already imagined the kind of pain he was about to face, a pain that could almost elevate one's soul. Sure enough, when Sanji's steel-toed boot made contact with his groin, that pain instantly surged. However, before Phone Kale could scream, Sanji's devilish voice followed in succession. First the flesh, then the leg, the abdomen, and the butt. Facing the significantly strengthened Sanji, Phone Kale had almost no power to fight back and could only passively endure the beating. In addition to the intense pain from bone fractures, he also had to face the continuous burns from the flames. It wasn't until the skin on his body was burned off and charred that Phone Kale found an opportunity to roll away from Sanji's kick range. Bastard. Even though I'm a cross-dresser, I still have that thing. How can you kick me in such a sensitive area? Not gentlemanly at all. Phone Kale gritted his teeth against the pain coursing through his body while questioning Sanji, who showed no gentlemanly demeanor. However, what responded to him was Van Oka, who was aiming at him from the lookout tower. Bang! With a gunshot, Phone Kale's lower body was instantly stained red with blood. In that moment, the tearing sensation of his groin completely disappeared, replaced by the realization that he had permanently lost that organ, becoming a true cross-dresser. At this moment, Van Oka seemed to be pleased with his superb marksmanship. I'll fight you all. Phone Kale, who had lost his eggs, screamed as he charged towards Sanji, completely disregarding his already severe injuries. However, even in perfect condition, he wouldn't stand a chance against Sanji at this stage. Not to mention, he had already been beaten to the point of losing more than half of his combat power. Although I don't kick women, Transvestites shouldn't count in this category. Looking at the terrifying figure rushing towards him, Sanji felt that saying he wasn't nervous would be a lie. Who could remain unafraid when faced with such a sight? A transvestite with a decayed lower body, still spraying blood, swaying towards you. Just thinking about it is frightening. Thick and chunky, Sanji shifted his right foot back, his calf muscles tightening almost instantly. Under the cover of armed color hockey, his entire right leg became like a black iron pillar, radiating a hard glow at all times. Under Fong Kayleigh's horrified gaze, Sanji's right foot kicked directly onto his meticulously groomed cheek. In an instant, his brain short-circuited, receiving no feedback from his body. With that kick, his entire head was shattered into pieces. The scene was filled with his scattered, blood-smeared brain matter. Ding! Congratulations to the host crew member, Vinsmoke Sanji, for successfully killing Baroque Works senior agent Mr. 2. A total of 8,000 experience points dropped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, 49. One more level needed to unlock the next stage of superpowers. Please continue to work hard. At the moment Fong Kayleigh's skull shattered, Luo Tian also successfully received the experience points he dropped. Unfortunately, Luo Tian needed 5,000 points to level up at this stage. Otherwise, with just Fong Kayleigh's head, he could have directly reached level 50. You two go help Sanji. Remember the same thing. Leave no survivors, and make sure to fully cook the eggs. Looking at the considerable number of agents across from them, Luo Tian turned to Johnny and Joseph beside him. Got it. Hearing the command, Johnny and Joseph didn't hesitate to grab their large knives and charge forward. After all, their strength at this stage was quite impressive. Although they only had beginner-level armed color hockey, it was still very simple to deal with these small Caramid agents. Nami, seeing that Fonkley's head was shattered all over the ground, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. With his head kicked in, it was likely that the bounty would be unrecoverable. As Johnny and Joseph, two powerful fighters, joined the battlefield, the entire crew of agents that Fonkley brought with him had their heads severed and thrown into the sea to feed the fish within less than 3 minutes. After confirming that there were no humanoid life forms left on the ship, Luo Tian's eyes heated up, and 2 beams of crimson laser shot out. It wasn't until he had cut the entire Swan pirate ship in front of him into 2 halves, causing it to sink to the bottom of the sea, that he extinguished his laser eyes. Although Luo Tian could have simply left the pirate ship alone, he couldn't help but recall that terrifying Yalta from the East Blue whenever he looked at this pink pirate ship. To avoid constantly recalling such dreadful memories, Luo Tian decided to sink the ship to the bottom of the sea without hesitation. After dealing with the senior agent from Baroque Works who had suddenly approached, the crew on the Mary set sail once again towards Alabasta. After sailing for a short while, the voice of the sniper van Oka attracted everyone's attention. A large expanse of land was spotted ahead, likely an island with a desert climate. Besides Alabasta, there were hardly any other countries capable of having vast desert areas. After all the countries in this world exist on islands, and under the conditions of being surrounded by the sea, it is nearly impossible for deserts to form. Even if some countries have desert regions, they only occupy a small part of the national territory. The reason Alabasta became a desert nation is entirely due to the mischief of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In order to openly steal the entire country, Crocodile meticulously drained the water resources from all over Alabasta and concentrated them in the casino area he controlled. He then used dance powder to frame King Cobra of Alabasta. Under these circumstances, this country, which originally had a very pleasant climate, turned into a true desert of death. Although Alabasta has always been a desert country, it was not as difficult to survive due to climate reasons before Crocodile came here. Just as Luffy and the others were about to approach Alabasta's Rainbase port, a calm conversation could be heard in the office of Admiral Sengoku at the Navy headquarters. Have you heard about this group of pirate hunters that has recently emerged? The speaker was Sengoku, who was feeding his goat expired newspapers while hiding his snacks. If it weren't for the aura around him and the Admiral's coat draped over his shoulders, no one would believe this goofy guy was a serious naval decision-maker. I've heard a bit about this matter. It seems they have already reached Crocodile's territory, right? Vice Admiral Tsuru, with her fingers crossed on the table, nodded thoughtfully. I think we must stop this immediately. Otherwise, if they really cause trouble, it might be difficult to deal with the 5 elders. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Tsuru frowned, seemingly not quite understanding. Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He shouldn't be so easily killed by a group of pirate hunters, right? That would be too embarrassing, because Crocodile hadn't showcased his strength in front of the world for many years. The Navy headquarters' perception of his abilities still lingered in that distant era. Back then, Crocodile was young and powerful. Legend has it that Douglas Bullet, known as the Demon Heir, could fight to a standstill with the Pirate King's first mate, Rayleigh, yet he had never defeated Crocodile. According to intelligence from that time, Crocodile and Bullet had fought to a draw. It was also because Crocodile successfully escaped from Whitebeard that he became one of the first 7 warlords of the sea. What I mean is, we should send our people to protect this newly emerging group of pirate hunters, Sengoku said, tapping his fingers on his desk, his brow furrowed deeply. For the Navy headquarters, both the Celestial Dragons, who are considered the source of evil, and the 7 warlords of the sea, who are granted plundering rights by the world government, are stains on their justice. The Navy, which has always sailed the world in the name of justice, has faced scorn from many people for these 2 reasons. However, in the face of public outrage, the Navy dared not express any opinion, as these were undeniable facts. The Celestial Dragons, as the divine beings of the world government, were naturally untouchable by the Navy headquarters. The 7 warlords of the sea, born under the highest authority of the world, are similarly untouchable by the Navy, which dares not take any action against them. Since the Celestial Dragons cannot be harmed or insulted, the majority of justice-minded Navy personnel can only direct their frustrations at these so-called warlords who possess the legal right to plunder. Perhaps the lower-ranking Navy officers, like the small-time Karami, see things more clearly than their superiors. However, this is precisely an expression of the public's dissatisfaction with the nefarious pirate forces. For Sengoku, although those 5 old men repeatedly claim that the 7 warlords were established to help the Navy suppress the growing power of the 4 emperors of the New World, they're not so naive as to overlook that this is actually meant to limit the development of the Navy headquarters. It seems counterproductive to have 7 so-called great pirates assist the Navy in maintaining justice and order. Years ago, when Steelbone Kong was still the fleet admiral, the 5 elders had already noticed this trend. With 3 individuals on the verge of becoming admirals, such as Akainu, along with the ever-unruly marine hero Garp and Sengoku, who was still an admiral at the time, the Navy headquarters was developing vigorously. Given that momentum, it was only a matter of time before the Navy's power surpassed that of the great pirates in the New World. Unfortunately, those 5 self-proclaimed highest authorities only desired a balanced and stable state of war in the world. Any side exceeding their control was unacceptable. Therefore, just as the Navy headquarters was about to break through their control, the policy of the 7 warlords of the sea was successfully established. It was initially dubbed as assistance for the Navy to balance the pirate forces in the New World. However, as events unfolded, these so-called warlords not only failed to fulfill their purpose, but also greatly restricted the Navy's actions in the pursuit of justice. During the age of great pirates, many pirates, having joined the ranks of the 7 warlords, forced the Navy headquarters to abandon their pursuit and bounties against them. This resulted in many pirates continuing to live comfortably under their protection. The Navy headquarters was already infuriated by this, but they had no means to counter it. As the 7 warlords were officially part of the world government's combat hierarchy, this meant that the 2 organizations existed in a state of mutual non-interference. Fast forward to today. The 7 warlords have successfully gathered 7 invincible pirates who dominate the age of great pirates. The 7 of them have successfully become the 7 lingering worries in the heart of the current Marine Admiral Sengoku. For Sengoku, he has applied countless times to the higher-ups to reduce the powers of the 7 warlords. However, he has never received a direct response from the Gorosei. Although all he wants is to eliminate the 7 warlords' freedom to plunder others, he simply cannot implement it. It might be worth checking, but who would be suitable to send? Old Sand is not very open about it. Akainu has gone to the New World to take over for Tontada in Tashigi and has returned. Salino has been hanging out with the Celestial Dragons in Sabaody every day recently. Kazan seems to have also gone out to sea on his bike. It's unclear where he went, but it seems he is heading towards the first half of the Grand Line. Crane helplessly shook her head and analyzed the current available combat power with Sengoku. Akainu go to the New World is quite reasonable. After all, if those big pirates are left unchecked, who knows what kind of trouble they will cause. However, it was impossible to argue with Palyasalino, who clocked out on time, and Kazan, who was this guy that didn't listen to orders. One was obsessed with the chambered CAF all day, while the other disappeared day and night, sometimes not even answering his phone, leaving no clue as to where he could be found. The most critical issue was that the naval hero, Iron Fist Carp, was also an irresponsible jerk who didn't care about anything. Sengoku thought it would be better for Ji Yuan to make another trip since there was currently no one else available to mobilize. After pondering for a moment, Sengoku insisted on his view and issued an order to Crane. Although he knew that the two candidate admirals had just returned from vacation and it was not suitable to send them out again, there was an unsettling feeling in Sengoku's heart, as if a significant event that would impact the entire world was about to occur. It would be better to let Ji Yuan go alone, while Kaki stayed to guard the headquarters. After carefully considering Sengoku's order, Crane voiced his opinion. And naturally, Sengoku accepted this proposal. After all, the Navy headquarters still needed someone guard it. Although with him there, the Navy headquarters generally wouldn't have any reckless pirates coming to attack. But who could guarantee that the guy who always laughs with that creepy kikik wouldn't suddenly appear? After all, this Shiki had almost destroyed the entire Navy headquarters all by himself back then. If no one stayed behind, it would still be somewhat unsafe. Just as the two were carefully discussing matters regarding Crocodile, a tall figure dressed in yellow and white stripes suddenly flashed into the office. The person was none other than one of the three highest combat powers, Admiral Kizaru Borsellino. However, before Sengoku could speak, Kizaru raised the den mushi in his hand and slowly said in an extremely laid-back tone, "Mr. Sengoku, I'm really sorry, but it seems I've already clocked out." As soon as he finished speaking, Kizaru began making himself a cup of top-quality tea, completely indifferent to the situation. Looking quite relaxed, it seemed this guy had been waiting outside for the end of his shift. Otherwise, it would be too much of a coincidence. Faced with this situation, Sengoku and Tsuru had no way to respond. After all, he did have a point. He had already clocked out, and asking an admiral to suddenly work overtime was a bit unreasonable. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Tian and his crew had successfully landed in Alabasta, in the so-called most prosperous area, Rain Base. This was a place that gathered the most prosperous parts of Alabasta, complete with various commercial streets and red light services. Here, there are not only dazzling casinos but also all sorts of gray market services. Since this area was actually controlled by Crocodile, the king of Alabasta had no way to touch this place, only able to watch it gradually decay without any means to intervene. This place could be said to have drained all the energy from Alabasta to sustain itself. After landing in Rain Base, Luo Tian led his crew directly to Crocodile's casino. Although Luo Tian knew he wouldn't be able to catch the sand crocodile there, he believed that if he made a huge ruckus, Crocodile wouldn't be able to resist coming out. After informing his crew of the plan, Luo Tian dismissed everyone, allowing them to roam freely. Although some of the weaker members might face some danger after separating, it wouldn't be a big deal since the area was so small. No matter where a fight broke out, they could quickly gather. After everyone split up, Johnny and Joseph, two infatuated guys, shouted that they wanted to experience the charm of desert dancers. They then rushed into a small shop lit with pink lights in broad daylight. As a chef, Sanji walked slowly into the market, saying he wanted to search for unique ingredients from the desert region and admire the beautiful women of the area. Zoro, wearing Chopper on his head, had little interest in this and decided to follow Luffy, Frankie, and Nami into the Rain Ditch Casino to start playing. Vivi and Icolum could only silently follow the footsteps of the crowd. Although the entire Alabasta was in a very difficult situation, they had no better way out at the moment. After all, Crocodile was still hiding somewhere, pretending to be a hero. Since Van Oka and Zoro both possessed the observation hockey, Law directly sent them to heavily take advantage of the local gamblers. With the bug-level ability of observation hockey, they could say it was almost invincible when playing games like betting on small or large and point games in a casino. As the two of them left, Law continued to move deeper into the casino. He noticed a familiar figure dressed in a tight black leather outfit. "Do you need my services, esteemed guest?" Law looked at Nico Robin, who was acting as the dealer, with great interest. It was obvious that she was waiting for them. "Please introduce all the services to me." After lifting Robin's chin with 2 fingers to make her eyes meet his, Law spoke in a teasing tone. This woman's mature charm needed some proper training. After all, a disobedient, mature woman wouldn't do. However, in response to Law's actions, Robin showed no reaction at all. Instead, she crossed her arms and activated her flower fruit ability. Before Law could feel anything unusual, Robin immediately dispelled her fruit ability. "Not bad, Mr. Law," Robin said boldly, making Law, who was known for his lewdness, feel a bit embarrassed. He didn't expect this seemingly innocent girl to play so boldly, who would use their fruit ability to pull something out in broad daylight. That was quite provocative. "Enough chit-chat for today. Go and call your boss over," Robin said with a light laugh. Although she had high hopes for this group of pirate hunters, Crocodile's strength was not something an average person could compare to. Until Law presented enough chips, Robin was naturally unwilling to gamble her life on an unknown man. "Whether you can meet our boss depends on whether you can survive my hands." Just as Law was still joking around, a muscular man with his upper body bare walked out from a small room in the casino. Judging by his appearance and words, he had likely been lurking here for a long time. Hearing someone speak behind him, Law impatiently turned to see who the voice belonged to. When he saw the man in front of him, with an unknown tattoo on his chest, he felt helpless. Crocodile was indeed cautious enough. He had already come to his doorstep, yet he still sent a lackey to test him. Mr. 2, you killed him, right? Daz Bones felt a flicker of anger inside after seeing Law's disdainful gaze. Ever since he joined Crocodile's crew, no one had ever dared to look at him like that. If you're talking about that transvestite, then he is indeed dead. However, if you don't hurry and call Crocodile over, you'll be the next one. Why ask so much? Once you're dead, what else matters? Daz Bones said with a similar contemptuous smile. However, before he finished speaking, Law's arm, transformed by superhuman strength, had already tightly gripped his neck. With the immense pressure of 5 fingers like a hydraulic press, Daz Bones' pupils instantly constricted. At that moment, he finally felt a true and terrifying sense of suffocation. He gripped Law's right hand tightly, trying to pry it off to get a breath of fresh air. However, the enormous power that had always been invincible suddenly failed at this moment. Faced with Law's terrifying muscles, he had no room to resist. It wasn't until Daz Bones' eyes began to roll back and his body trembled uncontrollably that Law slowly released his grip and let him drop to the ground. With this kind of strength, you think you can kill me? Truly overestimating yourself. Looking at Daz Bones, who was lying on the ground, gasping for air, Law's expression was extremely indifferent. Although he could easily crush the guy's head with a slap, he chose not to do so because it would be better to leave this guy for Zoro to kill. After all, his quick-slash-fruit could significantly contribute to Zoro's upgrade to the next level of swordsman. Just under 2 minutes after the battle broke out, the entire casino was thrown into chaos, with countless gamblers running around in a panic. In just a moment, the entire rain-soaked casino was empty, leaving only Law and his group, along with the recently recovered Daz Bones. As for Nico Robin, she disappeared the moment the battle started, seemingly not intending to participate in this fight. It looked like she was reporting the situation here to Crocodile as per Law's request. Why don't you kill me? Just as Zoro and the others gathered towards Law's position, Daz Bones slowly got up from the ground. After realizing the huge gap between his strength and Law's, he no longer intended to fight back. Which of your ears heard me say I wouldn't kill you? It's just that you still have some value for now. Law's calm words struck Daz Bones like a bolt from the blue. He originally thought that the man in front of him valued his fruit ability and talent, intending to recruit him. He didn't expect that the only thing Law cared about was his usefulness, with no intention of letting him go. When he saw Zoro arrive in front of him, Law kicked the capable subordinate of Crocodile to Zoro's feet. Don't use haki. Defeat this guy solely with your swordsmanship, and you can become a true swordsman. Also, remember your master's words. A true swordsman never just cuts whatever they want, but can feel the breath of all things. Even if their heart is like a willow fluff, it can still remain unbroken on their blade. Hearing Law's words, Zoro was instantly excited. Although Law was not a swordsman, Zoro trusted him immensely. After all, he was Law's first subordinate, and following him had led to significant improvements in his strength. Although he had yet to break through to the level of a swordsman, if he relied on his dual-color haki and greatly improved physical abilities. Even when compared to ordinary sword masters, he would not fall behind at all. The breath of all things is truly a distant story. After Zoro murmured for a moment, he recalled the time when Frost Moon Kojiro showcased his swordsmanship by cutting through the willow catkins in front of him. Although he did not understand how it was done back then, the naive Zoro always believed that a sword master could do anything and cut through anything. It was this understanding that led to his swordsmanship being stuck at a level just before the threshold. After all, only those who can truly cut through steel with their swordsmanship can be called true sword masters. With external forces, such as domineering presence or abilities from fruits, one can also cut through steel, but that doesn't make them a true swordsman. After understanding the key point, Zoro drew out his Sandai Kitetsu from his waist and pointed the sharp tip at the ground, mocking Bonus with a smile. Defeat me, and you can leave. Otherwise, you will die. As you just heard, I will only use swordsmanship to defeat you. Why do people always fuss about Roger's ship doctor? They even specifically gave me 2 stars to tell me that I shouldn't kill him. It's really hard to express how absurd it is to recognize a thief as a father. Without that ship doctor, Roger would have died and been reborn long ago. How could he have held on until his surrender to start the Great Pirate Era? No matter how you wash it, it's still white. Those with abnormal minds are just babbling nonsensically. In a secret office in the rain, are you saying Mr. 1 has already fought with them? What was the outcome? Crocodile, still wearing a thick coat in the hot weather, looked deeply at Nico Robin, who had come to deliver the news. Well, I don't know. Their strength is too strong. As soon as the fight started, I ran away. You should hurry and leave. Otherwise, if you get killed, I'll have to find a new subordinate. Robin calmly looked at Crocodile, fully aware that Das Bonus was taken out by Luo with a single move. However, there was no need to share such crucial information with Crocodile. It was better for him to wade through this murky water himself. Stay here and don't make any moves. I'll be back soon. After realizing he couldn't see through this cunning subordinate, Crocodile snorted and left for the casino. After Robin casually brewed herself a cup of cappuccino, she quietly sat alone in a dark corner, lost in thought. Of course, she hoped that Crocodile would be completely eliminated by Lu Tian and the others. If that happened, she would have to constantly worry about being killed after being used by that guy. However, if Lu Tian and the others really did kill Crocodile, she would have to find another powerful ally to protect her sensitive identity. It must be said that although Robin is a well-read female scholar, she is completely lacking in combat experience. If she knew that Lu Tian could crush Crocodile with one hand, perhaps she wouldn't be so conflicted. After all, if someone could single-handedly defeat a warlord, then protecting a weak woman like her would naturally be no problem. It's really exciting. Who will be the winner? Nico Robin stretched out her right hand, looking at her slender fingers, as if recalling what had just happened. The size truly far exceeded that of an average person. After scolding her own thoughts in embarrassment while hiding in the corner, Robin walked to the window to gaze at the distant battle that was about to erupt. On the other side, Bonus, having reacted, was also glaring fiercely at Zoro under the pressure of life. Although his height of over 2 meters and developed muscles made him very strong in front of ordinary people, he still fell short compared to the already enhanced Zoro. However, even with the physical disparity, Bonus showed no signs of fear. After all, he had nothing left. If he lost, it would just mean death. Mastering the slash, seeing that Zoro was ready, Bonus shouted angrily, transforming his fingers into the shape of a tiger's claw, and, through his devil fruit ability, turn them all into blades comparable to quick knives. Any swordsman who cannot cut iron cannot defeat me, Bonus said confidently as he looked at Zoro. Over the years, he had killed countless swordsmen in the West Sea and after joining Baroque works. Basically, no one could break through his defenses. Thanks to the enhancement of his quick slash ability, his body had become harder than steel. Even his internally fragile organs could transform into sharp blades for defense. However, in response to Bonus's words, Zoro did not reply at all. He simply stood quietly, feeling the so-called breathing technique of all things. Bonius was carefully looking for flaws in front of him, the swordsman. After more than a minute of stalemate, Das Bonius could no longer endure it. In a flash, he charged directly in front of Zoro, extending his fingers, now transformed into blade-like tips, and struck down fiercely. If it were an ordinary swordsman facing such an attack without blocking, they would surely be sliced to pieces by Bonius's blade-like fingers. However, Zoro merely raised his right hand and swung the Sandai Kitetsu upwards, directly blocking the attack. Unfortunately, since he did not use haki and only relied on swordsmanship to block, Zoro did not inflict any damage on Bonius. I said, as long as you haven't reached the level of cutting iron, you will never defeat me. After gauging the strength of the swordsman before him, Bonius let out a sigh of relief. He initially thought this guy's strength would be equally terrifying, but it turned out to be no different from those small Karami swordsmen he had killed before. After understanding the gap between them, Bonius no longer acted cautiously. As a top assassin, he didn't need to continue testing. Thus slash, with a loud roar, Bonius crossed his arms and unleashed a massive X-shaped sword energy that flew straight towards Zoro's body. Facing this fierce sword energy, Zoro had no choice but to meet it with his blade. In the face of the sharpness and hardness of Sandai Kitetsu, even the sword energy, slash similar to a great swordsman unleashed by the quick slash fruit, could not cause any damage. Zoro simply swung his hand vigorously in front of him and firmly held back the sword energy. After Bonus saw Zoro easily block his attack, he charged forward again. At this moment, not only were his hands transformed into blades, but even his elbows and the backs of his legs had turned into densely packed, sharp blades. With his entire body armed with knife-like edges, he resembled a fully armed steel hedgehog, suppressing Zoro, who was temporarily unable to use haki. Facing this fully armed opponent, who was as impenetrable as the one Zoro had previously faced, Zoro slowly curled the corner of his mouth. Although Bonus could easily cut through steel thanks to the power of his devil fruit, he was not a true swordsman. A true sword master should embody a kind of willpower and fine control over their body. After observing Bonus, who charged at him with the momentum of a wild buffalo for a few seconds, Zoro slowly closed his eyes and began to seek the feeling of the air flowing around him. Soon, Zoro grasped that subtle change and lowered his chin. After silently reciting a phrase, he thought of a name for this new move that would help him break through to the level of a sword master. One sword style, Lion Song. With a flash of dark, alluring sword light, Bonus's initially indifferent expression began to show signs of shock. Today, he witnessed the entire process of an ordinary swordsman upgrading to a sword master, and it happened in less than 3 minutes. You win. As Bonus knelt on the ground, his eyes vacant. At this moment, he had released all the abilities granted by his quick/fruit, or rather, he was on the verge of death and could no longer use his fruit abilities. As his words fell, a thin stream of blood began to spurt out. Then, the upper half of Bonus's body started to slide down sideways from the heart, as if a fruit knife had smoothly sliced through an apple. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Roronoa Zoro, for successfully killing Baroque Worksmister. 1. You have gained 9,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up. Current level, 50. Super Strength, Super Speed, and other super abilities have been automatically synchronized to level 50. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a level 50 upgrade gift pack X1. As Zoro sheathed his sword, Luo Tian, who was standing at the door, also received the experience points dropped by Bonus. With Bonus's 9,000 experience points, Luo Tian successfully leveled up to level 50. Based on Old Shah's strength, Luo Tian estimated that if he killed that guy, he would definitely reach or even exceed level 60. Shark Crocodile, Shark Crocodile. It seems that even the heavens want me to kill you. There's really no other way. However, before Luo Tian could finish his sentence, a breeze blew directly towards him, carrying with it grains of golden sand, crescent-shaped sand dunes. It was clear that the source of this eerie wind was Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. However, this guy arrived before his body fully coalesced, without the slightest hesitation, and before he could completely gather himself, he attacked Luo Tian. 2 massive crescent blades made of sand instantly struck Luo Tian, as countless yellow sands began to swirl around Luo Tian. A pile of sand not far away slowly rose and gradually formed a humanoid shape. Kid, when I was a pirate, you didn't even know where to wear split crotch pants. Do you really think I'm easy to deal with as one of the 7 warlords? Crocodile revealed a sinister smile, as if he was already certain of victory. At this moment, he slowly raised his golden hook, which was tainted with deadly poison, and drops of hissing venom began to ooze out, capable of corroding the land. It seemed that if an ordinary person were hooked by this poison hook, they would have little chance of survival. Seeing that his venom was ready, Crocodile transformed into a cloud of yellow sand and suddenly launched an attack. The golden poison hook shot towards Luo Tian's heart with extreme precision, as if it could pierce through the air. The reason this guy did not aim for a more vital spot like Luo Tian's head was simply because he couldn't reach it due to the height difference. After all, Luo Tian was over 3 meters tall, towering over him by more than 50 centimeters. So even though Crocodile usually looked very imposing in front of Luo Tian, he appeared like a child. Wrapped in yellow sand, Luo Tian was quite interested in experiencing the effects of his sand fruit and the absorption of moisture within his body. Under the coverage of armament haki and the enhancement of his powerful steel body, Crocodile's technique of absorbing the enemy's moisture had little effect. At most, it only made Luo Tian feel a slight thirst. As the golden, poisonous hook, resembling a desert scorpion, drew closer, Luo Tian wrapped his hands in the deep black of armament haki and then threw a punch. Clang! A dull sound of steel clashing instantly erupted, and seeing Luo Tian standing still with a charming smile, Crocodile began to restrain his expression. His invincible poisonous hook had actually broken, and the force transmitted from it was too much for him to bear, forcing him to continuously retreat to relieve the overwhelming pressure. The little brat of the new era is indeed powerful, but in my... Before Crocodile could finish his words, Luo Tian's gaze fixed intently on him. Not because he couldn't dodge Crocodile's attack, but because he wanted to test just how much he had surpassed this warlord. It seemed that even though this guy before him couldn't unleash his haki, Luo Tian could confirm that his current strength was very close to the level of an emperor. Although he hadn't yet obtained Conqueror's haki, with various super abilities enhancing him, he was certainly not much weaker than the top commanders of the 4 emperors. Of course, he couldn't kill them, but the other side shouldn't think they could easily handle Luo Tian either. You're the second weakest warlord, aren't you, little sand? After testing Crocodile strength, a benevolent smile appeared on Luo Tian's face. Crocodile was furious when faced with Luo Tian's words. He had once been a spirited pirate. So how did he become the second weakest Shichibukai in the eyes of this little brat? Looking at the smiling, teasing newcomer in front of him, Crocodile secretly gathered the energy from his sand fruit. He began to form a swirling mass of dirty sand in his palm behind his back. Sandstorm. With a single flick of his hand, the sand in his grasp instantly expanded and rushed towards Luo Tian. Along the way, houses, trees, and even civilians hiding in small corners were all turned to sand by this attack, increasing the power of the sandstorm. At this moment, feeling the overwhelming strength of Luo Tian, Crocodile no longer considered whether his reckless killing would affect the heroic identity he had painstakingly built. He had to survive to continue his plans. If he couldn't even make it through today, what was the point of having a heroic identity? As someone who had struggled for decades in the era of pirates, he clearly sensed the unmasked killing intent emanating from Luo Tian, as if he were carrying a precious treasure. However, despite the apparent strength of Crocodile's attack, it was still not enough against Luo Tian. With his haki and steel-like body, Luo Tian was completely unconcerned by the blade-like sand striking him. He casually took large strides and walked directly into the sandstorm, looking like a large cargo truck crashing head-on into this deadly whirlwind. Is this really all you've got? Have you been reduced to a dog after so many years as a Shichibukai? Luo Tian asked with a smile, looking at Crocodile, whose expression had grown increasingly grim. When Crocodile saw that the person in front of him, Luo Tian, was completely unaffected by his attack, his expression instantly disappeared. Just as Luo Tian thought this guy was about to unleash a powerful move, he was unexpectedly taken aback when Crocodile transformed into a cloud of sand and intended to escape. Damn it, the experience is about to get away. Imsirk 3D, give me back my grandfather. Faced with the disappearing Crocodile, Luo Tian shouted fiercely, his entire body's muscular power erupting. Combined with the 8th level collapse fist he had just learned, Luo Tian's punch seemed to carry the force of thunder as it slammed into Crocodile's chest. Boom! Collapse fist. With Luo Tian's words, a violent explosion erupted, and Crocodile was struck, spitting out blood, as if his chest had been hit by a giant hammer weighing thousands of pounds. At this moment, he could clearly feel the intense pain in his chest, caused by his ribs piercing his heart. Crocodile understood very clearly that if he stayed here today, he would definitely face death. However, he couldn't understand why. Despite having elementalized and scattered, this kid was still able to accurately track him down. Slowly getting up, Crocodile's eyes were filled with resentment. In his perception, he was about to obtain ancient weapons to take revenge on that old man Whitebeard. But now, he had encountered a little brat who disrupted his plans. Due to the difference in strength, Crocodile no longer wanted to linger. He had to leave this place that had delayed him for nearly 20 years immediately. Now, ancient weapons were no longer important. Only survival mattered. On the other side, when Luo Tian saw Crocodile preparing to turn his entire body into yellow sand and flee, he immediately utilized his god-level observation haki, which allowed him to see through people's hearts. Through the observation of his haki, Luo Tian accurately pinpointed the small handful of sand transformed from Crocodile that was mingling within the clouds of yellow sand. Faced with this imminent escape, Luo Tian showed no hesitation and immediately executed the top hard elbow move from the 8 Extremes fist. The top hard elbow was one of the most ferocious and powerful moves in the 8 Extremes fist. Even an ordinary person who mastered this move could easily kill someone. Not to mention Luo Tian, who was over 3 meters tall and had an immensely muscular body with boundless strength. As Crocodile was about to disappear into the desert, Luo Tian's eyes narrowed. He charged forward like a sharp sword, exuding an aura of violence, akin to a fire cannonball. In just 3 seconds, Luo Tian caught up to the pale-faced Crocodile. Then, with his armament haki layered over his right elbow, he swiftly raised it and brutally slammed it against the back of Crocodile's head. Bang! With his strike, Luo Tian used all his strength. As the attack landed on Crocodile's head, the scene erupted like a burst watermelon, blood and the shattered remnants of Crocodile's skull flying everywhere. Thanks to the characteristic of armament haki being able to strike elemental bodies, Luo Tian blew Crocodile's head apart, leaving his body lifeless like a rag doll. Oof. Trying to escape? Who do you think you are? You think you can run away in front of my elbow strike? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. A total of 80,000 experience points dropped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up. Current level, 56. Other super abilities have automatically synchronized to the corresponding level. After receiving the system's notification, Luo Tian slowly revealed a standard elbow strike smile. As expected, the experience points dropped by the system were based on the highest strength this person could achieve. In other words, if Luo Tian could kill the elderly Whitebeard, he would also receive experience points equivalent to Whitebeard's peak strength at that time. With this clear and undeniable confirmation, Luo Tian looked forward to the impending Marineford War even more. Although during the upcoming journey, Luo Tian and his companions would undoubtedly encounter Teach, who had fled to the town of Magic Valley. Luo Tian believed that this guy was temporarily not to be killed. Of course, this didn't mean that Luo Tian lacked the strength to smash that fat black eye skull. It was just that without him, the Marineford War would erupt. Therefore, to consider his potential maximum benefits, Luo Tian was willing to let him go for now. As Crocodile's body slowly fell, Zoro and the others gradually gathered around. Initially, the group thought about how powerful the legendary warlords of the sea really were. But now it seemed that it was nothing special. The battle didn't even last 3 minutes, and Crocodile was easily defeated by 3 punches and 2 kicks from Law. It turns out that Mr. Law's strength is so formidable. No wonder he could dismiss the warlords of the sea so lightly. At this moment, Ikelum and Vivi were completely shocked. They had spent countless years trying to take down this warlord, only to find that all their efforts were for nothing. It was just a matter of 3 punches and 2 kicks for someone like him. So now, can you fulfill your promise? It was agreed upon that it would be 1 billion berries, right? Vivi, wasn't it 100 million? How did it become 1 billion? After hearing Law's words, Vivi was taken aback. Their country was already on the brink of collapse. Even 100 million was difficult to come by all at once, let alone 1 billion. However, considering Law's strength, Vivi could hardly imagine what would happen if she dared to go back on her word. 1 billion, is it? Then let's make it 1 billion. After hearing Vivi's words, Law nodded. After all, their team didn't have a huge need for berries at the moment. And 100 million berries is not too much to say. But it's also not too little, as it's a small goal mentioned by Comrade Jinlin. The scene ended with Lao Sha, just as Luo Tian easily dealt with Crocodile. A standard military ship slowly appeared on the sea not far from Alabasta. The island in front of Admiral Ji Yuan is one of the member countries of the world government, Alabasta. Get closer. Yes. After receiving the order from the beautiful rear admiral with a sword at her waist, the accompanying navy immediately began directing the helmsman. Clearly, this impressive figure is one of the 2 candidate admirals of the Navy headquarters, Ji Yuan. Although she is only a candidate admiral, her strength is basically not much different from that of a regular admiral, even though she still cannot match the current highest combat power of the 3 admirals. Being close to a 50-50 chance is not a problem. Although she has not consumed a devil fruit, Ji Yuan's exceptional swordsmanship makes her strength quite formidable. Just as a group of Navy was about to approach the port of Alabasta, Luo Tian and his companions, having dealt with Crocodile, were also heading towards the palace of this desert kingdom under Vivi's guidance. On the Mary, Luo Tian opened his data panel and carefully browsed through his powerful host status, which was now level 56. Host. Luo Tian, body technique. 8 extremes fist, hockey. Advanced armament hockey, god level observation hockey, seeing through hearts. Fruit ability, none. Level 56, 20, 310. 000. Backpack. Level 50 upgrade gift pack X1. 3 million berries. Super abilities. Heat radiation laser eyes. Level 56. Steel body. Level 56. Flight ability. Level 56. Super strength. Level 56. Super vision. Not activated. Super hearing. Not activated. Super endurance. Level 56. Super speed. Not activated. Freezing breath. Not activated. Super recovery. Not activated. Super intelligence. Automatically unlocked when host level reaches 100. It seems that the changes after breaking through to level 50 are becoming more apparent. At this moment, Luo Tian clearly felt that his power had become even more terrifying. Perhaps at this moment, he could really stop a giant speeding ship with one hand like that show-off Whitebeard. Of course, before having absolute confidence, Luo Tian would definitely not attempt such a thing. After all, if he were to be crushed by the ship, it would be quite embarrassing. This brings to mind Owen, who wanted to learn from Whitebeard to stop a pirate ship with his own strength. At that moment, one could imagine how thoroughly this man's dignity had been crushed. As a gentle breeze blew, Vivi, who had always worn a worried expression, finally showed her happy smile for the first time in front of everyone. Although there are still hundreds of thousands of rebels confronting the royal army in Alabasta, The most critical crocodile has been dealt with, and the remaining issues should not be too problematic. After all, the king of Alabasta, Cobra, has worked hard for many years, and the common people still trust him very much. It's just that Crocodile and the agents from Baroque Works have been stirring things up, which has led to the gathering of hundreds of thousands of people for rebellion. According to Vivi's guess, as long as Nami can gather a large mass of clouds and bring a heavy rain to the people of Alabasta who are yearning for it, then these so-called rebels will be defeated without a fight. Just as Luo Tian and his group were rushing toward the palace of the Alabasta kingdom to experience the true luxury of royalty again, Robin, who had been silent in the rain for several hours, began to realize that Crocodile, the Shichibukai, might not return. Filled with excitement and confusion, Robin slowly walked out of the office that had confined her freedom for over a decade. When Robin arrived at the casino in the rain and witnessed Crocodile, the incredibly powerful man in her eyes turned into a headless corpse lying on the ground. She was completely shocked. Robin couldn't believe that the crocodile she had feared for so long could die so easily at the hands of the man she had easily ambushed and robbed. Once again losing her backing, but why did she feel a strange joy? Although Crocodile's strength was enough to protect her for a long time, this was ultimately a temporary measure. As long as Crocodile found the true history and successfully translated it, the threat of death would come upon her again. Now that Crocodile was dead, Robin had regained her freedom, but she was also about to be discovered and hunted down by the world government CP organization. She hoped to join that man's team. If that didn't work out, she would have to sacrifice herself. Robin's face turned red as she shook off the images in her mind and then summoned her exclusive mount to rush towards the Mary. Just as Robin hurriedly packed her things and chased after Luo Tian and the others, the military ship of candidate Admiral Ji Yuan also arrived at the port of the rainy area. When the Navy saw the headless corpse lying on the ground, everyone fell silent. This shocking scene left even Ji Yuan, a candidate admiral, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, Crocodile was a pirate, and the Navy should feel happy about his death. But this guy was also one of the Shichibukai directly governed by the world government, and his death in the Navy's territory would have significant repercussions. Ji Yuan could already vaguely sense the impending storm on the sea. The death of Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai, meant that a new pirate would take his place, which would inevitably lead to a new wave of killings. Countless new pirates would try to raise their bounties by burning, killing, and plundering everywhere, hoping to attract the attention of the world government and position themselves as the new Shichibukai. Admiral Ji Yuan, should we report the progress of the mission to headquarters? Just as Ji Yuan was pondering what to do next, a Marine soldier's words broke her train of thought. No need to rush. After all, he's already dead. It doesn't matter if we take a moment to see what kind of audacity these pirate hunters have to dare openly kill a Shichibukai under the world government. A smile slowly appeared on Ji Yuan's face, which always exuded the charm of a mature woman, as if she had been drawn in by Luo Tian's inexplicable yet extraordinarily bold pirate hunter team. After sailing for a day and night on the tumultuous sea, the shadow of the palace of the Alabasta kingdom finally appeared ahead of the Mary, although they could have gone directly through the rain to reach their destination. However, this was somewhat troublesome. To save time, the group simply decided to return to the Mary and shorten the journey by sailing. Just as everyone was busy with their own tasks, Luo Tian, who had activated his god-level observation haki, sensed a familiar figure approaching from behind the Mary. It seemed that this scheming, mature woman couldn't resist his charm after all. She was coming aboard. Luo Tian revealed a classic villainous smile, quietly waiting for Nico Robin, who was about to approach the Mary. Before long, the old turtle, still with a cigarette but in his mouth, leisurely caught up with the Mary. The figure sitting on the turtle also jumped onto the boat without hesitation. In this vast ocean, there are definitely no eternally lonely people. One day, you will find a group of reliable companions who will protect you. This is Robin's second time stepping onto the Mary, the small boat. She has never forgotten the words that Saul once said. This time, she no longer hesitated, but went straight to Luo Tian. In Robin's feeling, this group of people could be her lifelong partners who would protect her. Please let me join your team, brother Luo Tian. At this moment, Robin no longer referred to Luo Tian as Sir. Through her investigation, she discovered that the people on this ship seemed to be under the leadership of Mo Tian. After hearing Robin's words, Luo Tian looked calmly at the black-hearted lady in front of him, whose eyes were misty with emotion. Although he had no interest in the historical texts, having a lady on board who could interpret history seemed quite good. What makes you think I want you to join this team? I'm not interested in historical texts at all. Luo Tian's seemingly slow words sounded like thunder to Robin's ears. She did not expect that her greatest advantage held no value in Luo Tian's eyes. But thinking about it, Luo Tian and the others were indeed a pirate hunter team. The idea of searching for the great treasure to become the pirate king might not hold any allure for them. As Robin pondered what conditions she could offer to impress Luo Tian, Nami jumped in. Brother Luo Tian is right. Why should you just join because you want to? What do you have to offer? However, unexpectedly, in response to Nami's teasing, Robin slowly took out a pouch from her D-cup space. Inside were gems, radiating countless colorful lights. It was clear that Robin had a deep understanding of this team. At least this move easily caught Nami off guard. I personally welcome you to join this team. Sister Robin. After receiving the gems that Robin offered, Nami instantly developed a great fondness for this newcomer. In her view, Luo Tian would definitely not refuse this fair-skinned, beautiful lady with a good figure. Although you may not be interested in historical texts, I still have a very useful asset. As Robin leaned her body and whispered a sentence into Luo Tian's ear, Luo Tian immediately perked up. As long as you let me join this team, then I will be yours. If it were about this, Luo Tian instantly felt awake. He thought about how this lady was willing to make such a great sacrifice to join his team. Although Luo Tian believed he was not a lecherous person, it would be unwise to refuse such an opportunity presented to him. What is this called? It's called acting in the name of the readers. Welcome to our pirate hunter team, Miss Robin. As Luo Tian's words fell, the crew once again initiated a small celebration to welcome their new teammate. As Robin joined the crew, the rooms on the Mary gradually became more crowded. After all, including Captain Luffy's room, Nami, Zoro, Sanji, Johnny, Joseph, and Van Oka already occupied 7 rooms. With Robin on board, the small ship was reaching full capacity. The need to change ships was becoming urgent, and perhaps the upcoming Sky Island journey would be a good time for that. I finally found my own companions, Robin thought, feeling very excited inside. This was her first experience of what it felt like to have friends. Although it came at the cost of her own body, Robin could clearly sense that Luffy was just joking with her. How could a captain threaten their crew under such conditions? However, this excitement came and went quickly, as Robin was aware that her past was a dangerous burden. At this moment, the CP organization under the world government was still relentlessly pursuing her, trying to eliminate her. Although she had joined Luffy's crew, Robin didn't want to bring her crisis upon her new friends. Therefore, it was necessary for her to be open about her identity. After hiding in the shadows for so many years, she was tired of living behind a mask. Luffy, I want to confess about my identity. Just as Robin was preparing her words to tell Luffy, something unexpected happened. Luffy waved his hand to signal her not to be nervous. You're talking about those so-called CP organizations that are after you, right? You don't have to worry about that at all. Since you've joined this crew, I believe all the members will protect your safety. From now on, you just need to remember one thing. We can do whatever we want. We're the most awesome crew. As soon as Luffy finished speaking, Robin felt that the sunshine today seemed much warmer. The figure of the captain in front of him was so majestic. I can do whatever I want. This truly was an incredibly domineering declaration. Robin was very happy to keep this phrase in her heart. It was the first time she felt such an unparalleled sense of security. Luo Tian quietly watched this mature woman, whose eyes were gradually filling with tears, and casually tossed her a 6-flavored Romania pill that could enhance physical attributes. This was a standard accessory for everyone joining the team, just like the previous pet of Chopper, who was no exception. However, after taking the 6-flavored Romania pill, Chopper didn't show any noticeable changes in his usual behavior. Of course, if he were to eat a blue orb again. A huge fitness-trained reindeer, standing 7 or 8 meters tall, would appear before everyone. As for whether Chopper would have the chance to eat 3 blue orbs in a row to become a terrifying monster capable of withstanding the 4 Emperor's Big Mom, that was another matter. After all, it might not even be Chopper's turn to take action in this team now. After gently wiping away her tears, Robin unhesitatingly swallowed the pill that Luo Tian had thrown to her. This was also the first time she had trusted a man she had only met a few times so deeply. With the warmth of the pill, Robin's already slender body elongated a few more inches, and even Luo Tian felt that this guy had surpassed the Pirate Empress in terms of perfect long legs. Just like Nami. Due to the significant change in her figure, Robin found herself in an awkward position. She realized that her clothes had become tight-fitting, clearly outlining her lower body, even showing 2 obvious gaps. If it weren't for Nami taking out clothes that she hadn't worn yet and that fit the model, Robin might have had to wait until they reached the Alabasta Palace to change. Naturally, Vivi next to Robin expressed her envy regarding Robin's transformation. Although she also wanted to join this team, Her identity as the Princess of Alabasta meant she couldn't abandon her entire country to become a pirate hunter. This regret would ultimately have to be carried. Vivi looked at Robin's figure, which had actually become larger due to a small pill, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully opening the 50-level upgrade gift pack X1. You have obtained a Color of Armament Hockey Upgrade Pill X1, Purification Potion X1, Top-Tier Conqueror's Hockey X1, Divine Swords Martial Arts Quick Training Manual X1, Memory Erasure Potion X1. Just as the Mary was about to dock at the port near the Alabasta Palace, Luo Tian also opened the upgrade gift pack issued by the system for reaching level 50. It must be said that with every 10 levels gained, the rewards from the dropped gift packs became increasingly generous. After casually glancing at the rewards this time, Luo Tian found that they were all essential items for enhancing his strength. First of all, the Conqueror's Hockey and the Dual-Color Armament Hockey could both be upgraded to the top level. With these two top-tier Dual-Color Hockey, Luo Tian's strength would officially step into the realm of the Emperors. If he added Super Strength and Heat Radiation Laser Eyes, among other powerful super abilities, Luo Tian's strength would be stable enough to overpower these so-called Emperors. Armament Hockey Upgrade Pill. This is a necessary medicine produced by the system to enhance Armament Hockey. Just one pill is enough to instantly elevate Armament Hockey to the top level. After looking at the instructions provided by the system, Luo Tian directly tossed the pill into his mouth without hesitation. It was crunchy and tasted like chicken. As he swallowed the pill, Luo Tian could clearly feel a powerful force emerging within him, continuously strengthening his Hockey. According to the system's description of the level distinctions, each type of Hockey is divided into 5 stages: beginner, intermediate, advanced, top tier, and god level. These 5 stages are completely based on the amount of Hockey stored within each person's body. In other words, a beginner's armament Hockey might only be enough to cover the surface of their body. However, if it reaches the intermediate level, the energy of the Hockey can penetrate deeper into the subcutaneous tissue, providing the user with even greater defense and strength. As for the subsequent advanced and top-tier levels, they distinguish whether the user meets the standard for the Emperor level. In the end, reaching the god level is something that only a handful of top-tier individuals can achieve. As the energy within him gradually settled, Luo Tian also discovered that his Hockey had become even stronger. With a single thought, his already top-level armament Hockey instantly enveloped his fists. The color, like tungsten steel, left no doubt about the terrifying strength that this top-level armament Hockey possessed. Has brother Luo Tian actually become stronger again? The speed of this power increase is truly terrifying. Could it be that the more pirates he kills, the faster his strength progresses? It seems it's time to learn from brother Luo Tian's spirit. Zoro, who had been silently training on the side, fell into confusion when he saw Luo Tian's strength increase significantly once again. He watched as Luo Tian transformed from someone with a strength not much different from his own to someone with an extremely distant gap now. Furthermore, Luo Tian rarely trained. He only showed great enthusiasm when killing pirates. Thus, Zoro momentarily believed he had figured out the reason for Luo Tian's rapid strength increase. It was simply due to killing pirates. Only by killing more would he become stronger faster. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could use his small knife to humiliate that damn Mihawk just as fiercely. Of course, Luo Tian was completely unaware that his first little brother had come to such an absurd conclusion about his strength increase. However, even if Luo Tian knew, he wouldn't bother to explain. After all, he was just a simple player with a cheat. The more pirates he kills, the stronger he becomes. Zoro's guess was not wrong. The stronger Luo Tian is, the faster their strength will improve. After solving the issue of the level of Busashoka Hockey, Luo Tian began to focus on Haushika Hockey. As everyone knows, there's only a slight chance of one person out of every 10,000 possessing Haushika Hockey. Of course, Haushika Hockey is rampant in the New World. After casually clicking on the use of Haushika Hockey, Luo Tian instantly felt a powerful mental force in his mind that he could control and unleash at any time. However, he forcibly suppressed his desire to try it out. After all, this is a top-tier Haushika Hockey. If he is not careful, a large portion of his crew might collapse. Even if they could withstand it, Luo Tian did not want this Hockey to affect his crew. If everyone is down, then no one would be able to steer the ship or cook. And how could the dignified Asa do the chores himself? With both types of Hockey reaching the top level, Luo Tian finally felt at ease. Because once his strength reached the level of a Yonko, there would basically be no one in the first half of the Grand Line who could affect his team. Luo Tian had not forgotten that he still had an enemy in the Sabeti archipelago who held a grudge against him. The Pirate King's first mate, Silver's Rayleigh, is a genuine Yonko-level powerhouse. Although he is old, his strength has not diminished much. At most, it is just that his physical abilities have declined, leading to less stamina than before. However, he can still match an admiral in a short burst of power. But now, things are different. When facing Luo Tian, this old pirate will be in for a tough fight, a young and vigorous Yonko-level master against a frail old man. It's a clear mismatch. Purification Potion can eliminate the curse of the sea within the body of a devil fruit user, making them immune to the side effects caused by seawater and sea prism stone. Memory Erasure Potion allows the user to freely choose to erase any unrelated memories from the enemy's mind. Duga 9 Swords Secret Manual, a top-tier swordsmanship manual from the martial arts world. After use, it allows one to instantly comprehend the Duga 9 swords, mastering the invincible sword intent of countering techniques with no techniques, thereby becoming a top swordsmanship expert. Note, the more swordsman one battles, the more and stronger the sword techniques of Duga 9 swords will become. Luo Tian's gaze swept over the 3 remaining prizes in the system backpack. The Memory Erasure Potion was temporarily useless, so he excluded it. As for the Purification Potion, it could be used by Robin, a devil fruit user, to help her eliminate the fear of seawater and sea prism stone side effects. Nami, after all, is a devil fruit user produced by the system, so she has no need for this Purification Potion, as her cloud fruit is not a product of this world and thus wouldn't be affected. After tossing the Purification Potion to Robin, Luo Tian directly equipped the Dugu 9 Swords Manual into his physical technique section. Although he usually didn't need to use a sword and could easily crush opponents with his fists, Luo Tian felt that this way lacked the demeanor of a strong person, and constantly getting bloodied was just too disgraceful. The Dugu 9 Swords Manual just happens to complement Luo Tian's physical techniques, allowing him to unleash greater power. The key reason is that Luo Tian wants to fulfill his childhood dream of becoming a wandering swordsman, which he ultimately abandoned due to a lack of money. After all, this is a dream that every man has had in their childhood or even after growing up but never realized. The action to learn has begun. It is not free and does not include free shipping. Host, Luo Tian. Fruit ability, none. Physical techniques, Duga 9 Swords, 8 Extremes Fist. Level, 56, 20, 310, 000. Backpack, 3 million Bailey. Hockey, top-level armament hockey, top-level conquerors hockey, god-level observation hockey, seeing through people's hearts. Superpowers, heat radiation laser eyes, level 56, steel body, level 56. Flight ability, level 56, super strength, level 56, super vision, not activated, super hearing, not activated, super endurance, level 56, super speed, not activated, freezing breath, not activated. Super recovery, not activated. Super intellect, automatically unlocked when host level reaches 100. Next, it's time to unlock a new superpower. After using up all items that could enhance his strength, Luo Tian began to scan his data panel. Although his current strength has reached the level of a stable 4 Emperor's Admiral, it is still not easy to deal with these guys. Therefore, the next thing Luo Tian can enhance is his superpowers. Only by continuously unlocking new superpowers and leveling them up can Luo Tian truly become a man above the Admiral level. Just as Luo Tian hesitated about which new superpower to unlock, a famous quote from the philosopher Borsellino suddenly flashed in his mind. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Because of this brief memory, Luo Tian immediately decided to unlock super speed. After all, Borsellino had successfully become an admiral solely based on the speed of his Pika Pika, no me, and his physical abilities. Roten is different. Not only is he incredibly strong in terms of physical power, but he may even surpass the current world's strongest armed hockey user, Iron Fist Carp, in terms of body hardness. While Kizaru generates immense power through speed, Roten can amplify his already formidable strength to terrifying levels through extreme speed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the super ability, Super Speed. Ding! Super Speed has automatically synchronized to level 56. After successfully activating Super Speed, Roten felt as if his speed had suddenly increased countless times. Even his Qilin arm could reach a level where it could create a shadowy blur. If this speed were used against the celestial dragons, he would surely take off. After silently reciting the slogan of youth learning in his mind, Roten gradually suppressed his impulse, barely resisting the urge to rush to Mary Geos to take on the celestial dragons single-handedly. After feeling the abundant power within him, Roten returned to his designated seat and lounged in a very standard Gyu posture. Cultivating was out of the question. Only cheating and lying flat was the way to go. After sailing for several hours across the sea, the Mary finally brought the group near the royal palace of Alabasta. They casually found a corner to dock the Mary, and everyone jumped off the ship onto the shore, heading towards the palace. This time, they were not there to fight, but to enjoy life. After all, after so much fighting and killing along the way, it was time to indulge. Such rare opportunities to enjoy the lavish and corrupt lifestyle inside the royal palace were few and far between. To avoid encountering the rebel army on the way to the palace, Roten had already instructed Nami to transform her body into a large mass of dark clouds and absorb a significant amount of moisture from the sea before drifting near the Alabasta royal palace. Although Roten could easily resolve this so-called rebellion with his power, it was clearly not in the employer's interest. Even though Princess Vivi of this kingdom only offered a return of 100 million times, Roten still hoped to perfectly meet her needs. With Nami's current stamina, even if it rained heavily for an hour within a 10-kilometer radius, it would be completely manageable. Sure enough, as soon as the group arrived near the palace, they saw the layers of rebel forces surrounding the palace below. To prevent these stirred-up commoners from affecting his lavish and corrupt lifestyle, Roten instructed Nami, transformed into a large dark cloud, to drift several hundred meters away from the palace to an open area, accompanied by the rumbling thunder of the clouds. All the rebel forces were immediately drawn to the sound. The reason these lower-class civilians had gathered here was simply that they could not survive without water, and had been manipulated by some to collectively revolt. Now, the rain they craved was about to arrive. Thus, most of the commoners scattered back home to fetch their pots and pans, preparing to welcome the long-awaited sweet rain. As for whether the sudden appearance of the dark clouds would leave their leader, Kusha, bewildered, they did not care at all. After all, people live for themselves. Soon, over 90% of the rebels gathered under the dark clouds, quietly waiting for the impending downpour. With a wave of Roten's hand, Nami began to continuously spray the moisture she had absorbed. This torrential rain lasted for over 2 hours before it ended. The palace area, once a desert, had transformed into numerous lakes of various sizes thanks to Nami's efforts. It wouldn't be long before this area of Alabasta would once again become a lush oasis. This downpour successfully extinguished the anger in the hearts of the commoners and completely thwarted the plans of the rebel leader, Kusha. Kusha calmly watched the sudden rain, not uttering a word. He didn't know if this was a conspiracy, but what he did know was that he had already failed, going from a leader of hundreds of thousands of rebels to a solitary figure. With Nami's return, the group followed closely behind, making their way toward the Alabasta palace. Before entering the palace, Vivi naturally encountered Kusha, the leader of the rebels, who was also her best childhood friend. Unfortunately, the scene unfolded quite differently from the original story. Vivi said nothing. She simply glanced at this guy who wanted to disrupt the country and snorted coldly before leading the way out. Vivi didn't want to understand too much about the mistakes this guy had made. As a princess, she had been infiltrating the dangerous Baroque Works criminal organization for so long, just wanting to change Alabasta's predicament. And what had this guy done? Even though he was once her partner, he had secretly gathered such a large rebel army to disrupt the country. If she hadn't had the good fortune of meeting Roten and the others, Alabasta might have truly become a nation lost to history under this guy's hands. After seeing Vivi's furious gaze, Crocodile felt a deep sense of panic inside, awkwardly wanting to explain something, but he found himself unable to speak, only able to silently watch Vivi's figure slowly depart. With the complete collapse of these rebels, the kingdom of Alabasta finally welcomed peace and tranquility. Under Vivi's explanation, the current king of Alabasta, his father Cobra, was overjoyed to learn that the country was finally saved and shed tears of joy. Ever since he was misunderstood by the entire nation's citizens, his life felt as if it had lost its luster, and there was not a single day he could feel happiness. To regain the people's trust, he had put in countless efforts. However, all of this ultimately proved futile under Crocodile's influence. Now, suddenly receiving this good news, Cobra could finally set his mind at ease. You've truly worked hard these years, Vivi. I really haven't been a qualified father. Cobra looked at his daughter with regret. He truly had not fulfilled the responsibilities of a father. But fortunately, everything was over now, and Alabasta had completely eradicated Crocodile and his criminal organization. Everything would develop in a positive direction from now on. Alabasta would surely return to its previous state of prosperity. Finally, with the critical water source and the surrounding rebels completely dismantled, the entire Alabasta palace fell into a celebration. Everyone was enjoying this grand national banquet, except for Sanji, who was still trying to learn the culinary skills of the desert nation from the beautiful chefs in Alabasta's kitchen. Almost everyone was very satisfied with Alabasta's hospitality. After a hearty meal, Robin also remembered that there should be a historical text underground in Alabasta's palace. Although he personally had no interest in this matter, it did not prevent him from helping his subordinates fulfill their dreams. After negotiating with King Cobra of Alabasta, Robin also obtained the opportunity to enter the royal tomb to view the historical text. The time was set for that night. To enter beneath Alabasta's palace, one truly needed to possess royal blood.